Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you.
Let's get some work in.
Let's get it in. We got 4 hours, baby, till 10 a.m.
I like Damien's accent because I can try to imitate Damien and not sound like it's going to be something that's going to get me canceled.
Right.
Whereas you got to be careful when you try to imitate various people's voices. Like, you're really good at imitations.
Thank you.
Because if you're not, if you just start doing the stereotypical voice and then all of a sudden you're looking for a job in insurance.
It's a slippery slope, right?
Yeah. That's why
you're on LinkedIn at 10:01 a.m.
I'm grateful for Damien having such a unique accent and voice that it's just yes.
Indeed, I'm grateful for Damien. I'm grateful
you're on LinkedIn.
10:01.
First sentence in the profile. Don't bother Googling me,
right?
Please.
That's exactly right.
That was like when Shane Gillian, the comedian who does the meh voice, he'd gotten fired from SNL, Saturday Night Live, and then he ended up hosting it a few years later, and he just, like, in his monologue, he said, I used to work here. Don't Google it. Just trust me. I used to work here.
You know how I've gotten to kind of know him through the last several weeks. He's a huge Notre Dame fan.
Oh, yeah.
Huge Notre Dame.
Shane Gillis. I don't know why I said Gillian. Shane Gillis.
I knew who you meant. Audience knew who you meant. Speaking of which, mission accomplished last night at the Bear Bryant Awards, buddy.
I was so excited for you when I saw the photo of you and Amy.
Yeah.
With Marcus Freeman, right?
Yeah.
Smack dab in the middle of you.
I'll tell you a funny story about that. He goes, so for those who don't know, and Marcus Freeman won the Bear Bryant Award last night, so there's your update on that. But I went to the Bear Bryant Awards. Big thanks to David Fletcher of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment with the Texans for the invite. Sat at his table and got to go to the coach's reception beforehand and got to see Clint and Ron were there doing their show. So I was camped out there for a little while because Marcus Freeman, they had gotten all the coaches except for Marcus Freeman. So I was kind of just camped out talking to my boys there, and it was like 4:45, 5 o'clock, and the coach's reception thing started at 5. So Amy, far more bored than I was, she's like, can we go down to that reception instead of just sort of standing around here? Yeah. And I said, okay. So we went down to the reception, which is on the first floor. Clint and Ron are on the second floor. So we hang out at the reception for a little bit. I'm like, can we go back up there and just hang out and see if Marcus Freeman's up there? She goes, okay. So we walked down. I was going to go up the stairs. Well,
you said that in the voice of like, oh, my husband's a stalker.
Yeah. Oh, no, dude, it gets better. So there's stairs you can go up to get to the second floor, or you can walk all the way down to the elevator. Amy's like, I'm taking the elevator. I'm not walking up the stairs in these shoes again. So we walk down to the elevator, and who do we run into getting on the elevator? Marcus effing Freeman and his wife. And whoever was his handler for the night and one other woman, and the 6 of us get on the elevator together. And in my mind, I'm going, this is it. This might be my only shot because you can't do it at the coach's reception because there's a million people there. So I get on the elevator and I sidle over to him and I said, hey, allow me to be the first person to pester you tonight.
Yeah.
And he kind of smiles and I said, Sean Pendergast, class of 91. So he knew I was a Notre Dame guy. And I congratulated him. I thanked him, told him how proud he made the school. And then we get off the elevator, and I said, hey, would you mind real quick before everybody just starts going in on you, wherever you are? Can my wife and I get a picture with you? And he goes, oh, absolutely. For a Notre Dame grad, sure, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the 3 of us start standing like right outside the elevator there at the Post Oak Hotel, and he goes to Amy, he goes, why don't we get you in the middle? And I go, no. This is probably going to be our Christmas card. You get in the middle. Yeah. I stopped that right away. Hence the picture that you have on your phone, Seth. So that's
nice.
That's man.
Beautiful, man.
Mission accomplished.
I'll tell you what, that is a fit human being.
Dude.
It's one thing, like, obviously, you see him on the sidelines and everything, he's fit. But when you see him in a suit, like, he's going to go up on my motivational wall.
He should.
Of, back in the day when you're a kid, you got all these active athletes and everything on your motivational wall. Him and Steve Martin. You know, Steve Martin for a 79-year-old is in incredible shape. Marcus Freeman for a 40-year-old or so.
Dude, Steve Martin is 79 years old?
I believe so. We know, you can't always trust Seth Payne.
I was feeling old.
He's 79 years old.
I was feeling old already yesterday because of my B-Day, but 79 for Steve Martin makes me feel old. So, yeah, I saw a story about Marcus Freeman that he never wants his bench press to go below 350, like in his lifetime.
350?
He benches 350.
I'll tell you what. I know there's listen. Every bro out there who's like, whatever. I bench 370. Look, man, just trust me. When you get to your middle ages, it's like the joints just don't respond the same way.
Yeah, especially if you played football.
And for a guy that weighs, how much does he weigh? You think?
I don't know.
He's probably like 210 or so.
That's
impressive.
I was going to say 220, but like he's. I mean, when you stand next to him, he played linebacker at Ohio State, and briefly he was a Texan for a minute back in like 2008 or 2009.
He was a 240-pounder when he played, but still, anything that's probably if he's 220 right now or so, anything that's 1.5 times your body weight. Once you're out of your actually playing days, that's good for him.
Yeah. So
he should abandon that goal at some point. I had that same thing. I always wanted to be able to squat twice my body weight and everything. And you get to a point where you're like, wait, this is just dumb. I'm hanging on to something that's not actually healthy for me.
Yeah.
It gets to the point where you're like, this is like wanting to do 3 grams of Coke a day for the rest of your life. Like, it's just not. What am I trying to prove? Yeah.
We didn't have much time. I only had like 30 seconds with him. Like everything I just described to you is literally the entire interaction with him. That was it.
Yeah.
It was thanks, congratulations. I'm Sean. Let's get a picture. Amy, get out of the middle. Marcus is in the middle. Let's go. Let's take this. And then we were. He was off to the races after that. They have 6 kids, he and his wife, like from ages like 5 to 15. Like I wanted to actually like spend a couple minutes talking to her about, like, man, how do you juggle that?
That's
6 kids.
D'Amico's got 4 kids. He mentioned that in the press conference the other day. That he's the problem with 4 to 6 kids is that a vacation no longer becomes a relaxing scenario.
No.
Although I do notice that people that have 4+ kids, the kids tend to be pretty damn well behaved. They're like little ducklings,
Dude.
Like they just learn to. As long as you train the first and second oldest pretty well, like the rest of them just kind of follow suit. Little bands of Mormons walking around being polite to everybody.
I'll tell you the biggest example I ever saw that Cecil Shorts. Go to Cecil Shorts' house sometime. Cecil has 7 kids, including the youngest 3 are triplets, identical triplet girls. And we went over there. Amy and I went over there. It was a couple years ago. It was when the triplets were born. We brought dinner over to them when the triplets were born. So you got the other 4, and at that time, Cecil the 4th was maybe 10 years old. He's the oldest.
Yeah.
And it was like during the school year. It was like on a Wednesday. And, man, that house was buttoned down. Kids doing homework. It was. I was like, this is impressive right now.
It is. I think more times than not, anytime I've been around like people that have multitudes of children, I'm always impressed by like, oh wow, this is a delightful bunch of children.
This
is really pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a good observation. It usually is. So, man, we got a lot to get to today. I did not get to watch the Rockets live last night.
You didn't get to see what was almost the largest miscarriage of justice in the history of, I would say, since the last Chiefs game. Just an athlete in a reddish-hued uniform just flopping to draw a penalty, which at the end of the game was probably valid. But still, Tari Eason, it was a great game. It was a great game.
Yeah, Tari Eason got in the landing zone on, who was it, Garland that shot and then he missed 2 of the Rockets were up by 2, and he missed 2 of the 3 free throws on that.
And I would say it was a great game. The Rockets squandered, they were up by 13 or 14 or so at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
They got hit with a 19-0 run in the fourth quarter. 19.
And then, look, Sean, Şengün hits 2 free throws to go up by 2 with like 4 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
And it was just, and then you get the landing zone technical flagrant, and it was a great game. But then they closed the game out, and it was that was a fun one. That was a really good one versus the Cavs of all teams.
Yeah, against the team with the best record in the NBA, and all I was getting was the react on my group text with my sons. My sons, it's my alternate commentary for any Rockets game. But I didn't know what was going on. I just knew they won and that it was crazy. So I went to bed. I got up, and I watched the YouTube cut up of it. And Craig Ackerman's call at the end was the best. Like after the game was over, Garland missed. The Cavs are down 2. They're getting to shoot 4 free throws because of the flagrant tacked onto the foul on the 3-point shot, and he missed 2. He made the last one. The game ends, and no. He made the anyways. The game ends, and Craig Ackerman goes, and the Rockets win. They beat the best team in the NBA, and I have no idea how they did this.
At various times in the fourth quarter, I'm like, all right, yeah, bring Steph Curry in. Whatever it takes. Just do it. Yeah, okay, great, fine. I don't care. Yes, anybody and everybody, anybody you can shoot, bring them in, please.
It's so funny you say that, because as I got done watching the cut-up and I'm in my truck driving in this morning, I'm like, yeah, man, we were right about not wanting Steph or Draymond. We don't need those guys.
Oh, no, man, I've been swinging wildly back and forth. By the end of the game, I was like, yep, that's right. This elite defense does not need it. Nope. No how, no way. As long as you got Shane Goon banging down free throws, we're good.
Oh, my God. All right, so we're off and running. There's already texts that we're getting about the Joe Mixon fine. Let's Let's get into that in the next segment. There's still a lot of fallout. Seth just mentioned Mahomes. There's a lot of fallout still from the referees and the Chiefs-Texans game from over the weekend, including the NFL. The people handing down discipline need to be removed immediately. They're horrible at it. They're terrible in so many ways. We'll tell you why with Joe Mixon. J.J. Watt weighed in on the officiating in the game on Saturday as well, so we'll hear from J.J. Watt. We've got a lot to get to on the show today. Payne and Pendergast with you. Stay there. We'll get to all that coming up next. But first, I want to get you guys seeing 2020.
for free at orangetheory.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you. Yesterday the NFL kind of showed its ass a little bit when it came to handing down discipline. We know that we know they've had the Aziz Al-Shire issue with the 3-game suspension is an extreme example of the Keystone Cops that John Runyon is running up there at the league office. Yeah,
where they deliver this statement without the player having had any chance to even weigh in on it yet. They deliver their statement. They act like a prosecuting attorney more so than the same body that's actually going to judge the merits of the case. You know what it reads like? A lawsuit.
Yeah.
You know when a lawsuit comes out and the media runs with it, even though you can say anything you want in your allegations in a lawsuit, you can basically run a smear campaign when you file a lawsuit. The media will take it and be like, well, they claim that this and this and this happened, and all of a sudden, that's what the NFL does. And they did it with Joe Mixon yesterday.
They did it with Joe Mixon. Here's what happened with Joe Mixon yesterday. And Colin, have the Mixon audio ready to go. Mixon all of a sudden tweets out of nowhere. I actually got, I forget who I got a text from. Somebody, one of the guys, it's Reggie, actually. He's like, hey, do you know what Joe Mixon's tweeting about? It was during their show. He's like, hey, Mixon's tweeting right now. Do you know what he's tweeting about? And I looked at the tweet. I said, I read it, and I said, I'm not sure, but it looks like the NFL fined him for something. The tweet was, I'm getting fined by the NFL for what someone else said. What's next? This is a pretty good line here. I get fined by them for Connor McDavid cross-checking an opponent in an NHL game, and really they tried to fine me for the max. That's mind-blowing, SMH. So the story behind that is the NFL, as we know, the Texans were highly critical of the officiating after the game on Saturday against the Chiefs, including Joe Mixon. He was critical of the refs after the game. However, he did not say what he was accused of saying by the NFL. The quote that the NFL had in its correspondence with him that he was getting fined for was actually a quote from TJ Houshmandzadeh in a tweet that was embedded into a story about the officiating. And the tweet read as follows: why play the game if every 50-50 call goes with the Chiefs? These officials are, 4 trash can emojis, and biased. So that's what Joe Mixon was. He was fined for something TJ Houshmandzadeh, $25,000. Not a parking ticket.
Which remember that number if you can.
Yes.
$25,000. That's key.
$25,000. So Joe Mixon's lawyer, his agent, get involved and say, "Hey, we're going to fight this. This isn't right." For those who don't recall, this is what Joe Mixon actually said after the game.
Everybody know how it is playing up here. You can never leave it into the refs' hands. But I mean, the whole world see, man, like what it is, bro. But it is what it is. You know, like I said, when it comes down to it, you can't never leave it into the refs' hands, man, and things like that. But it's all good, though.
It's all good, though, at the end. Yeah. So to be clear, definitely critical of the officials. Far more nuanced than what TJ Houshmandzadeh was saying. There were no words like trash or biased or anything like that. There was there wasn't even anything that was kind of like what Will Anderson said when Will said we knew it was going to be us against the refs. That to me is far more direct than anything Joe Mixon just said.
But it was enough that where I could see, okay, if the NFL had fined him for that guy, you could see they find people for less than that.
Totally. When I went back, I'm like, I got to go back and listen to what Joe actually said. And I listened to it. I'm like, I can see him getting a fine for maybe not. If $25,000 is the max, which is what Mixon is saying, maybe not the max, but I could see him getting, $5-10,000, something like that. NFL's just like, oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right. You said that. We meant that you said that, not that. It's still $25,000. Okay.
Right, yeah, so they took the most egregious quote and justified a $25,000 fine for that. Said, actually no, but you still said something. So it's still
exactly,
and it's still $25,000.
You still said something.
I mean, it's like, okay, I know we charged you with murder, but it turns out actually you just dined and dashed. But still, we're going for the death penalty on this.
Still, yes.
You still did something wrong. You did something wrong.
40 to life. Yep.
But then what made it even more confusing is that the reporting is all over the place on it. That the original article that DJ Bieneme wrote said that they cited that TJ Hushmanzada quote in the letter, but then Pro Football Talk said that they didn't cite that quote in the letter. So I have zero clue what the hell's actually going on here.
Yeah, we just
this is like this is the NFL. Typically, and this is what they did with the Aziz Al-Shire stuff. They're acting like internet commenters. Yes. They're basically they're seeing something and running with it.
Yeah.
Like I had to like gently shut down one of my elderly family members because they were asking me, like, how about the NFL firing those 3 officials from the Chiefs game? And then I end up doing, like, I have to do, like, 10 minutes of searching just to be sure that didn't actually happen. But it was something that she saw on the internet, like in a meme or something, or on Facebook seems to be the worst for this. Or at least Facebook's a place where I think people buy into it hardcore immediately. But that's how the NFL is acting. It's one thing when my elderly relative, falls for it or gets snookered by it. But the NFL itself is like issuing statements like with Aziz Al-Shire before Aziz Al-Shire even has a chance to weigh in on it. And it's bogus, man. It's just bogus.
So Joe Mixon, $25K lighter in the wallet for what I think was. He was obviously the referees were the target of what he was saying there, but I thought, like, for most of that, he's like, I think he's right. Like, I don't even know that that's criticism of the officials necessarily when you go, you can't be in a position where you're leaving it up to the referees.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's criticism. That's acknowledging that the referees are human. You know what I mean? Like that you've got to be better throughout the rest of the game. And I think every Texan that I saw who were critical of the officials did also acknowledge that they themselves, the Texans, had a lot to do with why they lost that game. It wasn't just
right, yeah, and it's the same. It's like Pat Mahomes. All these Chiefs fans are acting like they, the Chiefs don't make excuses, and that's why they're so good. Pat Mahomes just last year, after a loss in the regular season to the Buffalo Bills, was whining to Josh Allen about a very legitimate penalty that they committed in the fourth quarter in that game. Like, don't act like the Texans are a bunch of whiny crybabies. Warren Sharp, who I typically don't like because he called out John Harris for something very simple during a preseason game this year. Yeah. He did a deep dive into like the difference between how the calls go for the Chiefs in the playoffs versus the regular season, and it was really interesting.
Well, what's the big takeaway?
The biggest thing is the Chiefs have played 11 playoff games since 2021. Mm-hmm. In those 11 games, how many times have the Chiefs had more penalties than their opponents?
I saw this. It's 10, right?
0.
Oh, 0. No. Sorry. I thought you.
No. Yeah, you're right.
I had it flipped around.
Yeah.
They've had more penalties than their opponents one time in those 11 games, right?
Yeah, in 11 games, how many times have the Chiefs had more penalties than their opponents?
Once.
It's 0.
Oh, it's 0?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, see, okay, now I got to go and fact check him because the math doesn't quite add up.
I saw Nick Wright do a video on this yesterday.
No, you're exactly right. I think he misprinted it in the article.
Yeah.
10 games in which the opponents had more penalties.
Yeah.
Whereas in the regular season, it's a lot more balanced than that.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I would now just looking at the playoff stat in a vacuum. If I were to play devil's advocate and play the Chiefs side of this thing, they're a really good football team, and I'm guessing there's a correlation with really good football teams and actually playing cleaner, more disciplined football. There is now. In the playoffs, you're going against teams that are also very good and very disciplined too. It is a stat that pops for sure. It is a stat that pops, especially when you compare it to the regular season. J.J. Watt weighed in on this yesterday on the Pat McAfee show. What did J.J. have to say about the Mahomes unnecessary roughness calls?
What's your big takeaway from the chatter that followed this convo, which is the Chiefs are in bed with the refs? And it's very obvious, which is pretty much the sentiment.
The two calls everybody's talking about, I think, are justifiably talked about. I think that they're legitimate. I think it was great how Troy called them out. I think that was all great. I also think it's absolutely absurd that they've come out after the fact and said, no, we made those calls correctly. Like, let's just, like, the whole country agreed. Like, let's not, don't even get into that. Now, what I will say is Pat is notorious for knowing how to take full advantage of the rules. Like, he's a great quarterback because he does everything great, not just on the field playing and everything, but he also knows how to take full advantage. He'll slide late. He'll stay tightrope along the sidelines and make you hit him so it looks like he's out of bounds. He'll do all these things. Don't blame him for that one bit. I would do it too if they were giving me the calls. To me, that's more on the refs, which is why I was happy to see that they didn't throw a flag on that sideline one, because they weren't going to give that. So hopefully you're sending the message that that's not going to work for us anymore. But those two other calls, the reason they lost the game? Absolutely not. You can't complain about the refs as the reason we lost. We'll see you in the next round how it keeps going. See you tomorrow.
Whoa. Not bad. Yeah. Okay, Jay.
Holy shit.
Okay, Jay.
That was pretty good.
Okay, now enough of the clowns.
Why
do Tyler's probably listening right now. Why do you leave those guys?
I think the funniest thing too was that a Chiefs fan tried to tell me that, well, no, when he's scrambling, it's he's only doing it to try to pass the ball, and he was talking about that second unnecessary roughness where, like, dude, how stupid are you? He's past the line of scrimmage. Like, what on earth are you talking about here? The level of delusion. So that's where I still stand on the side of, man, it's more of a problem of the way the QB slide rule is written and enforced. And I can see why they said, okay, those calls were made correctly. I don't get mad at the officials themselves. It's that the rule needs to be changed because guys like Aziz Elshire are being punished greatly for not being superhuman.
Yeah.
For basically being charged with this impossible task of trying to decide in the last moment whether a guy is genuinely going to slide or not. And it's a really simple fit. For one, you can make the call reviewable, for one. And the second is the feet for a slide. And if this is a rule that's supposed to protect quarterbacks, the onus should be on the quarterbacks to also protect themselves. If you start your foot first slide when it's still possible for somebody to hit you above, a foot above the ground, that's on you, bro. Mm-hmm. Slide earlier. It's just because in that instance in the Texans game, those guys Toa and the other defender ended up hitting themselves at a pad level that would have been about the midsection of a running quarterback. Like, it doesn't make any logical or physiological sense. It's impossible. It's impossible to get this call right the way that they're calling it. It's not fair.
If you could make one change, like, I think there's two big things. One is make it reviewable. And I know that they've got the eye in the sky that looks at it, and they looked at those, and
they slowed it down after Will Anderson's a little bit, but the angles weren't good enough to really be able to say.
Right. But you make it I can toss the red flag, that kind of reviewable. And two, and I know, I know it runs counter to protecting quarterbacks, player safety, whatever, but man, when you're in the open field and you're a quarterback, you're not a quarterback anymore. You're a running back.
Yeah.
You're a football player.
Right? Yeah. Don't keep treating them like whatever the hell. I think that was the same. The Jared Goff non-call that by the rule book should have been a call. He was trying to tackle. He had thrown an interception. He was participating in the play, and he got hit hard in the head, helmet to helmet, and it should have been a flag, but it wasn't. Which, again, that kind of feeds into the whole Pat Mahomes favorable treatment side of things. But even that part, I don't think that should be the rule. No, the quarterback is either a football player or not. Once the ball is past the line of scrimmage and he's not a passer anymore, he's just a football player.
Yeah, he'll get out of bounds then.
Right.
If he knows, if Patrick Mahomes pretend on the second one that Patrick Mahomes could get treated just like Isaiah Pacheco in the open field, he would not have circled back, stopped, and tippy-toed back inside. He would have run out of bounds. 100% would have run out of bounds.
And I know, and I totally get this sentiment. A lot of people say, well, you know what? You got to just try to teach the quarterbacks a lesson and let them know that you're a team that's going to hit them anyway and just hit them. all right, we've actually played that experiment out in real time. Pat Mahomes was playing against a team that had concussed Trevor Lawrence earlier in the season, doing just that. And he still gamed the system. Yep. So he knew that there was a chance for physical punishment, but he's gaming the system. And the downside of it is, man, Azeez Al-Shaair got suspended for 3 games. Yeah. It's just the penalty is way too stark to be the team that's going to be like, well, we're going to teach these quarterbacks a lesson. Yep. The penalty is just too severe to try to be that team. You gotta live with, like, all right, well, he might run for another 10 yards or a touchdown, but we can't lose Azeez Al-Shaair for 3 games or more. Yep. Or Henry To'oTo'o for 3 games or more.
Yep. All right, off and running here on a Tuesday or a Thursday morning. Sorry, Thursday morning. Headlines up next. Sean. Thank you. Headlines.
You caught yourself. Self-policing. I rescind your initial fine, and I reissue the exact same fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Runyon. All right, headlines we'll get to. Coaching carousel, and I would say if you're in the AFC South, this was bad news yesterday if you're a team not named the Jacksonville Jaguars in the AFC South. We'll have that. Rockets win. Big awards handed out last night. All of that in headlines coming up next. But first, snoring. That's me snoring right there. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Coaching carousel in the NFL. And it is official in New York. Aaron Glenn will be the head coach of the New York Jets. Here is J.J. Watt yesterday on the Pat McAfee show talking about Aaron Glenn getting the Jets head coaching job.
I like it. I think every single person you talk to talks about how prepared and how ready he is to be a head coach, how they think he's going to have great success. I think the fact that he was a first-round pick for the Jets, that he was a scout for the Jets, I think somebody being in that organization before, not necessarily from the success of it, but from caring about it, from having a passion about it, from not just being an outsider who's never had any connection before. He's going to want to do something great with that. He's going to want to change the fortunes. He's going to want to be the one to take it to that next level. Now, obviously, you've got to figure out some things there. You've got the quarterback situation. You've got that future. But you win in New York, you can basically write your own ticket in that city. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how that goes.
Yeah, and I think that so this is the timeline. Woody Johnson bought the Jets in the year 2000 for like $600 million. So he's done pretty well with his investment, at least. Yeah. So, boy, I think it's valued at $7 billion right now.
Yeah, it's at least 10 times what he paid for it.
So he didn't draft Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn was drafted in 96 or so, but he was there for a couple years with Aaron Glenn. And then Aaron Glenn obviously has a relationship with the team. This is very, very, very much like DeMeco Ryans coming to the Texans.
Similar for sure.
You've got an organization where the publicity is very low, the PR is really bad at the moment, but you've got a former player, a defensive one at that knows the owner, knows the organization, has emotional ties and connections to it. And for Aaron, probably an added benefit that the team is now in New Jersey instead of Long Island, just because it's a pain in the ass it used to be a pain in the ass for Jets players because you lived in Long Island, then had to commute across Manhattan and New York City into New Jersey to play your games, where now they're right there. But yeah, it feels so much like DeMeco Ryans. And now, just like with DeMeco Ryans, the question is, all right, you're a defensive-minded head coach. What are you going to do for getting yourself an offense?
Yeah, we'll dig into that at 7 o'clock. I want to dig into some of this coaching stuff. I agree with the general DeMeco comparison. There's some things Aaron Glenn is going to have to deal with that DeMeco didn't have to. That's a mess. It is a mmer
It's a mess, and there's not as clear an avenue to getting a quarterback.
Yeah,
it's harder to envision a quick turnaround. But hey, I mean, you could say that about the Commanders last year.
Sure.
And you never know exactly the two top quarterbacks in the draft. Sure, they've got their flaws and blemishes, but it's a crapshoot with quarterbacks.
It is.
So they might you don't know, but yeah, I'd say the level of difficulty does seem to be a little bit higher than for the Texans.
Yeah, we'll dig into that in the 7 o'clock hour. The other thing we should mention here with respect to Aaron Glenn is that Gerard Johnson, according to Albert Breer, is rumored to be one of the top candidates to become the offensive coordinator in New York.
So just as Dan Campbell did when he hired Aaron Glenn, Aggie. Yeah, if I hired a fellow Aggie, Aaron and Glenn might go the same route.
Yep.
Make it Aggie East.
Yeah, we'll see. It's funny, and this is tied in with Bobby Slowick as well. I didn't see nearly the panic yesterday about, oh no, Gerard Johnson's interviewing for a job somewhere else, as I did last year.
Oh, it's the last year. Last year was like they could lose both the offensive coordinator and the quarterback's coach. Oh, no.
Gerard Johnson was interviewing in Pittsburgh for the job that eventually went to Arthur Smith to be the offensive coordinator up in Pittsburgh for Mike Tomlin. And people I'm freaking out, maybe exaggerate. It might be hyperbole to say they were freaking out, but there was definitely a sentiment of like, oh, man, we don't want to lose these guys. We got to keep continuity for CJ. And now that Gerard Johnson news came down yesterday, and there wasn't a major reaction to it one way or the other.
I think with the credit where Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor, those are the two guys that work most closely with CJ kind of on the quarterback coaching side of things, is that you can take his college tape and turn on his NFL tape and actually see where his mechanics have improved and some of the process has improved. And I do think those guys deserve a lot of credit for working with CJ and becoming more refined in a lot of ways. And I know it doesn't feel like that because he took a statistical step backwards. He's improved a lot as an actual quarterback in his first 2 years in the league. So it is something I'd be concerned about just because he's had those two guys in the room.
Yeah.
The other guy that he had his rookie year was Shane Day. and they lost Shane Day. Shane Day's the quarterbacks coach, or he's the passing game coordinator?
He's a QB coach for the Chargers.
For the Chargers, right. Shane Day was kind of like one of the senior advisors that was working last year with C.J. Stroud. So C.J.'s dealt with that already with a little bit of change in the QB room. But,
sure.
Yeah, it's you're definitely right. The fan sentiment is a lot different this year.
Yeah, it just feels different this time around. So we'll see. I wish Gerard luck. If I hope he gets the job for his sake. That's a nice bump up for him to get to be an OC. That gets him, fast track. So that's good. The other bit of news in the NFL yesterday, so Seth and I towards the end of the show were kind of ridiculing the Jaguars because Liam Cohen, their prime candidate, the guy they thought they had lock, stock, and barrel, signed, sealed, delivered to Jacksonville, basically said, I'm going back to Tampa and getting a big raise to be the OC there. Sorry. And the reaction to that was, oh, my God, this Jags head coaching search is off the rails. This is bad.
They're keeping this guy that everybody is pointing to as, man, nobody wants this guy in the organization, and they're just keeping him and standing by. It felt too much like Jack Easterby for me to even really try to put too much.
Trent Baalke is who you're talking about. I hadn't mentioned Trent Baalke yet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Trent Baalke, all these guys pulling out of the Jags head coaching search seems to be because Trent Baalke is the GM and nobody wants to work with him. So finally, the Jags finally ripped the Band-Aid off yesterday and fired Trent Baalke yesterday afternoon. Like, okay, I guess we have to have, two head coaching searches now where guys have pulled out. Remember, that was why Byron Leftwich reportedly pulled out like 3 years ago. Like, he could have had that job.
Yeah.
And in retrospect, he should have taken that job. Like, Byron Leftwich is now kind of off the radar as a head coaching candidate. But Trent Baalke fired. That's bad news for the Colts, Titans, and Texans. That Trent Baalke out.
Yeah. Maybe one of these. Maybe they actually get a good head coach or not. Yeah. The Jaguars remember the Browns when they couldn't get a head coach to accept the job.
Yeah.
This is like a decade ago now. That's what it was starting to feel like.
Yeah. And I think Mike Pettin wound up with the job back then. And he was gone after 2 years and has never been a head coach ever again. If you're going to go to a crap organization like that, you've really got to be ready to tell yourself, like, look, this is my huge cardboard check. I'm getting paid. This might be the last time I'm a head coach, but boy, I'm going to set my family up. I'm going to, I'm going to be $20 or $30 million richer. That's what you got to do. Rockets Cavs last night. Rockets beat the Cavs. We talked about that in the open of the show, 109-108. Crazy game where the Rockets really led for much of the game, including a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. Cavs went on a 19-0 run. The Rockets went 6.5 minutes without scoring a point. And then Fred VanVleet, he was really good last night. He was 7 of 12 from 3. He hit a couple threes to kind of break the drought, make it a 1 point, make it a back-and-forth game again at the end. And Alperen Şengün hits a couple free throws with 4 or 5 seconds to go in the game to go up 2. And then Tari Eason on a closeout gets called for getting in the landing area of Darius Garland on a three-point shot, gets a flagrant tacked onto it. So Garland had 4 free throws, only made 2 of them, and the Rockets hang on to win by 1 point against the best team in basketball.
It was a hell of a finish, and it was at various times I was saying, oh, yeah, they got to get Steph Curry on this team. They need shooters. And then by the end, I realized, like, oh, no, keep Steph Curry the hell away from this team.
They need hard-nosed defense and Fred VanVleet.
Yeah.
All right, Marcus Freeman wins the Bear Bryant Award last night for College Football Coach of the Year. Those are your headlines. All right, we'll dig a little deeper into the head coaching carousel. Bad news for teams in the AFC South other than Jacksonville. We'll dig into that a little bit more. Aaron Glenn. Seth made the comparison to DeMeco Ryans. I think it's a good comparison, except I think Aaron Glenn has way more obstacles to overcome, which sounds crazy considering what DeMeco took over. But I think the situation in New York is much worse than what DeMeco took over. We'll do a little compare-contrast for a Houston favorite, Aaron Glenn, coming up next. First, Men's Tea Clinic, a Sean Pendergast.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Real quick before I forget, I botched the description of what happened at the end of the Rockets game. They got 3 free throws in the ball because of that flagrant foul. I had them shooting 4 free throws. I was wrong about that because, Cleveland actually got the ball side out after the 2 missed free throws by Garland. That's why he made the third one as opposed to intentionally missing it because he was shooting it with nobody there. He was shooting them uncontested. So 3 free throws in the ball. And the Rockets are able to defend that last possession, and they get a big win over the Cleveland Cavaliers. Cavaliers will get their chance at revenge, I believe, tomorrow night. I believe this is a little home and home they've got going. So they play at Cleveland tomorrow night. So that'll be fun watching those two teams play again. That was good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We just got done talking about in headlines, just broad strokes on the coaching changes, coaching carousel, and the big change in Jacksonville. And this will be interesting to see if they can now get a good candidate to work there for the Jags. But they finally fired Trent Baalke, the GM. This is bad news if you're one of the other teams in the AFC South, because Trent Baalke is probably the big thing that's been holding the Jaguars back, not just because he's not been a good GM, but because he's been somebody that people don't want to work with. For many years now,
at least the reports have been, and this comes from local Jaguars reporters and otherwise that just say that, there's a lot of skepticism over working with Trent Baalke. And, for whatever reason, Shad Khan, which, by the way, I got to tell you, becoming the person that can sidle up to an owner is probably the most lucrative position in all of America right now in terms of, where you can – You can make a lot of money without actually demonstrating any actual competence at your job if you just know how to sidle up right and convince that guy that you're the one the owner can trust. You need to, I, Jack Easterby, just see things differently, and I can teach you how things operate outside the box. And then likewise with Trent Baalke, it seemed like that was the relationship.
Yeah, Mia O'Brien covers the Jags in Jacksonville. She tweeted this yesterday. This was yesterday morning before the firing of Trent Baalke happened. She said, I was in a meeting when the news broke, talking about the news of Liam Cohen pulling out of the Jags head coaching search. He's the offensive coordinator in Tampa Bay right now. She said, I was in a meeting when this news broke, but I know this. 1, from the moment Doug Peterson was fired and Trent Baalke was retained, there was trepidation from Liam Cohen's camp. 2, the Jags are stunned. They were truly impressed with Cohen in his first interview. So they, like, the Jags have been – this is like a serious body blow that they were dealt when Liam Cohen pulled out of this thing yesterday. I think it's really interesting, too, that Trevor Lawrence is sitting right there and nobody wants this job either. You know?
Yeah.
It's interesting that it's Trevor Lawrence, and it's Trevor Lawrence with a $55 million a year salary.
Right. I wonder how much – and we haven't seen any reports that people are scared off by Trevor Lawrence, but, like, it's still very – possibly could be something where, people aren't that enamored of the potential of Trevor Lawrence.
If you were a head coach, if you were a potential head coach for the Jags, would you view Trevor Lawrence being there as a positive or a negative?
All right. If I were an offensive mind, I think what I would get nervous about is that, like Doug Peterson got the most out of Trevor Lawrence by making it as much like college as possible and just getting him quick reads and everything. And we've just seen what happens with quarterbacks like that. The league catches up, they take away the first read, and then you're left with nothing. And I don't think he's really demonstrated a lot of ability beyond that. I'd be nervous. If it were, this is the problem. If it were Trevor Lawrence before they gave him the big contract, it would be a big bonus as long as I went into it knowing that, hey, Trevor Lawrence is going into his third year. Mm-hmm. You want to see if you can get this out of him. And then if I don't like him, I've got the ability to go pivot and get somebody else.
Yeah.
But they're not in that situation.
No.
And now you're stepping into a situation where, all right, if I can't get the most out of Trevor Lawrence, I'm still bound to him for another 2 or 3 years because of his contract.
Yeah.
And that means that likely if I can't get the most out of Trevor Lawrence, then I'm on my butt and I'm a failed first-time head coach. that's dicey. And I'm not even saying that as like a direct criticism of Trevor Lawrence. It's just the situation that they're in. Trevor Lawrence is still kind of unproven, and yet he's going to be your quarterback, or at least a drain on your salary cap for a couple of years.
Do you realize that if the Jags had just lost one more game, they're 4-13. If they had lost one more game, they would have been picking first in the draft again. How crazy is that? Like you drafted and paid your franchise quarterback. You drafted him in 2021, and you paid him last year. And within 4 years, 4 drafts, they would have been picking first 3 times. With Trevor Lawrence on the team for 2 of those.
Yeah.
In 2020, like the only year they weren't picking first was the year they made the postseason in 2023. But that's wild. If they had lost one more game, I'm looking at Tankathon right now. And Tankathon is a good resource if you're into looking at the order of the NFL draft. If they'd lost one more game, they would have been picking first in the draft because they had the weakest. They would have had the weakest schedule of all the 3-win teams. That's the tiebreaker. Yeah. Like the tiebreaker, whoever compiled their crappy record against the worst competition gets the highest pick.
This is the difference. It's as I was laying out that scenario of unproven quarterback, et cetera, ironically enough, Sean Payton entered a similar situation in Denver where he had not a young quarterback, but an older quarterback that it never seemed like Sean Payton was probably really all that much into. Yeah. But what did the Broncos do? They money whipped him. They gave him an incredibly lucrative guaranteed contract, and to where if Sean Payton can feel like, all right, listen, they've got to honor this. And if they don't honor the contract, what does he have? $100 million guaranteed?
It's like he makes like 20 a year. Yeah,
it's a lot. It's a lot. So I don't know. Does Shad Khan have that in him that he would go for a Sean Payton type of guy,
big name,
and give him that much guaranteed money?
Yeah, big name. Text message: I'd view Trevor Lawrence as an anchor QB like Dak, good but not a high enough ceiling. I think Dak's better than Trevor Lawrence. I don't even think that's a debate. Trevor Lawrence is way more of an anchor than Dak Prescott.
Oh, yeah, I mean, no matter how you feel about Dak Prescott, the proof is in the pudding. Yeah, he's had just multiple seasons that are way better than anything Trevor Lawrence has ever done in a season.
Oh, yeah, he's MVP. Yeah, Dak was the MVP runner-up last year. Yeah, I mean, Trevor
Lawrence has had nice stretches and hints of promise and, impressive. He's had impressive stretches of games, but he just hasn't done it consistently.
He got paid based on, an 8-game chunk in 2023, making the playoffs, and then orchestrating that comeback from down 27-0 against the most star-crossed and cursed franchise in the NFL.
Yeah.
the Chargers, So good for him, man. Good for him.
I would take the job, personally, right now, if they called up and said, hey, Seth, we see what they've done with former players, and Jaguars need you to come in and rescue this team. I'd be like, all right, I could consider it for $7 or $8 million a year.
Right.
And they'd be like, well, you don't have any experience or anything. That's a little bit of a holdup. I was like, hey, man, you guys are looking for a coach. I won't worry about how my reputation as a coach might be damaged if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I currently have no reputation as a coach.
Yeah, I just need a reputation. So Aaron Glenn, as we kind of take a look at the coaching carousel here, tying it to the Texans, in my mind, bad news in Jacksonville that they got rid of that GM. I think that's a good thing for the Jags. Aaron Glenn getting hired with the Jets. Now, a direct item here with the Texans is Gerard Johnson is reportedly getting an interview for the offensive coordinator position. He is a person of interest as the offensive coordinator for the Jets, according to Albert Breer. So we wish him luck on that. A little, as you pointed out, Seth, the Aggies sticking together here possibly. It worked for Dan Campbell on the defensive side of the ball with Aaron Glenn up in Detroit.
Yeah, so that's the trepidation I would have from personal experience, having watched it here with the Texans, is that, with a first-time head coach, do you want a first-time offensive coordinator as well?
Right.
That's look, you look at Gary Kubiak. When it really clicked for him, it was when they went out and hired Wade Phillips. And I say they because it felt like that came from the McNair's side, and who knows exactly how it all worked out. But Kubiak was an offensive-minded head coach, first-time head coach. He'd been doing it for a few years, but it was when they got a guy that could basically be the head coach of the defense that everything clicked. If I'm a first-time head coach like D'Amico, especially now, like with D'Amico, I prefer get a guy, an older proven offensive coordinator that you know can. It's a little too trite to say like, oh, he's the head coach of the offense. But it kind of fits. Just a guy that can handle all of those little things that come up. Like, oh, hey, the defense is playing a boatload more cover 2 than we anticipated. I've seen this before, and I've handled it before. Yeah. As opposed to Bobby Slowick kind of like, well, you look at that.
How does
are they going to keep doing this every single week? Looks like they will be.
Been doing this for 9 weeks now. I'm waiting for them to stop. Stop doing this.
When are they going to start showing me the defenses I want and planned for in the offseason?
That's right. Now, Aaron Rodgers being there is a wrinkle. We don't know. The reports were, I saw comments from Lomas Brown, a former Jet. There's a lot of former Jets that I've seen comments saying that the rumor is that Aaron Glenn wants to keep Aaron Rodgers around next year. Aaron Glenn will do his press conference at some point here, and I'm sure the New York media will ask him about Aaron Rodgers. That's 1,000% lock that that's the case. I think there's a few things that make this much harder. That make Aaron Glenn's job to resurrect the Jets harder than the job DeMeco Ryans had resurrecting the Texans, which sounds a little crazy to say considering what we all thought DeMeco was stepping into back in when he took the job. Like, oh man, things are moving in the right direction, and you got Jack Easterby out of the building. You got a few pieces, but boy, this is going to take a while. And it didn't. DeMeco Ryans, to his credit, Nick Caserio and the team got it turned around in 1 year to where at least they're winning divisions again. I think the biggest things to me, Seth, the difference is, one, there's no, DeMeco knew he was going to be getting either C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young to grow this thing with, hand in hand, in conjunction, first-time head coach, quarterback. These are, I think there's a great chance that DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud are, two faces that are next to each other for the next 10 years, like some of these other franchises where it's Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, where it's McDermott and Josh Allen, that kind of thing. I don't know what the solution is going to be long-term for Aaron Glenn at the quarterback position. They're not in position to get one of the top guys in this draft, and we still don't know. They're in limbo with Aaron Rodgers right now. So that's a big one for me. A big difference for me is the quarterback approach for Aaron Glenn is going to have to be different.
Yeah, he's got a lot of challenges. Just I think the whole dynamic of just being a coach in New York and how brutal that can be, because it just feels like it's not just like it feels like the media is against you. It feels like it's a full force onslaught where talk radio is just gigantic in that city.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
There's a fever pitch, and you've got an owner in Woody Johnson who seems to have rabbit ears about all that stuff.
Yes.
I mean, all the reports coming out of New York were that it was real. Like Robert Saleh almost had to wage a PR campaign on behalf of himself against the media because the owner was just hearing everything. That's a tough thing. That's a really tough thing to deal with.
That's a great point. The ownership is definitely something, is a bullet point I thought of. I'd not even thought about the nature of the market that you're in. Just the outside noise that you have to deal. I mean, DeMeco talks about ignoring the outside noise here. Trying to ignore the outside noise in New York is, I would guess, significantly more difficult than it is here in Houston. I would say the other thing too, Seth, just on a very basic level of competition, is that Aaron Glenn's going to have to deal with the Bills for the foreseeable future. Texans, DeMeco Ryans came into a division. Now, DeMeco Ryan, we might have been saying the same thing about the Jags when DeMeco took the job, because the Jags, that was the one good year they had, the year before DeMeco got the job that we were just talking about. They won a playoff game. They were viewed as an ascending team. It turns out they were not. It turns out there was nothing remotely close to what the Bills are in the AFC East that Aaron Glenn's going to have to deal with.
On a personal level, one person I know who's very acquainted with having to deal with the Bills, Brant Boyer, a former teammate of mine on the Seth Payne coaching tree, he's kind of like Jeff Stoutland has been in Philadelphia. Yeah. Brant Boyer is a position coach or a coordinator who's been retained through multiple head coaches.
Yeah.
So when Seth Payne coaching tree forces unite, this might be a power and a force never seen before.
Aaron Glenn,
because Aaron Glenn on the coaching tree as well. Yes.
Do you think Yeah,
Boyer would have to be retained.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, I was going to ask you your take on that. Do you think he? How many coaching regimes has he survived through there in New York?
I want to say it's at least 3. You're going to be much better at doing this on the fly than I would be. So Boyer, who was an all-time awesome personality too.
Was he there? Was he there with Rex?
He got there in 2016.
Okay, so it was after Rex.
Yeah.
So that would be was that Adam Gase? Adam Gase was in there at some point with the Jets. Yeah. Adam Gase, Robert Saleh. Yeah, I would say probably at least 3 regimes.
He's been there through Todd Bowles, Adam Gase, Robert Saleh, and I guess Jeff Ulbrich if you want to include him. But yeah, through 3 head coaches.
3 full-time head coaches. Yeah. So
Aaron was a guy. Aaron Glenn. Brant Boyer was a guy that was he was a guy that could relate to everybody, no matter how brutally honest or his criticism or joking about you was, and along all fronts. It was a bygone era where there was nothing off limits to what he might make fun of you for, your physical appearance, your anything at all, basically. Anything. Yeah.
The gloves were off with Brant
No
Boyer.
political correctness whatsoever, but because he's so funny.
Yeah.
Kind of like a good comedian.
Yeah.
Like Bill Burr. Bill Burr can kind of because he's so good at doing it, he can kind of hit a lot of topics that get other people canceled. Boyer was like that. He was loved by everybody.
Yeah.
Despite just being brutally hilarious. Yeah.
If you're gonna roast people, you got to have a good delivery. For sure.
Oh no, he was all time. He's the guy that first taught me to be way less sensitive about myself and take myself less seriously, because he was so brutal. And you're just
did you get mad at him at some point when he was?
Oh yeah. But we were running mates for a while.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun.
He taught me how to be a man. Damn it.
Be less sensitive.
He was a guy. He was the Boo-Ray when the Boo-Ray games had gotten a little out of hand. Kevin Hardy was into him deep for a lot of money, and to the point where Kevin Hardy had to settle with him. And Boyer, I can't remember how much money it was. And it was let's say Hardy was into him for $20,000, and basically. Let's say Hardy settled for all right, man, listen, can you do 6,000? And Boyer's all right, I'll do 6,000 and give me that jacket you're wearing.
Oh, no way. That's mob stuff right there. That's like when Tony Soprano, that's like when Davey Scatino had to give his son's Jeep to Tony as partial payment.
Dude, he was honestly, you're talking about old school man's man, just linebacker. He was a linebacker that wore a flat top, all that stuff. He was just everything you would think of a stereotypical, a 1970s linebacker in the NFL.
Dude, I'm looking at him right now. I'm he could have whatever article of clothing he wanted if he was collecting a debt from me. Oh my God!
And he was an awesome special teams player, But and he was but as a linebacker, he was best when he was on goal line and stuff, because he was willing to sacrifice his body in a way that most other human beings wouldn't. As John Yurkovich once said when we were watching film, he said, "Yeah." It really helps to one thing that's a big benefit in situations like this is to have a very small brain, because Boyer had come up and blasted some old school blasted Lorenzo Neal or something at the line of scrimmage. Yeah.
Oh my God. Your Jacksonville teams were fun, man. I'm looking.
They were, because they were still. It was like a cusp of 2 eras where there were a lot of old school NFL dudes that would just. They'd go out and play if they had a limb snapped in 2. Yeah. They're just shoot me full of something and send me out there. It was cool. It was they're still beer drinkers,
Brant Boyer looks like, I'm looking at pictures of him currently, and he looks like one of those dudes that you would ask, how many plays do you have left in you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he'd say 10 or something like that, and he'd go out there and waylay somebody. I heard Aaron Glenn's also looking at bringing your guy Brunell onto the staff there as well.
Another coaching tree member.
Yeah.
He's, I don't know. What's he done? He's only been working with Jared Goff for the last few years. You know, gotten the absolute best out of Jared Goff. I tried to do some psyops with Brunell before the before the Lions game.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what it was. I kind of tried to plant a seed about I was trying to give
before the Texans Lions game.
Yeah. All I got out of him was he had gushing praise of Jalen Petrie. He was really, man, that kid's really just an animal. It was, he wasn't, obviously, he wasn't going to give me anything.
Were you texting him or did you talk to him?
I was texting him.
You texting him?
Did you text him? It was before the game. I told him, I'm not going to have a chance to see you because I got to do post-game stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Did you text him thanks for nothing? After he sent the heaping praise on Petrie, okay. Yeah, thanks for nothing, dude.
Yeah. Well, Petrie didn't have any bad games in that one, right? Did he? Or bad plays in that game?
No, he was good. He was good. I was just saying, I was hoping you'd give me a little more, Brunell, other than I like Jalen Petrie.
Right, I like Jalen Petrie. Oh no, but he knows what he's doing. Dude, you don't spend decades in the NFL as a coach by
giving it up to a radio
information
host
to your casual acquaintances.
He seems smart. Yeah.
The last time I hadn't texted Brunell in 3 years, and then all of a sudden 6 hours before a game that he's
true?
playing.
You hadn't talked to him forever.
I hadn't quite worked the relationship that well.
Networking.
Yeah.
Networking's everything. That's funny. Hey, so speaking of coaching searches, Dallas is still searching for a coach. They interviewed Brian Schottenheimer, who has been the OC there for, I guess, the last couple of years, right? He's been the OC. Mike McCarthy has been the head coach, so McCarthy's the guy who orchestrates that offense. But they're interviewing. Yeah. He's an in-house candidate for the job. He's never risen above the level of an OC. I don't know that he's ever risen above the level of an average OC. Brian Schottenheimer is not Ben Johnson when it comes to, his name's always in the cycle, he's getting all these interviews. So you tell me, Seth, for someone who has been, I think, largely kind of plateaued at average offensive coordinator, here's Ian Rappaport. I want you to tell me after we play this, how smudgy are the fingerprints from perhaps an agent of Brian Schottenheimer on this assessment of Brian Schottenheimer's chances of getting the Dallas job?
To me, at the very least, this feels real. And so if I were to try to explain why this interview makes some sense, I would say one you just said, which is there have been plenty of times when Brian Schottenheimer, called Shoddy by his players, has been a hot head coaching candidate. He's got a really strong resume, not just as an offensive coordinator. I know people look at the numbers, but as a leader and someone who can keep up the culture that the Cowboys have. The familiarity would be there as well. For instance, if you are someone who likes Dak Prescott having a lot of success in an offense, you'd have a lot of continuity and some similar offensive schemes from before. And then, look, for the Cowboys, I know we talked about this, Tom. There is definitely a thought that for Jerry Jones, he didn't maybe want to pay top dollar for a head coach. This probably wouldn't be that. It's at least something the Cowboys are exploring, and we'll see what direction it goes.
Dude, the tone of voice there, when you feel like you're apologizing for the takes you're giving, that's like me every time I got detention in high school. I know I don't have a good case. I'm like, hey, theoretically, it wasn't even actually my fault, if you think about it. More of a product of my upbringing, I'd say.
Dude.
Okay, this is a problem. This is a problem with Ian Rappaport's theory there.
Yeah.
Is that I'm thinking about, because he actually concedes and acknowledges that nobody gets excited about him as an offensive coordinator.
Yep.
And yet, it's the intangibles as a head coach that would make him so good. All right. Those guys who have those intangibles tend to get hired at some point over the course of several decades as a head coach. Perfect example would be Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel spent 1 year as a defensive coordinator in Texas or in Houston. They didn't have a good defense.
Last in the league.
He was so recognized. Yeah. So the opposite is guys like Bruce Arians and Mike Zimmer, who have decades of experience as proven really good coordinators, but there's something on the intangible side of things that keeps them from getting a head coach job. So those are the two. Those are the two options. You don't get to middle those options. Where he's he's not a great offensive coordinator. Dude. But also, nobody has really been that impressed with his intangibles over the course of the last several decades.
Yeah, so you're with me on this. This feels like this feels like there's somebody trying to, hey, Ian, mention this, and this if you're talking about Schottenheimer here. This is where I kind of brace myself, where I'm like, oh, this is going to be a lot of agent speak. I'll tell you exactly where in that cut. Start it over again, Colin. Play from the beginning. Yeah.
To me, at the very least, this feels real. And so if I were to try to explain why this interview makes some sense, I would say one you just said, which is there have been plenty of times when Brian Schottenheimer called shoddy by his players.
Okay, pause. Who gives a crap that he's called shoddy by his players? Brian Schottenheimer, who's called shoddy by his, like, as if to say, like, his players really like him. They've got a nickname for him.
At any point when we were considering Bill O'Brien as a coaching candidate, did we say, like, hey, they call him Billy up there? Sounds like a term of endearment to me.
No. I think D'Amico Ryans is a really good candidate. Called Miko by his players.
Miko.
Yeah.
Now called Cap. He was called Cap. That was a legitimate calling card because that was a nickname that had an actual. It was more than just his name changed up a little bit.
Dude, it had a leadership connotation to it.
Yeah.
Shoddy is something that you name a puppy. You know. So and then did you pause it, Colin, or did you just?
Shoddy is something that you could very easily use derisively. Like, old Shoddy there.
Yeah.
Old Shoddy, the brilliant mastermind. He's going to fix Russell Wilson, he is.
Literally, shoddy is a word that means mediocre or
That's
bad.
That's true. It's a homonym with an actual insult. Yes.
Keep playing. The second thing I thought was hilarious about what Rappaport said about Schottenheimer.
Schottenheimer, called shoddy by his players, has been a hot head coaching candidate. He's got a really strong resume, not just as an offensive coordinator. I know people look at the numbers, but as a leader and someone who can...
Okay, pause right there. The numbers.
No, he couldn't even get it out right without the Freudian slip. He said a hothead candidate. He didn't even say a hot candidate. He said a hothead candidate.
Oh my God!
He couldn't even get the compliment out. Dude. Without actually turning a compliment into an insult. Hothead.
Dude.
I don't think he's known as a hothead. I know in the book Collision Low Crossers, which documented one of Rex Ryan's last or second to last year. I think it was the second to last year with the Jets. Schottenheimer was portrayed in that book like the guy that was up until 4 a.m. drinking 18 cups of coffee, just chronically sleep deprived. And yet, he was saddled with Mark Sanchez. I don't know what he's going to get out of Mark Sanchez. But so he's not afraid to put in the hours. We know that.
No. I just thought it was funny when Rappaport's like, you say what you want about the numbers, but he's a big-time leader. And just ignore, like in the age of analytics, to have the gall to assess a guy as a candidate and ignore the numbers is really
Ignore the
funny.
numbers completely. Now, but again, I would say there is, you could say that about Mike Vrabel. But the problem is, Mike Vrabel, the intangibles were so off the charts.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin would have been another guy that didn't even have experience, or had very little experience as a coordinator, but the intangibles were off the charts. Like, nobody's ever talked about Brian Schottenheimer that way.
No.
Ever.
Ever. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Other teams have considered him as a candidate before.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Hey, guys, this is a text message. Hey, guys, what interviews has Bobby done? Do we know all of them? I think he did the Jets. He did the Jets.
He did a Zoom call with the Jets.
He did the Jets, and I believe Jacksonville might have requested an interview with him.
I don't think there's a limit to how much bad PR a team's going to put themselves through. I think that I don't think it's going to happen.
But it's interesting though, Seth. Like, do some of the guys who were considering that job now reconsider it if Trent Baalke's not in the building? I would not.
Oh yeah,
because that it took that long to get rid of him would be a red flag for me about ownership. You know what I mean?
It's tough. I mean, it's because you go through these stages though. The Lions were long an organization that was kind of susceptible to people bending the owner's ear, and I think Matt Millen kept his job in Detroit a lot longer.
Yeah.
Now that was with a different owner. That was when the old dame there was still in charge. Now it's her niece or whoever it is who's much sharper.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that I honestly the way the influence that Easterby had on the McNairs, I think is notable.
Very similar.
But it's you can perceive it as a strength if it's that, okay, the owner will listen to their football people, but then it's just a matter of whether they have the right football people or not, or if they are indeed actual football people, which Jack Easterby was not.
He was not.
So I think I could look at that. If I'm a coaching candidate, I might look at that and say, all right, well, look, if Khan's biggest mistake was really listening to his GM and letting his GM do what he wanted. Well, all right, as long as I either have the upper hand or I have a GM that I really like, that could actually be a strength. He's going to stay out of my business.
Yeah, well, no, that's a great point.
Which is exactly what the McNairs tend to do. They tend to try to stay out of the football side of things as much as possible.
Yeah, and now there's vacancies in both of those spots. If you're a head coach, you might have a lot of say over who the GM becomes of that football team.
Right.
So that would be really good. And then someone's asking, how would you feel if Slowick went to Jacksonville as the head coach? I'd feel tremendous if he went to Jacksonville as the head coach, right?
Yeah, I don't think that Bobby's, like, the intangibles or anything. Like, that's not something that people have gushed about as him being a leader of men or anything else like that. I think, like, in a lot of ways, I mean, when I watch his press conferences, no matter how mad or frustrated I might be with Bobby Slowick at any given time, I end up enjoying the press conference just because he is a really smart guy.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of really smart guys who shouldn't be the head guy in charge.
Yeah.
You know, you look at any organization, really successful businesses. A lot of times the CEO is a long shot away from being the smartest guy in the organization.
For sure.
He just knows how to tie everything all together.
Yep.
So that's the big question.
Yeah, I think in answering the question, how would you feel about Bobby Slowick going to Jacksonville to be their head coach? There is part of me that's answering that. Like, I think that'd be great if the Jags hired an offensive coordinator who's never been a head coach and regressed in his second year as an offensive coordinator. Like, resume-wise, I'd be like, as a Texans fan, I'd be like, oh, yeah, go for it. And I'm not trying to disrespect Bobby Slowick, but that's just the empirical fact of the matter is that he's been a coordinator and a play caller for 2 years, and it went worse in his second year than it did his first year. And we have no evidence that he can be the leader of an enterprise, like you just said, Seth, that there's a presidential quality to him. But that's just part of it. For me, the other part would be that'd be a really fun storyline the 2 times a year that you play the Jacksonville Jaguars. You know, that Bobby Slowick's the head coach going against DeMeco Ryans. So that would be – now, it looks like, speaking of, mentor or, coworkers going against each other, Robert Saleh has risen to the top of the candidate list in Jacksonville.
Yeah, well, I know that's the thing. I was always curious, and I would actually get in arguments with Jets fans, and trying to tell them, well, Robert Saleh was the coach. That I think you guys are in a better situation than you realize. Like, you guys are heaping all this criticism on Robert Saleh for decisions that he did not seem to have control over. That it wasn't Robert Saleh's fault that they couldn't find a quarterback or that they went with Aaron Rodgers. And I think Saleh was on board with bringing Aaron Rodgers in, but it didn't seem like he really had a choice in the matter, and he definitely didn't have a choice in Aaron Rodgers basically hand-selecting the offensive coordinator and all of that. And yet, they were still a competitive team. Last year, in the 2023 season, they end up with a 500 record without having a single viable quarterback at any point during the season.
Yeah.
And but because he couldn't, this last year and the year before, they're dumping all this criticism on Robert Saleh for not answering questions in such a way that wouldn't offend Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that the job of a head coach? That you've got an aging diva at quarterback, and that you have no control over him in the organization, but you need to do a better job answering questions about it.
Yeah.
Saleh's the victim there. Like, you're punishing the victim instead of the transgressor.
I think, you know what I think too with Saleh, and I think this with Joe Shane and Brian Daboll as well. Hard Knocks can send a coaching career one way or the other. And I think there was parts of Hard Knocks that didn't reflect well on Robert Saleh. It looked like there was side of the football blaming going on at times with, like Saleh was very, very staunch in his defense of the defense and was throwing a lot. It almost felt like shade at times, but and again, this is how the show is cut up. It's an hour-long show where they've got 20 times the amount of footage that you end up seeing. But like that, if I'm hiring Robert Saleh, I'm looking at Robert Saleh like one of the windows we have into him that we don't have into 28 or 29 of the other coaches is cameras following him around on there. Like, Joe Shane is never going to get another job as a GM if it doesn't work out with the Giants this year. Like, if the Giants don't turn it around, Joe Shane is toast. And I think the way he's perceived on Hard Knocks would have 80% to do with that. Like, he just came across as a boob on there. and as being kind of dishonest. To the owner.
That's, boy, I hope the Texans never do a Hard Knocks. It's just too much. There's just too much chance for it to go south in a bad way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like Bill O'Brien came off really, really well.
I think he was a winner. He was a winner from Hard Knocks.
It actually helped his PR on that side of things. And, by the time he got fired, it wasn't like one of those situations where, the Hard Knocks effect had nothing to do with why he still had his job then at that point or anything. But I think sometimes there might be actually good football people who come off really poorly on Hard Knocks just because they're not built for the camera or anything, and I don't need that.
All right, text message. Have you guys talked about Joe Mixon getting fined for something he didn't say? We did in the second segment of the show. Guess what, listener? We're going to do it again in this next segment. If you missed it, the NFL Discipline Committee, Keystone Cops, man, they're the worst, and we will give you the latest example coming up next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. I-80 freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the NFL, when it comes to discipline, is kind of a joke. We knew that. We know that here locally. The Azeez Al-Shaair three-game suspension. You know, so the suspension, okay, 3 games, get the hell out of here. And the way they adjudicated it and handled the PR part of it was obviously very janky, you know, making Azeez Al-Shaair basically out to be Satan in the process. So this one is on a lower level, but equally frustrating because it just shows how incompetent the John Runyon corner of the NFL offices handle their business, right? John Runyon, former offensive lineman, who, by the way, was a very dirty player, ironically is being tasked with...
Often named as one of the dirtiest players in the NFL.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's being tasked with handing down discipline for various things. Now, I don't know if Runyon's fingerprints are totally on this. You know, maybe Runyon just handles the on-field stuff, and there's somebody else who handles the, hey, you can't say that stuff. But Joe Mixon got fined yesterday, $25,000, initially for comments about the officials in the referees in the Texans' loss to the Chiefs, for comments that weren't even his. They're actually comments made on social media by former wide receiver T.J. Houshmandzadeh, who in his quote called the referees trash and biased. So they attributed those quotes to Joe Mixon in the letter they sent to him. You said this. And Mixon tweeted, I didn't say these things, essentially. I'm paraphrasing, but he got a $25,000 fine for something he didn't say. Here's what the tweet said from Houshmandzadeh. Why play the game if every 50-50 call goes with the Chiefs? These officials are trash and biased. And he actually put 4 wastebasket emojis there for where the trash part is. Good job by Florio translating the emojis. Good job, Mike. So the league fines Joe Mixon for that, $25,000. Mixon gets on Twitter yesterday around lunchtime and says, I'm getting fined by the NFL for what someone else said. What's next? I get fined by them for Connor McDavid cross-checking an opponent in an NHL game. Good job.
Good cross-sport reference by Joe Mixon there. I give him good sports radio points for that one.
Hockey. Yeah, how about that? And if we had a crystal ball, we would, when he says, what's next, we would say, oh, no, Joe, I'll tell you what's next. You still get fined $25,000, but they're just going to go, oh, that's right. We had the wrong quote in there. It's because you said this after the game.
Everybody know how it is playing up here. You can never leave it into the refs' hands. But I mean, the whole world see, man, like what it is, bro. But it is what it is. You know, like I said, when it comes down to it, you can't never leave it into the refs' hands, man, and things like that. But it's all good.
It's all good. It's all good.
So I've seen people get fined for statements like that before and everything. But it's just the vast. Just the illogical nature of finding a guy $25,000, including the more egregious quote, the more direct criticism in it as the evidence for why you're getting fined $25,000, and then saying, oh, okay, well, all right, but we're still fine. No, okay, you didn't actually say that, but we're still fining you the exact same amount.
You said this, over here.
Yeah, like, okay, this is the NFL. They act like internet commenters on this. Like they act like an old lady scrolling through Facebook, where she sees a meme that she likes and it suits how she feels about something. So, yep, that meme is true, no matter how obviously photoshopped it is. And that's what. And now except that they get to extract $25,000 from you while they're doing it. I don't know why they got to change the operation, because all it does is piss off fan bases and make them hate the NFL, like for no reason whatsoever, just for wantonly and brazenly disregarding any level of accuracy in how you mete out these punishments. And with Azeez Al-Shaair, it's the same thing. Before they ever give a player a chance to defend himself, explain himself, they issue this public statement.
Yeah.
Which, look, I know. And it's not like they're a court of law where the player is, by law deserves due process or anything. But no, just on the PR side of things, Americans don't like being basically accused by the authority figure and having statements put out, which the authority figure is acting as absolute and 100% true, when you haven't even had a chance to defend yourself.
Yep.
That's some third world BS,
It
man.
is. It is. We should point out $25,000, the Mixon fine. That's the max that you can get fined, I guess, for wherever Joe Mixon is in the recidivist category. The $25,000 was the maximum he could get fined for criticizing the officials. I think you and I are both in agreement on this, Seth. Like what he actually said was definitely critical of the officials, not nearly to the degree T.J. Houshmandzadeh. Like, there was no name-calling like Houshmandzadeh. He was just pointing out he disagreed with the calls, and you can't leave it up to the officials. That does not Joe Mixon's got plenty of money, but like he should have gotten fined less.
Well, this is where it gets interesting. Is okay, there were other Texans players, and including D'Amico. D'Amico had something that could be perceived as criticism, but it was kind of just skirting around it. If those guys aren't all fined, and yet Joe Mixon remains fined for, I would say, on the equal level of severity statement, then they've completely shown their ass.
Yeah.
No, you're basically, it's like when people get hooked in by an internet troll, they don't realize it's a joke or satire. A satire. When people don't realize that they're responding to a satire account, and the people will say, like, hey, dude, it's a satire account. Usually the guy actually feels the exact opposite of the comment he made. And the person that got offended will not stop being offended.
You're right.
They're like, well,
they double down.
You shouldn't joke about it anyway.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I thought jokes were supposed to be funny. I remain equally angry. Like, no, dude, just admit that you screwed up.
Yeah.
Just admit that you screwed up. Admit that you don't understand this modern digital world.
Oh my God, yeah. That's the times twice in my life where I've gotten duped by a satire account. Yeah. I just said, hey man, you got me. You just
Third-year Letterman is 3-year Letterman is a big one for that. Yeah, he's a satire account that he'll put out things kind of basically like talking about how Americans invented the English language, like completely nonsensical stuff.
Yeah.
And then some Euro will hop in and set the record straight. And then when people were like, dude, you got. They will not let go of the rope.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, well, but still, Americans are dumb in general. Everybody knows that.
Yes,
all right, but in this instance, you are the idiot.
Yep.
So, like, right now, in this instance, the NFL is the idiot, but they refuse to acknowledge it.
Someone asked the question. It is a good question. I realize that not everybody knows the answer to this. Where does the money for the fines go? The NFL pockets. It's actually not true.
It goes to charity.
Yeah, it goes to charity. Yeah, so
But the difference is maybe Joe Mixon already had his allotted amount that he had budgeted for charity
for sure.
in the year.
It doesn't make it right.
It's not nothing. And there's only, if they still do it this way, there's only a select number of charities that you can direct it to. So
do you get to choose if you're the fine?
You get to choose. Okay. You get to choose where the charity goes, which charity it goes to.
Okay. I know I've asked you this before. Did you get fined at any point?
I got fined a couple times. I can't remember who I gave it to.
Okay.
Just probably the most noble cause, whichever one it was.
Yeah,
listeners, whoever you're listening, whichever cause you find most noble, that was the one that I donated it to.
He's the venerable Pope Zaza. What else would you expect?
I was willing, yes. I gave, and I gave mightily. Mm-hmm. If anything, I was selfish in that I didn't get fined more often.
Yes.
A lot of times people would say, like, Brandy would be like, Seth, if we're kind of feeling not very charitable this year. Why don't you go out and just, try to bust up somebody's knee or something?
Hey,
do some good in this world.
Can we share Brandy's idea of how to handle the Mahomes thing?
Yes.
She had a great idea.
She thinks every team should have a goon.
Like hockey.
Yeah.
Like Dave Semenko back in the day with the Oilers and Wayne Gretzky, yeah.
And it took all of 1.5 seconds for you and me to simultaneously say, Neville Hewitt.
Yeah. We asked the question. We literally hit this. We were going to ask each other the question. We're both going, Neville Hewitt should be the guy. Yeah.
We're like, okay, but what situations? Should it be like a 3rd and long early in the game, or you just say, okay, hit him. They're going to pass the ball. Hit him no matter what. And that didn't make any sense because then you're going to concede a first down. I thought if you find yourself up against the Chiefs and it's like a 3rd and inches early in the game,
you're
like, all right, realistically, they're probably going to convert. They'll probably go for it on 4th if they don't convert on 3rd anyway. So just go ahead and just hit him no matter what.
Yeah.
The other problem, though, is this. Some people will say, well, like, hey, if you're going to get flagged for it anyway, you should just go ahead and hit him as hard as you can.
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem because it'll be a disincentive to the quarterback.
Yeah.
We were already in that situation.
Yeah.
The Texans are known as a team. They've had more they've had a good number of illegal, unsportsmanlike penalties and suspensions in the last couple of years.
Not just this year, right? Yeah.
And this year they had the most notable one in Azeez Elshire, who was playing in this game, and Pat Mahomes chose to still play his little games.
Yeah.
So the disincentive argument, it doesn't really work. And then the penalty is just too great. You lose. I mean, if you say we're going to hit him no matter what, and then one of your best players gets suspended for 3 games in the playoffs, it's too devastating. It would have to be a league-wide agreement by defensive players to say, hey, listen, once a game, we're going to hit a quarterback when he's sliding no matter what, until they change this rule.
It's kind of got to be somebody you can afford to lose for not just the rest of the game, but probably in the NFL, a significant chunk of the season as well. Like, it's got to be no disrespect to Neville Hewitt. He's just more expendable than several others on the team.
Yeah, we've got several months to figure this out, to figure out exactly how to use Neville Hewitt as a goon.
Okay, so it's going to be Neville Hewitt.
Yeah, he's our goon.
Like.
He's our goon.
Definitely the goon. Okay.
I hope if Neville Hewitt doesn't know hockey all that well, he might look at that as an insult if he hears about it. Like, I hope he understands that is an extreme compliment.
Major compliment.
Who was that little short dude in the NHL for years that was just terrifying? He was like 5'8" and one of the scariest guys.
It was.
We'll spend a segment on him later.
Text in 713-572-4610. All right. Speaking of which, Circle of Swarm. We've got our final tally as to who the swarmiest Texans were, and as I'm looking through it, there is one huge thing about these rankings that are very encouraging for 2025. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
Vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, Seth, text page came through big. We got a lot of hockey fans listening to the show. Ty Domi is the guy you're thinking
Ty
of.
Domi is the one I was thinking of,
Yep,
yeah. And was he 5'8", or was I underestimating it?
I don't know if he's 5'8". I didn't look it up, but I like the text, the very first text saying who it is. Ty Domi is the small goon that Seth is thinking of.
5'8". Yeah, he was 5'8".
Yeah. Dude, that's ballsy. A brawler in hockey? You're fighting guys probably like 4 or 5 inches taller than you on skates?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, and he's got skill. Well, it's just like the thing, man. It's like the whole thing about fighting on hockey skates, too, is that there's a technique to it that's a whole lot. So, like, if you're skilled at it, it'd be like me trying to box a boxer, a lightweight boxer. He's going to kick my ass if it's a boxing match.
Yeah.
You know, I'm tackling that little bro as soon as I can. But so, yeah, he had the skills of fighting on skates with, jerseys that can be pulled over your head and everything way better to where the height, he probably turned his height into an advantage.
Underrated 80s Rob Lowe movie, Youngblood. You ever see Youngblood?
I saw it. Yeah, that was back. The funniest thing about that the kids these days just wouldn't understand is that one of the hazing rituals that they put this minor league hockey player through was male grooming him. That was
shaving him.
They shaved him in his nether regions.
Right. Kids are watching it, and while they're holding their Manscaped razor in their hand,
So they're doing this guy a solid, or I guess the other part would be like, wait a second, nobody was arrested.
Yeah. Kids, sit down. Go get a case of beer and watch it. We'll give you a list of 80s movies to watch that don't age all that well.
Yeah, if you ever wonder why your parents are the way they are.
That's a good topic, actually. 80s movies that don't age well, and recommend kids these days go watch them.
Various times I think about the way I was hazed as a high school wrestler, and I'm like, oh man, wow.
There would be all sorts of arrests going on.
I could really ruin somebody's career right now for something that I kind of laugh about. What the hell?
So this would be the lead on the news now. So I was going, Seth, the other day I was going through our final tally on the Circle of Swarm. I'm sad that we don't get to do one this Friday. It means the Texan season is over. For those who don't know, Seth and I did a thing this year where at 7:20 every Friday, we would pick 6 Texans who were the swarmiest, whether, recently or needed to be going into the game. It was subjective, based totally on the criteria that Seth and I saw fit. Seth picked 3, I picked 3. There could be only 6. We called it the Circle of Swarm, and I actually kept a tabulation of who was named into the Circle of Swarm the most throughout the season. I kept the tabulation of who was named into it at all. D'Angelo Ross made it once. I see that because I've got my scorecard right here. The final tally, these are the top 10 players in the Circle of Swarm. And there's a common theme here that makes me very excited about next season. Daniil Hunter was the swarmiest. He was in there 11 times. That matches the eye test. Daniil Hunter, very swarmy this year. Number 2 on the list, tied.
And with Daniil, just real quick, I think that it's for him. It's tricky because he's not a violent hitter or anything like that. It was just for him. It was just the consistency of it, I think, and just how technically good he is. Like, he's just the ultimate and consummate professional.
You know he's out there, man.
It's not on that like kind of gut feel like, oh, this is a swarm type of guy. It's just he's always out there and always producing.
Yeah, and the one you're describing right there, the anti-Daniil would be Azeez Al-Shaair, who's just, for all those, like, he's swarming.
Yeah,
like
it's his violence and his leadership and all of that other stuff. So football violence.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he and Stingley were tied with 10. Then Nico Collins with 9. Yes, you can make it as an offensive player. Nico made it 9 times, and he missed 5 games this season. Like, Nico might have ended up being the king of swarm if he had stayed healthy this year.
We give that he's the offense's counterpart to Azeez Al-Shaair.
Correct.
Because Azeez missed a bunch of games, and he just the way that they show up consistently and the level of physicality for their position, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Joe Mixon and C.J. Stroud were next with 7, so you got 3 offensive players right in a row. I wouldn't hold your breath waiting for more offensive players coming anytime soon as I go down this list. With 6, Will Anderson Jr. Will Anderson Jr. not showing up as much as I thought he would in here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I don't know why that is.
You had it. Well, I'll tell you. You had a bias towards Daniil Hunter. So when we were going through it, a lot of times you would put Daniil Hunter in first, and I kind of felt like, all right, well, we got to spread this out amongst the position group some. So if Daniil or Will weren't, if they didn't have really impressive stats in a game, I kind of figured like, all right, well, we'll let Daniil. So maybe we'll have to workshop exactly how we handle that next year.
We may need to track the tabulation overall for the season closer going into doing it each week, because it's like, all right, well, if it's got to be Daniil or Will, one of the two, Daniil got it last week, so Will gets it. So Will was 6, and then with 4 were Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, and Kalen Bullock. Man, I get so depressed when I read the names of the guys who got injured to end the season, like Petrie, But Petrie, Lassiter, and Bullock, that's 10 guys right there, okay? All 10 of those guys are on this football team for 2025 at the minimum, Daniil Hunter, or at least 2, 3, or who knows, 10 more years. Like, you're not losing any of the swarmiest guys on the team. Hunter, Stingley, Azeez, Nico, Mixon, Stroud,
you know what?
Will Anderson, Petrie, Lassiter, Bullock, all back, several of them back for multiple years here.
You know what makes me feel good about that is that I feel like the swarm trait is pretty consistent. Like, it's not going to swing wildly from season to season. If a guy's not performing well, it doesn't matter how hard he plays. It's just he's not going to be in the swarm.
Right.
But yeah, like it's so much of it is about style of play and everything else that I feel pretty confident that the swarm quotient amongst these guys will stay pretty high.
Right. And I feel like to go to the last segment we just did where we were trying to identify who a good goon for the Texans would be, someone who could take a random opposing quarterback and teach him a lesson about sliding and how dangerous it is for them to slide late and really make it awfully dangerous by doing something that would be possibly career limiting. Neville Hewitt made it twice. I feel like now where you get down to guys who made it once, twice, 3 times swarmy here, that's where you start to get into the guys who would be the good goons because, they're by definition they're not your best players, but they're swarmy enough to get onto our list here. They're on the radar. Like Henry To'oTo'o. Would he make a good goon? Or I think it's probably still Neville Hewitt, right? Or we're going to say.
I don't think To'oTo'o is kind of – he wouldn't make a good goon.
Yeah.
I think he's got a potential to be more often in the circle of swarm than he was this year.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just – the way he plays – he's exactly that type. He plays the way you want a linebacker to play. He's sideline to sideline, all of that. He needs to, keep getting better at some of the run-pass recognition and all of that. But but not a goon. He doesn't strike me as a goon.
No,
type.
not a goon. The goon number 1 will be Neville Hewitt. Now, there's a lot of good quarterbacks out there, and Mahomes isn't the only one taking advantage of the rule. So if Neville Hewitt sacrifices his season, because I think if you gooned Patrick Mahomes, you're probably gone for the year. I would say warming Danico Autry up in the bullpen might not be a bad idea as goon number 2.
Yeah, the problem is he's too valuable as a player.
Yeah, I know.
He is too. Danico only made the circle of swarm twice this year, which is probably, again, the defensive line, the main guys were playing so well that Danico probably got squeezed out a few times. And I think in some of his better games, he had really good games, but other guys had better stats on the defensive line. But Danico, when he shows up with intent.
Yeah.
And so that's. But I don't want to part with him as an actual player on the field.
Well, he missed half the season too, so he didn't have nearly the at bats that the other guys did.
Did the Texans defensive line miss more games by starters to suspension than anybody else? Autry isn't technically a starter a lot of the times just because he's not starting a defensive end on first down.
No,
but he's out there as a pass rusher and on other downs a lot, or as a defensive end, rotating in.
And I think he was viewed coming into the season as their third best defensive lineman. You know what I mean? Like it was Will Anderson, it was Danielle Hunter, it was Danico Autry, and then a bunch of journeymen who we didn't know what they were going to be with D'Amico Ryans. So yeah. Between that, Mario Edwards. Hell, make it the whole front seven and add in Azeez Al-Shire's 3-game suspension. I bet it's not even close.
You could do it a weekly goon. You just put a goon on every week. You just do, we feel like this week, maybe this game plan doesn't match up as well for your skills, so this week you'll be the goon.
Can you imagine if the Texans were the one team in the NFL that just every week one of their practice squad elevations, it's just some totally dirty player who they send in for like 3 snaps?
Or they have Kareem Jackson on the practice squad just waiting for a moment.
Dude.
When, they called up Kareem Jackson this week.
For the Chiefs.
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Yes, that's what it needs to be. It's a practice squad designation for a veteran player who you use sparingly throughout the year, and it's going to be Kareem Jackson next year.
Are you all listening over there at NRG Stadium about the ideas coming out of this show right now?
Everybody, we're out there watching practice, and everybody's doing football drills. Well, meanwhile, on the over side, Kareem's working out on a heavy bag. His hands all taped up.
Kareem is jettisoning like a rocket head first into moving targets.
Yes, it's exactly what it needs to be.
This is a good comparison, cross-sport. Danielle Hunter is the Michael Brantley of the Texans.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
That's a good comp, man. Super productive, very quiet, but super productive and probably supremely respected in the locker room, right?
Yeah, I used the word professional 3 times in describing him. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's what Michael Brantley was.
That's Brantley, too. Text message, I was discouraged by Azeez Al-Shire's play in the Kansas City game. He could have made a game-changing interception, and he missed a few tackles. He was banged up, too. He left that game for a while, was listed questionable, and came back in.
There were a lot of times during the game where he was a liability.
Yep.
And I think that it's for him, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because he was playing through an injury. It did, though, still, even on the touchdown, the Kelsey touchdown, though, Azeez was banged up, but his eyes weren't in the right place. No. I mean, sometimes your injuries affect you in that way because everything's just a little bit slower. But he missed a tackle in the fourth quarter on Kareem Hunt that I think he typically would have made, which I think that could have been injury related. So that was one of a healthy Azeez Al-Shire. Maybe that game goes a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm. Someone texted in Revenge of the Nerds. I think that's in response to our Youngblood discussion a few moments ago. And
things that really don't age well. Yeah, there was a scene that basically, I don't even want to get into the topic. There were a lot of things that were just flat out sexual assault in comedy movies back then. You look back on it like, oh, crap.
Now, that said, send in movies that don't age well, because I do want to make a list. I don't need to read them all on the air, but I do want to make a list of movies that don't age well, like 80s movies that don't age well. If you want to text in 713-572.
For reasons of like actual either political correctness or just genuinely like, oh, wait a second, that's a crime.
Right. You're still talking about things that happen in those movies. Yeah, for sure. Hey, let me ask you this real quick. So yesterday was my birthday. I got a lot of texts from people. I'm asking you how I should feel about this. I got a lot of texts from people wishing me a happy birthday. And I would say I'm not a huge wish people a happy birthday texter. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, if I see it's somebody's birthday out there or whatever, and if it's, I'll text them, but I don't go seeking it out. Like, I don't go to Facebook and check whose birthday is it that day.
Yeah.
So I got texts from a lot of people who I'm probably not going to text happy birthday to them. Should I feel bad about that?
No, you shouldn't feel bad about that. That's if that's on them. If you're an adult and you're seeking out validation in the form of birthday wishes,
right?
I gotta say, get over yourself.
Yeah, like I don't keep track of those things, so that's okay. So I shouldn't feel bad.
I'm spoiled though, because Brandy and I have a similar. We're not all that attached to ceremonious things like that. Like my stepfather basically reminds both of us of our anniversary every year. Like both of us completely forget our anniversary. I'd say more times than not. We'll be like, oh, hey, we should go out to dinner because our anniversary was last week. So like that, we're simpatico in that regard.
That's good.
It's never been an issue in our relationship. Yeah.
Ours
or at least she claims that she is. Who knows? Maybe she's secretly seething.
So it's all going to bubble to the surface at some point.
She's got a Google Doc of times that I've forgotten her birthday or anniversary.
It's funny. That would be funny. So Amy and I, our anniversary is February 29th because we got married on Leap Day. You were there.
Yeah.
You were there for the occasion, for the festivities. And everybody that I tell that to is like, wow, that's really smart. Because now you only have to celebrate your anniversary once every 4 years, and I'm like, you are the dumbest person I've ever talked to. Amy gets it on February 28th and March 1st every year, and then the 29th needs to be like a big deal, like a big deal.
My half sister Jen did a smart thing, which was she got married on 11/11/11. November 11th, 2011, and I remember because I don't know if you were doing the show with Granado at the time, but it was the time I was calling in weekly to your guys' show.
That was that season,
and I remember there was a little bit of a glitch on my appearance because I was calling from St. Thomas. And I had to borrow somebody's cell phone because my cell phone was at the bottom of the Caribbean at that point.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, she had a kick-ass party like leading into, and because she lives in St. Thomas, and her husband is a charter boat operator.
Oh,
so we had a freaking awesome time.
Oh man!
And I had at one point decided to see if I could still do a backflip off the back of the boat. And I nailed the backflip, but forgot that I had my phone in my hand.
In your hand?
Yeah.
I can see it in your pocket. Like
Granado, I can remember Granado saying, "Oh, you must have been so polluted." And I was like, "Yes, I was."
Oh yeah, that's hilarious that it was in your hand. Like in your back pocket, I could see like how you just forget.
Oh, I forgot that it was in my hand.
That's great.
And I didn't hold on to it when I hit the water.
Oh my God. Hey, Jonathan Alexander has an article that just went up on the Chronicle on HoustonChronicle.com about the Texans offense this year. Long form article where he talked to a bunch of people in the building about what exactly went wrong. There are 3 themes that are cited the most by the people Jonathan talked to. We will run these through the Payne and Pendergast car wash here. How valid are they? How fixable are they? We'll do that coming up next. But first,
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so apparently, Seth, there's a YouTube channel out there called This Aged Great, sarcastically.
Oh, yeah, like a freezing cold takes type of thing?
A little bit. Yeah, kind of. This Aged Great. And someone said on the text page, it's a hilarious video series. Aged poorly. Soul Man? Yes. One of the guys.
Okay.
60. Soul Man, big time.
Yeah.
16 Candles. Yeah, like those. Yeah, the texter says you should look up This Aged Great on YouTube. It's a hilarious video series. Guess what I'm going to be doing for 3 hours this afternoon? Any movie that had a Diddy cameo did not age well.
Oh God,
said.
yeah, that's man. Yeah, I'll tell you. You know the real shame is that the Cosby Show was a great show.
Yeah,
like in that it was really, as opposed to a lot of sitcoms, it was like a real world kind of like a comedy about the challenges of parenting, but they were good parents. The kids were good kids.
Yeah.
They weren't obnoxious.
No.
You know, but they did kid stuff and they misbehaved and everything. But it wasn't like the comedy wasn't based on the kids making the parents look like idiots or vice versa. I mean, it really is a shame that if you could detach Bill Cosby and everything you came to learn about him from the actual show itself.
Yeah.
It was a great example as opposed to a lot of one thing you realize as you get older is like, oh man, a lot of these like characters that I looked up to in TV shows and everything, the intention was that no, they're bad people. Like,
yeah.
As a kid, you don't know it.
Yeah.
Like, so you don't genuinely really get the comedy in it. All you're looking at is like, oh yeah, that's a character on television that I identify with. I'm going to be more like Bart Simpson. Yeah. So,
yeah.
Like, it's just a shame because it was a really good show.
Yeah.
A really good show.
And it's canceled now. You can't find it.
I can't remember the last time I stumbled into a Cosby Show rerun or anything.
Nope.
I did that. I'm in a similar situation with, there's a band that Brandy and I have stumbled into that we really both like. And I know some things about something that have happened to one of the band members, things he's been accused of, that I don't want to tell Brandy about it. And I'm not going to say who the band is because Brandy might be listening right now. Yeah. I'm like, this is an awesome band, and I don't need her to know that the cello player did this.
Oh, man.
Anybody who knows the band I'm talking about knows that, the one with the cello player.
Oh,
all right,
okay.
Yeah. Not many bands out there with a cello player.
No, not these days. So Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle, who he joins us on the pregame show on Texans road games. He's going to be on with the guys on the drive this afternoon, talk about this long-form piece that he did here for the Chronicle on where things went wrong for the Texans offensively this year. He's got a lot of quotes in here from people, and I'm going to get to the bullet points of the kind of the summary part here, so Seth and I can sink our teeth into it because we won't get a chance to read it in full probably till after the show today. But Jonathan says this: the headline reads, "Why the Texans came up short of the Super Bowl hype: a loss of identity, injuries, and the O-line." And here's the sort of summary part of the article at the top. The Chronicle spoke to a dozen players, coaches, front office members, team officials, and league sources to identify what went wrong. Their reasons often varied, but the most common were these three. Okay, so I'm going to go through these one at a time, Seth. The first one is...
Let's look at this. I'm going to look at this through the filter of, all right, A, is this valid, or is this somebody trying to shift blame? And then B, is this fixable?
Yes. Number one, the Texans initially lacked an identity on offense, in part because of the wealth of weapons and many injuries.
Okay. The injuries, I'm very loath to accept that as an excuse because even with the injuries, they still had... At any given time, okay, Nico Collins is injured. You've still got two really good weapons at wide receiver. The O-line injuries weren't nearly as bad as they were last year. So I'm not going to accept injuries, although that can get better if you don't get injured as much last year. As far as not having an identity, I think C.J. Stroud basically confirmed that in his press conference at the end of the season, where he talked about the good offenses tend to get really, really good at doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
And over the course of the season, they'll change things up as to, the looks they show, how they get into those plays, everything. But it's a lot of the same guys doing the same things. And, yeah, there was nothing they could hang their hat on offensively. They just weren't doing anything well. And it felt like a hodgepodge of attempted solutions every week.
Anytime there's a gathering of stars where you go star hunting and you pick up Diggs and you pick up Mixon and you bring guys back, people cite the 2011 Eagles where Vince Young said dream team before the season, and the season was a disaster. The season wasn't a disaster for the Texans. They didn't live up to expectations, but it wasn't a disaster. But if there were a quote that we would go back and get from training camp that would hold the same sort of gravitas as the dream team quote by Vince Young, it would be CJ calling the offense a five-headed monster.
Right.
Like, because Jonathan cites the wealth of weapons as an issue, almost as if there was too many mouths to feed at the beginning of the season.
And it did. I would point to one of my own quotes. With the feeling I had when I was standing out on the field was, I don't know how defenses are going to slow this wide receiver core down.
Yep.
And then immediately, of course, you saw, they're going to play a bunch of cover two. Of course. It's the most obvious answer in the world.
Yeah.
But with that, what you would expect or hope is that, okay, if teams are going to play a bunch of cover two, then you'll tear them up in the short game, the short passing game, and you'll run the hell out of the football.
Yep.
But the Texans didn't do either of those things in response to it.
Nope.
They had no identity.
Right, no identity, and if injuries are a part of that, I don't know, I don't know how you fix that unless it's get hurt less. You know what I mean? That's. So here's the second one. These again are reasons cited by the dozen players, coaches, and several other people associated with the Texans about what went wrong offensively this year. Jonathan Alexander, the Chronicle. Number 2 of the reasons, they often failed to execute small details in critical situations.
Yeah, and that's, we heard it from the coaches every single week. We got to execute, we got to execute. The fixable part of that is they did make progress in some regards along the way. The part that I'm not so sure is fixable is that they seemed at times wholly at a loss how to handle relatively simple things, like games on the defensive line or any kind of movement in the run game when a defensive tackle or defensive end would slant inside. It would screw up everybody's responsibilities in the run blocking. Now, that could be as simple as, hey, Chris Strausser wasn't getting it done. What I worry about is that sometimes the offensive line coach and the offensive coordinator are at odds with how to actually get it done and how to handle things, and the offensive coordinator expects things out of the offensive line that are unrealistic, or vice versa. It's impossible to know exactly whose fault that was without being in the building. So just swapping out an offensive line coach, I'm only mildly optimistic that would be the solution. It could very well be that Bobby Slowick, who was a passing game coordinator in San Francisco, might just not know how to scheme and coach up a run game.
That's a sneaky big hire they've got coming up, the offensive line. That's I don't even know if it's sneaky. I think it's big. It's just big.
The other big part about that in big moments, and we saw this at the very end of the season, blitz pickup.
Yeah.
In setting protections, executing protections, all of that. They were just horrendously bad at times at blitz pickup.
Yep. All right, so that's number 2. The number 3 reason Jonathan Alexander has cited by his many, many sources that he talked to for this article, and he says this is the biggest of all. The offensive line was so bad at times it made it difficult for C.J. Stroud to even operate.
Yeah, and we cover some of that in the first 2 points. I think the sum total of it is that the way that affected C.J. was really damaging, because it's one thing if guys are getting beat physically. If a guy gets beat in pass protection, hey, that's going to happen. Sometimes it happens more with some guys than you feel it should, but it's going to happen. And a quarterback can deal with that. That's something, because it's one guy, and typically, okay, the pressure might come a couple of seconds into the down. There were just way too many times where it was either a poor pass protection set up to deal with the defense, or there were missed assignments in the pass protection to where the pressure was immediate. Mm-hmm. And it was from a place where CJ wouldn't have anticipated it. If CJ knows what the protection is, he's got to be confident enough that, all right, my blind side's taken care of.
Yeah.
And if the guy just doesn't get blocked and CJ's getting crushed early in the down, it's really hard for a quarterback to operate in those circumstances. And you could almost see within games, the Packers game especially, where you could see CJ had just been hit so many times that he just didn't have faith that he was going to be able to work his way through the reads. When CJ at the end of that Packers game threw that meaningless completion to Tank Dell on the sideline that did nothing for them in that moment, he actually had time where he could have come back across the formation and gone to his third read, John Mechie, and maybe for a touchdown. But by that point in the game, CJ just didn't trust the protection.
He didn't trust the protection, and not just that he was throwing to Tank because he wasn't trusting what he saw with Mechie. That was, in terms of game management, a horrible decision to throw to anybody along the sidelines because you were trying to keep the clock moving at that point and not leave Green Bay time to do exactly what they did, which is go kick a game-winning field goal.
And that completion did nothing for you. It made,
zero.
Well, now, Kaimi Fairbairn turning into what he did. You need every yard in your field goal.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, it did nothing for the Texans. Oh, no, they needed a touchdown at that moment, right?
No, they kicked the go-ahead field goal.
They kicked the field goal. That's right, yeah. But it didn't do anything for him game management or scoring a touchdown instead of the field goal, et cetera. But then remember the other thing that came out of that game was that CJ had received nothing in his ear headset about, and they had a timeout before that where they could have talked to him about the situation and about, how to handle this, where CJ, not trying to throw anybody under the bus or anything, just kind of described the situation, and nobody had talked to him about the game management.
They were coming out of the 2-minute warning.
Yeah,
and they hadn't talked about it in the 2-minute warning.
Right, and so there was that. That's where it felt very much like for a team that also struggled to get up to the line and get the pre-snap process done for a large chunk of the season. It just felt like, man, these guys have moved backwards in a lot of the game management elements.
Yeah, that's a great point. I would add that as a fourth reason. I think these three are perfectly valid. I mean, we saw it with our own eyes, right? The lack of identity on offense, the inability at times to execute little details. And maybe what you and I are talking about kind of falls into that umbrella, the little details. I think of the little details, the small details, as some of the stuff you're talking about, like missed assignments, mental errors. I think you do put the coaches in here, D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick and whoever else, that the game operation, the sideline operation, wasn't nearly as clean this year, it felt like at times, as last season was.
And a lot of that goes back to, I think, in some ways, just they were trying to start out at the 300 level when they need to, especially when you've got new parts on offense. Every year in the NFL, I mean, Andy Reid talks about this every year. You got to start back at square one in a lot of ways because every team is different every year. And you got to be sure that you really hammer the staples and get good at the basics before you can start getting up to that 200, 300, 400 level stuff. I think when you're trying to, in your mind, you want to be this grand chess master, brilliant orchestra conductor type of offense, you got to take care of the basics first.
Absolutely.
If your oboe player sucks, you can't have a good orchestra.
That's right.
And they had too many bad oboe players on this orchestra.
Several poor oboe players.
Yes.
All right, Payne and Pendergast.
No offense to Chester.
Oh, Chester Pitts. That's right. He was an oboe player, but he was an outstanding.
It was a bassoon. It was either the oboe. It was some kind of woodwind.
I forget which woodwind it was. I was just about to say woodwind. Didn't think that word would come up on the show today. Let's rate the shade. A recent head coaching hire had something to say about a division rival. How good is this? Is this even shade, or how good is it? We'll rate the shade coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not a blame on the refs.
chemistry together? Like, were they on a staff together somewhere at some point, Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur?
I didn't see it in the articles that I had read.
Yeah.
I didn't go into a deep dive on it or anything, but usually sports writers are pretty good at bringing that up.
Yeah.
I think it's just the rivalry they've had.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like that's some good psyop stuff, because I feel like that's something that Packers fans might really latch onto. And that's now right now they're lashing out. One quote from a Packers fan is he's a little B word and a hoe.
Ben Johnson is a hoe?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm looking. They were never on a staff together. Ben Johnson spent a ton of years with the Dolphins. He was with the Dolphins from 2012 through 2018, and then he went to the Lions, and he's been with the Lions. So he's only been in 2 stops in the NFL after leaving Boston College as a position coach there in the early 2010s. But yeah,
Matt LaFleur was, I don't know, did they go to Central Michigan or anything together? Or, I don't know. He went to Matt LaFleur went to Western Michigan.
Yeah,
but he's kind of in that Shanahan tree, and Ben Johnson's not in the Shanahan tree.
No, Ben Johnson went to North Carolina and then did some college coaching at BC, and then he's been Dolphins Lions. So that is, unless they met at a coaching convention or something and they vacation. What level of friend do you need to be with somebody?
A pretty good friend.
Where that's not construed as shade, and especially after he just heaped praise. You would expect him to heap praise on Dan Campbell. That's his former boss.
Right.
But that Kevin O'Connell got lumped in. Kevin O'Connell, just like Matt LaFleur, lost in the wild card round of the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
They both. I know the Vikings won 14 games and the Packers only won 11. You got to be a pretty good friend with somebody for that to be, hey, just kidding around, bro.
Yeah, this is that's full board going into, man. Is maybe and getting the emotional fan base on your side and everything. That's going for it. Well, that's really going for it. I bet Bears fans are just eating that up.
For
obviously.
Sure, yeah, because the Packers are there. That's their. Those teams all hate each other in that division. But
the Packers have owned the Bears, and the Packers make jokes about. I'm guessing LaFleur has made some little weaselly comments and remarks about it before.
Yeah. No, Packers and Bears are probably. If you were to rank the rivalries in that division, Packers and Bears probably at the top. Maybe Vikings and Packers up there as well. But I went and looked up. I'm like, okay, well, did this guy just beat up on the Packers every year, Ben Johnson? They swept them this year because they were 15-2. They swept the Packers this season. They split last year. It's not like they've made just this routine out of just destroying the Packers all the time.
Right. Well, no, but also, but that's the whole thing. Is that now with Ben Johnson in town, that's what you're going to destroy.
I'm saying the Lions with Ben Johnson on the staff.
Right. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought because the Bears beat them this year, right? I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I like it. I approve that. I approve that message.
Yeah. It just, I don't know. It just sounds like Ben Johnson sounds a little like Brian Kelly saying, I haven't even won all my games yet. I'm like, dude, you've never won all your games. You swept the Packers this year. You didn't sweep them last year, Benny Johnson.
You put it right out there. I do think I'm kind of surprised for a first-time head coach who doesn't, maybe he's got more of a personality of like a Steve Spurrier. Maybe he is that guy, and we just don't know it because he's just not out front and center all the time.
You nailed it. They are probably eating this up in Chicago. Hey, that's our guy. That's our head coach. That's
it's one thing to be Steve Spurrier and talk a lot of smack when you've already got the resume for it. Lane Kiffin is the guy that it's at a certain point you just got to stand back and admire his commitment to the game. Because he'll do it no matter what the situation is. Doesn't matter if his team is awesome or disappointing or anything. He is committed to the bit of being Lane Kiffin. I don't know if Ben Johnson's got it in him. And it's harder to do in the NFL. It's a little bit harder to do in the NFL.
I was surprised because there have been a lot of reports about how kind of, low-key he was in interviews and things like that. But all the footage I've seen of him since he got that job, he seems like fun. He seems like he's a pretty high-energy guy.
Yeah, no, and it definitely, it doesn't seem like they've got some kind of relationship where they go to, Cancun with their families every year or anything like that. Right. It's not lighthearted jabbing. He's just taking a shot at Matt LaFleur.
Yeah. This is a good analogy. Someone said, Ben Johnson is Goldilocks, and he's taking a poke at Baby Bear instead of Mama Bear and Papa Bear.
Oh, yeah.
He's picking on the shortest of the three. They're all good teams, though. That's the thing. Like, the Packers, they're not as good as the Vikings and the Lions, but, I mean, they were 11-6 this year.
What if he had called the big one where he could get away with taking a jab at Dan Campbell, but if he had made a jab along the lines of, we'll see how they do with their new offensive coordinator. Hey, Dan Campbell's a hell of a coach, but, we'll see how he does with a different offensive coordinator.
That would have been amazing.
That would have been awesome.
Oh, my God. Awesome. That would have been amazing. Well, here's the thing, too. Like, with something like that with Dan Campbell, the word on the street is that Ben Johnson wants to bring the Lions offensive line coach with him to be the OC in Chicago. This just in, the Lions have had the best offensive line in football the last few years. Now, they've got good players. That helps. Yeah. But they've been a really, really well-run unit. So now, when you've got Aaron Glenn, who wants to bring Mark Brunell with him and God knows who else from Detroit, and you got Ben Johnson wanting to bring the O-line coach with him for a promotion, and again, God knows what other quality control coach he wants to come be a position coach. Like, when you're Dan Campbell and you're sort of like a side of the football agnostic head coach. You got both of your coordinators getting hired, and these are both guys that you've delegated everything to. You're just a setter of culture and a CEO. Dude, he's going to be so busy hiring people over the next several weeks, and hiring sucks. It's horrible.
Well, it's horrible. Well, we saw this too. You always wonder with a first-time head coach, especially, like, how built out is your Rolodex of guys that you want, and then the other problem is, all right, you want a good offensive line coach? They tend to be under contract more times than not, and guys can't make lateral moves. You can't go after somebody. So having like a large group, a large list of people on your hot list that you have a relationship with, especially guys that might be currently in college, because you could grab one of those guys. It's hard. It's hard, and that's where I don't think that the Texans probably got their first option or their dream guy in Chris Strausser as the offensive line coach, but he was the best guy available at the time.
Yep.
And that's where we'll start to, or we'll continue to evaluate D'Amico more and more on his ability to fill out his coaching staff, which whoever they hire as offensive line coach this year, is it somebody that ends up doing a good job? Because it's completely and totally on D'Amico now. He's had time. He's been here for 2 years.
Yes.
He should have a list of 20 different guys that he's interested in and how and why they should work out.
Oh,
and
dude.
it's all on D'Amico right now. You're not just doing this by the seat of your pants.
The latest that he should have been putting that list together would be like 3 weeks into this season. You know what I mean?
Well, right. And I think that's right. I would imagine most guys are doing it on a continual basis.
I would expect D'Amico has a list that predates him becoming a head coach.
Right.
To some degree.
Right. Yeah. I mean, for the whole, at every position on the team, really. The hiring of coaches is one of those little hidden things that it's hard to measure and keep track of, about, like, okay, who gets the most out of his assistant coaches, who actually hires good assistant coaches, who takes guys with promise and actually develops them. Bill O'Brien always wanted to be a guy who had guys who had been with him a long time and came up through the system so they know the way he works and operates. And I don't think he did a great job of developing assistant coaches. He just or getting the most out of them. Because there would be times on the Texans where you'd look at, like, okay, that's a well-coached defense. The offense doesn't look so well coached.
Yeah, I think you're always better off, if you have to err to one side or the other, hire the person that wants your job. You know what I mean? Like, hire the person that is trying to be more than that position coach. I
don't know. It depends, though, because, like, some of the very best coaches are guys like Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach for the Eagles. He doesn't want to be anything more than an offensive line coach ever.
I'm not saying just hire those guys. I'm saying if I had to, if this is my own personal preference, if I had to pick one or the other, I've hired a lot of people in my pre-radio life. I always, if I was on the fence about somebody, my tiebreaker was always, okay, is this somebody who's looking to climb, who's looking to do what I'm doing, that kind of thing.
I guess it's a case-by-case basis. Because I just know that, like, the very best defensive line coaches and offensive line coaches I've known tend to be guys that are lifers. Like, they got no aspirations above that. They just love doing what they do.
Yeah. I'm not saying make your whole staff out of those guys. I'm just saying for me, that's just sort of
that was a few of them.
That was the coin flip.
It always felt like O'Brien had like minions.
Yeah, the whole staff. Like Vrabel was an outlier, you know?
Right. Well, no, on the offensive side of the ball.
On the offensive side,
on the offensive side of the ball, he was much more willing to go with more veteran dudes or guys that didn't come from his. On defense, on the offensive side of the ball, he wanted his guys.
Yeah, he could have used a few outside climbers. You know what I mean? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Finalists have been named for some of the hardware that's going to get dished out over the next few weeks, including the MVP. We got the big two. There's a third finalist here. Could there be an argument made for the third guy, the non-quarterback who made the finalists? We'll get to that coming up next.
It is 2025. I know you might still be writing 2024 on your checks. It's
Plus.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you. 713-572-4610 is the number if you want to hit us on the text page. We're getting a lot of Mike Munchak texts talking about the O-line coaching vacancy right now.
Mike Munchak, now this is the interesting thing about Mike Munchak, is I love him. I mean, I played against his units, his offensive lines, and I always just knew he was a really good offensive line coach because his offensive lines were a pain in the ass, including guys that were journeymen who weren't really good offensive linemen, but they made life really difficult for you because of the finer aspects of the game. Their technique was always really good. They did a great job of duping you into, taking you one way and then basically jujitsuing your own momentum against you. I hated playing against his offensive lines because he was a really good coach. Mm-hmm. I guess the thing with Munchak is that I think he's retired and he wants to be retired, and he would be a guy that he's 64 years old. I don't know how eager he would be to get pulled back into it, or if he would be maybe necessarily the same guy. I have zero clue, but it's worth a conversation for sure. It's
absolutely worth a conversation. Now, if you recall, I believe he moved to Denver to be with family, and he was the offensive line coach there for a few years. He's actually been a consultant on the offensive side of the ball for the Rams the last 2 seasons. I'm looking at his Wikipedia page in 2023 and 2024. So this recent season and the season before, he served as a consultant for the Rams. Rams head coach Sean McVay expressed interest in adding him to the permanent coaching staff at the end of last year, at the end of 2023, but he remained in the consulting role the following year. So this feels like a guy right now, Seth, at age 64, that still loves to be around football, but is doing it in such a way that his quality of life is not full-time coaching quality of life.
No, and it's a pretty cush job these days because you can do so much of it remotely. I mean, you've got all the film digitally immediately as soon as all the other coaches do, and you can kind of do your work and then go hang out with your grandkids.
Yes.
So I wouldn't get my hopes up for Mike Munchak. Now, obviously, if you try to lean hard into the Houston nostalgia or something, for the youngsters out there, Mike Munchak is a Hall of Fame offensive lineman who played for the Oilers and the Titans in his career, and then was the Titans O-line coach forever. I'm doubtful that he'll want to get pulled back into the fray.
Yeah, it would be fun if he did. Someone's suggesting Bruce Matthews as well. Yeah, I have no idea. That would be
Bruce,
a good
same
one,
thing. Bruce lives here locally, and he coached for a little bit. But Bruce also, Hall of Fame offensive lineman. Both those guys made good money, and you're not going to lure them with money, I don't think. And I think Bruce Matthews is a guy that played football for 20 years, wanted to see if he could be an offensive line coach, and tried it for a while, and probably he's also because Bruce is another guy that has like 6 kids, does he not?
Yeah, he's got a lot of kids,
and they're like we talked about early in the show. If you guys want to listen on the Odyssey Rewind, people who have multiple boatloads of children, the kids seem to be incredibly well behaved. And every time I've ever interacted with Munchak's family, with Bruce Matthews' family, I'm like, oh, this is just a delightful family.
They are, yeah.
I say all that to say I'm also, I wouldn't be optimistic that Bruce Matthews wants to jump back into coaching, but also worth the conversation.
Yeah. And jumping back into coaching, and also this isn't like you're taking over for an offensive line coach who got promoted somewhere else because the offensive line was so amazing here. You're coming in, you're having to fix some stuff coming in here,
I don't want to lobby too hard for Bruce Matthews because Bruce Matthews, full disclosure, he always says very nice things about me. So I'd be like, they need Bruce Matthews on this
You
team.
would soft shoe your criticism of him on the show.
We need Bruce Matthews. There's a chance that Bruce Matthews at some point might make a casual reference to me as a player, and that'd be good for me. So full disclosure, for totally selfish reasons, I want Bruce Matthews to be a coach on this squad.
Hey, man, you won't get any pushback from me on something like that.
I played against Bruce Matthews, and it was I always have to be careful when I say this because I think sometimes it almost sounds like a backhanded compliment or something. I played against Bruce Matthews at the tail end of his career.
Mm-hmm.
So I was not getting the peak Bruce Matthews experience, and he was still
I was gonna say,
the biggest pain in the ass to play against because he was so smart. He was just so savvy. And there were things that he couldn't do physically that he could do when he was younger. But you would still, like on the whole jiu-jitsu side of things, you'd be like, oh, I got this, old man. Oh, why am I on my back? Damn it.
Yeah, man. That old man strength.
No, and it was just, I was lucky enough to not have to face him when he was at the absolute peak of his powers, and he was still just a nightmare to play against.
All right, the finalists have been named for the awards in the NFL. They'll get handed out at the NFL Honors Ceremony in New Orleans, Super Bowl week. That was a fun one last year for Texan fans because you had CJ as a lock for Offensive Rookie of the Year. You had Will Anderson Jr., who was in a dogfight with Jalen Carter for Defensive Rookie of the Year. DeMeco Ryans lost Coach of the Year by a tiebreaker with Kevin Stefanski. So the awards season last year for the Texans was popping pretty good. This year, not so much. And, that's just the nature of the award. CJ and Will aren't rookies anymore. DeMeco, if you're going to win the Coach of the Year award, you win it one of two ways. You're either really overachieving expectations as a first-year head coach, or you are achieving through the roof as a veteran head coach.
Or your head coach gets cancer, and you operate as the interim coach. Did Arians win it that year when he was the interim head coach?
I think he did when Pagano was up.
Chuck Pagano got cancer.
Yeah.
He survived, everybody. I'm not speaking so casually about it. Without
regular on the Pat McAfee show. Yeah,
he made it through.
The 5 finalists for Most Valuable Player. Josh Allen, in alphabetical order. Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson. I think the most noteworthy thing there, honestly, Seth, is that Joe Burrow is a finalist for the MVP award, and his team didn't even make the playoffs this year. He put up monster numbers on a team with a horrific defense.
That was, and it gets really interesting. This turns into a little bit of a Hakeem versus David Robinson scenario, depending on whether Josh Allen gets it or not. Gets the award, because if Lamar Jackson gets it, but Josh Allen just beat Lamar Jackson, Bills fans will feel like Rockets fans did back in the day when David Robinson won the MVP. Despite
Well, they're going to name it after the two play. That's the only Hakeem had to watch David Robinson get the trophy handed to him before Game 4 of the Western Conference. And then he destroyed him.
Right.
He beat him like a drum. He averaged 32 and 16 against him.
The really good point I saw from a Bills fan this week, or a Bills writer or something, was, man, the Bills players after the game, now, granted, the Bills players who said this know how it's going to play, I think. And so they were basically like, we just need to be sure we shut down Derrick Henry. That's the thing. They were more worried about Derrick Henry than Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Now, I could see myself as a player, if I were playing on Josh Allen's team, I totally would say something like that after the game.
That's
I'm going to stick it to him.
That's petty.
Yeah.
That's some good petty.
You want a preview of what the petty cast is going to be like?
When I'm a radio host someday. Oh, that's funny. Who do you think? Oh no, who do you think wins that thing? Lamar? It seems like Lamar has started to regain. Josh Allen was like a minus 900 favorite to win it with 3 weeks left in the season, and I feel like the Texans had a say in all this on the Christmas Day game against the Ravens.
You know what? I said it during the season, or I said it leading up to the Ravens game, and then I definitely said it afterwards. I get way more stressed out. I get way more sympathetic stress watching a team try to defend the Ravens than I do the Bills. And that's not probably the fairest way to assess it. But especially after I saw the Ravens do what they did to the Texans, I'm always like, oh, my gosh, you have to be perfect. You have to be perfect to play this team and to slow them down. Yeah. And the Bills, obviously nobody's ever perfect, but the Bills were really damn good at it, and then they made Lamar Jackson turn the ball over to him, which the Texans were unable to do. And it's not like the Ravens weren't undefeated this year, and they had games where they scored fewer than 20 points, but you've just got to be really, really good on that day. So And I try not to think about the fact of like, oh, well, Josh Allen didn't have a Derrick Henry. Like, yeah, it is what it is. It's a team sport. So I would still go with Lamar Jackson.
I can get with that. The Defensive Player of the Year finalists, and there was a point in the season where Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter were 2 and 3 on the odds board for Defensive Player of the Year. Neither of them are finalists for this. Zach Bond, who's been a find for the Eagles, they signed him away from New Orleans, and he's been great for them this year. Linebacker. Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks, Patrick Surtain of the Broncos, cornerback, and T.J. Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers. T.J. Watt was the favorite late in the season, but he went something like 193 snaps without registering a stat at the end of the year.
And I thought he was a runaway favorite for much of the year in the beginning of the season. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. And it's not shade at T.J. Watt. It's just that there were other guys that were having comparable or better seasons, and yet T.J. Watt was the runaway favorite, which I feel like that's, sometimes Vegas just gets it wrong. Or maybe they were, sometimes Vegas is trying to get as much action as they can.
That's
and
true.
T.J. Watt's very popular and
very
player and a Steeler, so that maybe they were trying to get action on it.
Yeah.
So it makes more sense, and especially I think kind of like Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, Jalen Carter was the favorite for much of the season.
Yep.
For the Eagles, but then the Eagles' defense fell apart in the latter part of the season. The Eagles fell apart as a team and defensively to a certain degree. They lost 4 games in a row in the regular season. It would end up being 5 games in a row with the postseason. So that's I'm very doubtful that it ends up being T.J. Watt.
Okay, it's two more I want to bounce off of you here. Offensive Rookie of the Year: Brock Bowers, Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, Bo Nix, and Brian Thomas Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That is a pretty salty group of 5 rookies, right? In terms of that, you could argue Pro Bowl, maybe not for Bo Nix, but the rest of these guys, Malik Neighbors on a horrible offense put up big numbers with the Giants. Brock Bowers was setting records in a bad offense for the Raiders at tight end.
Let's break down the advanced stats. Which one of those guys are a quarterback?
Exactly. I was going to get to him. Jaden Daniels. I mean, Jaden Daniels is a runaway favorite to win the thing. But these are. But I'm just looking at the 5. These are that's 5 damn good rookies, man. Those guys had good seasons.
It's C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, man, was just not trying to be diplomatic. He used the word "very" 5 times in describing how he was very, 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 very happy for Jaden Daniels in the season that he had. And CJ called it the best rookie season of all time. Didn't have any issues at all with any records that Jaden Daniels broke of CJ Stroud. These guys know each other going back to Inland Empire. They're both from Inland Empire, so they're friends. But CJ, he looked as genuinely happy as I've ever seen in a player complimenting another guy that plays his own position is going to be compared to him.
Yeah, he's got to get rid of that. CJ needs to be way more petty. CJ's the least petty person. He needs to be more petty, I think.
Yeah, be more petty.
Yeah.
Take a note from the greatest, the best sports show in the world.
Best in the
Payne
world.
and Pendergast, and lean into the pettiness, damn it.
Thank you.
Sean and I realized in some of our discussions this week that basically we just need to turn the show into a 4-hour petty cast.
One big petty cast.
So many people tell us they love the petty cast, and we're like, oh, let's just do more of that. Let's do it all the time.
Yeah, my buddy Rick texted yesterday. He was listening a little late, like at 8 o'clock. He's one who goes back to the beginning and listens. He's like, man, the first segment y'all did, that's award-winning stuff. You guys were amazing. And Seth and I are like, what did we do? And we went back.
What did we talk about?
We went back and checked, and we were just super petty about Patrick Mahomes for 9 minutes. That's it.
People like that.
That's it. They do.
I talked to Brandy about it. Brandy said the key is that you got to be funny about it.
Yes.
You don't want to be ultra petty, just nothing but a jerk about it. You got to be funny about it.
Okay, this one may get you petty a little bit here because you had a betting ticket on this particular award at the beginning of the season. Mm-hmm. You had a 40-1 ticket on Kamari Lassiter at the beginning of the season, and once Kamari had the concussion, and I forget what the shoulder he had. He broke his scapula in a game. He missed those games. That really damaged his chances. That said, there are 5 finalists for Defensive Rookie of the Year: Cooper DeJean, Braden Fisk, Quinyon Mitchell, Chop Robinson, and Jared Verse. Those are 5 good rookies, but man, I feel like Kamari Lassiter and
awesome.
Kalen Bullock should have a chip on their shoulder about
I know,
this.
and DeJean right now is the favorite, I believe. Is he not?
Is he? I haven't looked at the odds board.
I think Cooper DeJean is.
Verse is up there, too. Jared Verse is up there, too. Yeah.
Jared Verse had a hell of a season, and then you're not comparing position to position. Kamari Lassiter, you can make a very good statistical argument that he was better than Cooper DeJean this year. But Cooper DeJean is on a high-profile team that just...
And?
Yeah. He's got a little bit of a sympathetic vote, I might say, from some of the.
Yeah, you know that conversation throughout the years about all the white cornerbacks that have been held down in the NFL.
So I think the biggest thing with Kamari Lassiter, though, is all that aside.
Yeah.
I think the thing that'll probably hurt him is that, A, he was a second-round pick, so he didn't have the fanfare going into it. He's not playing for a high-profile team. And then the Texans were horrendous on national television.
Yeah.
The team, people saw the worst version of the Texans in most of their nationally televised game this year. So the shine that a second-round rookie is going to get on a team that's not as high profile and disappointed during primetime games, it's not going to be there. You know, like Will Anderson had the benefit of that Colts game at the end of last year where Will didn't even have a great game, but because the commentators are gushing about him and showing highlights from the previous week where he had 2 sacks and 12 plays and all of that, I think that really helped put him over the hump, where I don't think Kamari Lassiter got that benefit.
Well, and I think, too, the dynamic, like, look at who the finalists are. Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, the 2 rookie cornerbacks for the Eagles. So that's a big story, like this pair of rookie corners, whereas Kamari Lassiter is almost playing in the shadow of Derek Stingley Jr. in a way, you know? Like,
right, and there's some of the incredible stats about how good the Texans' cornerbacks were this year. It's that thing that works against rookie cornerbacks in general sometimes. I mean, if you go to it's a regular season award, so this doesn't factor into it, but you go to the Chiefs game, and everybody except Travis Kelce was an afterthought as a receiver in that game. They locked down the Chiefs receivers, but it doesn't even get talked about really, because meanwhile you got old man Kelce eviscerating them up the middle.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, the NFL Discipline Committee. Whoever's handing down discipline in the NFL needs to pay closer attention to their job. They're really bad at it, and we will give you the next example of that, the one that's got everybody talking today here in Houston. We'll do that coming up next.
Of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, if you haven't heard, I feel like this has been like the one Texans topic we've got the most texts about this week is this Joe Mixon fine. People are
we keep getting
fascinated
people
with it.
keep we've probably talked about it once an hour, not because we plan to, but because the people are demanding it.
The people are demanding. You guys talked about this Joe Mixon fine yesterday, and it was a miscarriage of justice that went on yesterday for our guy Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was fined by the NFL.
Worst kind of miscarriage.
The miscarriage of justice. Okay. So Joe Mixon yesterday got fined by the NFL for something TJ Houshmandzadeh said in a tweet. If you're wondering why that sounds weird, you're right.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
It does get worse. But here's the story. If you missed it or if you saw it but you haven't heard me and Seth talk about it yet, TJ Houshmandzadeh tweeted this during the Texans-Chiefs, or maybe shortly after the Texans-Chiefs game on Saturday. TJ Houshmandzadeh, former wide receiver, who I believe does a podcast now. Why play the game if every 50-50 call goes with the Chiefs? These officials are trash and biased. So that's TJ Houshmandzadeh. So apparently that tweet was embedded in the middle of an article that was criticizing the officiating, as sum total criticizing the officiating. The article was on SI.com. Well, the NFL, in all of its glory and intelligence, attributed that quote to Joe Mixon for some reason.
Yeah, and put it in the fine letter.
Yes.
Which I know Pro Football Talk says it wasn't in the fine letter. DJ Bijani says that it was in the fine letter, so who knows? Well, but for the sake of this argument, yes.
I'm going to assume it was if Mixon's tweeting about it, right? If Mixon tweets this yesterday around noon. I'm getting fined by the NFL for what someone else said. What's next? I get fined by them, or I get fined by them for Connor McDavid cross-checking an opponent in an NHL game. I love that. I love that he went cross-sport with hockey, of all things.
He gets a lot of points by Sports Radio
to
hosts and listeners for that. Yes.
Big time. So he got fined for that tweet by TJ Houshmandzadeh, which we can all agree is just silly. It's stupid. And so his representation, Joe Mixon, his agent, his lawyer, said, we're going to fight this. Don't worry. And they did. So the NFL came back and said, oh, cool, that wasn't you saying that, but you said this.
Everybody know how it is playing up here. You can never leave. You can never leave it into the refs' hands. But I mean, the whole world see, man, like what it is, bro. But it is what it is. You know, like I said, when it comes down to it, you can't never leave it into the refs' hands, man, and things like that. But it's all good.
Still critical. Not nearly as personal as T.J. Houshmandzadeh's tweet, which drew a $25,000 max fine for Joe Mixon.
Yeah, right. And so the interesting thing is that the NFL rescinded the fine initially because, okay, you didn't have that quote. And then they came back and said, but we're still fining you the exact same amount because of your other quote, and which doesn't to me seem like it makes any sense at all. Like for the lesser quote, which was not as blatantly a criticism of the officials and not an outright insult, that you get fined the exact same amount. The NFL is just throwing darts at a wall there, and it really, really bothers me that they were so slipshod and haphazard in meting out the fine initially that they were just like any random person on social media seeing a meme and then basing their vote on the meme, or like their opinion or anything else. They're like, I don't like that. Yep, I'm going to totally run with it and do zero fact checking about it. Like, what the hell are we doing here, NFL? You're supposed to be the adults in the room, and you guys are acting like the elderly people that don't know how to divine the truth from bunk on social media.
John Runyon, who meets out the discipline.
I shouldn't have thrown elderly people out there. That's people of any age category these days, obviously. Yeah.
John Runyon, who dishes out the discipline for the NFL, and he's the one that gave Azeez Al-Shaair the 3-game suspension. I don't know how much his fingerprints were on this, but let's pretend they were. What are the chances that John Runyon is one of those people that replies to tweets of articles by reading only the headline of the article?
100. He was a congressman, Sean. That's his.
That's right. I forgot.
Yeah, he ran campaigns. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's like, I don't care if it's true. This is not me doing a John Runyon impression. It's a stereotypical congressman. Who cares if it's true or not? Put it out there.
Yeah.
These idiots will buy it. Yeah.
No, that's true.
Yes, of course. Is failed Congressman John Runyon guilty of making knee-jerk decisions based on memes? Yes, 100%.
You don't spend as much time on X, formerly known as Twitter, as I do. But have you seen the feature they have now where you go to reply to an article, like a link to an article, and it asks you, are you sure you don't want to click on this link first before you reply?
Oh, to read the article?
To read the
before
article.
you reply to it, you actually want to read it?
Yeah.
I have seen that a couple times.
That's a good reminder, I think. That's a good feature.
Yeah. And to be clear, before anybody gets all hyper-political and knee-jerky about it, it's not that I'm not on X for any Elon Musk reasons or anything. Right. I've tried to be on social media less in general these days. Yeah. I do think that Musk has done some good things for Twitter in terms of just like the community notes and everything. I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
There's something you see, because the natural human response is you get triggered about it before you think about it. And then all of a sudden you are replying and you're acting and you're lashing out at people without actually like thinking about it. Yeah. I like the community notes. I really like that. And I like the prod to like, hey, maybe read this article before you respond to the headline.
Yeah, I think there's been some good things now. I know everybody's critical of it. Oh, it sucks. It's not as good as you. I miss TweetDeck. That's the big thing for me. Is TweetDeck. I was a big TweetDeck guy.
I do think, it's the most alarming thing for me is that it's almost impossible to tell a joke on Twitter anymore because people don't read past the first line. So if you try to set up a joke by, saying something and then, like having the punchline and God forbid you try a hook after the punchline, people, they see the first half of the first sentence.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden your replies are just filled with venom for no reason whatsoever.
Yep.
And that's got nothing to do with Elon Musk or anybody else. That's just humans responding to social media.
For sure. Seth just criticized the NFL. That means Tank Dell will get fined for it.
Yeah, I know. I gotta mind my P's and Q's. I don't want anybody to get unfairly looped into some argument I'm making.
Yeah. Who said it? Well, he was number 91 on the Texans. Foley Fatukasi.
The NFL. So basically, the NFL's response in this instance is, "Well, seems like something you would have said."
Right.
Well, all right. Well, but you did say something.
Well,
right. But are we paying any attention to detail here?
It makes me wonder if they went back and fined Mixon. Like they find him the first time, and if they we got to find him again because he did say something, it almost feels like Will Anderson, unless he did get fined. To me, Will Anderson saying we knew it would be us against the refs is way more pointed and caustic than anything that Joe Mixon said about the refs.
Right. If you don't hear from the player himself, generally these fines are announced on Saturday afternoon.
Okay.
So it's one of my fun little things that when I'm not paying attention on a Saturday afternoon and I check my Twitter feed, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. It's time to see the fines for the week. So we'll talk about it on Monday. If Joe Mixon continues to be fined $25,000 for, okay, it was criticism, but it wasn't as extreme as what he was initially fined for. If Will Anderson and D'Amico Ryans or nobody else gets fined for their comments that were very similar to Joe Mixon's comments, then I'm going to say, yeah, the NFL really screwed the pooch on this one.
I think D'Amico was clearly the smoothest with it to where he wouldn't get. D'Amico, we should play it. We can play it when we come back. D'Amico did it like when mob figures are talking to each other about family business, but they're not referring specifically to names or to they call a dead body a can of peaches instead of calling it a dead body, and so they're so the transcripts are like, what we were talking about a can of peaches, he did a really good job of not. He got asked a direct question about the officiating without saying the words officials or refs. He's like, well, we just knew it would be us against everyone, the doubters, the haters,
and he
everyone.
Didn't even say, and he said everyone. He didn't say everybody.
No.
Everyone.
That would have been
He
good.
didn't go to the everyone.
Nope.
If he had said everyone, they could have cited that. But he just said everyone.
He had a pregnant pause where clearly that was a pause that was meant to allude to the officiating, but that on a transcript, it doesn't say pregnant pause on a transcript. It just says...
if I remember the jury, I was like, wait, did he say everybody or everybody? He said everybody.
So it was everybody.
Wait a second.
You would convict if it was
I would
everybody.
convict on an everybody, but not an everybody.
Okay, gotcha. I like that. All right.
It's the equivalent of a hard R. It's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Case Keenum is on 610 talking bad about the NFL. Fine him. Case came on with us as the Azeez Al-Shire suspension came down. Remember that?
Yeah.
He was on with us and the news broke, and you're like, hey, Case, we got some breaking news. I know you want to talk about Progressive Insurance and C.J. Stroud, but your teammate Azeez Al-Shire just got handed an unprecedented suspension. How does that make you feel? That happened on our show like 2 months ago.
Poor Case.
Yeah.
He was funny about it. He's like, I haven't done an interview all year. This is the first one. Thanks, guys.
He's like, I was really looking forward to coming on with you guys. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. When a fan base does this to a team they just beat, is this a positive or is this shade being thrown at a certain player? And I've got a question about the Texans this week. The longer the week goes on, how are we feeling about staffing with the Texans? We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, Bex.
Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, we knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody. Right? When I say everybody, it's everybody, all the whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody. We had to go against today. And, you know, going with that, knowing going into this game, what we were up against, we can't make the mistakes that we made, right? We had a lot of self-inflicted mistakes that happened, whether it's special teams, not converting our kicks, defensively, not being where we're supposed to be in coverage, all offensively, not protecting our quarterback and keeping him clean. So, you know, you marry that on top of everything else that we have to deal with. It's going to be a really tough uphill battle.
See, that is an experienced referee criticizer right there. He managed to get his point across via voice inflection and pauses and assumptive conjecture over collective nouns like everybody. And then actually took some accountability in that quote as well. He was, like, hey, we could have done some things better, too, to throw them off the scent. So
your vocabulary was way too impressive in describing that there. You sound like somebody who's gotten legal advice on this matter. The way to make a statement without having it pinned on you later. Good job, Sean.
I may have criticized a ref or two in my day, yeah.
Yeah, that's that would be very easy for D'Amico to be like, what? I was just saying everybody.
Totally.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, are referees are they a subset of everybody? Sure. Yeah. But I was talking about Putin.
Right.
Don't you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was talking about Caitlin Clark. It's everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Taylor Swift, Caitlin Clark, everybody. Yeah.
And as we pointed out, he did not say everybody. He said everybody.
That's a very good point, Seth. Yes.
Everybody is much more loaded than everybody.
Transcripts favor him in this whole thing. Hey, what do you think about the Bills Mafia donating all this money to Mark Andrews' charity after they beat the Ravens in that AFC divisional round game, thanks to Mark Andrews fumbling a ball and dropping a 2-point conversion? Where are you on this?
Boy, that is the best way to turn a negative into an even more of a negative. Yeah, that is elite shade right there.
Charitable shade, yeah. Philanthropic shade.
When we were talking about the MVP discussion, it wouldn't have mattered because there was a playoff game and the MVP is a regular season game. But it is notable that 2 years in a row now, Lamar Jackson has played well enough to advance in the playoffs, but one of his receiving options let him down. Last year it was Zay Flowers with that fumble. This year, Lamar Jackson is tying the game with a 2-point conversion and throws. If anything, the criticism would be the throw had a little too much touch on it.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a little too soft, but it hits Andrews in the breadbasket.
Yeah,
and he doesn't catch it.
Yeah.
So Lamar Jackson made the play, and yet it's all for naught, obviously.
Right. So the Bills Mafia, Bills fans started a GoFundMe for Mark Andrews' charity. And for those who don't know Andrews' story, he suffers from diabetes. It's pretty well documented, and they've raised thousands of dollars for Andrews' charity for juveniles with diabetes. According to the GoFundMe summary, the initial goal was to raise $5,000. Nearly $40,000 has been donated as of Tuesday night. Now, the Ravens do not see this as shade. As a team, they gave a shout-out to the Bills Mafia.
I do think there's a tradition with the Bills Mafia that goes back to, I believe the first time they did it was when they did it for Andy Dalton.
Yes.
Remember, because the Bengals needed to win a game that didn't help the Bengals out, but helped the Bills get into the playoffs.
Got the Bills into the playoffs for the first time in 20 years.
Yeah, yeah. So I do think it's not. It's. I'm sure some of the people donating are like, "Yeah, take that, Andrews." But I do think it comes from a good place by and large.
Okay, what's the most you would donate to a player's charity who just helped your team get into the next round of the playoffs, where it's actually shade? It's not like you're not doing it out of benevolence. You're doing it like because you're being petty about. What's the most you would donate out of pettiness?
It's so weird that out of pettiness, maybe $100.
Yeah, that's about mine too.
Now, they're donating it to his foundation?
Yes.
So they still get the tax benefits.
I would assume so. Yeah.
And if whatever your budget is for, and it's early in the year, so like maybe if you've got a certain budget for charitable donations in a year, I would never go more than 5%.
Right.
I wouldn't go over 5%. So for me, $50,000.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, so 50 G's.
I do a lot of good, Sean. I do a lot of good.
Like Robin Hood out here. Okay, so our hope then for the game this weekend is that Bills Mafia is doing some sort of GoFundMe for like Patrick Mahomes or Travis Kelce or somebody who messed up. I say somebody who messed up this game. I'll be honest with you. I don't want to get greedy. I wouldn't mind the Bills kind of taking all this luck that the Chiefs have had throughout the season. You know, usually when you have that much luck, it all just comes crashing down in a catastrophic sort of way. I don't want to get too greedy, but like the Bills winning by a few touchdowns, that would be kind of fun. I wouldn't mind a lot of sad fan cam in Arrowhead Stadium this weekend.
My most passive-aggressive way of doing it, I think, would be to set up a super PAC for a candidate from that player's political party who is the least viable candidate that maybe might drain votes away from the better candidate.
Yes. Split the votes. Yes.
I call it the H. Ross Perot. Okay. I would go ahead. I would set up a super PAC and then donate it to try to push a less electable candidate over the preferred candidate of that player's political party. And I'll do it, Republican, Democrat. I don't care.
Oh my God.
I'll do it. I'll just do it to throw shade at that dude.
That's funny. Mark Andrews reportedly has not spoken with. They're making a big deal out of it on ESPN that he hasn't spoken with the media yet.
Yeah.
I guess would that include like he didn't talk to them after the game on Sunday because not a lot of Texan players are doing press conferences this week, you know?
Right. Yeah. It's one thing. I don't know why the Texans don't do this anymore. Well, I think the NFLPA is involved in it. There used to be a lot more players at the podium after games.
After games, yeah.
Yeah, it's turned into just the head coach and the quarterback, basically, by and large, after any game. I think most teams do it that way. So you used to get more guys up at the podium.
Yeah.
I mean, reporters still get a chance to talk to everybody, but I liked it when the guy, if a guy had an awesome game, get him up there at the podium. So, I get it. This is where I tend to side on the players more, even though I shouldn't as a sports media member now. I do so much appreciate how awfully brutal it is to talk to the media after a situation like that, that I get it. I'm kind of surprised Mark Andrews doesn't ever seem like a guy that's been overly emotional about stuff. I would have expected him, I guess, to maybe be a guy to get up there and be like, I really screwed this one up. I feel bad about it.
You throw the fumble on top of it, too. You know, like that's it wasn't just dropping the 2-point conversion. It's you had the ball, you're moving the ball to go ahead in the game, and he just gets it poked out. Like it wasn't even a big hit. The guy just stuck his hand in and peanut punched it out of there.
I realize I single-handedly lost this game, and not to mention I am the reason for the hip drop tackle rule. A lot of people gotten a lot of heat these days over people don't like the hip drop tackle rule. Mostly now because they don't call it.
Right.
Like Dalton Schultz didn't. They have not called it in a game. At least I checked on it a few weeks ago. Players have been fined for hip drop tackles, but they won't call it in the game, even though it's much more easily identifiable than, say, a late hit to a quarterback. They won't call it in a game.
Yep.
So Dalton Schultz gets hip dropped in that game. They don't. I'm sure the player will get fined for it this week. But
Yep.
I don't remember what we were talking about.
No. We were talking about Mark Andrews. No, I actually wanted to shift gears real quick because it's Thursday now. We heard from D'Amico at the beginning of the week that he's not going to talk about staffing or players in that press conference on Monday, I think it was. But maybe he alluded to later in the week. It's Thursday now. When the longer we go here, how are we feeling about the Bobby Slowick situation?
I feel like the Texans are going to do a long, hard examination of what went right and what went wrong on offense this year. I believe that they'll identify a lot of things that Bobby Slowick could have done better, and they're going to address it with him, and their belief will be that they can fix some of those things.
Yeah.
And I say that in as monotone a voice as possible.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. This tone of voice doesn't strike a lot of confidence with me that gets fixed.
Yeah, so, and the thing is, maybe they can fix it. Maybe they can't. You got to take into account that Bobby, you hired a first-time offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And these are the things I guess that you should anticipate if you have a first-time offensive coordinator. I would guess that Andy Reid is probably a better coordinator now than he was in his second year. But would I rather have Andy Reid as my offensive coordinator
Yes.
or Bobby Slowick?
Right.
I'd rather have Andy Reid, frankly.
Yeah.
So I don't think – I'm guessing they don't make a change. I think the other dynamic might be, though, okay, is D'Amico having conversations with Chip Kelly? As we speak, perhaps. That maybe they're having if Chip Kelly just one of the more notable names out there that has a connection with D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico played for Chip Kelly for 3 years. Chip Kelly just won a national championship. Had 4. I did a video on my YouTube channel about the 82-yard touchdown drive and how optimistic that made me feel about the potential of the Texans offense.
Yeah.
I think somebody pointed out. Did Ohio State have 4 80-plus yard touchdown drives in the championship?
They may
game?
have, yeah.
Or 70-plus yard drives.
Well, they had one, I know they had one 70-yard run in the game. So
somebody pointed out basically, hey, Chip Kelly, that drive that you're so impressed by, Chip Kelly had 4 of those mothers in the championship game.
Notre Dame walked down the field. Well, not walk. Well, they went at a pace where they may as well have been walking. They burned 9 minutes off the clock on their opening drive to go up 7-0. Ohio State scored on their next 5 possessions.
Yeah.
So it was a masterclass, at least the first 3 quarters, and then Notre Dame made a furious comeback, which I was able to congratulate Marcus Freeman about in person last night at the Bear Bryant Awards.
Did you tell Marcus Freeman when you met him that you fell asleep in the third quarter?
I did not tell him that. I didn't.
You're like, Coach, I was amazed that you stayed awake the whole time.
I couldn't.
That was one of the gutsiest things I've ever seen, was staying awake through that third quarter.
I forgot about that. No, I didn't tell him that. Thank you for reminding me.
He might still be in town.
He may. No, I think he
might
was
be
getting out of
listening
here
right now.
I think he was getting out of here. You know who used to get out? You know who used to be like a trail of smoke behind them leaving the Bear Bryant Award? Nick Saban.
Yeah,
I think
if he showed up at all.
He would show up, but he'd show up at the last possible minute and leave the first possible second. Which he was going off to visit a recruit somewhere. He had a 7 a.m. scheduled at some high school. Yeah. But it was always one of those things like, this is the guy who was this is named after one of your predecessors, like the patriarch of the school that you're at. You could hang around for an interview, maybe, that kind of thing.
Did that interview get him a 5-star?
Huh?
Is that interview getting him a 5-star?
I know. I get what you're saying, man. I get what you're saying. It's about business.
Yeah, Nick Saban is a dude who he strikes me as soon as the moment has passed, we are on to figuring out what the next challenge is. That man does not like living very much on the past.
No,
he's not gonna allow any time for the dopamine crash where you all of a sudden wonder oh, this isn't as much fun. Oh, boy, is this all there is? Nope. Yeah, he's on to the next thing.
There are no scraps in his scrapbook.
Yeah.
You open up the scrapbook, this is just blank pages. Yeah, I know. We're looking ahead.
Yeah, it's actually more just a notebook that he can now, track plays and chart. Yeah, this is a chart book more than it is a scrapbook.
At some point, he's told one of his children, why do I need pictures of you? I'm reminded when the tuition bill comes every month.
Oh wow, is he the dad who's we got class pictures 2 years ago. We're good for another 3-4 years. You're about the same height, aren't you?
Why do I got to pay for this?
I got to ask you something about that Notre Dame game.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't get a chance to talk to you.
Here comes the antagonizing.
Afterward. No.
That came after the day you almost died.
Yeah,
that's right.
I couldn't talk to you because I was clawing my way, eating rodents out of a ditch.
That was one of the more courageous stories. It's basically it was Houston's version of The Revenant.
Yes,
it was really impressive.
Starting fires with flint.
Have you already sold the movie rights to this?
Yes, I was doing that.
So what's your question for me?
After the first Notre Dame drive, I was obviously happy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were sitting on a ticket.
Yeah, but I turned to my wife and I said, I actually don't feel real encouraged by that drive.
Why?
Because they had to, speaking of scrapping and clawing, and Riley Leonard was dying on the field, and they had 2 or 3 fourth down conversions, and I'm like, that was awesome, but I don't know if that's encouraging or not.
Well, or if it's sustainable. I mean, I know you've watched plenty of Notre Dame football. That's what they've been all year on offense.
I know.
They try to get into third and short and then just let Riley Leonard do his thing. When they're in third and anything longer than 10, it's a total crapshoot.
Yeah.
So did you ever hedge at any point?
No, I took your advice. It wasn't worth it.
Yeah. Did you check when Notre Dame went up 7-0?
I did, and I said, you know what, I'm here.
Yeah.
And so, I didn't. But I'm really just glad to be here. I almost had to gnaw off my arm to a stub so I could eat.
So you could protein. You needed protein.
You're like that guy that had to cut off his own arm when he was out rock climbing or whatever.
I told Reggie before the show, before you got here, I showed him my picture with me and Amy and Marcus Freeman. And my favorite part of the story was, it was a chance encounter getting onto an elevator. We probably wouldn't have been able to get a picture.
Oh, really?
It wasn't even like at the coach's reception. Like Amy's like, hey, let's take the elevator instead of the stairs up to go linger around Ron and Clint while we try to loiter and get a picture with Marcus Freeman. Let's go to the elevator and go up to the second floor instead. And who's getting on the elevator?
Bobby Dog.
Team Freeman.
Yeah.
So I introduced myself, congratulated him, thanked him, and then as we're getting off the elevator, I said, hey, Coach, can we get a quick picture? I know you're going to have a lot of people kind of grabbing at you. It's like, absolutely. So he's lining us up for the picture, and he puts Amy in. He's like, why don't you get in the middle to Amy? I'm like, no. I practically shove her out of the way. And I grabbed Marcus Freeman by the arm. I said, no. And then as I've got my arm around him and I'm looking at the camera, you know how sometimes you talk to somebody that's to your left while you're looking I'm looking at the camera going, this is going to be our Christmas card, Coach.
So you did tell him?
I did tell him, it's going to be our Christmas
card. Is it going to be your Christmas card?
It's always the most famous person that Amy and I get a picture with together during the year.
A lot of months left.
No, there's a lot of months, but this is a pretty good leader in the clubhouse right now. You know, especially because of the Notre Dame thing.
What are the odds?
I would say that it's probably 60%. Like it's the favorite, I think. Yeah. Now we've we've strided to get Andre Johnson on our Christmas card, and that one's a possibility.
I can't believe you haven't.
I can't either. I can't. But
because it's got to be with Amy though.
Yeah.
So when we had Andre on the pregame, Amy wasn't. If Amy had been there, you could have
done it then.
Yeah, it'd be a really weird Christmas card if it's like instead of Amy,
Andre,
now it's Seth. Seth is
little...
now taking the place of Amy on your Christmas card.
Yeah,
me,
that'd be
Seth,
weird. And Andre Johnson. Yeah. We could have done Christmas cards from the show. You know, from Payne and Pendergast.
Sean's I've got some personal news as well.
Figured this work wife thing wasn't enough. Let's make it real.
Are you ready?
By the way, just to tidy it all up, the first 4 Ohio State touchdowns led by offensive coordinator Chip Kelly. Might as well have been the quarterback on that, but he's 75-yard touchdown, 76-yard touchdown drive, 80-yard touchdown drive, 75-yard touchdown
Thanks
drive.
for that. Appreciate that. Yeah, you get to relive that over again.
You have the picture with Coach. You're good.
That's true.
You're good.
That's true. My year is made. All right, fellas, floor is yours.
Thanks.
We're going to get out of here.
Yeah, you went blackjack dealer on us.
I did. I show my hands to the camera. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to everybody.
Everybody, yeah. D'Amico Ryans, Mob Talker. All right, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. I had to go.
I'm here.
John's big head is blocking
here.
Right there. Figgy, present.
Yeah.
Present. Hey, they are in the loop and they start right now.
Yeah, the roll call has been called. Hope that you are also in class for this one. Happy Thursday to you. You are in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. You as well. Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. How you doing? How you making it?
Me?
No, why would you put that on the text line?
We don't give a damn about how you making it.
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
Care.
I do love, though, like as we've continued this running gag about why you did not make it into work on Tuesday, and it's become bigger and bigger of a story, and you're like gnawing off your arm, in the truck, freezing cold.
Yeah.
And the image for me is just like a wide shot of you doing that, and then like children sledding past.
Oh, that's it. That was
jubilation and glee.
That was the funniest part of the whole thing. I'm like kind of white knuckling it going down this hill, and there's choo-choo little kids going, "Hey, sir. Hi, mister." And they're just
like rolled over, crashed in a ditch, trying to cut himself free of the confines of his safety belt, and there's just children sliding by on scraps of cardboard happily.
At least I had OG sauce in the truck. So that arm tasted delicious.
We're starting in an unhinged manner on this day. But look, I think there's a level of excitement because this Rockets team is really good at basketball, as evidenced by a big-time victory on the home floor versus the visiting Cleveland Cavaliers. And, I mean, the way that this thing went down was kind of crazy because it's not like it was a fluke either. It was 109-108, but that kind of it took some doing to get there. The Rockets had a pretty strong control of this game for most of the game. And, I mean, it's worth noting that the Cavs didn't have Evan Mobley. We were talking yesterday, Fig, about how, Evan Mobley has become very pivotal to what they're doing. His elevation and his growth. Obviously, he's been a great defender, but, finding more offense, finding a little bit of shooting, and really finding some passing has been good for him. But still, this is an incredibly good team that had only had 6 losses coming into Houston last night. And the Rockets not only played with them, played really ahead of them, played in a way that was incredible up until the fourth quarter, where the fourth quarter got really dicey.
By the way, that's called a 2-1-2 zone.
Yeah,
they have never seen one before. Apparently.
Yeah, so I guess let's do this before we get into all the particulars of how this game unfolded. How much confidence did this game give you? 713-572-4610. How excited are you for the Rockets at this moment? A 29-14 Rockets team that remains at the second, number 2 in the West, and really now has beaten the 2 best teams in the league, at least the 2 best records, if you very want to go that way, with the Oklahoma City Thunder and now this Cavaliers team. What is your elevation? Where are you at now with this?
I mean, Fred VanVleet said it right after the broadcast on court with Vanessa Richardson. We can beat anybody. We know that.
Yep.
He flat out said it. We can beat anybody. We know that. And you're just sitting there going, yeah, they can. What a fun night of basketball.
That's probably the way to put it. It was just fun to watch them hoop.
Because it wasn't like, oh my God, you said it at the start, they're really good at basketball. Yes, they are, but that wasn't a really good game for them.
It was stressful.
For a majority of the game, the Rockets absolutely looked like the better team.
But the game itself was like, oh my gosh, what's happening? Because it
was crashing out at the end, man. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, 19-0 run at the end. Now they
just saying that is wild because I remember seeing the graphic vividly of 14-0, and then I forgot that there's some
I know Craig Ackerman man, they are losing it.
Had a couple of little glitches late second quarter. Where the Cavs made a little bit of a run, looked to be having a little more energy, and you're like, okay, are they going to make their run here? They didn't, and then you had the bizarre nature of it all. Darius Garland.
Yeah, so
that brother was 3 for 8.
At the free throw line. Let's lay this out. Darius Garland, mind you, who is a very, very good
90%.
Thank you. You guys were also watching the broadcast. That came up quite a bit. But and this is, I guess, where you shout out and salute Toyota Center and the Houston Rockets fans. Which look. There's a lot that can be said or that is said to kind of deride the Houston sports fan. Man, the Houston sports fans have been showing up. I know Craig Ackerman on the broadcast was talking a lot about the free throw defense, and that always sounds kind of absurd. It's like, hey, you're standing at the free throw line.
By the way, they actually do lead the league in free throw.
No, absolutely. No, it's and he was saying it with a straight face, and he deserved to say it, and it was meant with a straight face.
I don't know if I buy it, but they do.
No, because part of, I think it's what's commonly accepted is that environment in that arena, when you're playing at home in particular, affects a free throw shooter.
Yeah, shout out to Clutch.
And Clutch the Bear, and I think the Rockets fans in Toyota Center who were very present, and I imagine it's helped that the Rockets have been this fun. Definitely made an impact where late in this game, the Cavs made this game tight. In fact, they took a lead very late in this basketball game, and you come down the stretch, the Rockets have a 2-point lead on a possession that looks like it's going to be the last of the game. Darius Garland just is able to get the ball in, and actually at first there's a foul to give, and the Rockets rightfully foul him upon getting the basketball in. So, you have that foul to get, you line it back up. He gets the ball and he hoists a shot. He's a good 3-point shooter, but he hoists a shot that's not going to be, it's not a well set shot. It's not the way that you want to get a shot.
Leaning off balance,
leaning, those types of things. But this happens.
You saw the play already. Now match up.
Now Garland got the 3. And there was a
Diddy
foul.
leg kick.
They fouled him on the 3. Torrey Eason and Darius Garland.
Was that a natural shooting motion?
A 90% free throw shooter.
He said that 20 times.
That's called setting, setting the moment. That is being a great play-by-play. Shout out to Craig Ackerman. And then you get Darius Garland, who, as you heard, 90% free throw shooter.
Well, before that, it becomes a flagrant.
Yes, because
and by the way,
that's Torrey Eason.
It was 3 free throws and the ball.
Correct.
And that's why I said the bizarre nature of it had me sort of thinking twice about this thing. And I looked at it a couple of times. They showed the replay, of course. And
no, that's textbook.
And I'm saying, letter of the law.
That's textbook.
That letter of the law. That's a flagrant. It was kind of on the softer side of the spectrum, is how I would put it.
No, that's textbook.
But I mean, he only just landed where he didn't give him a landing space.
And that's the whole point.
I get it. Letter of the law. This
is the Zaza Pachulia rule. And again, it's not going to look like any other flagrant. That's the thing that stinks, especially from a fan perspective. You're watching and you're like, dang it, that does not feel like it carries that weight. But in a league where you have so many more jump shooters, and you know how much like landing, especially with like ankles and feet,
they're trying to protect the shooter.
You have to protect.
Like I said, letter of the law. It was a little bit on the lower end, but it was a flagrant.
I don't even know if it was a lower end. Like it just absolutely was. He landed almost on Tari's calf in that way, which I guess you have to also be concerned about because of Tari and the injuries that he's had. But no, that's absolutely a flagrant in how it goes.
And then he goes to the line.
But he goes to the line and he misses the first 2 free throws, which again, shout out to the Rockets fans in the building, and it added to the weird anomaly of his game individually. Darius Garland makes the third one, and then they have to try and get one more shot in as they're down one. They can't get the layup. The Rockets win. So like the way that the game ended was wild as well. But I think the interesting portion of this game for me is that it highlighted a trend that's been happening in January. Is that, hey man, this team was shooting the lights out from 3 in this game. I think they for a period of time they were shooting above 50% from beyond the arc. I think they ultimately end this game shooting 44% from 3, which is nothing to scoff at. In the month of January, coming into this game, so that's not counting this game. This Rockets team has shot 37.7% from 3, if I remember correctly. That was good for 8th. And, I mean, that's not to say that, now they're the best three-point shooting in the team. But it's interesting to me that they have the permutation in them where they can knock down some shots, which is nice. Like, obviously, I think some of that has come with Cam Whitmore getting some more minutes. Fred VanVleet has been shooting a lot better. I think he's 44% from 3 over his last 14.
He had a tear last night.
And he was, he was incredible.
Was he 5 of 8?
No, you uptick, like you go more. I think he ultimately finished 7 of 12. I know he finished 7 of 12 from 3, 26 points in this game, and you needed a lot of them. You needed those instances of this mattering a whole bunch. But this team being able to shoot the 3 ball, like, I love what this Rockets team has been. They have their identity. And even after the game, you had Ime Udoka talking about, hey, we still want to, like, shooting the 3s in the way that we did is cool. We still want to focus on our identity. They have that identity, which is playing hard-nosed defense, playing team defense, getting rebounds, those things. And even when those things maybe have slipped a little bit, you've seen that, hey, there's a permutation of this team that can knock down shots as well. And all of that feels good because you pair that with the fact that they are winning some games against the top teams in the league. I'll have to go back and look. I think it might have been Ben DuBose who had a note about that, about them being, if I remember correctly, maybe 9-2 against these teams in these circumstances. Like, they are playing well against the best teams in the league, and they're showing that they can do it in various ways. That all bodes well when we start talking about what the altitude or the ultimate heights that this team can reach.
Well, and you mentioned that at the start of this segment, and I'm sitting here looking at this team, and I'm sort of absorbing it all after the game and thinking about it, and I actually correlated it to the Texans. Like the Texans, we knew they were going to have defense. Maybe not this good, but we knew they were going to have defense. The Rockets, we knew they were going to have defense. And again, also maybe not this good, but we knew they were going to get better and have defense. They're on a faster track because they're actually doing the things on the other side and doing things in terms of individuals raising their game and improving.
Yes,
that the Texans did not. When you look at individuals on this team that you expected to improve, they are improving. Like a lot of individuals on the Texans didn't. If you look at some offensive linemen, we can go back to Kenyon Green, for God's sakes. I mean, some of these other Mechie and some of these other. What the Rockets are doing is elevating their game on both sides and or elevating individual things like Şengün's defense, like Jalen Green's defense. He had a great stop last night.
Yeah,
he had a great stop last night. And some
Jalen Green hater Ocho has chimed in on the text line from 713. Has Jalen Green turned back into a pumpkin yet? He's had a couple of games where he has not scored to the same degree, but this is what I'm talking about on a team scale. That's also happened with Jalen Green on an individual scale, finding a way to get it done. Like, that's the grit that you imagined, that you always
that's what they're getting
can expect from an Ime Udoka coach team, right? Okay, if the defense is, or if you're not kind of hitting some of those marks, well, we'll knock down shots. And with Jalen, it's like, I think that's one of the things that Sam Amick wrote a piece about Jalen Green and the trust that he has from Ime Udoka and the development that he's having and how that gets there, right? The idea is, can you impact the game in all facets?
And he did. Last night was a big couple of possessions.
100%. Defensively, he's been very good about, being in those spaces, being able to, I saw navigating screens pretty well and staying within plays. Like, those are things that he did. But as a team in general, you've seen all of that come together. And so you see another, and just to clean this up, 9-1 at Toyota Center versus teams with top 10 records. Like, this has been a Rockets team that not only is putting up a good record, not only is playing better basketball and developing, as you mentioned, but also doing it against the best teams in the league in a way that I feel like translates. And to your point with the comparison from the Rockets to Texans, I do think that some of this, and I do want to acknowledge, basketball is going to be easier in those places because an individual's growth can impact a team way more in basketball than it can in football.
My
you just
point
take the
is
raw
you're
numbers
getting
of it.
that
But
from guys. You're getting that from guys where it didn't happen elsewhere. And they all know who they are now. Like, they know how they fit in and what they do. Hell, Cam Whitmore's found money at this point.
That's one of the things.
I mean, what do you have, 20 minutes? 20-something?
21 minutes, 16 points in those 21 minutes. And, like, it's funny because this Rockets team, they got like 3 sixth men.
Yeah.
And that's the depth that this team has. That's honestly one of the places where they've turned what should have or what could have easily been a kind of a challenge for them, where it's I mean, you got too many guys. And in some ways, they have had issues with that. Cam Whitmore not really getting minutes until you've had some injuries that have shifted up the lineup.
Yeah.
But that has been a benefit for them because they have players of a certain caliber where they have depth and they can rotate through. And on any given night, various people can show up. You can have Cam Whitmore being a catalyst and spark plug. You can have Tari Eason being a catalyst and spark plug. Right? And then even Steven Adams gave you some good minutes, especially
defensively.
11
rebounds in 19 minutes.
100%. 100%.
I mean, think about it. They know who they are. And they're getting better at what they are expected to get better at.
Correct.
And that's where the promise is with this Rockets team.
And they don't have to be perfect to get through either. Like that was another thing that was really cool. Pal's mentioned something that was worth noting in this game, though. Still some room. You can still see the places of development. One of those was you saw that 19-0 run happen when the Cavaliers said, oh, no, we're just going to go to a zone and we're going to force you guys to figure out how to break this down. And it took them way too long.
I don't know if they ever did.
Yeah, that is fair. I'm not even sure if they got to that place.
That was remarkable to me. I'm yelling at the TV.
Get to the middle of the floor.
There's three easy ways to do it, and everybody knows them: penetrate, kick, back cut on a penetration, or swing the ball on a high screen and knock down a three. I know that. You know that.
Correct.
Everyone knows that. And I'm like, have you never seen a zone before?
And it's one thing to see it. It's one thing to be able to execute it at an NBA level. So, those are things that because the playoffs are a great place for seeing junk zones and all those types of things when a team is in a desperation place. Man. I thought it was a little bit more of a 2-3, and you forced it into a 2-1-2 by bringing that center up.
Maybe.
Because Alperin was playing, and I thought that was one of the ways that they tried to attack that zone, was Alperin playing at the high post.
That was textbook 2-1-2 with the center. Obviously protecting the baseline.
Yeah, I thought they wanted to go for a 2-3, and that you were trying to force them into a different place by pulling their center away from being able to protect the rim with Alperin playing high, which is one of the benefits of him. But either way,
you've seen it a million times,
right?
And you know what? They're going to see it again.
But yeah, I was like, and that's the thing is it showed a level of success. And one of the things about the NBA, maybe not in the regular season as much, but when you get to the times where teams can do more advanced scouting, you're going to see a lot more of that. Now, one of the things I did find interesting, though, is I thought the Rockets did a great job of not allowing the Cavaliers to get all the way to the basket. So they were forcing them to kind of put floaters up over the top. And then at a certain point, the Cavs kind of were able to get all the way to the basket. But again, a fantastic win by this Rockets team, who will see this Cavaliers team again in just, 2 days? Does it technically count as 2 days? Yeah, today's Thursday. I forgot what day it was. On Saturday evening in Cleveland at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. So we'll see exactly how the return trip looks on this, but I'm still something to hang your hat on. A lot of credit there. I didn't mention Dylan Brooks having a little bit of a rough game offensively as well, but I think that's, again, points to one of the things about the Rockets. One of the big takeaways that I've loved about the Rockets in this is that even if somebody is having not a great stretch of it, somebody else is picking them up. And that's been the beauty of this 29-14 Houston Rockets team. Incredible win against a top team in the league. And I didn't even get to some of the interesting notes, some of the interesting stats that came out of this game. I'll circle back around to that when we get into what's popping. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Thursday. And coming up next, Yeah, man. Somehow the NFL managed to make fining Joe Mixon for something he didn't say even worse. We'll tell you how next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. You got to get that new vehicle. You've been how'd that old vehicle hold up in the winter storm? I hope okay, but maybe it got you thinking about that new one you wanted with, whether it's an SUV, a luxury sedan, a luxury car, sports car, truck, whatever it is. I got my last truck through D&M Auto Leasing. My wife got her last SUV through D&M Auto Leasing. Why? Because we put our money where our mouths are, man. This is the way to go. With D&M Auto Leasing, we're talking about paying up to 50% less than if you purchased a new vehicle, 0 down, no payments for 60 days, and, of course, the exact vehicle you want. That's the most important thing, right? You don't want to be shoehorned into a vehicle that the dealer wants you to get into. No, you want the one you want, and they will get you the one you want with a very easy, less than 10-minute call on the Easy Lease number, and they will ask you the right questions, follow up a couple of times, and boom, you got your new vehicle. 713-290-1000, 713-290-1000, or dmautoleasing.com.
What is Coach D'Amico most proud of coming out of the 2024 season? Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Thursday to you. You're in the loop with John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. We are hanging out with you. We was just talking about the Rockets' big win last night, 109-108 over the team with the best record in the NBA that now have 7 losses. Hold that, Cleveland. You might have 8 come Saturday if you're not careful.
Oh, man.
Watch yourself. You better watch yourself. I do appreciate you guys getting involved with the program. 713-572-4610, where somebody was like, one thing I also liked about the game, or just in general about these Rockets, is that when somebody starts cooking on the other side, Ime's just like, hey, I'm in. Go shut that down.
Yeah.
Go stop that. Cut that out. Stop that right now. It's just like, hey, man, put that dude on ice.
I got the right tool for that.
That's exactly right. It's like, oh, okay, you think you bad, huh? I'm in.
Let me go in the toolbox real quick and fix
Get
this.
out here. Go change that right quick.
Yeah.
And then I did appreciate this text that came in, and I understand I teased the Joe Mixon, and we'll get to the Joe Mixon, why the NFL is wilding once again. But they were saying that, because we were talking about the way that game ended, which was wild. Tari Eason with a flagrant foul on a 3-point shot that gave Darius Garland, I don't know why I call him Darius Garland 3 free throw shots and the Cleveland Cavaliers possession of the ball on a last-second heave attempt kind of. And so Darius Garland misses a couple of free throws that ultimately 2 of the 5 that he missed in that game as a 90% free throw shooter. And then that ultimately allows the Rockets to finish it out with a good defensive possession and win the game. But somebody was like, yeah, this is why I've been out on basketball. It feels like the refs affect things too much. And my thought was, isn't that kind of modern sports right now? Like we're all super hyper focused on officiating. I think some of this is like the advent of Ultra HD and then so much review on television. I feel like we might have more review than ever. We see all these different angles, and so we are just uncommonly trained on, oh man, that's wrong. Whereas I think in the past we might have just been like going with what ultimately we could
just play ball.
Just man, this is what we have.
Well,
does that feel fair? Or am I trying too hard to make an excuse?
No, I think the answer is it's always been blame the refs. I mean, you can go back to the 90s. You say I love basketball in the 90s, yeah, but you still hated the refs. I mean, there were always bad calls and weird calls and people able to clamoring for replay and all that. It's always been there. Like we won't talk about it here. There's something else to get to here, but
well, I think there's a tie in here.
But yes,
I got the segue going. Don't worry about it.
He's working.
Segue king.
I can smell.
I wouldn't call myself the king, but I do try. I do a little something. You know what I'm saying? You see me.
You the segue king at this station.
I can smell the wood burning. But last thought on this. There is clearly something that people are not appreciating and watching the NBA for. I don't think it's the referees. I don't think it's because of officiating. There's other things in.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, I do feel like it get a little irritating with a replay for every single thing. It's just like, man, come on. It was clearly off of this person.
Yeah, we really do have to find a good balance in sports when it comes to replay because, I mean, that's what we're talking about in the NFL, right? You talked about this with the divisional game. As some of the people in an attempt to try and fix what we saw in that divisional round game where you had at the very least a couple of plays that were fairly egregious in that moment. People are like, well, make that reviewable and review that. And I'm like, guys, do we know what we're asking for in this moment? Because we've been down this path and we're actively going down this path and we don't like it.
And even the coaches challenge last night, you see Kenny, he's going,
hey.
He was just like, hey, let me just do it just because I can't take him home with me. It's like, dog, that was a foul, man.
And here comes 2, 3, 5 minutes of a delay in action.
Yeah. And Amen was asking for one in the third quarter, too.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you fouled him.
I do love that. I do love that about the NBA situation.
Get their finger going.
Everybody does a little twirl. Like, hey, review that. I'm like
brother, you fouled him, man.
And then Ime looks to the 2 dudes or 3 dudes on the bench, and they're like, no.
Play ball, man.
Don't do it.
I understand. I feel like this has just become the natural reaction to, I want to make it clear that nah, man, it wasn't me. Yeah. I didn't do that. So it's like, no, review that. It's like, all right,
it'd be one guy on the court doing this. It's like, bro, come on, man.
Yeah, but man,
ball up top.
So yeah, you had those instances. In fact, let's actually get some audio because I mentioned the Patrick Mahomes situation, and Patrick Mahomes went on Carrington Harrison's show, The Drive, up there in Kansas City. and was actually talking about the calls that happened in that Kansas City Chiefs divisional game. And I imagine that you're not going to appreciate his perspective on it.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of learned that no matter what happens during the game, that something's going to come out or about if you win and you continue to win. So I don't really pay attention to it. I mean, obviously, I've been on both sides of it as far as how I felt the calls were made. But at the end of the day, man, those guys are doing their best to make the best calls and keep it to where the players are making the plays in the game, and that's what decides the outcome. And obviously, there was a call here or there that people didn't agree with.
Was there?
At the same time, I think there was a lot of other plays that really decided the outcome of that football game.
That's the stuff that make me hate him, man.
It's so bad.
That's the stuff that make me hate him. I'm just trying to play the game, and you know what you're doing.
We see you.
They're doing the best they can. We were just talking about it at
I'm
dinner.
just trying to play on the football field, and I'm just trying to win the game. And just shut up.
I had dinner with those guys last night, and we were talking about this. The officials, they're doing the best they can.
I do love that. Like, and did we get that other part where he was talking about the fact that, like, the one that I think that they, that they got right is, I was on the sideline, and
Oh yeah,
he was like, I think they got it right, and I recognized it in the moment, and but they ultimately get things right. And I was like, oh, word,
yeah,
But yeah, that's Patrick Mahomes talking about these officials. But I mean, the NFL has the official level problem, and then this came to a head with the ways that the Texans have talked about this. And Joe Mixon yesterday during the show, we see Joe Mixon just start tweeting, talking like being mad at the NFL, and I was like, yo, what is this about? And ultimately we found out that Joe Mixon had been fined the maximum amount that was finable in this instance, $25,000 for some dissent for complaining about the referees. And the odd thing about that was we had found out that this was on like a fan blogging site of SI on SI.com, which is a weird thing that we can delve into at another time because that's a whole different can of worms. But what had happened was the thing that was quoted in the letter that was sent to Joe Mixon. Now, I believe that was reported by DJ Bieniemy.
Yes.
Mike Florio has said different, but I'm going to go with the local guy and DJ. But DJ Bieniemy has said that in that letter that was sent to Joe Mixon was quoted as a quote of and actually I need to circle this.
I got it right here.
Okay, you have it?
Yeah.
What was previously attributed to Joe Mixon?
Why play the game if every 50-50 call goes with the Chiefs? These officials are trash and biased.
So that was attributed to Joe Mixon in the letter that came with his $25,000 fine. We found out yesterday that actually that was TJ Houshmandzadeh, former wide receiver in the NFL.
Playing, man. He's just sitting there.
Nah, he's just watching it like us, seeing what we all seeing and commenting on it. And that ended up in an SI piece or an on SI piece that then, I guess, in somehow reading improperly, the NFL attributed to Joe Mixon and fined him $25,000. Yesterday, we found out also that they amended the I guess the letter or what have you or the reasoning, but they basically were like, nah, you still getting fined $25,000. This is what Joe Mixon had actually said in after the game, and it's just it feels like it's nasty work.
Everybody know how it is playing up here. You can never leave it into the refs' hands, but I mean the whole world see, man, like what it is, bro. But it is what it is,
Stop with that.
Like I said,
it is what it
is. Down to you can't never leave it into the refs' hands, man, and things like that. But it's all good though.
All right, so they fined him. They said, okay, forget that other one.
That was $25,000.
Yeah, we're going to fine you for this.
And of course, like we all live on planet Earth. We have brains. He was criticizing the refs. However, like
everybody says that.
That's what I'm saying.
Everyone. You want to find everyone in the league for saying you can't leave it in the refs' hands?
I do wonder. Yeah. We don't even have to go as far as
that's kind of true, though. You shouldn't leave it in the refs' hands.
And that's why everybody says it. This is ridiculous. Like, this is beyond ridiculous. That's not even a strong enough word. Like, how many times have you heard a player, a coach, a general manager, anyone in the NFL, anyone in any sport say, you know what? You can't leave it in the ref's hands.
Well,
and you're getting fined $25,000 for that?
I feel like, see, now that's the part where I don't think the part that they're getting fined is that you can't leave it in the ref's hands. It's probably the part where he says everybody know how it is playing up here, right?
There's nothing wrong with that.
I know, but like I feel like that is
that's tricky right there.
Right,
There's
exactly.
nothing wrong with that either.
That is not explicit enough that I feel like you get them on the 25. And then also, you had other Texans players and coaches that said things that honestly probably went further. Hello, Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
And at least to our knowledge at this point. So, like, this feels real nasty, and I feel like this goes further to corrode the trust in the NFL. I feel like in America in general, this is a larger observation.
Mm-hmm.
Americans are like, we are getting to a place where we have a severe lack of trust in institutions.
Yeah.
And so, like, the places where you do have some level of trust in institutions are super necessary, and I feel like that's trying to maintain that trust is important. The NFL feels like they are flouting that. They're like, man, bleep it. We run this. What you gonna do about it? And I don't think that they're entirely wrong, because the NFL is the only thing that's only sport that has seemed to like not waver in any of these places.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like they're playing a dangerous game here, because if people are not willing to trust like the administration of the game, how long before people are just like, I mean, we've already got the, shout out to Aaron Foster, we've already got the feeling of, oh, the NFL is scripted. And I know a lot of people do that tongue in cheek, but that's not everybody. Like, at what point do you get to a place where you are hurting your game, and maybe you get to a place where people stop riding with it?
This is. You talk about, and I hate this term, but sometimes it's appropriate. This is a very slippery slope. This is a very slippery slope, because all of a sudden, people are going to be fined for things like that, and not fined saying, yeah, the refs jobbed us. It's like it's arbitrary, and I think there's a bigger point here. I really do. I'm not trying to be dramatic. What is it about the Texans that the NFL all of a sudden has turned? Like why? You want to put it in very blunt, rudimentary terms. Why does the NFL all of a sudden hate the Texans?
See, I mentioned this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not sure if it started with Nick Caserio just kind of calling out the league on the suspension for Aziz,
Mm-hmm.
and just everybody kind of being outspoken about, or this organization being outspoken about it.
D'Amico was pretty outspoken about that part.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if stuff like that make you look at a team a certain way, because I know referees look at certain teams and be like, man, they always complaining, and I'm not about to give them the benefit of the doubt.
The Texans have been the most milquetoast, non-controversial, stay in your lane organization in the NFL for more than 2 decades. Now you got this stuff happening like over and over again. What is it?
Yeah, I don't know that we have a great, and I mean, like, I know that there was a particular time, I mean, the Aziz hit, and you end up with that whole confrontation, and that conversation lasts for over a week, right? Like probably a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't feel like that would be enough. And I understand, like, here, the Texans happen to be the ones across from what has become a developing kind of feeling around NFL circles of them Chiefs, right? And again, I guess coming back to the idea of like being, having trust in the institution, when people start questioning like your officials and how they do it, I understand that you have to try and like quell dissent, but I feel like doing that with like, hey, here's the $25,000 fine, I don't know if that's going to go as well as you think it is, because I feel like we're already seeing this. It only serves to further strengthen like the questions that people have about the institution.
I think a part of it is the NFL is part embarrassed and part bitter, because they got called out on the Aziz Al-Shaair thing, and they probably know they did screw that up by sort of opinion, forcing opinion into their fine on Al-Shaair, and they're like, yeah, well, that's a bad look, and now they're just being defensive.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you can like try and work your way around to not being like defensive, they are just operating by the book. It looks defensive, and in this sense, it's like the perception matters here. It's getting real nasty, and I'm interested to see how this continues. Like, it will also be interesting to see, because like you'll really get a decent idea of if this feels like favoritism or whatever, for lack of a better term. That's probably not the right word. If this is like some level of honing in on one particular place. If all of the Texans end up with fines, like I don't know. I feel like that would at least feel like they're playing on the level field on the criticism, but also still, I don't think that helps.
I kind of want to see what they do with D'Amico if they just let that, because he didn't say like the referee.
He was real gangster with his.
He said, he
was real gangster with his.
If they say something about that, man, that's ridiculous, man.
We'll see. I know Seth made a great point that typically those are announced like on a Saturday. So yeah, come next week, I think we'll have an idea with what's happening, at least in regards to this particular level. But this might just be something that the Texans might be the new bad boys of the NFL, at least with the NFL league office. And we'll see how that ultimately plays out. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Thursday. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day, inspired by Joe Mixon. What's something that you've been accused of that you just didn't do? Go ahead and cue up the Shaggy for me, Figgy. We'll do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not a black.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day. In honor of Joe Mixon, somehow being blamed for TJ Houshmandzadeh's words and still getting fined the same amount by the NFL, what have you been accused of that you just didn't do, right? What have you been accused of that sent you into some righteous indignation, like my man Joe Mixon, who got on Twitter, and I mean, still an incredible tweet, I think, and I read verbatim, quote, "I'm getting fined by the NFL for what someone else said. What's next? I get fined by them for Connor McDavid cross-checking an opponent on an NHL game?" And then he has a.
By the way, shout out to him for being right on top of the NHL news. That's big news in the NHL right now.
Is that really?
Oh yeah, Connor McDavid. They're arguing about it everywhere. Nobody wants to hear about the NHL, but yeah, that is
wow.
That is very topical.
Hey man, I'm switching the music now.
Yeah,
NHL.
Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon's on top of the NHL news.
Yeah, shout out to Joe Mixon. Let me find out that Joe Mixon's a big NHL fan. It'd be weird though if he's a big fan of Connor McDavid. Well, I guess Connor McDavid is the dude in that league. Right?
I was like, damn, an NHL reference.
Shout out.
And on point.
Do you think he had to open up one of them sports sites?
There's got to be something.
He's like,
there's got to be something.
Are any of you the person who like, hey man, I got a joke, but let me make sure it's accurate, or let me make sure it actually lands. You do a quick Google real quick.
Let me
Google this real quick. Make sure that this lands perfect. You're not gonna have me out here looking stupid.
I do it before I debate something online where somebody tried to say, "Oh, you wrong with it."
Good.
I'll be like, let me double check. Let me see. No, he scored this many points in this game. I know what I'm talking about.
Hakeem scored 35 in that game. Yeah, no, I'm glad because not enough people do that. But yeah, what somebody said, don't be an NHL hater, John. That's right.
No, I'm not a hater.
We're trying to bring a team here, man. What you doing, man?
I'm not a hater.
We're going to be talking about it when the team comes to Houston.
He's on point, are we? But he's on point is what I'm saying.
Wow. All right, so back to the question today. What have you been accused of that you just didn't do? Lopez, I know that you don't have a lot of these because when you get accused of things, you absolutely did them. No, I'm just kidding. What do you have?
I want to go back to college. The most egregious one is I drove, me and fishing. So I didn't have classes on Friday. I drove me and a couple of buddies from College Station all the way to Padre Island. Long drive, overnight, listening to music, drinking the whole time, et cetera, while we're driving. But I wasn't drinking. Even back then, when I just like it's an overnight drive. We got to the beach at 3 a.m. and slept for about an hour and a half, and decided to go fishing at daybreak. Whoop whoop. They show up, opens my car. It was my car.
Correct.
Opens my car, and beer cans just falling out.
You got open containers, man.
You know this was back in the day.
Open containers.
You go to jail immediately.
Oh,
100%. Straight to jail.
Back in the day.
Do not collect 200.
That's right.
To jail.
That's right.
And my buddies were hung over, and I was like, it was a man and a woman. I didn't have a drop. And they're like, yeah, and all this other stuff. No real. The only test you had back then was the old breathalyzer.
Yeah, Which I actually were those all that accurate? Like I actually don't know. I can't remember if that was. Yeah.
I said I'll be happy to do anything you want. I'll walk the line. I'll do the breathalyzer.
You was doing
whatever
a
you
lot
want.
there, brother.
I did not drink at all. I did not drink the whole time.
I did not have sexual relations with that
woman, Miss Lewinsky.
And so I did the breathalyzer 0.0, and so they really didn't have anything on me. And those guys I told them I was driving. So they called my mom and dad and said, hey, did you know your son is
out here drinking? We're like, we gonna tattle on you at least. We can't take you down to the precinct, but we gonna tattle on you.
This is the Corpus Christi Police Department.
Oh man!
Damn.
And did your mom say put him on the phone?
Yep. Until the day they
Juan
died.
Felipe.
Until the day they died, they thought I just put one over on everybody. They thought I was drinking the whole time too. And
John Philip Lopez.
Now look, I'm not gonna say I was an angel, but that day. I did not have a drop to drink, and my mom and dad were like, sure.
Are you still mad about it?
Yes.
Okay, because I remembered one in the break that legitimately got my blood boiling. I'm mad again. Mm-hmm. This happened out in Sugar Land, in my neighborhood when I was in elementary school. So, I walked to elementary school, walked back home, and obviously in doing that, after work, mom's not home, walking home. Yeah, take my time, go the leisurely route, and, walk with friends, have some fun in that time period. And so this particular day, I was walking home with a friend, and he was walking his little sister. Just generally the things that people do. And, we're walking, and his little sister, I guess she was feeling good, playing around, and she hit me. And I'm just like, what the bleep, man? Like, what happened? And as that happens, a car pulls up next to us, stops, and this woman rolls down her window and says, "You stop hitting on that little girl." And I'm like, what? Are you I'm just walking. We having a good time, just being kids, talking or whatever. And then I get hit. Not only do I get hit, but as a young male accused of getting hit of a littler girl out in public, I was like, oh, no. It can't be that. No, you cannot impugn my character in such I'm still mad about that. Because first of all, she could have kept driving. She could have kept. She wanted to stop.
Yeah.
And
she saw something that wasn't there.
She didn't do nothing either. It's not like she got out and whooped me, or I didn't know who she was. She couldn't call my mom or nothing. Like she just wanted to make sure that she yelled at this little boy in her mind for hitting a little girl, which I understand why. Yeah. But that was absolutely not what happened. And I don't know how she saw it that way because I didn't raise my hand not once. I am still upset about this. I don't know if you could tell, but I am.
Yeah. So my story is kind of similar to John, but it was no beer cans and drinking and nothing like that. Me and my homeboy Kurt, we was out in Kent. We was in Kent looking for some girls.
Oh, well, of course.
Yeah, so we was on the college campus. We was trying to meet up with some girls there. And all of a sudden, I was kind of lost because I was trying to find them. Yeah. And all of a sudden, whoop, whoop. I'm like, oh, man. So got pulled over. They checked my ID. They checked his ID. And then all of a sudden, can you step outside of the car? I'm like, oh, man. So they started patting us down like, you don't have any bazookas or anything.
Bazookas?
Yeah, I never heard that term. Yeah. Or heard a cop say that. I've been pulled over many times and never heard that term. And so he grabbed my coat pocket, and my phone charger was in there. He grabbed it like, what's this? I'm like, it's a phone charger, please. And my homeboy had a black brush in his pocket. Yeah. And the guy was like, what's this? He was like, it's a brush. So we sitting on the hood of the car.
Oh, my God.
It felt like an hour, man. It was cold outside. We were just sitting there, and the girls we was meeting was way over there. So they looking at us getting pretty much about to get arrested. And all of a sudden, another car rolled by with a guy in the back. And the guy was like, no, that's not them.
God
so
bless.
They were looking for.
So apparently somebody got robbed.
Yeah,
they had the same. They had the same color car I had.
Oh man!
Wow.
If the guy would have said, "Nah, that's them," we would have went to jail.
Yeah.
Fit the description stories, man. That's tough. Man, I got one of those too, but I don't want to bring that up.
We rolled home quiet as hell.
Yeah, I bet you did.
After that one,
about 2 miles under the speed limit, I'm sure.
Man,
on the text line, somebody said, and this one's tough. Cheating. Got accused of cheating continuously when all they were guilty of was having late days of work. Oh, that's tough. You just out there bringing home the bacon.
That guy's just working.
Yeah, man. Got work to do. And I appreciate it. This one made me laugh out loud when I read it. Accused of farting in public when it was 100% their 12-month-old daughter having grown man farts because you can't blame the baby. You just can't. Right? Nobody's, oh, sure. Although, hey, man, those babies do be having, real smelly stuff happening, man. Mm-hmm. Especially once, I guess, around once they start getting, solids. Because, milk is not going to do quite that. But when they start getting solids, their systems be doing the craziest stuff.
Rank.
Yeah.
It gets rank. How does that smell come out of that little thing?
Yeah, exactly. You all cute and everything. How are you making that? Yeah. On the YouTube, they said when they were little, their sister and them were playing outside with their neighbor's chicken coop. When they got done, went inside. Moments later, the neighbors came knocking and said that they broke the chicken coop and let them out. Y'all might have done that accidentally. They got whooped, though.
Or they just wanted a free chicken coop.
Oh, you think that they were scheming? They were like, we saw them playing with it.
And we need a new
plausible deniability. We can make their parents pay for it.
Yes, exactly.
That's real nasty.
It was one time. It was way back in the day before I got with my wife. But I got accused of cheating. Mm-hmm. And the worst part is it was somebody I'd never messed around with. But at the time, I was messing around with other people.
Oh,
but
no.
She pointed at somebody else. I'm like, no, I did not.
So you got to get with her. She was right on the accusation.
Yeah,
just not
the wrong,
in the right.
Just the wrong girl.
Wrong lane.
Just the wrong girl.
I am technically innocent.
I never messed with that girl right there.
On my mother.
On my dead granny.
That girl in particular. I never messed with her. Right there.
I was like, woo, she got the wrong girl.
Otherwise, you were sunk. From the 281, they said they saw, this might be Figgy texting, and saw a dog walking down the road in the rain. They picked him up. Had him 3 days until they saw a post about a missing dog, so they called the owner, and the owner accused them of stealing the dog and brought the police when they came to pick him up.
I bet you that happens a lot.
That is tough.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, how did I get in
trying
this?
to be good here.
For being a good Samaritan. Yeah, keep letting us know about your Joe Mixon situations where you definitely didn't do what you were accused of on the text line, 713-572-4610. I'll try and make sure to circle back around to them. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the NFL honors and the finalists have been announced for big-time awards, plus another Pro Bowler for the Texans. I'll tell you who it is next.
How about that?
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
There is a heat emanating off of the text line, 713-572-4610. As we were just going through the, instances where you've been accused of something that you just didn't do in honor of Joe Mixon being accused of calling the referees trash directly, which he did not do.
I swear.
And man, y'all got some anger and there's some mess in here, and I would like to give it its due, so I will do my best to find the time. But right here, I don't know if I got it for you. Actually, you know what? Maybe if we go through it around the NFL real quick, we can give ourselves a little treat on the back end.
There we go.
Just a little treat of righteous indignation.
Sprinkles on an ice cream.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Just letting the people know about how our various listeners have been wronged by other people in their lifetimes. But let's go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And we begin with another Pro Bowler. That's right. The Texans previously only have 4 Pro Bowlers. They add a 5th today with a Pro Bowl games replacement. His name is Danielle Hunter. He has been elected to the Pro Bowl as Raiders defensive end Max Crosby dropped out due to injury.
Yeah.
So Danielle he was the first alternate, and of course he immediately steps in. So that was something that we knew with him being his first alternate.
It was a possibility.
Possibility of him getting in. Thankfully, he gets in. So like I said, there are now 5 Pro Bowlers that are Texans. You have, of course, Nico Collins, Laramie Tunsil, Derek Stingley Jr., Danielle Hunter, and Joe Mixon. Those are the 5, and that is the most selections for this team since 2012, goodness gracious, when they had 8.
Yeah, and overdue, deserved. We all know that. Best thing of all, man, Texans fans, you got 2 Pro Bowl defensive ends with Will Anderson, who's going to, obviously playing at a very, very high level.
Well, Will is one of the alternates as well.
Well, but what I'm saying is you got 2 dudes that are going to be around. I think Will Anderson's going to ultimately make it.
He'll have to make a Pro Bowl at some point. It would. I feel like it would be. And of course,
should be this year.
I was like, is there wood to knock on? Maybe that's if you are superstitious, knock on wood for me in that instance, because bad things happen at times. It's one of the reasons why nothing is a given, especially in the NFL. You want to make sure
you are set at the end position. I'll put it that way.
100%.
I'll put it that way.
100%. There's a myriad of statistics that point to that idea. And sacks, pressures, all those things.
They set to the point when I seen the news about Khalil Mack. I'm just like,
who cares?
I
was the same way. I was like, who cares?
Because usually people are like, oh, bring them to Houston.
It's immediate.
We good.
Texans got the same thing, Figgy. I was like, I don't care.
Texans got 3 ends better than Khalil Mack right now.
Yeah.
How about that whole lot? They got so many ends that are better than Khalil Mack.
Don't get me started on Derek Barnett.
That's right. Oh, that was the one that you were going for? I was going to give Danico Autry a shot.
I know.
All right. Some other things around the NFL. We talked about this a lot yesterday as the Jags seemingly missed out on the dude that they thought that they had locked up in Liam Cohen, who is the offensive coordinator of the Buccaneers. Yesterday, it was said that, he's going to return to the Buccaneers. Seemingly, he didn't like the setup of Jacksonville, and it stands to reason that was Trent Baalke's fault. Shad Khan took that personally. He went into Trent Baalke's office and said, hey, pack your stuff.
Yeah.
Because the Jaguar, I don't know if he actually said that. The Jaguars, he might have, and he probably should have, and he probably should have said it earlier, but the Jaguars have fired Trent Baalke, according to them, right? I think, and let me actually pull up the actual statement that they put out.
It was interesting.
I can get you the jargon and the legalese and the things that they ultimately said. But in the statement, of course, they did the thing where there's a mutual parting of ways and such. But they're moving on from him, and that opens up the fullness of that job search. I think Robert Saleh is still pretty strongly implicated there, and Liam Cohen has not officially signed that extension.
That's where I was going to go.
I think today is when they're supposed to. Do you think that that's a possibility that the Jaguars can circle the block, manage to get Liam Cohen in there, and possibly actually make a good hire, much to the chagrin of everybody else in the AFC South?
Let me ask you guys both this, and certainly our listeners as well. I know it might be a bad look for Liam Cohen to say, never mind, I'm going back. I'm going to Jacksonville. It might be a bad look, but you do it. I think.
Yeah. Do you think that's? I don't think that's a bad look.
It wouldn't be a bad look.
Because he goes from Jacksonville, okay, I'm coming back to Tampa Bay, okay, now I'm going back.
To me, it would be a bad look if he got the Jacksonville job and then pulled the Josh McDaniels and dipped out. I think that would be a bad look.
And the Josh McDaniels thing, even that wouldn't be too bad if you're like, all right, I'll do it. And then 2 days later, you're like, I won't do it. Josh McDaniels, the real issue is that he got people out of their jobs to go there and was like, actually, I'm not going to show up with y'all. Yeah. Good luck. Yeah. Right? I thought that was the real big issue.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask, because I'm like, I think some people will criticize him, for waffling and all that.
Well, but this isn't like a waffling. I wouldn't consider this waffling.
But my point is, I would do it.
This is in the face.
I would absolutely do it.
This is in the face of new information. Like the job changes incredibly, right? Like not all money is good money, and it's real bad money if you're working under a general manager who seemingly does not make good decisions and would have some level of power over what's happening there. And it becomes very different if now you are hired, especially if you're hired in a way where they don't have a general manager and now you have input in who you can work with, who you can maybe get things done with, and maybe even have some personnel control.
Yeah, I think the Buccaneers will be happy for him regardless, like whatever decision he makes.
Yeah. And example number 7,864, if I'm keeping track correctly, of someone saying it was a mutual decision and it was not a mutual decision.
Hey, maybe somebody gave him a good reason to fire him.
There's never been
That's true.
There's never been a less likely mutual decision than Balky and Shad Khan. A mutual decision.
Just imagine Trent Baalke like, you know what? This job ain't for me.
Yeah, Trent Baalke was like, I hate seeing you guys lose all these jobs, so being a good steward.
Let's both agree to leave.
I care more about the Jaguars than my own employment.
Yeah. It seems like people aren't wanting to work here, so you know what? I'll just kindly bow out.
Give me a break.
But yes, apparently, according to Jonathan Jones, who covers these things, covers the NFL for CBS Sports, that he's not shocked if the Jags do make another run.
They should, and I would take it.
Rick Stroud said that it's been reported that Cohen and there's a contract, or they're expected to have his contract signed today. But obviously things can change, and so we'll see how that ultimately goes, and we'll keep you up to date with it as we continue around the NFL and with coaching hiring news. Maybe not hiring, but the carousel. The Cowboys are in this very funny space where they fire Mike McCarthy, who was the head coach, and then he had been the offensive play caller the last couple of years with that team. And there's a clear question of who do you hire next? And Jerry Jones had been he took a while to even agree that he was not going to bring Mike McCarthy back on another deal. And so teams are moving on this coaching hiring, and a lot of people wondered, where do they go? What type of head coach are they looking for? Are they looking for a young, innovative play caller? Are they looking for a long time or like a retread head coach that has experience, like maybe even with like Super Bowl experience, almost like they hired with Mike McCarthy? And right now, it seems like the leader in the clubhouse is Brian Schottenheimer, who was previously their offensive coordinator the last couple of years, but obviously not their play caller, and notably has not been a head coach. His biggest, I don't think he's really super well regarded as an offensive play caller or offensive coordinator.
We don't know.
He was with the Seahawks during that time where they really ran the football. He's viewed very much as a run-first guy, and maybe not necessarily fitting in line with, I think, what a lot of people view as a coordinator in the modern NFL. But he's been talked about. In fact, actually, here's Ian Rappaport discussing the case that can be made for Brian Schottenheimer, and see how if he's got a lot of excitement with the things that he's telling you.
To me, at the very least, this feels real. And so if I were to try to explain why this interview makes some sense, I would say one you just said, which is there have been plenty of times when Brian Schottenheimer, called Shoddy by his players, has been a hot head coaching candidate. He's got a really strong resume, not just as an offensive coordinator. I know people look at the numbers, but as a leader and someone who can keep up the culture that the Cowboys have. The familiarity would be there as well. For instance, if you are someone who likes Dak Prescott having a lot of success in an offense, you'd have a lot of continuity and some similar offensive schemes from before. And then, look, for the Cowboys, I know we talked about this, Tom, there is definitely a thought that for Jerry Jones, he didn't maybe want to pay top dollar for a head coach. This probably wouldn't be that. It's at least something the Cowboys are exploring, and we'll see what direction it goes.
I don't know about this. It doesn't bother me. It's the Cowboys. But what culture? The culture is going to be the same. It's going to be the Jerry Jones culture no matter what.
That's right.
That's right. How is he going to have okay, I'm going to put my stamp on things?
I love that the case. Well, supposedly, and I saw this yesterday. Supposedly, there's players that do enjoy him. He is like a charismatic dude. However, we talking about culture. what we're talking about on the national scale, I started sounding like AI right there. We're talking about on the national NFL level of culture. We're talking about guys like D'Amico Ryans. We're talking about guys like Dan Campbell. When we start talking about culture, that's where I don't know that he's on those levels per se of this. I mean, it's not like he hasn't been available for opportunities. And I do love that of the things that were mentioned, he gonna be pretty cheap. Like that is one of the things that's running out here. And he's not gonna cost as much as some of these other people.
Even that, does Jerry Jones care about that?
He does.
You think?
Jerry Jones says that he doesn't, but Jerry Jones, if you look at the way that he's operated like a cheapskate.
Yeah, he don't fire coaches.
He has not fired coaches. He's let them run out their contracts. Just from that perspective. Also, they have held a lot of their salary cap over year to year, where they talk about, I know Jerry Jones has specifically had the quote that I would sign. There's not a size, or there's not a limit to the size of check that I would sign if it would win me a Super Bowl. And it's maybe,
there is.
you can say that on salary cap, and even then that doesn't track. But you know what? Ain't no salary cap on coaches. Spend up, big boy. Where's the spending, dog? And it's not there. So more power to for the Cowboys. Keep doing that. Go ahead and do that. See if that gets you another win against the Texans. Oh, right. You didn't get one of those this year, did you? All right. As we continue around the NFL, should I circle back around to the NFL honors finalists? Because there's a lot of them here, and I want to do them their justice. But as we continue talking more about some of these coaching carousel, apparently the Saints, a job that I had completely forgotten about. I know that there's some jobs out there now that we have the Jets job filled, we have the Bears job filled, both of those with Detroit Lions assistants. There's still 4 jobs out there with the Jaguars job, which we just talked about, that becomes a little bit more appealing with a quarterback in Trevor Lawrence and now free space in the front office to maybe mold that to what it looks like. You got the Raiders, which gross. What other job am I missing here?
Saints, and
there's one more that I'm missing, and I can't believe that it's eluding me in this moment.
Raiders.
I mentioned Raiders. There's one more that I'm missing in this moment. It will come to me. But yeah, the Saints job is not one that feels all that appealing. You don't really have a quarterback situation that's good, because the quarterback that you've paid money to. I think we all are in a place where there's not really a belief, or there's a belief, at least there's a cap there. And speaking of cap, that salary cap is nasty. And it seems like the guys that the Saints are currently talking to, they've scheduled second interviews with, or they plan to schedule second interviews with offensive guys, Joe Brady and Kellen Moore, for next week, which is interesting because, obviously they had previously had Sean Payton as the guy, as the head coach, being that offensive guy. They went to Dennis Allen, made him the head coach as the defensive guy, and now looks like they're going back offensively.
And they should.
Young offensive talent.
Because you have to make the most of what you have right now, because you're not going to have it for long, and we've talked about the salary cap and everything else. Joe Brady has always intrigued me.
He has had a meteoric rise.
He really has, and he was a young guy, obviously LSU,
and he wasn't the offense coordinator. He was the pass game coordinator there in that 2019 football team that looked like one of the best football teams in college football.
But the thing about him,
the history,
is everyone who's ever been around him just sings high praises. So make the most of what you can right now if you're the Saints with the offense.
Yeah, but those are the looks. It looks like that's young, talented play caller is what they're going for there. So we'll see how that ultimately lines up. And Brazil, we've talked about the international games. Brazil apparently is in discussions with the NFL about a long-term contract for international games. So this might not have been a one-off. The NFL continuing to try and expand their web far across the planet and maybe have a yearly Brazil game. Now I would hope that maybe they figure out, if they had that contract, a way to have the turf be good every year.
Oh, that's right. That was awful. That actually affected a lot of the postseason. We didn't know because it was the opening weekend. But either way, I love Brazil as a country. Boy, that is a big ask.
It's a lot of travel, but
that's a big ask.
If that money come through,
yeah, that's all that matters.
If that money comes through, especially as it feels like the money is going to come through for the NFL, not in the individual, but as if they can get the entirety of this international series, what it feels like is going to happen is that's going to be sold as a separate package that they now then put an innumerable amount of billions, probably millions or billions on that deal for the Sunday or morning slate of international games, because the NFL constantly finds ways to make more money. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody asked, because we were talking about Josh McDaniels earlier, they said, I promise you wish Texans would hire Josh McDaniels to run the offense. Don't think that you'd ever look back, and he thinks that that would take CJ to another level. Do you agree with that sentiment? Like, Josh McDaniels has done a pretty good job running offense.
I actually think about that a lot, man.
But in New England, especially when you talk about in New England with Tom Brady, and I understand, maybe that's unfair to be like, well, Tom Brady's there, but I mean, people were doing that to Bill Belichick.
He kind of did it with Matt Jones though at one point. Remember, Matt Jones had
I guess I'm on an island here. I would avoid him like the plague.
Just as a dude?
For CJ.
Just as a dude.
No,
yeah.
Sometimes I think about, because we always talk about the Shanahan offense and the Kubiak offense.
He's the guy that says, do it this way. And CJ needs the exact opposite of that. He needs some say. We talked about
collaboration.
He needs some say.
Yeah.
He's the Bill O'Brien guy that says, hey, this worked in New England with Tom Brady. No bleep.
Why are all Bill Belichick's assistants like that?
Yeah, no kidding. With Tom Brady, it worked. I'll be dog.
God, they all stink.
I would avoid him like the plague.
I'm with you.
I'm kind of worried. I was just wondering if he would do good in that type of offense, though.
Not here with CJ though. My CJ is the thing for me. Like he's smart. He needs a say. He needs collaboration, as you put it.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk to our guy, Andy Kalu. About the ending of the Texans season. Let's wrap that up and wrap up our series with Andy Kalu next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents. on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I love this so much. I love this song so much. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm trying to figure out in the moment. I was trying to see if I could figure out if there was a tie between this song and our next guest. He is a former defensive lineman for your Houston Texans, and obviously played elsewhere around the league in the NFL. He's been a guest all
he's
regular
a New
season
Kids
long.
on the Block guy.
Is he?
Yeah.
Did not know that. He is Ndi Kalu, my favorite Nigerian, as I like to call him, and he joins us now on Sports Radio 610. What's happening, my man?
What's going on, brothers? How are y'all doing?
You still New Kids on the Block?
New Kids on the Block. Well, I haven't heard their new stuff, obviously, but the reason I liked them growing up, the first, and let me let the people know, yes, I'm in my late 40s, so you can hear artists and not know what they look like. So for a while, I thought they were brothers, and then when I found out they were white, I thought, man, that's pretty cool. These people have adopted the R&B and sound, but now I've been taught that that's that's not a good thing anymore.
Oh, that's good. Own it.
I have learned that today that Ndi Kalu, probably a big fan of Blue Eyed Soul. Okay, very good. One more thing, because I know you enjoy when we bring the shenanigans right to your doorstep. Earlier, we were talking about, in honor of Joe Mixon, what have you been accused of that you just didn't do? Do you have a scenario where you just recall an instance where you've been accused of something that you just, no, that was not me. I didn't do that.
Ooh, you know I'm black, right?
That is fair. Touche. Yeah, me and Figgy had to be careful because we were like, all right, so how many fit the profile stories can we get off?
Can you give us an alphabetized list?
Yeah. I'm like, how long is this segment? Well, you know what? The one that bothered me the most, and it's actually not funny, but it didn't hit me till after the fact, and to this day still bothered me. So we were coming back in high school. We went to the state game. We played Odessa Perm, and we lost. So on the flight back to San Antonio, I'm upset because back then when you lose a game, you cry. You're not taking pictures with the opponent. You're still upset about it. So I'm sitting on the plane, and my seatmate is Priest Holmes, the running back for the Kansas City Chiefs. We're the only two brothers on the team, the only two brothers on the entire team. And I was sleeping, and the stewardess, she woke me up, and she said, "Do you want this drink in your face?" So I'm confused, and I didn't know what she was saying then. And keep in mind, I'm 15, 16 at the time, a little bit naive.
Yeah.
Then she kept saying, "Do you want this drink in your face?" And I had this stupid grin on my face, and I'm like, "No?" ? And then the boys behind me are all laughing. So come to find out, when we land, they were like, dude, we were touching her ass, and she thought it was you.
Oh,
and I was like, y'all stupid ass.
Man.
But I was more upset that I didn't get a chance to respond to her, because even like
she still think it's you.
She still thinks it's you.
Yeah, even a year later, I was like, man, I wish I could have told that flat booty heifer that there's no way that I would be trying to touch her without her consent. But that one, for some reason, really bothered me. And the guys who were doing it, they're teenage boys, but I don't think they understood the ramification of it.
Right.
But yeah, so that one to this day bothers me more so that I didn't get a chance to cuss her out.
Yeah, they were playing with your good name.
Yeah.
You know what? Exactly. And I was asleep and I was mad. Oh, and the funny thing, Priest Holmes, the reason I brought his name up wasn't to name drop. He woke up too, and usually because he was a year ahead of me, I always looked up to him. I looked at him like, what does this mean? Like, is she trying to let me know something? Like, is this something I just don't understand? And he kind of looked at me, shrugged, and just went back to sleep.
Priest had nothing for you. He said, "That's my name, Ben, and I ain't in."
Exactly. He was like, man, maybe it's a white thing, and she's trying to get with you. But
that's crazy.
He kept saying, "Do you want this drink in your face?" And I was like, what is she talking about? Then when we got on the bus, because the bus takes us from the plane back to the school, they were laughing and told me what happened. And
my gosh. That's awful.
Man, that's awful.
That is awful. Speaking of awful, hey, I pulled a Reggie.
Hey, transition king.
No, that's Reggie, but I tried to channel it. Speaking of awful, really, I don't want to get into specifics until I ask you just in a general sense. the treatment that Patrick Mahomes got against the Houston Texans, just your takeaways from that.
You know what? I've never been blame it on the refs guy. I'm still not, but that's where you start losing fans in the NFL. Like the last team in the world that needs extra help from the refs is it's the Kansas City Chiefs. And two of those calls, I was like, come on, man, what are we doing? Like, even if I don't have a dog in the fight, which I kind of didn't, because a part of me wants to see Andy Reid. He was my head coach for 6 years, so I'm always rooting for him. And obviously I played for the Texans, covered the Texans. They've been great to me since I've retired. But those were the type of calls where I was like, you know what? This is where you give fuel to the people that believe the game is rigged. This is where you give fuel to the people who believe that they're NFL script writers and, they only want to see certain teams make it to the Super Bowl. That's what bothered me more than, this is happening against my team. But the fact that you're watering down the game, you're giving the conspiracy theorists ammo for some of those crazy takes, because two of those calls, I was just flabbergasted. I didn't even know how to respond to it.
How common is it in a locker room for players to have kind of that feeling of, a certain unfairness in the game? Because I just am curious. Like, obviously, you could see it. It was emanating out from this Texans team after that game. But I'm wondering, like, how uncommon is that? Or is that something where, players in the league, you'll go out and you play, you understand what it is, but, there's a lot of players that kind of have that feeling of a certain ref ain't really feeling them.
I think now with social media and everybody knows what everyone's thinking, more players do feel that way. And you have all these examples, and all you have to do is turn on your TikTok or Instagram or, whatever social media platform, and you see examples of it. When I played, it was more, you know what, it happens. You curse out the ref on the field and then you move on. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't this thought that there's this, concerted effort by the NFL to have certain teams win. But again, the good and bad with social media, because I've seen, and I'm not even a huge social media guy, but I've seen reels, I think that's the right word,
yes, sir,
where they edited and showed like all the different calls that went for Kansas City. So if you don't understand editing, understand football, you're like, God, dog, there really are, playing for the Kansas City. So I think now, just because of information being readily available, it appears to be more so than it was in the early 2000s.
Andy, Reggie and I spoke about this yesterday, now that we've had time to digest sort of the whole season. And we kind of we're kicking around the idea of this offensive line, so at least two or three of these guys don't really fit what the Bobby Slowick system is. And yet Bobby Slowick tried to sort of force feed the system into these what these offensive linemen are capable of doing. So which do you change? I know which is easier to change as the coordinator, but which would you change, moving forward? Because some of these guys just don't fit getting to the second level, angling on guys, et cetera.
Ooh, that's a great question. And I don't want to give you the political answer, but my thought is, if you believe, if you're the decision maker, if you're Nick Caserio, if you're Coach D'Amico Ryans, the McNairs, those are the three people that matter. If you believe in the offensive coordinator, then I think you have to get the players to fit his system. But if you're saying, you know what, I don't like some of these calls, he's not trending in the right direction, then in my opinion, that's when you make a move at the OC. And it's a tough decision to make. Like that's why head coaches and general managers get paid the big bucks. That's a hard decision to make, to tell a man that he's not good at his job and he needs to move on. And that's basically what's happening. And then you bring in that offensive coordinator who you feel like, one, can continue to groom C.J. Stroud, and two, work with the talent that you have. Because say what you want, this is a talented football team. So there's no excuses. I think with what they've done over the last 2 years, the expectation next year is to get to the conference championship game. So if you don't feel like that OC can get the guys that you have on this roster, the nucleus there, then that's where you make the change.
We're talking to ND Kalu right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And, we're going to talk about this a little bit later on, and this is one of the things that becomes very front and center as you start trying to turn over this season to the next one. Stephon Diggs was a guy that you brought in, and he fit into the culture of what was happening here immediately. But he is 31 years old. Next year will be his age 32 season. coming off of an ACL. Is that a guy that you absolutely want back, or do you have some trepidations about returning off of that injury?
Again, you have to be cutthroat when you're in a position of power. Stephon Diggs did everything the Houston fan base wanted him to do with the way he was mentoring the youngsters, the things that he was saying, the type of team player that he was. It wasn't the nightmare that you would believe if you only read the clippings coming from the Buffalo Bills media. So, yeah, you have to appreciate what he did. But the tough decision, you have an aging guy coming off a serious injury. In my opinion, you have to move as if you're not bringing them back. So I don't know how cap friendly it will be to bring them back. But my thought is, okay, when you go into this draft, you have to go into this draft assuming Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell aren't coming back. So does that make wide receiver a priority? Absolutely. And if Stephon Diggs comes back and he picks up right where he left off, then that's, icing on the cake, more power to you. But I've always been of the belief, when you have a star player, a starter who's over 30 and is suffering a season-ending injury, you just go into that next season assuming that he's not going to be the guy that he was before.
I'm not gonna lie, Andy, I was a little surprised to hear you come with that hard-nosed take as a former player. I thought you might take a little easy.
No, that's good.
I appreciate that.
That's why you're here. That's why we're gonna miss
exactly. You. It's one of the reasons why I appreciate talking with you.
I went through it. I tore my ACL. I tore my ACL in like year 7. And during my rehab and, Philadelphia media, they're always in your face. How do you feel? I'm like, man, I feel better than I did before. But in my mind, I don't know if I'm going to make it next year.
Yeah.
And I know, that was in 2004. So we're talking about 21 years. God, dog, I'm getting old. We're talking about over 20 years ago. So obviously guys are bouncing back.
Right.
But if I'm a general manager, I'm moving as if they're not coming back.
And you did say this was like 20 years ago, right? So I understanding that, especially sports medicine just continues to rapidly progress in a way that's mind-boggling. But how long did it take for you to feel somewhat like this self of yourself from before the injury?
I never did. I just had to adjust my game because before it was more athleticism, explosive movements, quick twitch. After I tore my ACL and came back, and I played another 4 or 5 years after it, thank God. But I just had to change my game. I became more of a run stopper, physical. I gained about 15, 20 pounds just to kind of change the game up because I never quite felt the same. Now, there are other guys, Adrian Peterson, he tore his ACL and he rushed for 2,000 yards,
That's right.
The following years. Every story is different,
That's right.
But I just never assume somebody's going to come back the way they were before the injury.
Sure. You were still faster than all those flat booty heifers.
Yeah.
I'm going to cherish that story for the rest of my life. And at the risk of doing something, because in theory you should not be doing something on there that you don't know exactly where it's going to go. However, I try and do things for the people. Somebody asked on the Twitch, ask Andy how Uncle Greg is. Haven't heard him in a little while.
You know what? We text back and forth, and we always talk about the good times. And to this day, and Reggie, you weren't here, but we had a radio show on a different station.
Yeah.
And I think we cater to the low hanging fruit. So we cater to the mouth breathers because that's what we were. So, a lot of people just felt connected to us. So even to this day, whether it's at church or even at a Texan game, somebody would be like, man, Uncle Greg, where's he at? He texts me, he's doing fine. It sucks that I haven't, been in the same place as him for a while now. But from what I'm hearing and from the text back and forth, he seems to be doing fine.
Excellent. And look, I would not call you a mouth breather. I would not say that. I always appreciate the times that we get to talk to you. I imagine that we're going to let you go and do your mogul thing, but we'll tap in with you a little bit throughout the offseason, my man.
No, I appreciate it, man. Y'all do an awesome job to the point where, and I'm not just saying this, like I used to listen to like all the sports stations, but man, I just leave it right there on 610.
Hey.
Especially they're on, I turn y'all on in the office. So yeah, appreciate what y'all are doing, and y'all keep up the great work.
There he is, my favorite Nigerian for obvious reason, Nd Kalu. Appreciate you, my man. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening, or rest of your day. There he goes. That's Nd Kalu right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including what happened at the Bear Bryant Awards yesterday and some interesting stuff that happened, including the UH Cougars absolutely dismantling Utah. We'll do it next.
Billy the Kid is headed to Cooperstown. After a long 10 years on the ballot, Billy Wagner finally got the votes needed to make it into the Baseball Hall of Fame. The legendary Stros closer joins Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio as the third primary Astro to be inducted into the Hall. Congrats, Billy. It's been a long time coming.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
John Lopez here with Louis Flory from Ability Trees. Louis, first of all, I want to say thank you, not for being a good dude and a good friend, but I slept well at night after the latest storm because my trees, we had problems, but we didn't have tree problems.
I always like to come in again and take care of these potential problems to make sure that we cut down the liability exposure to tree damage, property damage, someone getting hurt.
I know after our latest storm, you were getting calls that said, hey, thank you for this, thank you for that.
John, after Beryl came through here, I can't tell you how many calls that we had where customers were calling in and thanking our office staff of getting their trees pruned and cleaned out before Beryl hit. So they were just very thankful that they had their trees pruned, cleaned out where the wind could blow through those trees instead of against them.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-44.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And we begin, if we're talking about big stories, how about a big story in that the Houston Rockets beat the team in the NBA with the best record? And they did so with some with aplomb. Is that the word?
Aplomb.
Aplomb.
Yes.
Who? Aplomb. APLOMB. That is your word of the day. In fact,
First of all, you're throwing too many big words.
That's right.
Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
That's right.
Not a plum, a plum.
Yeah, there was no plums involved. At least not that I know of.
Not a peach, a plum.
So what do it mean?
Like with expertise, so to speak.
Who?
All right, so this is
y'all talk English.
This is specifically from the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, the 5th edition. For those of you that want to fact check it, a plum,
which Reggie and I do
is a
occasionally.
noun. Don't speak for me. I'm a Merriam-Webster man. It is a noun that means self-confident assurance and poise.
Okay.
And poise was absolutely there. For a majority of the game, the fourth quarter looks like there was a lack of poise a little bit for your Houston Rockets. But they started the game, and Cleveland had a lead, and then they worked that lead down towards the end of the first quarter, and they didn't look back for a good long stretch, having leads that were up to 13, 14, 15 points at points. And then there was the fourth quarter, and the Cavs found a 19-0 run at one point. They went into a zone, and they really flustered the Rockets offense, but ultimately it came down to the very end of the game where the Rockets had a 2-point lead. Tari Eason just actually, it's better to let Craig Ackerman give you an accounting of what happened on Space City Home Network. Oh, my bad. I should have given you that setup, huh? I think this was
play already. Now matchup.
Now Garland got the three on, and there was a
Did he leg
foul.
kick?
They fouled him on the three. Tari Eason and Darius Garland.
Was that a natural shooting motion?
A 90% free throw shooter.
Man, he's putting some jelly on that 90, isn't he?
that is the moment.
Putting the voodoo on him.
No, that's well, yes. I appreciate when you can hear the
that's
broadcaster.
what he was trying to do.
You can hear the broadcaster being like, broadcast curse, broadcast curse, broadcast curse.
But still, that was a 90% free throw shoot. That's like Steph Curry going up there, man.
And in this instance, not Steph Curry, but Darius Garland stepped to the free throw line. First of 3 shots. Clank.
Yeah.
Clank. Then he made the third. They had the ball because of that flagrant foul that Tari Eason had. He was underneath Darius Garland as he landed.
He felt good after that second free throw, though,
yes.
man.
Yeah.
After he clanked that, he felt good.
I said, Tari Eason, I know he got a praying grandma.
He got to go to church.
He got a praying grandma. He is covered. He is blessed and sanctified, Tari Eason.
He must be paying his tithes, man.
That's right. He is good with the Lord because, man, that would have been a real nasty conversation had that one not going. I mean, a real good defensive effort, and I know Ime talked about it, like, hey, you just got to jump in that instance because when you stay down and you close out low, that's when that happens. So, I mean, it's even in those instances, Ime coaching, but ultimately, 109-108 is the victory. In fact, this is what it sounded like at the end.
Into Mitchell, the whirl, the shot, the miss, and the Rockets survive. I have no idea how they just survived that fourth quarter. No clue. None whatsoever. Everything that just happened there on that Garland shot, plus the 19-0 run that the Cavs hit the Rockets with in the fourth quarter, and they still win the game. Shocking. 109-108.
Don't be shocked,
Shocking result.
Don't be shocked, Craig.
I will say it was a bad night for people live tweeting, man.
I bet it was.
Oh,
man.
I saw several going, that's a wrap.
I'm thinking like, what is Tari doing? Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over. Oh, no, it's not. Oh.
It's a great night. It's always a good night in sports when you get at least one or two of the,
Yeah.
In fact, Cam Whitmore, oh boy, talk about an moment. A alley-oop, one-handed slam, and I'm pretty sure that his eyeballs were about to pop out of his noggin with how hyped he was. Man, this team has been playing some great basketball, as evidenced by beating a team that only had 6 losses, now 7 in the Cleveland Cavaliers. Despite them not having Evan Mobley, who cares? Nobody cares about that. They're still a very
win
good
is
team.
a win, man.
A win is a win, and it is the 29th that the Rockets have put on tape. 9 and 1 in games at Toyota Center versus the top 10 teams, and record-wise, this Rockets team has the goods to play at the highest level.
I believe 9 of their last 12 in final one-possession games type situations. No, you say they have what it takes. They can beat anybody. That's not something you normally would say.
That was the message from Fred.
And more importantly, I think they can beat anybody. That's not a prediction, but I think they can beat anybody in a series because of how they're equipped. Cam Whitmore is becoming a big story. I mean, this is a guy that was just trying to find a way, and all of a sudden, 16 points, a couple of blocks in 21 minutes. Obviously, Tari Eason back. Steven Adams is finding a place, that's comfortable for him, and it is what should be comfortable for him
when he's playing. The issue is just that up and down of dealing with the knee and everything.
They are equipped to be able to beat anybody.
Yeah, and you mentioned Cam Whitmore. Him getting more minutes, he adds some shooting, as did Fred VanVleet has been shooting 44% in his last 14 games. And since the turn of the calendar, this Rockets team is shooting 37, maybe 38% from three. Like, that's nice. And I know the 832 texted, the Rockets still need to trade for a shooter. Maybe, but it seems like they might be able to have some of that shooting with what they have. Seeing this team develop this year has been an absolute treat, and there's still plenty of games to go. They will face off against this Cavs team again. If you want to see if that was some level of fluke, which I mean at this point that's probably not the way to put it because it's not a fluke when this team competes against good teams. But if you want to see them on the return trip, Saturday 6:30 in Cleveland is what's going to happen. Is when that one's going to happen. So that's the next game for your Rockets. Talk about Houston basketball in a different sense. The number 7 team in the nation, the Houston Cougars, defended home court in a way that was very obvious. 41 points in the first half.
Are they good at defense?
Very good. Only 17 points in the first half for the Utah Utes. 70-36 was the final in that one. And, I mean, it's the usual suspects. It's the usual way. I mean, you got double-digit scores almost across the entirety of the starting lineup. They locked down defensively. I mean, they didn't shoot particularly well in this game. And shout out to Ocho, who is always on his P's and Q's when it comes to watching really most things. But he said especially hoops and U of H hoops in particular. Utah had 15 points and 13 turnovers at one point in this game. Like, that's just this team does it at an incredibly, incredibly high level.
Last night, and I didn't really recognize this. I usually wrap up all my work and stuff about 6 o'clock until I sat down and turned on the TV. That was a great night of basketball across the board.
Correct.
College basketball was fantastic. Obviously,
go ahead and do it. Let the people know about the team that you want to talk about.
Well, no, not just the Aggies, who've now beaten 5 ranked teams and came with their first lead on the last possession, and they won the game. But all across the SEC, there was ranked opponents back and forth. I was flipping like crazy, man.
Yeah, there was a couple of games that went down all the way to the stretch. Yeah. Shout out to the Cougars, also the men's basketball team. On February 1st, this is a date that's important. They will wear the Houston Blue jerseys versus Texas Tech. So
cease and desist coming.
That's right. And you know what? I know where she can shove that.
Yes.
But yeah, there's another fantastic performance by the Cougs and Juwan Roberts. Talking about Kelvin Sampson, I have the greatest coach in the country, Hall of Famer. And then he also said that this is the best team in the country. But who's keeping track of that? But shout out to the Cougars. Yeah, they sure will. I need to get out to one of these games here. I keep saying that, and I need to actually make it. Might just be that I need to go next game. I will be there. Like, that might be the way that I do this. Some other things that are worth noting. I mentioned those things. Marcus Freeman, head coach of Notre Dame, they went to the national championship game. They fell to Ohio State, but he gets an award, the Bear Bryant Awards that were happened yesterday at the Post Oak. Our guys of the Drive were out there broadcasting. Marcus Freeman comes home with the award. I mean, he's a fantastic season for him, and really incredible taking Notre Dame and keeping them at that level and really pushing them to a different level in this 12-team playoff world.
Terrific effort. Obviously, terrific job by him. I was a little surprised, though.
Really?
I thought it'd be Signetti.
Yeah, I mean, what a coaching job, especially when it comes to coach awards.
Because it's in 1 year. I mean, he did it in 1 year.
Coach awards are interesting because you would imagine in most of them, and I don't know how much that tracks with the Bear Bryant Awards. I'm going to be honest. I have not really tracked the history of how this award goes. Usually coaching awards, they're largely dictated on what did we expect from you previously, and then where have you gone from there. And I don't know if there's a bigger delta in that way than Curt Cignetti at Indiana with a team that I mean, I don't think they had won, 10 games?
We talked about it. I forget the exact year.
In literal many decades, they won 11. Like, that's just
it was an incredible job that he did.
Incredible job for Indiana's program. But again, salute to Marcus Freeman there. And Figgy, I know that have you been up on this Australian Open?
Not as I should.
You've been missing some real good tennis.
I know, man.
Some real good tennis. I saw Iga Swiatek in her previous match. She was on her P's and Q's. The placement was great. And she matched up with Madison Keys late last night. It was well before I went to bed. Madison Keys edges her out, gives her an upset. Three-set match. It went to the tiebreaker, 10-8.
And this was last night?
Last night.
Okay, I saw
early morning.
I saw Madison Keys' previous match.
Yes, Madison Keys, the American. She's gonna go. She moves on to the semifinals. So shout out to her as well. And then if you're interested tonight, the TNT game of Heat Bucks during the pregame, the NBA All-Star starters will be announced. I don't think that you have to really concern yourself too much with that. I think Alperen Şengün has the chance and probably the likelihood of being a reserve. So when those are announced, I think that's when Rockets fans need to keep their eyes.
I just have one question about women's tennis in the Australian Open. Is Danielle Collins still alive? Danielle Collins?
I was like, you're so used to Danielle Hunter.
Yeah. Danielle Collins.
That's a good question.
She's the villain, right? Have you been keeping up with this?
She is the villain.
She's talking to the crowd.
Yes, she is.
She's like,
talking in,
hate me more.
That's right. She's talking in media.
Danielle Collins. I don't know who she was until this happened, but now I'm a fan.
Okay. I wish you had said that earlier. I could have given you Danielle Collins up there.
You know, those old school tennis people hate that.
I know. That's why I love it.
This is not our sport.
The old school tennis player people getting a little bit of talking to. I know Ben Shelton, who is one of the men in the going far in the bracket. He gave them a little talking to. He'll face off against Yannick Sinner in the wee hours of the morning tonight. But yeah, he talked to them. He would talk down to them like, hey, y'all need to check the way that y'all talking to us. Y'all talking a little crazy.
She said she's awesome. I'm a fan now. She did exit in the last round. But she said that her pet dog, Quincy, would be able to afford a lavish dinner and a trip to the Bahamas because of all the hate.
That's how you do villainy.
And the Quincy Fund.
That's how you do sports villainy. I'm richer than you, and you can't do nothing about it. Now what?
Awesome.
That's how you do sports villainy. All right, and that's how you do What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is a question that people have been asking, and I did a little bit of a mini research project to try and give myself a little bit more insight into it. Do you want Stephon Diggs back next season? Obviously, he's an unrestricted free agent, and he's coming off an ACL injury. Do you want the soon-to-be 32-year-old back on this Texas team for next year? 713-572-4610. Let us know how you feel. We'll discuss it next.
What is Coach D'Amico most proud of coming out of the 2024 season? KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Do you want Stephon Diggs back on this team next season? 713-572-4610. That's the question that a lot of people are asking, and have been asking for a little bit as you tried to, you begin turning the page on this previous season and starting to look at how this team, gets gears up and goes to contend next year. Obviously, wide receiver is a very offense in general is a very a big place of concern for this team. It was disappointing this year. In fact, we'll talk more about that. And I think Jonathan Alexander wrote a really interesting piece about some of the reasons why this team did not live up to the hype that they had. And I know that he'll also join the drive at 2. So a good way to examine some of those. But when it comes to fixing this offense, being able to pass the ball in a better way will be helpful. And honestly, just having the wide receivers necessary. Obviously, Stephon Diggs got injured. What was that? Week 10 was that? Again, I'll have to go double check because as soon as I went to say it, it left my brain. But then you also lose Tank Dell in Week 16 to an ACL and MCL injury, plus a dislocated knee as well. And that is actually going to take Tank Dell out of the running for likely a majority of next season and maybe all of next season. And so you look at it, Nico Collins, he's set. He's there. You know he's going to be there. He is going to deliver as well because he's that level of player. Who else do you have? And so you need to start having, this offseason, wide receiver is a need of sorts. And the question is Stephon Diggs, with the familiarity that he has with this offense, with this roster, is also the way that he came in and he was a leader, he was a teacher and a helper in that room. Is that the right guy to return, especially as a dude who's a little bit older, playing football and coming off of a major injury?
Well, obviously we all need more information on this.
Sure.
Like what's the price going to
be? I'm glad
you
used that word.
What's the price going to be? What are some of the other things that are going to affect the offense? Who's the coordinator going to be?
That's a great question that you have to get in line.
By the way, the clock is ticking, man. Like they need to make a decision on this today, tomorrow.
Well, DeMeco Ryans on his press conference on Monday, he came in and was like, "We won't take a week,"
which was weird to begin with, as we've mentioned. But back to Stephon. You need some more information. But without that information, I think for me, I don't know where you guys stand. We didn't even talk about this in advance. In terms of where we stood. Yes, I think you need Stephon Diggs. You've got the guy in Nico Collins. I don't know what you have still, and if you don't know by now on John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson, maybe that's the answer.
Well, I do know that you need a guy, because as of right now,
that's why you need Stephon.
You need another wide receiver. Even if really you probably need two wide receivers. This is a modern NFL where you need kind of 3 wide receivers you can depend on. And I guess maybe the question I ask you there is, how do you feel about Xavier Hutchinson or Mechie even being a 3rd wide receiver starting a year, understanding that injuries happen and such?
I don't know, and I think that's the answer.
Okay, so
do you?
I don't know as well.
Yeah,
and so it feels like, all right, probably need 2 wide receivers, but do you also, if you're trying to fill out a wide receiver room, do you also then go with a situation where you have a free agent and you draft one? Because I know on the text line I asked you, do you want him? 832. They'd bring Diggs back if the price was right. Do not overpay. From another 832. I don't know if I want to pay him, but I do wish he could be here to rehab if he wanted to be. And then finally, our Ocho came in with he definitively does not want Diggs back. He wants them to draft Matthew Golden from Texas.
And he ain't want Diggs from the beginning.
That's right. That's right. That's probably not the fairest way to go. But yeah, man, I did a little bit because you're right. There are some contextual things to it. One of the reasons why it might be advantageous to bring Stephon Diggs back is because you're looking at a $16 million cap hit on him next year, even with him not being on your team, because of the restructure that you did and the ways that you made last year this a final year of his contract for him, and the void year that you had on the backside of that for 2025 cost you that much. And don't get me out here to line. I'm no capologist, but you might be able to maneuver and massage some of that cap hit if you were able to bring him back and sign him to another contract, especially if that market is depressed a little bit coming off of an injury. So, like, when it comes down to, you might be able to save yourself some money that way. But, of course, saving yourself some money probably should not be the tip of the spear on your decision-making on whether or not he returns to this team.
No,
right?
and it also depends on what you, not just saving money, but what you're willing to spend. And you look at T. Higgins, who's been talked about a lot here, and maybe that's what Joe Mixon has been mentioning. Nick's got something up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense because, Joe Mixon played with T. Higgins. Like, he talked about him being a great recruiter. Like, maybe that was the hint that he was winking and nodding.
I don't think that's it, but it could be.
Yeah, and I just wanted to lay out the situation as to how that would make sense, if possible, that, hey, he's looking at it and going, wink, I have this connection to this prominent, probably the top wide receiver, definitely free agent, maybe the top free agent out there, maybe if you look at quarterback and the value there.
I think this year probably, right?
But, yeah, T. Higgins is going to be out there. Is that something that obviously interests you? But then that's when you start talking about the money.
That's when you start talking about money. Right now, according to SpotRack, T. Higgins' market value is 4 years, $100 million. On the other hand, Stephon Diggs' market value, 1 year, $13.5 million. Age comes into play. He was effective, and I thought for a good long stretch he was really good. A lot of catches, but maybe not the explosive catches that you might want from Stephon Diggs. But still, you got the veteran presence. You got a guy that has got a great relationship, seemingly, with C.J. Stroud. Familiarity with the offense. Again, is it still going to be the same offense? I mean, that's a big factor right here with who you're bringing back. But if you're asking me, do I want Stephon Diggs back with that being the backdrop? T. Higgins is a possibility at $100 million in 4 years versus Stephon Diggs, 1 year at 13.5. I think give me Stephon Diggs. T. Higgins, obviously, explosive player, had a great year. But I think I'd rather, with Nico Collins on the team, I'd rather have Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, and the money of it, I think some more context here. I think as of right now, the projected cap space that you'll have is what, $3.5 million. Like there's some working to be done about figuring out the cap situation for you in the upcoming year. Plus, don't forget, you got 3 offensive linemen that make over $14 million, and all 3 of them are ones that have whose names have come up as possibly, hey, are these places that you need to adjust or change in order to make this offense better? So, like, I think that there's a lot of money situations, and I do wonder how readily available the cash will be after a offseason where you spent a lot of money last offseason in free agency. I wonder, can you double up and do that? Or are you going to have to play a lot of kick can? And I say kick can and a whole bunch of restructures to push more money into the future, which I guess, to be fair, if you are in a mood to play kick can, this is the type of mood. You do that and you push money forward when you're looking to contend, and this is that time for the Texans. Okay, we lay out that portion of it, so the money portion of it. I think also, as more people talk about whether or not they would like Diggs would be a great possession receiver, way better than Robert Woods. They said they would trade Mechie for a 3rd or 4th round pick in order to do that. I don't know exactly
who giving up
how feasible that is.
You ain't getting a 3rd
to be
round pick.
completely honest. But another part of this, and the part that I tried to highlight, but I want to circle back around to, is again, he's a little bit older in wide receiver terms. He's 31, right? He will be 32, coming off of an ACL injury. And what is reasonable to expect for that guy, especially if you're asking him to be a number 2 receiver coming off of that injury? And so in order to try and do that, I did a little mini research project, and I went maybe the last decade. I tried to find players of a certain age and a certain caliber of player in order to see what they did before their injury, what they did in the injury season, provided that it was long enough, and then what they did afterwards to see, at the very least, if there was a drop-off. And I kind of did this. My methodology here was to try and find, like, was there consistency in, like, catch percentage and success percentage? Success percentage, obviously speaking to, did they have successful plays? But then also, did they still have a decent amount of volume? What were the yards per target? Like, saying were they still similarly able to kind of get those yards down the field? And then were they able to have just the general heft, yards per game? I'm not going to read off the numbers, but some of the guys that I was looking at, Mike Williams recently, 2023, he had an ACL injury at the age of 29. He had a decrease after the injury in catch percentage, decrease in success percentage, a large decrease in yards per game. So that feels like, anecdotally, Mike Williams of the Chargers, and actually he went up to New York. It felt like there was just a clear downgrade in his play. Robert Woods comes up, and I don't know if you feel like, all right, Robert Woods isn't of the same caliber, but he's been a 1,000-yard receiver in his career. He had an ACL injury in 21 at the age of 29. He had a decrease over all of those things. Odell Beckham Jr. Do I even have to read off the numbers? Very prominently what happened with him in being less effective. Emmanuel Sanders is an interesting one because he was in 2018 is when he had his ACL injury at the age of 31, and he kind of got better. Now, he had a down year the year prior to him, and he was really good in that season. It was like a career year in that season that he ultimately got hurt. So there was a downtick from that season, but that's the seasons after his age 32 and 33 seasons were actually better than the seasons that he had before. Maybe that's an anomaly. I don't know. Demaryius Thomas also kind of got better in that situation. Julian Edelman at the age of 31 had his injury. He also kind of got better. Now, that's New England. How do you view that? And Jordy Nelson, interestingly enough, he had a step back, but then also bounced back in years prior.
Yeah.
And so I think I got a little bit of mixed signals there, but all of that seemed to point to, especially as you know, within the last decade, as medicine continues to project forward, it feels like ACL injuries, especially for players of that high caliber, you can bounce back from that and be some level of facsimile, some closeness to what you were prior in those next years. And next years might be a little bit too much because you need him this upcoming year. But I feel like you can still get, especially for a possession receiver like Stephon Diggs, somebody who wasn't as predicated on speed, I think you can still get the same level and the same heft of talent of play from him coming off the injury at age 32.
In a weird way, you kind of sold me on Stephon Diggs because you don't need him to be the explosive number one anymore, and he will come cheaper. He knows with the ACL and the age that 13.5 is probably very accurate. That Spot Rack projects if you sign him. That's a bargain for a veteran that is comfortable here, and you would expect maybe not the improved and explosive numbers, but do you really need improved and explosive numbers from that position? You also got me thinking about something else real quick.
What's that?
Tank Dell. Like, that's an ACL that you're talking about. He had a complete blowout.
ACL, MCL, dislocation.
What can we possibly expect from him when he comes back?
No, that's where you start talking about drafting the receiver.
Yes, it's not just about Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson and can you improve there. You got to start thinking very seriously.
You got to revamp this whole wide receiver.
Will you ever get – because Tank Dell is all about cuts and routes and speed.
Right. I think that the routes and the cuts can still be there. The speed is the thing that I worry about. And I guess let me ask this as a question. How much do you think Tank Dell's game is predicated on speed versus being like a technician? Because I know that there's some speed in there. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's nothing.
No, he is a great route runner.
He's a pretty damn good route runner. I still think there's probably room for improvement, but he's also, in year 2, 3, right? So, yeah, man. And then here's the thing about, I think if you bring in certain free agents, like let's say that T. Higgins is the name, I still think you probably need to draft into this wide receiver
I think
room.
so.
And then think about it. You're not signing T. Higgins to a short deal.
No.
So then you would have 3 wide receivers on relatively long-term deals between Nico Collins, T. Higgins, and a rookie. And then where is the space for Tank Dell? Where I think that Stephon Diggs can be, again, a relatively short-term, maybe 1-2 year, where if you draft a rookie, that does not prohibit a reintegration from Tank Dell if he comes back, especially at the level that you hope that he comes back in, to still be a part and parcel of it. I actually think that Stephon Diggs is probably a good bridge, but I also think that it can't just be that. I don't think it can just be that and then an expectation of Mechie and Hutchinson. I think that you probably do need a rookie, maybe like Matthew Golden. Ocho, I see you. I see you campaigning, but I do think that they still need that. But I was really, and honestly, I've been saying to myself, coming off of an injury at an advanced age, what can you expect? And I was kind of emboldened. Of course, this is not the super research project that's going to tell you everything. But with a cursory look at some of the guys that have of a certain caliber, some of the guys that have been really good at wide receiver, dealing with an ACL and coming back from it, especially at age 29, 30, 31, you've seen guys been able to come back and give you a facsimile, close facsimile of what you've gotten.
In the case of Stephon Diggs.
I think so.
But talking about that ACL, I'm like, oh boy, because we don't even know when Tank Dell's going to come back. Probably at best mid-season next year. At best.
That's absolute best, and I'm
not banking on that.
I would probably miss the entire season, and then when he comes back, he's as you've put it. Every L.
It's going to be a whole different room in there.
Every L that you have in your leg, he tore. And he's about cuts and precision and technique, as you put it. That's what I'm thinking about. You need to draft a wide receiver, man. And we never thought.
Yeah, they definitely need to draft a wide receiver to not to replace Tank Dell, but to take his place for this moment right now.
Yeah.
But outside of like Stephon Diggs, I was thinking, like, to me, if I had the choice, I would really consider DeAndre Hopkins because I feel like that's somebody that's kind of up there that you don't need him to be the number one.
He's working on a ring, man.
Yeah, he working on a ring, but I'm sure he wouldn't mind coming back here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, fair things coming on the text line. Again, this is just from the outside looking in. The Texans will have a much better idea of medicals, I imagine, that will inform their decisions. And, of course, Stephon Diggs' willingness. I imagine that he seemed to enjoy his time here, seemed to bond well. That was the big issue. I know somebody was saying, wasn't there already a drop-off with Stephon Diggs? I think that was more a usage thing in Buffalo and a clashing of personality or what have you, if you want to call it that. It seems like he still plays at a high level, and we saw that here. But people are bringing up the idea of, okay, some of the guys I was talking about with Demaryius Thomas and Emmanuel Sanders, who were able to maintain some of their play in years after the injury. Peyton Manning might have been the common denominator there, a fair shout. But yeah, man, just looking at it, I would be willing and open. Now, is that the ultimate way that they go? I don't know. And there's still a lot of things to consider, like who is out there. Is T. Higgins willing, and is that a clear upgrade that you then can't afford to pass up? I don't know. But I think, just interestingly enough, I think that I'm very much open to Stephon Diggs being on this team again, and that being one of the steps that you take in order of rehabbing this, I guess, unintended pun there, rehabbing this wide receiving core for the next year.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, it's about time for us to do our lunchtime confessions, and we'll give those to you next on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, guys. Workout. You probably know this by now. There is so much more that needs to go into it, and some realtor just sticking a sign in your yard. And that's why the Franklin team is not just some realtor. Fantastic job. Personalize it from the top down. They've got the people in charge that are going to we've all been there, right? You didn't get the price you thought you were. You got to go with the Franklin team's guaranteed sale program, too. If they don't sell your home by the price and the date that you agree upon, they will buy it. It really is the absolute best, literally the best in town. So you got to go with the Franklin team, 832-753-1532, 832-753-1532. It's the Franklin team, or go online at thefranklinteaminc.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not a blame on the refs guy ever. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Texans would have won this game without it. I can tell you this, when you're in the divisional round, that is a major part of the game.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's playoff season in football, and you want to have as much fun as you've ever had? Take advantage of the last few weeks of football action with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the football playoffs. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast, and I've been playing Prize Picks for the entire last year. And I'm not talking just football season. I'm going to tell you, when baseball season rolls around, I'm in on Prize Picks as well. Basketball, golf, soccer, MMA, they've got it all. It's America's #1 daily fantasy app, and all you're doing is picking more or less on player stat projections. You pick anywhere from 2 to 6 player stat projections. The more you get right, the more you win, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks. They even offer MasterCard now for quick and easy deposits into your account, and I can tell you getting the money out is really easy as well when you win. So download the Prize Picks app today, put in my promo code 610. You're going to get a $50 bonus for a $5 lineup. That's the Prize Picks app. Download it today, promo code 610, $50 bonus. It's yours for a $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
I found a fountain of youth down there at QC Kinetics.
That's Henry Hinton, feeling like his young, active self again after treatments at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine.
I still have trouble walking down steps as I get older. I've had one treatment so far, and I can already tell a difference in my knee.
And that treatment at QC Kinetics used Henry's own natural healing properties, concentrated and placed right at the source of the pain. So Henry and patients just like him will enjoy long-term relief without surgery or downtime.
My knee is not hurting. I remember I was walking down some steps yesterday, and I thought, wow, this is not hurting when I walk down steps. I'm all in on it. I'm all in on QC Kinetics.
It's time to wind back the clock to days without constant joint pain. Start with a call to QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this is a little test for everybody listening, especially.
How you gonna give people a test?
No, but just think about this.
Don't nobody want to do a test?
Quiz, guys.
Right. How you gonna start the segment, guys? Break out your number 2 pencil. Get your Ticonderoga out.
Get your blue books. Do they still have blue books
in college?
Scan cards too.
Scan cards.
What are they called? They're not called.
What the Scantron? Like yeah.
We used to have blue books. Anyway, not that kind of test.
I used blue books.
You did
in college.
Yeah.
Texan, if you have recently been in college, like in the last 5 years, they still using blue books?
Good question, but not that kind of test.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of stuff on the internet that sort of you scroll and you kind of giggle or you laugh or you're like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's kind of cool. Or boy, this guy is. We all know what the internet is, all right? I was blown away by this, and I asked my immediate family, and the same thing was true for them. So I'm going to ask you and Figgy and our listeners, is this the case for you? Somebody tweeted, did you ever know that you never have a dream in which you're using a cell phone or a cell phone is in your dream?
What?
I've never, and I started thinking about it.
What are you smoking though,
No. Like you can dream about old family members, things in your life, dream about whatever, that's happening. You never have a dream that your cell phone is in it. Think about it.
I don't know if that's true, but also I'm not great.
Can you remember any dream you've ever had where there was a cell phone in that dream?
Well, I mean, this might be one of those things where the answer is yes, but not for the reason that you think. I don't really do a great job of cataloging my dreams.
Well, but even have you ever? No dreams, no cell phones in any of your dreams.
I'll get back to you. We might have to revisit this in like 6 months. We just got a dream journal now. We'll get us blue books. Get us some blue books and dream journal.
I did have a dream kind of with my cell phone.
Yes. The exception.
So I had,
in your face, Lopez.
So I had a dream. You know how you had one of them dreams where you stuck and you can't move?
Right.
Yeah.
And you feel like the boogeyman or whoever is trying to get you. I had one of those dreams that somebody was trying to get me. And I was in the bed stuck, and I was trying to get to my cell phone.
But you didn't see your cell phone.
From the 713, I just dreamt that I had an iPhone 11, and I was upset, so that's a lie. From another 713, fake news, Lopez, happens all the time.
Well, that's why I'm doing this. I'm not saying I'm reporting it.
That's what I heard.
I'm saying it blew me.
You heard that it's impossible. I heard
away.
You say that it's impossible.
And I was asking friends and family, I was like, you ever had a dream with your cell phone in it? And they're like, nah, not that I think about it. Weird. This is like a weed discussion. Hey, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. What you smoking on, man?
From the 832, Lopez been hitting that THC the Western break. That's right, Stephen A. Stay off.
Yeah.
The weed. What brought you to this? Was that something?
I saw it on the internet. I was like, you know what? I've never had a dream where my cell phone was in the dream. I was using it, or I was talking to someone on the phone, or nothing.
Did that person hypothesize why they thought that was the case?
No, it was just like, did you ever realize that you never dreamt with your cell phone in the dream?
Not everybody deserves.
But see, everybody's dreams be wild though, man. Mm-hmm. Like I had a dream I was in the 1800s running away from some type of scary dinosaur, man. I be having all type of wild dreams.
I want more about that dream. Actually, I'm invested in that dream. I mean, as long as I'm not also running away from the scary dinosaur, but because then I want out.
Yeah.
Oh, now we just got dream. The text line has become our collective dream journal.
None of them are saying that the phone was in it. Like one said, I had a dream that I was in church and a phone was ringing.
That's not true.
Phone wasn't in it.
713. They're talking about their ex texting them.
But was the phone in it?
Yes. You got to read the text on the phone.
I'm reading it.
No, not you. Them.
Yeah,
when they're okay.
So you saying they're not? Yeah. So you saying they're not actually holding the phone or looking at the phone?
The phone is not in your dream.
How'd they get the text if it's not on the phone? I'm so confused right now.
Text in again, 713.
Somebody help me. I'm very confused. I don't know what to do anymore besides this.
These are my confessions.
Okay, this is the confession I'll do. I'll because I got to make sure I get a sports one in here because the other ones that I have written
neither
down
of mine are sports. I usually try to do one.
I know. I try and make sure to keep it sportsy.
My next one isn't sports either.
I try and keep it sportsy.
Yeah.
I hate the landing zone rule. I do.
Oh my god!
But at the same time, I completely I respect it. It's one of those things where I hate it, but I absolutely understand it because you can't. Like basketball is just, especially with the incredible amount of injuries that happen with the ankles and with the feet, and that's the quickest way to lose players, especially when you consider that the NBA is putting on a product.
And all the jumpers.
Right? And all the jumpers, and especially with all the shooting. And they saw it's, especially in sports, when you get a big-time player gets injured, they change their tune, and we saw the way that you had big-time players get injured off of this. I think it was Kawhi Leonard that got injured with the Zaza Pachulia foot out or whatever.
Yeah.
Was that it? And so they were like, yeah, never again. And so it has to be that. And it really stinks because as a dude who plays basketball, as a dude who kind of did a lot more defense, those closing out is so hard already, just to get there and be able to contest. So you also now have to keep your feet in. It makes it so difficult, but at the same time, it has to be that because that injury risk is just so high. And if nothing else, right, rules are there, one, to make the game fair, but two, to protect the players on what's happening. And that's clearly what this does. And it's prohibitive that way. So I hate it so much, but at the same time, I respect it.
I hate the defensive 3 seconds.
Oh, so that's an old man take.
How is that an old man take?
He just want to post the big man in the middle.
I think
what an old man take.
No, that's not an old man take.
He playing backyard basketball.
No, that's not an old man take.
He don't want to run.
I just think that they're
Shaq, post up in there. You good? They can't do nothing in there.
Their legislature. I'm talking defensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're legislating it too harshly. The guys are coming in and out all the time, and if the guy stays, if the guy you're defending is in the lane, you're in the lane, and if he steps out for a second, you're still waiting for him to drive. You know,
got to clear out.
Yeah.
It's so that we can have more get into the lane. You want people going to the rack.
Well, you do want that.
Look, the people this is one of the things that I do hate, and this is a secondary confession. I've stolen more confession time. Deal with it. I do hate, like, because I respect people, their ability to not like things. However, the people that go really hard on basketball, I just want your reasoning to be coherent. And there's a lot of people that like the game itself, and there's things about the game to not like. But some of these people, I'm like, okay, go back and actually watch a game from 1992 or a game from 1987, especially just like any game. Not just, I went back and watched the Showtime Lakers. No, go watch any game and tell me if you really enjoy 3 offensive players in the paint.
82 to 72.
Right.
Final score.
Tell me that you really actually enjoy it. Watching it. Because, like, sometimes I think y'all wildin'. Sometimes I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not here to, like, tell you that, you can't enjoy that. But sometimes I'm like, I don't think you've actually really tested this out all the way.
Yeah.
Because you are, all right, they're going to post up in the paint. We're going to get 3 dudes in the paint, clogging up the paint, and see if they can actually, if that game still is as fun, and if guys are getting to the rack in that same way as you really wanted to have.
Did y'all see last night, speaking of the 3-second rule, did y'all see Jared Allen celebrating?
What was it? What was that all about?
He do that all the time. I don't know why he do that. So whenever he whenever he get called for a 3-second violation or a player, he just
he's a weirdo. I love him though.
I have no idea why he does that.
I was confused.
It's hilarious every single time, man, because he's the only one that's like, and everybody look around confused.
Yes, I was.
These are my confessions.
Man, I felt so bad for Brandon Scott the other day, man. So,
what happened?
So Brandon Scott, he do his podcast, the B Block podcast, as well as some other content.
He also does the H-Town Hoops podcast.
Yeah, he do
so B Scott and Adam Spillane, both of them join us on this show, and they both do that podcast together. So check that wherever you get your podcast.
Yeah. So randomly, Brandon Scott hit me up and said, "Hey, what's that thing you got where you record your podcast on?" I'm like, "Oh, the Roadcaster?"
Yeah.
He's like, "How much those run?" And I started doing some research, sending him some stuff, quotes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he was just like, "Man, I need to get something, man. I was recording the podcast last night.
Oh, no.
I was talking for 30 minutes without the mic on.
Oh, no.
And to make it worse, he actually posted it because he said he can hear himself in the headphones.
Yeah.
But I guess it was in the wrong input or something like that. So it's like 30 minutes of nothing.
Oh, that's the worst. We've all had those moments.
Yeah.
But you still feel sick.
I felt so bad. I was telling him about my moments where I recorded a 3-hour podcast.
Oh.
And somehow the computer crashed and we was left with nothing.
Right.
So we got lucky because when we cut the computer back on, the file was there.
Yeah.
So we was like, woo, thank God. But we was over here cussing and everything. Man, we talking for 3 hours.
Oh.
And nobody here but y'all two.
And of course, like, not everybody does a podcast, but everybody feels this because I feel like we've all lived through the era where you had to write something on like a computer, like an earlier computer where you was not saving it, auto-saving it or whatever.
Remember the floppy disks?
God, yes.
And then it just crashed. Or even worse, like you have some level of CD or floppy disk and the data corrupts.
Yeah, that's it right there.
All that work gone.
Oh, Miss Smith, my paper was on there.
Yeah.
And like, well.
Great excuse though back in the day. I definitely used that one a few times.
Or what about trying to save the video games?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you couldn't.
Like you had no memory card, so you leave the game on for days. And the power go out, something flickered. That's it.
You knew you was leaving it on for days too because at one point your PlayStation or whatever would sound like a jet taking off. That fan would just turn up crazy because it's been on for 13 days straight. Yeah, man.
These are my confessions.
All right, it's damn near February.
Correct.
But I realized this morning I really need a New Year's resolution. And that New Year's resolution, I have got to go to the actual movies this year more than before.
They got to put movies that you want to see in the theaters,
know that,
though.
But here's the thing. The Oscars came out. The Academy of Motion Pictures released their nominees.
It was a weird year, though.
I have seen, there were 9 nominees for Best Picture.
Right.
I've seen half of one of them.
Oh, wow. That might be more than me.
I've seen half of one of the Best Pictures. And that was, by the way, Wicked. I didn't like it that much.
Yeah, I'm not a musical guy, man.
I'm okay with musical, but I was like, maybe.
Oh, never mind. I saw Dune Part 2, and that was really good.
So, Anora, The Brutalist, A Complete Unknown, Conclave, Dune Part 2, Amelia Perez, I'm Still Here, Nickel Boys.
Heard Nickel Boys is great.
The Substance, and Wicked. I didn't even know that some of these were movies.
That's right. I ain't seen none of those movies.
I saw half of one. I've got to get out to the movies more, man.
Agreed.
Got to.
Likewise. And I need to catch up on some of these before the Oscars come through. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I've got a lot of stuff that I need to clean up. There's still people telling us about the things that they were accused of that they definitely didn't do in honor of Joe Mixon. We've got I got a giveaway here. You'll have a chance to win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th through February 2nd. We'll do that in the next segment as well. And, I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that we're handling. So I've got a lot of balls in the air in this moment. But keep rocking with us here in the Loop. Coming up next, let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these sports figures are trying to sell you? We'll do that next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level? And what do they need to do to get over the hump?
We're really close. And first, it starts with, communication, and hard conversations have to be had. There has to be, things fixed and things worked out, and just really honest conversations.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. There's no better time than now to transform your life with the 2025 Transformation Challenge. This energizing total body fitness experience combines cardio and strength to help you look and feel your best. Experience one-on-one consultations, in-body scans, and a community like no other. Registration is open now through January 26th for the 2025 Transformation Challenge. Book your free class today at orangetheory.com. Terms and conditions apply. See Studio for details.
If you're looking to get into a 2024 Lincoln Navigator, get down to West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land and see my friend Ruben Mendoza, the general manager, and his staff. They want you to pick your APR. 0% for 60 months, 1.9% for 72 months, 2.9% for 84 months. They've even got 0% for 60 months on 2024 Lincoln Aviators. Get online at westpointsales.com and check out their inventory, or head down south and go see them. Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this, as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday. Hope you're having a good one. Actually, as I say that, I got to make sure and see where the fellas are broadcasting from because, they're usually out and about. Actually, I'll have to double check that. I'll double check where the drive is at. But the drive is coming up after what we do. But right now, this is about the time where we on a Thursday we'll do some buy or sell. And just because our football season is over doesn't mean that there ain't people saying all sorts of crazy things that they're trying to sell you in sports.
Yeah, there are.
So let's see. Which ones do you buy? Which ones do you sell? Lopez, what you got?
All right, boys. Let's talk about the first one, the big news of the week. Patrick Mahomes talked about it. Patrick Mahomes said he does not believe the Chiefs get favorable calls from officials.
How about that? I think he believes that Patrick Mahomes gets favorable calls from officials. No, I'm selling it.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. I wouldn't expect him to say, yeah, I think we are. But he knows what he's doing. He knows it's a loophole right there, and he's taking advantage of it.
There's no way he could possibly believe that.
Well, I think he could believe that in the way that Figgy's talking about. It's just like, hey, I am making the most of the margins.
He could be the rules are the rules guy.
Yeah,
right.
But I'm talking about like even the Will Anderson hit. Like, there's no way he can possibly believe, oh, that's not any different than anybody else.
Why not?
In
He's
the
a quarterback.
same week, but in the same weekend, Jared Goff got crushed, much worse than that, and there was no foul, no penalty. And who was the other? Was it Jaden Daniels also got it? There was a big hit on.
I think. Are you thinking about the slide?
It was Lamar Jackson, yeah, with three dudes, almost identical play to the two dudes that were penalized for Patrick Mahomes. It was three guys on Lamar Jackson, no penalty. So like literally the same weekend. Very similar calls.
Yeah, but the thing is, he'll probably say something like, "Yeah, they might have missed that call, but they missed a lot of calls with us
yeah,
too."
That's exactly what he said.
That's what I feel like. That's what Chiefs fans do all day long.
I mean, that's what.
What about
they missed? They missed that Holton call.
Well, I mean,
on Chris Jones.
I tend I tend to lean towards more. Man, it's a difficult job, and there's going to be like both, just incompetence to be straight, and then there's going to be just like missed calls that happen. But man, there's been quite a bit.
Why do they just miss them on?
That feels like it leans towards the Chiefs. So I mean, without intentionally ascribing malice there, because I don't feel inclined to do that. I know that there's a lot of people that will, and more power to you. Mm-hmm. It does feel like the Chiefs have gotten a favorable, and there's been various people that are now trying to see if they can get the data behind it going and charting.
Oh, just all kinds of
and
stuff.
It's tough because I know that some people are going like, what are the accepted penalties, and then you probably need to go the added level of what are the declined penalties that don't get called. That So I know that people are actively doing all of that work,
or even the penalties that keep the drive alive,
right?
That eventually end up a touchdown.
That's the most key thing. You can always have, some plausible.
It's always missed calls and stuff like that.
But the ones that swing the game, I said it Monday. They swung the game, those two calls. All right. Joe Espada talked this weekend.
That's right.
This week. What did he say, Figgy?
Well, he has not signed with anyone, right? So we hear still, open. Our arms are still open. The door's still open. There's always a chance, right? But right now, we are still in conversations with not only him, but with other free agent players. So we'll see.
So Joe Espada said arms are still open, door is still open for Alex Bregman.
I agree. If he want to take a deal that he absolutely is not going to take, you want to take a $4 million deal, door is open, buddy. We will find a play. Actually, I have had the thought, like, Isaac Paredes, can you play left field? Like, the problem is.
Oh, don't fall victim.
The problem is, right? Like, this is, I don't actually believe it because I have come to understand what is happening with the Astros organization, which is that luxury tax, they're not trying to do it, right? Mm-hmm. This is where baseball as a staff record label and the crew have gotten over. It used to be a completely unsalary cap sport. That luxury tax, they are going to operate like it's a salary cap of sorts, right? And I know, team owners, even before you had the luxury tax, did the thing where they were like, well, we just don't have the income for that, whatever, dog. Yeah. But now they're getting to a place where they actually have this number that they can use as, well, we don't want to pay luxury tax, and so we will not, we don't want to go to that place. And so that is the thing that is the barrier. They don't have the money to that luxury tax to spend on a contract that you would, reasonably give Alex Bregman. Even the contract that they afforded or they offered him earlier does not fit in that space. So
that said,
yeah, I don't buy that it's over.
I'm selling it. I think it's over. I think he's just being political with it. Just saying, hey, anything can happen. We always have open arms, but I think he's just being nice there.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. You could hear him pausing and thinking, like, how can I put this?
He probably like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Did you see what we've been
really
doing in the offseason? Like, dog, it's over, man.
It's one of those things where
it's over, man.
One of those things where I look at it and I want as a fan or whatever to look up and be like, man, just be the truth. And I understand why they can't.
Yeah.
But it would have been really great if he was just like, what you want me to say?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
You stop and think.
That would have been. I would have been buying that. That's for dang
He should
sure.
have pulled a Lovie Smith and said, sometimes divorce is a good thing. Man.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Joe Mixon spoke as well. And what did he have to say, Figgy?
Let me find
He said, well, give me a second. Let me find what he was talking about.
Actually, he said, you don't have to play it. He said, I know for a fact that that Nick has something cooked up and fireworks will be here real soon.
I am. This is tough because
players generally don't get any indication from the general manager.
Yeah,
generally.
Yeah, that is true.
I'll start. I'm buying it.
I'm buying it. I'm buying. Only thing is, I'm wondering what's fireworks.
That's
like,
the
what's
thing.
considered fireworks.
I don't like. It's vague enough that you could buy it, and then whatever pops up is like, there it is.
Yeah,
there's a fireworks.
Like it's only T. Higgins fireworks.
Yeah.
I don't know, and that's what gave me pause. Is like, I think I'll buy that. I believe, but it feels like this was just a assurance from Nick Casario that look, we're gonna do things. We're gonna make things.
Maybe
happen.
that was
I don't
it,
know. I'm selling that he has maybe a specific thing in mind that like we're definitely doing this.
Okay.
It's real early. I mean, as I think if you are willing to take them at their word, they don't even have a decision on what the staffing is going to look like next year. How would they have the decisions on this is absolutely a move that we're going to undertake and that we'll be able to execute at this moment?
Yeah. All right, Titans.
Go
ahead.
By the way, before you go, somebody said, "Be careful, don't get Joe Mixon fined." When we were talking about, so yes, that is fair because they might.
Joe Mixon was on 16.
That's right.
He said,
Wait, there's another 25 grr for you.
Correct.
Titans president of football operations, Chad Brinker. We all know Chad. Said, "Quote,
very dear friend."
said, "Quote." The Titans won't pass on a generational talent. So he's pretty much telling the entire NFL world they're drafting Travis Hunter. You buying that?
That's a good thing. Because I was going to say...
I mean, that's the only person he could be talking about.
Yeah, and you know what? My dumb brain completely erased Travis Hunter from the conversation because of how weak the first rounders are all the way around, including quarterbacks. I was going to sell this because I was like, well, thankfully you're in the 2025 NFL draft where there aren't very many of those, and you trade that first-round pick to get some more stuff.
No, I think he's telling the world, we're drafting Travis.
Yeah, and I buy that because that's probably the place to do that. Like, just the quarterback's position isn't going to be one. I don't think that's going to be... great, game changing. Like Shedeur Sanders feels like a quarterback who's just going to be, sustainable. Cam Ward, I like him, but I don't know what the ceiling ultimately is there. And so, are you ending up with a quarterback through the rookie contract is like fine, and then you get to a place where you're like, ooh, how much do I actually want to sign him to that second deal? I don't know that that's a place that you necessarily want to be. You definitely go get the dude who's like, oh, he's just really good at two positions.
Yeah,
just go do that and flourish.
I'm kind of selling it a little bit. I feel like he's trying to get a sucker. I feel like he's trying to get somebody that need a quarterback and maybe stick them up. And
raise the price?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't know if he's trying to get the Browns to jump a little bit to try to, get more picks out of them so they could get whatever quarterback or maybe Vegas or somebody like that. I think he's trying to get a sucker because generational
we really
talent,
like this pick.
Yeah.
We really like this. It's going to take a lot to get this pick off of us.
We're using it, guys. Here it is. We're going to use it.
We're going to get the best
We've already written down his name.
Exactly. So I think he's trying to get a sucker.
I appreciate you, Figgy. I will switch my answer back.
No, I'm with Figgy.
I'm selling it because I forgot what time it is.
Yeah.
Once we ended the regular season, I guess
what
we're
you
not
call
all
it,
the way.
Lopez?
We're not all the way.
Lion season.
It's lion season. That's right.
It's lion
I forgot about
season.
that.
So I'm with you 100%. All right, Tom Brady. He spoke this week as well. He said his influence on the Raiders, and keep in mind all the decisions they've already made and moves, he says his influence on the Raiders is, quote, just one voice and, quote, it's collaborative.
I buy that. I don't think the Davis family got it in their blood to just turn over. You know the story of how Al Davis got control of the Raiders. That was a coup. They don't got it in their family to just give away power. Now, that is one voice, but I bet it's booming.
That's the thing. That's why I'm selling, because he's not wrong. Like, it is just one voice. It is, quote, collaborative, but I think it's like, what do you think, Tom? And like, oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I think that too. I'm selling it.
Yeah.
He knows his influence.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. I think he had more influence than any other former player that's lurking around the stadium.
Yeah. What's that old commercial?
Beef. It's what's for dinner.
No, about the financial
tonight.
institution. I forget what it was. The text board will help me out.
I don't think
is it Merrill Lynch or something like that?
That is a financial institution.
Yeah,
I don't know
anyway,
what you're looking for.
What do they say? And everybody like stops eating, and they're at a restaurant and they're listening. What does he think? That's what they're doing with Tom Brady.
I'm not familiar with that at all.
All right, it's before your time. Michael Irvin. This is an interesting one to me.
Okay.
Michael Irvin said the Chiefs have stolen the America's team title from Dallas.
I'm selling that. And it's not anything inherent. Like, it's stealable right this moment. But I think we're starting to see the natural kind of curve with the Chiefs where they're becoming somewhat villainized just off of the idea of we tired of y'all. Because, look, that's how we as Americans work. They did get a pretty nice like national grasp in some ways, and for various reasons, Taylor Swift included.
Yeah.
But I don't think that they're in the place to like the reason why the Cowboys are America's team is, I mean, yes, it was the success that they had, but it was also the time and like the ways in which that spread. Like,
it was kind of likable too, though, right?
Likable, sure, but I think it was just more they ended up in this place where they had strongholds all across the nation. And it's because of the time period where some people didn't have access to certain teams, or like in the Washington area, you know, the Commanders, the Washington team at that time, or whatever you want to call them, they did things where there was a lot of the fan base there that was like, we not rocking with y'all. In fact, we're going to go all the way to the other side and rock with y'all's opponents. And so there's a strong Cowboys contingent there, and they're strong. Like, there's a particular history that I don't know that you can make the same in this current era. And the Chiefs have done a decent job of trying to get there, but I don't know that you've got like pockets of Chiefs fans everywhere because of this. And I don't know what team would have the best chance of becoming the new America's teams, but it's available as long as the Cowboys keep making dumb decisions like they do.
Yeah, I'm kind of selling it too, because I just feel like the Chiefs, even though they are having a dynasty type of run, I just don't think they're likable, man. Like, even the whole Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing.
Likable?
I don't think
People
so.
like the hell out of Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid is deeply like. There's a lot of likability within that team. They and I have worn out their welcome at the top
I don't
here.
think so. Even with the whole Taylor Swift thing, I think the national pay attention more. But I don't even think it's Taylor Swift. I just think it's the whole fan type thing, that whole stand thing.
Yeah.
Where I just don't see people looking at that team like, oh, this is America's team. Let's get behind this team.
I am selling it, but I think there's still a possibility that they could, because the key element to the Cowboys being America's team was the amount of hate that was out there for the Cowboys. And I think there is a lot and growing hate of the Chiefs just because of their success. And then really the Cowboys was because of their success and arrogance. Well, what do the Chiefs have? Success and arrogance? The Cowboys in the 70s, a little bit in the 80s, certainly in the 90s. It was that grandiose, cockiness that they had.
Does that work the same with the Steelers? Because the texter does make a great point that the Steelers had that same national profile.
But they were kind of like the heroes that rode in to beat the Cowboys.
Well, before that.
Oh, but before that,
because
maybe.
The Steelers
before that, maybe.
We're talking.
By the way, 787 text. E.F. Hutton. When E.F. Hutton talks, people listen.
I'm glad.
That was the old commercial.
I had never seen E.F. Hutton before in my lifetime.
They had a campaign and it was very successful, obviously, because people are still remembering it, except for me.
And to be fair, I've never had money, so who knows? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I got to get this done. Caller number 4 right this moment gets 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th through February 2nd at NRG Center. Caller number 4 right now at 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, Jonathan Alexander wrote a really interesting piece that delves into how the Texans managed to come up short when the hype was so big. We'll dive into that next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to the Low T Center. The entire week leading up to the big game in New Orleans. Top-tier football conversation. Interviews with the brightest stars in sports and pop culture. And plenty of beignets for all. You'll hear it here the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jalen Hurts' knee injury could force him to become a pocket quarterback in the NFC title game. That has to make Eagles fans nervous. Philly ranks 29th in the NFL in passing. If it comes down to Hurts having to throw without a run option, Philly's offense will have to change in a very uncomfortable way. I'm Andrew Perloff.
All right, y'all, it's just not normal, man. The pain that's caused by chronic joint pain day after day, but some of y'all have dealt with it so long that it's become part of your life, man. Doesn't have to be that way. Make the decision right now to say no. You're not going to live with it any longer. Get moving again in 2025 with the help from QC Kinetics, man. QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, joint preservation, folks. Yes, you can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. I'm talking no steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine, using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain that you're dealing with from arthritis. Tens of thousands of people around our country have used cellular treatments, and I'm telling you again, they're living their best life, baby, without that constant pain in their joints. You want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics right now for a free consultation. You deal with joint pain now so you can make the most of the new year. 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285.
Have you played Pick 6 from DraftKings? The playoffs are here, and time is running out. As the official daily fantasy sports partner of the NFL, DraftKings does fantasy sports like no one else. Play for better payouts on Pick 6. It's super easy to get started. Select 2 or more players. Choose if they'll have more or less of a stat. Pick 6 is available in most states, including Missouri, California, Texas, Georgia, and more. And DraftKings is making it even sweeter for first-timers. New Pick 6 customers play $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Win more cash on Pick 6. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code SPORTS610. That's code SPORTS610. For new customers to play $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Only on DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 30 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Discover the difference exclusive furniture can make and love your home. Right now, find on-trend furniture and comfy, cozy mattresses that go beyond functionality. Simply put, a sofa not just for sitting, a table not just for eating, a bed not just for sleeping. Designer furniture, all at guaranteed low prices every day. Plus, get exactly what you love with no interest for up to 60 months. Love your home today and every day.
This is the new exclusive furniture where low prices live every day.
See store for details.
Part-time service in the Army National Guard is a great way to get practical, on-the-job paid training while earning money for college. Get career training that can get you ahead of the curve in your education while taking advantage of the Montgomery GI Bill and tuition assistance. Visit NationalGuard.com to learn how the Army National Guard can help you build your education plan on part-time service.
Sponsored by the Texas Army National Guard.
Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. While supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
So E.F. Hutton has somehow become.
I was playing commercials for the boys.
A topic of conversation in here. And apparently founded in 1904, huh? Brokerage.
Damn.
It was a great campaign. It was very memorable.
And they no longer with us.
They stopped what in 2012?
It looks like it was revived in 2012 and then revived again in 2021. I don't know.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over.
Yeah, it's a wrap. They got other people out here now.
That's not in my wheelhouse.
Other people out here on the block.
Yeah, man. Yeah, those corners are somebody else's now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
out here, Marlo.
Shout out to all the people though who texted in knowing exactly what you were talking about.
So many texts.
I appreciate that because sometimes I will be a jerk and I'll poke at our elder listener bases, or honestly more just Lopez himself.
Yeah, pretty much.
But you know what? I appreciate it, man. Y'all have seen and experienced things that I will never understand. So I appreciate that y'all were here for my guy Lopez and giving him the E.F. Hutton, because if he was waiting for me to do it, we'd have been here.
Wasn't going to happen. You weren't born yet.
Till the trumpets blare. Like, that's what it would have been.
All right, children. Who's going to be the first one to recite the alphabet?
What is that?
How about you, Ann?
A, B, C, D, E, F, E, F, E, F, Hutton.
Are we just doing like defunct
When E.F.
brokerage
Hutton
ads?
talks, people listen.
I'm telling you, it was like it was huge campaign.
What is happening right now?
It was huge.
What is happening on the show right
This is where the show has gone. This is where the show has gone.
What is happening? Okay, let's talk about the Texans then? Question mark. Jonathan Alexander, beat writer for the Houston Chronicle, does a fantastic job covering this team. He dropped a piece this morning, and I know that he'll be on The Drive with Ron and Clint to kind of give more context, more details to this. But he wrote a piece that this morning, and the headline reads, "Why the Texans Came Up Short of the Super Bowl Hype," right? And I kind of wanted to go through some of the main takeaways that he had in this piece because, I mean, it's interesting, and, we want to revisit and get a better understanding of what happened with this team and why, a dude who's, in that locker room doing a lot of that is an interesting perspective, right? Obviously, there was kind of the Super Bowl contending kind of conversation, but, then the offense lacked explosiveness and all these things. He cited three main reasons in talking to a dozen players, coaches, front office members, team officials, and league sources. So, like, this is fairly comprehensive, right? And the first one that he put down here, and we'll go just kind of talk about them through there. The Texans initially lacked an identity on offense, in part because of the wealth of weapons and many injuries.
I agree with the lacked an identity.
The reason why is something that you're okay.
Because
what you thinking?
Give me a wealth of weapons every day of the week. Give me a wealth of weapons with any offense. I mean,
I ain't like that.
That's not the lack of identity part. And I would.
I don't know. There's something for like what is it? Analysis paralysis, right? When when I was studying to be an architect, I remember that like. There is the idea of like the freedom of structure, where when you have endless possibilities, it's hard. It's just like, hey, go design something. It's like, oh my goodness, it's anything. But when they give you, hey, these are the parameters. This is the site location. This is what we need. This is what it frees you up to be creative. Now, how fair? Like, and that's in a general sense, right? How much does that change in a football sense? When is this something that you can expect, or is this something that you could reasonably see from an experienced offensive coordinator who's like, I have all this talent?
That to me is the answer.
I feel like that was the way that I read it, is that, oh, okay, this is the sign of an inexperienced coordinator who goes, I have all these things, how do I use them? And maybe I have to cycle through and find things, as opposed to probably an experienced coordinator goes, okay, let's try this.
Yeah.
I think that this will work with the talent that I have, and I can use these guys in this particular way. And I think that continually shows, the word inexperienced continually shows up for me when I'm thinking about Bobby Sloak and what he's done or not been able to do with this offense.
Well, it's the lack of identity I completely agree with. The reason why, because of weapons, I do not. And
the injuries. The injuries,
well, now the injuries, that's a separate topic. But if you're talking about because they didn't quite know how to
both of those things
find their role. Yeah, they're both in there. But how to find their place in this, I don't buy that, because actually I'm just saying I don't buy it.
Fair.
I don't buy it.
I think there's some validity to the idea of there's one football, you have a certain level of targets, and if you have a five-headed monster, like how do you get that ball there? And I know the conversation in training camp leading up is just whoever's open.
Right.
Whoever's open will get the football. But I think we all knew that it was going to be a little more complex than that. I just did not expect them to not be able to find that in the way that it was clear and evident.
I just can't buy that. We went into the season like, oh, okay, so Nico's going to stretch the field. Stefan's going to be able to guy across the middle and do this. We knew it. We were talking about, hey, how about Tank Dell? What's it going to do for him? In the red zone. I mean, all these conversations we had. Oh, Joe Mixon, hell yeah, Joe Mixon's going to open up the pass. These are things that we knew. Dalton Schultz is going to be, things that.
Wait. Dalton Schultz is going to be what?
I'm talking about pro.
Before
into the season.
No, I know, but I just love that you're like Dalton Schultz.
He's going to be a weapon.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just like, it's going to be next topic.
So this is going to sound like a big criticism of Bobby Sloak, and maybe it is.
It read to me at least, maybe not a big criticism, but at least a criticism.
A criticism, other coordinators would give their left, for that option.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
It's one of the things that, and I have not been in like a position to be a journalist a lot. I do not consider myself a journalist, mostly because I have a supreme respect for the folks who do actual, real deal, capital J journalism. But when I've had the instances to be in like a journalistic capacity, whether it was in college or whatever, one of the things I loved asking coaches or whatever is, what do you see as the identity of the team? I feel like that is one of those foundational, fundamental things that you want to mock up early on in a season, maybe even before the season if you can. And it feels so damning that you get to the end of the year and you can talk to players, coaches, front office members, team officials, and league sources and come to some level of understanding that you did not have an identity. That is like if you don't plan, or if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? If you don't have something that you're working off of, or if you don't have something that you're trying to aspire to hit, you're going to miss a target because you don't have one. And that feels really tough, that you can come to a place where you go, hey, you didn't have an identity. And I understand, again, the injuries are part of what made that tough. But as you mentioned, the wealth of weapons is kind of a rough reasoning that you can throw out there. So that was one of the things that came up. The second one listed here in Jonathan Alexander's piece in the Houston Chronicle about why this team did not reach the heights of the hype that was up there for them. They often failed to execute small details in critical situations.
He's talking about the offensive line. To me.
Oh no, the offensive line actually ends up being a separate. And this is all the way across this team.
Yeah,
details.
Yeah, especially penalties. But I'd say it always comes back to the offensive line for me. And I know.
Yeah, but I feel like that's letting the rest of the team off the hook by bringing that specifically to the offensive line. Their penalty. Hell, we just got done with a game where special teams had a whole bunch of lack of detail.
But that was a one-off, literally one.
Was it? If we go back,
I don't remember
you had games. You had games where you had. But again,
yeah,
this is where you go quantity versus quality. You had some moments, but a lot of them, you had a lot of inopportune penalties. You had situations in various games, and this is where I'll need to pull up my notes. I don't know why I'm saying that out loud instead of just thinking it to myself. But you had games where you had drives extended even defensively because there's an errant penalty, and there's a situation where that's a boneheaded mistake there. Even while you go around that, hey, the team has been really good except for these moments, right? Like that's something that plagued this team all the way through. And again, when you talk about going through a season, incremental progress would be cleaning some of those up and not having those come back. It just felt like, and again, with the whack-a-mole nature of this season in general, you knock something down and then felt like someone else would pop up. And those incremental penalties was one of the whack-a-moles that popped up at times throughout the course of the season all the way around. And that's typically the one that if you go, like if you want to be if you want to be very general about the criticism, when you get penalties, you go lack of discipline that goes to the head coach. And it feels like that doesn't fit with the general ethos that DeMeco Ryans brings. But that is going to be something that I'm eager to watch, is if DeMeco Ryans can get his guys to fully rein in those kind of penalties. And it's not that they was like rampant the whole way through, but that if you can clean those up smoothly.
And poor execution just in general.
Right.
And that includes the quarterback. He came out of his skin this year for a big part of the season.
Sure.
So that ties in with that as well.
And that is the third one, and the biggest of all. Our guy Jonathan Alexander says the offensive line was so bad at times that it made it difficult for C.J. Stroud to even operate.
But again, that goes to the offensive line.
Correct. That is the offensive line.
And I feel like, we, as I said, processing the season, absorbing it all, sort of digesting it. I've never, and we've been critical of the offensive line all year. I've never been more clear that it is the line can fix that, and I think a lot of other things fall into place.
Oh yeah, I mean, the aspirations and the good feelings about where this team could get to, they were not ill-founded, right? It's one of the things that I tried to say a lot, and I hope that it came across in saying it, is just they have the capability of being great, and that was what made it so frustrating time and time again throughout the season, was seeing them not be able to do the things that they were capable of. I think at one point during the season, I said I felt like a disappointed parent, where it's like, if you look at the report card and they got a C on there, and you're like, all right, if they were a C caliber student, that's great, man. You did everything you could. You put all your all into it, and you got to a C.
Yeah.
When you were an A caliber student, when you can get there, maybe this is a level of, I don't know, PTSD for me, being a dude that probably should have gotten A's sometimes, got B's, and heard about it. But if you have those capabilities and you're not living up to it, it's frustrating. It's like, yeah, you're passing, but like at what cost? Like, you're not living up to the fullness, and you see what the cost is. You get to the back end of the season, you're not even in the situation where it feels like you're putting together one of the best games. Like, you can't get it all the way through 4 quarters because you just have not done that consistently. And the offensive line is one of those places in a big way. But the offensive line being so bad, there's a multitude to it. One of the things we were talking about was the clear. I don't know what's the right word. The way that the talent was disparate from the scheme that you wanted them in.
Yes.
And it's kind of crazy that it took so long for that to be acknowledged.
There was a big disconnect between what they wanted to do and what they could do. What they wanted to do was obviously Bobby Slowick and the offense and that style. What they could do didn't fit that style. And then, like I said, the more I think about it, I'm like, however they do it, by hook or by crook, as they say, you got to change at least 3 of those dudes. You got to improve.
Yes, and that's the forward-looking place, and that's probably a place that you need to be. Can I be a messy sports radio person and ask you the very messy sports radio question?
Be messy.
The issue of the offensive line being bad, and especially that the disparity between what the guys are probably good at and capable of doing and what the scheme is that you put. Who do you mostly put that on? Because I know you can go to Bobby Slowick on, all right, he's the play caller. How much of that does Nick Caserio have to hold as the man who is put together?
Bobby Slowick inherited these guys, a lot of them.
Yeah.
So that is now, but here, to be fair, Nick Caserio didn't necessarily know that it was going to be a Bobby Slowick offense that was coming in.
Not in the first. Yeah.
He was bringing, like, he extended Titus and Laramie and all that, not knowing what the scheme would be because they were still going to hire another coach for this long term. So it is on him, but I don't blame him a lot on that. But what happened is you brought in these guys and Bobby Slowick's offense, and that was never going to work. It worked last year because of CJ's ridiculousness, for lack of a better way to put it. But there were still issues with the offensive line. We came into this year saying all they got to do is fix the line, and it's going to be Super Bowl, baby. I mean, there were issues with the line last year. There were signs that it wasn't a good fit.
But they stuck with it, right?
But
like they didn't try and take a swing to change that. Now that you knew that Bobby Slowick was the guy, or maybe you looked at it and you said, "Hey, is that what you mean when you said you didn't know it was going to be Bobby Slowick? The idea that maybe he was going to get a job? Is that what you were thinking?"
Or no, even just before that, even going into the 2023 season, he didn't know. But then once you're in the 2023 season, everybody's feeling good about things because they're winning. Even though there were still issues with the offensive line,
and that's where the old Jeff Van Gundy quote shows up,
don't
right?
ignore victory.
Man, you remember when that was something that we talked about every week, and then you got to a place where you're like, oh, you can't ignore this stuff. Oh man, it's a very interesting article in the Houston Chronicle by Jonathan Alexander. I encourage you to read it. And just a programming note, he will be on these airwaves talking to Clint and Ron of The Drive at 2 p.m. So I will be by my radio at that point. I'd encourage you to be there as well. But you're in the loop right now on Sports Radio 610. That's the station that you're listening to. And the segment you're about to hear is Figgy's Mixtape, brought to you by one Figgy Fig.
Yeah, so we got some beef pause on the timeline.
Whoa, it's beef?
Yeah, a former NFL player dropped a diss song to another former NFL player. I'm going to play it for y'all guys to get y'all reaction. Plus, kids just say the darnest things. I got a funny story about a mother when she took her son to the doctor.
Okay. That sounds wholesome, but also beef is not wholesome. I don't know. How do we make that work?
Hear this.
We'll figure that out next.
All right.
Billy the Kid is headed to Cooperstown. After a long 10 years on the ballot, Billy Wagner finally got the votes needed to make it into the Baseball Hall of Fame. The legendary Stros closer joins Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio as the third primary Astro to be inducted into the Hall. Congrats, Billy. It's been a long time coming.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, savings time is all the time at Lone Star Chevy. Hurry and shop over 350 Chevy trucks in stock now and take $8,500 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. That's $8,500 off at Lone Star Chevy. Or take $4,000 off new 2025 Tahoe LTs and Suburban LTs. Yeah, that's an instant $4,000 right off the top. Plus, you can buy a new 2025 Chevy Trax LT now just $21,995. $21,995 buy Chevy Trax. Or you buy a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT now just $26,995. Equinox LT $26,995 at Lone Star Chevy. But you know deals like these are not going to last long. The best will definitely go first. So log on LoneStarChevrolet.com. Then come get the low Lone Star Chevy price at the legendary Lone Star Chevrolet. 290 at Eldridge Chevy. Together, let's drive. Call 877-229-4217 for details.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Yingling Flight invites you to join the excitement and energy with Sports Radio 610 broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans. Stay tuned to Sports Radio 610 the week of February 3rd and hear insights on the big game, interviews with surprise guests, and more. Proudly brought to you by Yingling Flight. Drink responsibly.
Why is 2025 the year you leave your glasses and contacts at some undisclosed location and enjoy the 2020 vision you've always wanted with LASIK at Berkeley Eye Center? Here's why. Zero interest financing until 2027. Savings well over $1,200. And use your flex spending or health savings account. So go ahead, lose your glasses and contacts and find clear, natural vision with LASIK at Berkeley Eye Center. Call 713-526-EYES. That's 713-526-EYES.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness is an all-in-one strength and cardio workout to energize you from the inside out. Book online at one of our 29 Houston area locations at orangetheory.com. And remember, at Orange Theory, your first class is free.
Star of Hope has an urgent need for warm coats, hats, socks, and gloves to distribute to the street homeless during the extremely cold weather. Donation centers are at 2320 Lamar downtown or at 2575 Reed Road. Thank you. starofhopemission.org.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone having a good day so far. I found some beef paws on the timeline yesterday, man.
Do you really gotta pause beef?
Yeah, sometimes beef sound wild. Yeah.
I thought that was fine.
Yeah, sometimes if you say, oh yeah, I got some beef.
How about meat?
Yeah, no, that one's more possible than beef. I thought beef was like that's like saying pork. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that one is. But you just say meat in general.
Yeah, but some people say beef in a different type of way.
This is so exhausting. You not tired? I'm tired.
I'm tired too, but I want to respect the game a little bit. So I just want to make sure we clear. Okay. But I actually brought this up yesterday around this time about some back and forth going on Twitter between Ryan Clark and Marcellus Wiley.
Mm-hmm.
So this one kind of took it to the hip hop part when we talk about beef.
That's crazy. One of these dudes got in the booth.
Yeah, somebody got in the booth.
Somebody got in the booth behind it. That's how you know you mad.
Yeah. So
but not like super mad, because if you're really mad, you go talk to that person.
Yeah. So Marcellus Wiley is the one that got in the booth.
Oh, I didn't know he had that. I would have. If you had just given me in a vacuum, Marcellus Wiley or Ryan Clark, I would have guessed Ryan Clark.
Yeah, Marcellus Wiley. He looked like this type of guy too, because he kind of do this type of stuff, like feed off of this type of gimmicky type of stuff. No disrespect.
Oh, no, you can't say no disrespect to that. There's some inherent disrespect.
No, I think he's loving this type of stuff. But here's Marcellus Wiley. So I heard the whole diss song, and I just want to get y'all thoughts on this. And we're gonna let it play for 30 seconds.
Okay.
After 30 seconds, I want y'all to let me know if you like. You know what? This ain't it. Tap out.
Or
I'm gonna let it.
Great.
I'm gonna let it keep going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let it keep. Just let me know if it's so bad to the point you got to stop it. Just let me know.
Okay.
But here's Marcellus Wiley diss song to Ryan Clark.
Ryan Clark, what's this I see? You dissing me for years. Now you want to talk to me? Private text, but your public game is weak. Calling me a sellout, now I want to hear you speak, boy. Yo, Clark, you been running your mouth for a while. Throwing shade in public, trying to cramp my style. Calling me a sellout, trying to tear my name. But when it gets too hot, you don't treat it the same. Social media posts, man, you out of control. Tweeting disrespect, gonna play that role. Now you hitting up my phone trying to make it right. But you weren't talking
30
reckless
seconds.
just last night. I heard you. Don't text me in private while you diss me in public.
All right. I gotta.
That's it.
I'm okay.
Throwing the white flag.
I'm okay now. I think I got the gist of
That's
this.
the white flag.
Yeah, that's how you
I
say
appreciate that he did not get that was more in the lane than he could have gotten into a place where he was not capable. He kept it into a little bit
he kept
of a
it
boom
clean.
bat where he could get it to it.
He actually kept it clean.
He did.
Like it was nothing disrespectful or fighting words and nothing like that.
That was clearly a one take because I feel like he needed to punch in some of those. Like I feel like that was you missed you were offbeat a little bit. Some of those times you didn't really hit your mark.
That makes me feel good because I clearly am the number 3 person in this room when it comes to
hip-hop, rap music.
critiquing hip hop and rap. But I felt like I could tell it was an amateur, but it was a good amateur. It's pretty good.
I feel like
Just
that
needed
was
a little cleaning up.
He picked a fight where he picked a style of music where he could get in his space at least and he could be passable. I think.
How about you, Figure? What do you think?
Wanted to stay listening because I wanted to hear what this is about because I still don't understand what the beef is about.
Yes, I mean the beef been kind of going on for a long time, man. Pretty much.
They just don't like each other.
Yeah, Ryan Clark pretty much called him a sellout. Marcellus Wiley pretty much calling Ryan Clark kind of, I guess, like a good old boy, or he kind of called him a race baiter.
Okay.
And this kind of started with the whole Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so they kind of been going back and forth for a minute, but every time we talk about a quarterback, you don't get that same criticism to Josh Allen that you do to Lamar Jackson and all that stuff. So Marcellus Wiley is on the other side of it. I don't think he cared for the race baiting that.
Gotcha.
Or alleged race baiting that.
Wait, hold
Ryan
on.
Clark do.
From the 832, Marcellus is from Compton, guys. Don't let the Columbia degree fool you. I ain't speak on nothing behind that.
No,
I was just talking about him rapping.
No, you could tell he's from Cali. You could tell.
I was not talking about no bona fides or nothing. I just feel like he went with a little boom bap, and I feel like he didn't have quite that same precision on the rap.
Now I don't understand I think Quincy Avery kind of got in this little back and forth too at one point about fighting.
Quarterback coach?
Yeah, about fighting because the whole Deshaun thing kind of.
This is sprawling.
Yeah.
No, this feels like a Royal Rumble. You just threw in a whole nother contender. I thought it was
Now this was a couple years ago. But ain't nobody trying to fight Marcellus Wiley, man.
That's
like
a big boy.
I don't that's a big boy. Yeah. Like I'm not trying to we could go back and forth on social media, but that's it.
That's where it stops.
I'm not trying to meet you anywhere.
You're not a rapper, you made a rap song and you clearly didn't do it it was like, hey, this is a bit. This kind of feels hokey. I'm gonna be completely honest.
And see, that's why I said he's kind of a gimmicky person. If you mention his name, he will go on his platform and clown you a little bit.
Okay.
He ain't gonna take it serious where he trying to meet up with you or anything like that.
He's not trying to meet nobody in Temecula.
Nah. He gonna try to embarrass you a little bit. All right. Hit you with facts and all that stuff. But that's clearly why he made the song and kept it clean and kind of goofy. But salute to him for going in the booth, man. Yeah, forget all this back and forth on Twitter.
At least he didn't sue him.
Let's go in the booth.
He didn't sue him.
Is that, or you never know, Ryan Clark. If he get Ryan Clark might sue.
Not the cease and desist.
Yeah, he might.
So who won, Drake or Marcellus Wiley?
Oh, I mean, Drake is always the loser. So congratulations, Marcellus Wiley, almost by default because I don't feel like actually parsing this. You are the winner.
Yeah. So I heard this funny story about a mother who took her 5-year-old kid to the doctor.
Okay.
And, I guess you got... Lopez, I'm kind of curious. I'm going to ask you this. Have you ever had any funny stories taking your son to the doctor?
Well, it's just it's not necessarily funny, but they're always
like a weird interaction.
So anxious and nervous, and I always got mad at the doctors whenever they gave him shots and stuff. I didn't like cause a scene. I was just like mad.
You just you felt that sympathy pain with the kid.
God, dang it!
Were your kids doctors the doctors that asked them questions that they couldn't say no to?
Yeah,
like, do you want a shot? What you going? What when I say no, you're not gonna give it to me?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this kind of happened with this mother. So she took her 5-year-old kid to the doctor. And he got to get a checkup, and they check the private part of the kid just to make sure everything is cool. So this is her story on this whole interaction with the kid.
I took my son to his 5-year-old well checkup the other day, and the whole appointment was going good. It was fine. And then it got to the part where the doctor needed to check his private area. And she said, "Hey, is it okay if I check your private area?" And he said, "No." So she then was like, "Is it okay if your mom comes and stands by your head while I check your private area?" He's like, "I guess." So I got over there and I said, "Boy, pull your pants down and let her check." Then he pulls his pants down, and the whole time she's assessing his area, he is cracking up. And then she says, "Okay, I'm done." I'm like, "Okay, you can pull your pants up now." He looks at her and says, "You're disgusting."
That's right. That's right. He said no.
Good
and
for
no
him.
means no.
Good for him. You're disgusting.
He said, "How dare you?"
Kids just say the darndest things, man.
It's honesty.
He's right.
Yeah. It's honesty.
He's right. Why would you ask me if you were still going to do this?
Yeah, it's just honesty.
Just imagine that doctor going home to have dinner and, "Hey, guess what happened at the doctor's office?
Yeah.
Guess what this little kid told me?"
You're nasty.
Yeah.
You're disgusting.
You're nasty.
Yeah.
Speaking of kids and all that stuff, it's a weird a weird children's book going around, man. And I want to play this audio. This is somebody reading a book called Ben's Big Load. Pause.
That is crazy.
This is actually a
Is this a toilet training book? Is that what's happening here?
No, this is about a story about Ben. And he have a load. Yeah, he have a load.
I was like, where are we going?
I've seen the book.
He have a big load of trash. I want to see if you want to get this kid or this book for your grandkid, Lopez.
Go ahead.
This is how the book sounds. This is somebody reading a couple pages from the book.
Ben's Big Load by Kinsey Mazing. This is Ben. He's been carrying around a huge load for weeks. He needs to drop his load soon before it starts to leak. No matter how hard he tries, he can't seem to let it go. He wishes he could just release it and watch his huge load flow. He tried to drop his load off at Susie's place last week, but when he brought it by, she said, "Not here, your load reeks." His load is overbearing. He's filled up to the brim. He needs to dump his load soon, or it might be the end of him. His friends can tell he's hurting. They see that something is wrong. They ask Ben about his load and why he's been waiting so long. "I have nowhere to dump it," he says. "Every place I try says no. Do you guys have any suggestions? Where do you let your loads go?" "I just release it any place and any time."
Nope.
All right.
I don't
That's
care.
probably about enough of that.
Nope.
Interestingly,
got to notify the authorities.
Yeah. Is that a good book?
What was the name of the author again? Because I'm calling the authorities. You're
Ben's
a sick
Big
human
Load
being.
by Kinsey Mazing.
Kinsey Mazing.
Kinsey Mazing. That's man. Can you? I need my response to the author is the same response as that kid talking to the doctor. I need that.
You're disgusting.
You're disgusting.
Interestingly, it only took me about 30 seconds to read it.
All right.
What am I supposed to do with that?
James.
This is actually, I've actually.
You're disgusting.
You're disgusting.
That's right.
I actually saw this.
You know, Lopez, he's a lightweight, kind of creepy guy.
I said it just took me 30 seconds to read it. What's wrong with that?
That's crazy.
It's actually a parody book. I saw this coming across my timeline too, and I'm like,
for who? Who is
for
this
parents to have fun?
With their children?
Well, with the book and with having to read books.
Don't read that to the babies.
So this is a children's book.
It's a children's book.
But not for children.
Well,
or for adults.
It's for parents to it's a parody. It's just a charity.
Don't keep that around the babies because the baby's going to be like, I want to read that one. And now you got to be talking about loads to your child.
Right.
And that's
like,
a problem.
Papa, what's a big load?
Right.
Exactly. Like when I read a book to Natalie, and now she's of the age where she'll ask the questions occasionally. She'll like again or read again, do this or ask questions. I'm like, I ain't reading none of that. I ain't reading none of that.
I got to order that book for you, man.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
There's multiple people texting in saying there's books about eating cookies and such. What is wrong? What? What?
Oh, God, man.
Who are these people?
Hey, wait till our readathon that happen again.
No.
We're going to have to go to a school and read these books.
I ain't reading
These
that.
books.
Absolutely.
These books.
I'm reading about the hungry caterpillar. I ain't doing none of that
The
other
very
stuff that y'all
hungry
doing.
caterpillar.
That's right.
My daughter has PJs in a very hungry caterpillar.
I'm glad to see the very hungry caterpillar got to be like 30 years old. Like it's an old book.
Oh, at least. Yeah, at least.
Still, but it's still in the game.
Dr. Seuss, she's a big fan of that.
Just all of them.
Cat in the Hat.
All of them. I mean, yeah, pretty much. If the doctor said he's talking about staying power.
Yeah,
was that the 40s?
That's right. The Lorax forever.
Yeah,
but yeah. That is wow. There's some sick people in this world, man. But the person who is not sick is Figgy, who brings you a mixtape every weekday, 1:20 p.m.
You're disgusting.
That's right, right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand the show off to the fellas of the Drive, Clint and Show. I guess I got to keep saying that. I got to make sure to get myself into that space. But we did ask for our question of the day. What's something that you were accused of that you absolutely did not do, a la Joe Mixon? There were some great stories, and I told you I'd circle back to him. We'll do that next.
What is Coach D'Amico most proud of coming out of the 2024 season?
The resilience, a lot of ups and downs throughout the year, but I felt like our foundation was really solid. So I'm really excited about that and continue to add to what we have already.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jalen Hurts' knee injury could force him to become a pocket quarterback in the NFC title game. That has to make Eagles fans nervous. Philly ranks 29th in the NFL in passing. If it comes down to Hurts having to throw without a run option, Philly's offense will have to change in a very uncomfortable way. I'm Andrew Perloff.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. One of the best rivalries in the NBA adds another chapter tonight as the Lakers play host to the Celtics. Boston comes in as the second best scoring team in the Eastern Conference, averaging over 117 points a game. The Lakers aren't scoring as much, but with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, they can score in bunches. The BetQL model is expecting a high-scoring affair. Their best bet in the NBA is taking the over between LA and Boston. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM.
Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this. As the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at Dave Thomas Foundation.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
In a divorce, it's important to have a partner you can count on. I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell, a domestic litigation and family law firm. We champion your rights as an individual and your role as a parent, taking an aggressive approach in court while leveling the legal playing field in domestic matters. That's what a champion does. That's what Cordell & Cordell can do for you. Visit us at CordellCordell.com.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Start the new year stronger than ever with the Men's Tea Clinic. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast, and my friends at the Men's Tea Clinic have been amazing for me. Over the last 5 years, I'm hitting my 5-year anniversary in January of 2025, and it's that total wellness optimization approach that's rung true with me. The biggest thing for me was my testosterone level. I had to get it back in order, and once I did that, everything fell into place. My sleep, my quality of life. Go to mensteaclinic.com to find the location nearest you and set up that initial consultation at mensteaclinic.com.
It's the new year. Time to make a positive change in your life.
I went to My Computer Career because I needed job security.
Because I wanted a career in cybersecurity.
I went to My Computer Career because IT jobs are everywhere.
My old job was going nowhere.
I went because I didn't want college loans for the rest of my life.
Because I wanted a career for the rest of my life.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted. Not available in Washington State.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun Thursday here on Sports Radio 610 to this point, and I appreciate all you fine folks that have helped make it a very fun Thursday. To continue on with the drive. Clint and Show getting themselves ready right this moment. They'll join us in not too long. But before we get there, a couple of things that are happening around the world of sports. Apparently, Al Golden is indeed going to make the jump to the pros and become the defensive coordinators of the Cincinnati Bengals. And another coaching thing. This one, I don't know that I was really on the watch for this necessarily. But apparently, Kevin Stefanski, who is the Browns head coach, will reassume play calling duties out there. So
yeah.
It feels like that's probably a good thing to do. That he has a good play calling brain, and it seems like he's been a head coach long enough that he should still be able to manage the kind of executive portions of this while also
you would think
having the play calling duties. Yeah. And I mean, at this point, I don't know that he is is he on the hot seat? Because
he's going out on his shield. Yeah,
right. It feels like
that's what this is.
So if you're in that place, you're like, hey, if I'm actually going to go out, at least I want to go out my way. I don't want to go down with somebody else's offense or somebody else's play calling.
They actually hired a young offensive coordinator too. I'm not familiar with him, but Tommy is it Reese?
Tommy Reese. Wasn't he a quarterback at Notre Dame?
Yeah, and I was like, wasn't he most recent? I think he was most recently.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, this is the thing is I'm thinking he was most recently at Notre Dame, and I don't recall if that is correct. Where he was recently at Alabama.
Okay.
He was OC at Alabama in 2023. Then he went to Cleveland as a passing game specialist, and now he'll be the offensive coordinator now that, was it Ken Dorsey, vacated the space ahead of him. But, yeah, you want to go out with that experience of Kevin Stefanski, I imagine. So that's how that one's
he was quarterback at Notre Dame.
Up there. Yes, correct. Correct. I thought I had validated that, but my bad.
I was thinking.
Not saying that specifically. But, yeah, earlier today we were talking about how the NFL somehow doubled down in a way on the Joe Mixon thing. Because he got a $25,000 fine for, and part of the letter that allowed or then notified him of the fine quoted a tweet from TJ Houshmandzadeh that was somehow that was also included in a SI story that talked about this, and so it was a weird mix-up that ultimately Joe Mixon got fined for, and so he basically got in trouble for being and accused for something that he did not do, and that got us thinking. What's the situation that you have that is similar? And y'all had a lot of stories that I still feel the visceral like anger and just
because you do
pain.
because you get so mad, like
it stays.
It's
there.
one thing like you caught me. But it's like I actually did not do that.
Please believe
I did
man,
not
people on this text line do it all the time. It was one time somebody tweeted me like that was a bad take of what you said or so.
Oh yeah, that happened.
I'm like, I never said that. I did not say that.
You're like, I didn't even have the microphone on. I don't know what you're talking about. And I guess you guys had some things that I was like, I do want to circle back around to them. So there was one that came in from the 713 that said when they were 9, their mom said that they said the F word, but actually they had said shucks.
Oh wow!
But they were just kind of out, just at the edge of like
too close.
Hearing
too close, man.
It's too close. Yeah, you got to go with golly G or something, man.
One time I said dang because I was the king of the dang.
Yeah,
and I said it too close.
Who said that word?
I got
You caught a whooping. This person didn't even catch a whooping. They said their mom took them into the bathroom. Took their dad's barbershop brush.
Oh man!
Lathered it up and washed his mouth out.
That goes down your throat. There's probably little hair stubble.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, look, man, your dad probably tried to do a good job of cleaning that. I doubt he cleaned it.
Hell no.
There's definitely some like shaving cream in there too. Like that's all because you said shucks.
Yeah,
that's tough. Somebody said they were in prison and their girl accused them of making a Facebook account. I'm sorry, dog. I think you did that.
Yeah.
I think you did that. I know
that's all they got.
You got confident in there. Man.
That's all they got.
I think you did that, brother. I think you might have made that one happen.
Yeah.
Somebody said from the 832 they got pulled over on campus by 10 police cars and the driver was arrested for possession. They only pulled them over because an hour earlier police had been in a car chase with a similar model, color, and year car, but they only found out the actual person they were looking for was sitting in the back seat with them. Got away.
Oh wow,
that's wild. That's a wild.
That almost sounds like my story.
Yeah, you got the same color car, right?
Yeah.
Got pulled over.
Yeah, fits the description. There is a whole subsection of these of fits the description.
Yeah,
I had a similar one when I was at Kansas State. So I was studying architecture. And with architecture, you have a lot of studio time. You're doing projects and stuff, and sometimes late hours of the night you'll be working.
Yeah.
And so, it was in studio. We were all working into late hours. And then at one point, I'm like, all right, I think I'm gonna take it to the dorm. So I'm walking, and actually it's cold out. So at some point, I'm like, man, let me get to it.
Black man in a hoodie.
Let me get to moving. Yep, black man in a hoodie. I get that whoop whoop. And I'm out here. I'm talking to the campus police for a while. I'm just standing in the cold because I'm not at my dorm. I'm just out here. So I'm standing in the cold. I'm like, dang, I want to get there. And eventually they let me go. And what I found out was like, oh well, yeah. Apparently, someone
matched the description.
Someone had in a similar color hoodie.
Oh,
a black man had chased after some woman on campus, and she called campus police. So they were on the lookout for him. But thankfully, my hoodie had a different logo, or had a logo, whereas their hoodie was completely clean. And I was like, all right, cool. Come to find out, the next day, The person that they were looking for was another dude in my studio who had left earlier.
Oh, wow.
He didn't do anything. He was just running because it was cold and he was trying to get back to his dorm. Come to find out what happened that created all this. He was running. Some woman got uncomfortable. She started running and he said, "No, I'm not trying to hurt you."
Oh
my God.
Don't say that.
You did all the wrong things.
You did all the wrong things.
And honestly, it's not wrong, but it's wrong.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And so I ended up being outside in like the Kansas cold for a good 45 minutes.
Because of him.
That's right.
And his poor choice of words.
Yeah.
Like, brother, if you got a hoodie on, don't run.
Yeah. So man, a lot of those situations, and of course the Joe Mixon thing, kind of frustrating. It will be interesting to see though and we mentioned this, if the NFL also comes with that same energy, keeps that same energy with the likes of Will Anderson Jr. and DeMeco Ryans. Not that I'm wanting those fines to come, but it'll be odd if they come back and they say, Joe Mixon, we're fining you because of like criticism of the refs that's like indirect. When you had Will Anderson Jr. saying, "Yo, we was playing against the refs," and you had DeMeco Ryans, out here saying that we had to play against everybody out there.
Well, if you're going to say that, and I agree with you, we'll see. Then they find Will Anderson, they find Titus Howard, they find Nick Caserio, they find DeMeco Ryans. I mean, that's what's so bizarre about this. And we were talking earlier about like why? Well, why do they have it in for the Texans seemingly? I think it's mostly embarrassment that they've kind of been found out or exposed or whatever. And Joe Mixon happened to say something and they confused it and they said, screw it, we're still going to fine you. We'll still fine you anyway, even though you're not wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if I even go all the way there, but it's just like this is the rule is there to try and keep it so that you don't have people within the organization of the NFL criticizing the NFL and showing that level of that level of concern about the integrity of the game. But the problem is that it's there, and I don't know that this way of going about it and trying to tamp down dissension is going to help.
It's not going to change,
and that's the tough thing about it. Like they've got the hammer for this particular thing, but this instance doesn't feel like a nail.
Yeah, no, it's not going to change it in the least bit, and it just makes them look worse. I feel because now they're petty and vindictive.
Yeah. No, that's very much the way that it appears, at least, especially to Texans fans, as this thing is going. But yeah, and that's a wild place to have to be. There's people that are. I mean, we started talking about the idea of potentially returning Stephon Diggs, and I found myself after doing like a cursory research project in an interesting place where I was like, actually, I'm kind of interested in this. I think I'm going to try and do something similar to like for the Tank Dell thing, but I don't know that there's anything similar to ACL and MCL and dislocated knee.
It was Texans had the defensive back. Was it Payne Rick? What was his name? That had a
Dante Robinson.
Dante Robinson had a that's the last time I remember a knee injury like that.
Like, Payne Rick isn't a last name.
I think Dante Robinson was the last Texan that I had that had that severe a blowout, and frankly, he was never the same again.
Yeah. What about the person I think about is Willis McGahee, who had a real bad knee injury
in the national championship game.
I realized the part that I also wanted to get you here is that the finalists were announced for various awards. The thing that is pursuant to locally is, hey man, if you wanted to start a case for why they hate us, like why don't they respect us, the AP Defensive Rookie of the Year finalists include Cooper DeJean, Philadelphia Eagles cornerback, Braden Fisk, defensive end for the Rams, had a great season, Quinyon Mitchell, great cornerback for the Eagles, starter. Chop Robinson for the Miami Dolphins, outside linebacker. And Jared Verse, another Rams outside linebacker, the kind of rush quarterback. You notice the defensive rookie that's not shown up there?
I do. One Kamari Lassiter.
That's tough, man.
Yeah.
Like, you figure that he'd be a top 5 rookie, especially when he's a part of probably one of the better, if not the best, cornerback pairs that you had out there, especially when you look at, the quarterback rating against and such things. Like I will say that's kind of incredible.
They all had terrific seasons.
They really did.
Terrific seasons.
It's a great group. It's a great group of rookies.
So,
I don't want to take away from any of these.
It's almost a little more understandable. Part of it is, those are guys that you can't take anything away from. And Kamari Lassiter get used to it, by the way. You're going to live in Derek Stingley's shadow.
Yeah.
So for the rest of your career with the Texans, you're going to live in his shadow.
But one of the things that, and this probably isn't fair, and this probably shouldn't be the way that I view it, but it kind of stinks that you have two pairs of teammates on there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, typically in these types of situations, you wonder, is one of these guys going to cannibalize the other in situations where you have teammates? And it seems like, nope, they're all going to get in this place where Kamari Lassiter doesn't get shine. Do you have any level of feeling that this is some level of, the focus that the Eagles get the attention and maybe the Rams,
the whole market thing? I don't buy that anymore.
Because it doesn't feel like it necessarily applies.
I think it applies in some instances, particularly, these types of things like voting and stuff. But in today's NFL, every game, like for the people who watch the NFL and cover the NFL and vote on, every game is covered and seen and watched and available and all that stuff. So they're familiar with Kamari Lassiter's work. Frankly, I'm not going to let him off the hook, but this is a hell of a group.
Yeah,
it's a hell of a rookie group.
I think everybody in Philly would probably have the same reaction if Cooper or Mitchell wasn't on it.
But
just with the
in that instance, it'd feel a little bit better if you had one of them.
We watch it every. We see him every week, and we've seen him from the beginning. So it's hard to believe, two guys or there wasn't a space for him. But I'm sure in Philly they'd say the similar thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you there. Like I understand, and you're right. Both of you guys are right that this is a fantastic class.
I'm surprised they didn't make it, but I will say I probably only saw Mitchell in the great white corner.
That's right.
I probably only saw them play like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
And they were impressive, and they had great years.
100%. But I was just wondering, I feel like it's easier to stomach that if you have, we have one of the rookies on here at least, whereas it's just you get blanked because somebody else gets both of theirs in there. But you're not wrong in that regard. We got Clint, we got Show stepping in. Fellas, not a lot of time, but we were talking about, instances where you may have been accused of something that you absolutely did not do. Did y'all have any of those moments? Because we got some crazy ones come in on the text line during this show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not a lot. I'm jealous of people who had siblings that lived with them growing up. I was never ever able to pass that.
It was always
every ass kicking I got. I earned.
You heard
everyone. I've tried to pass. I've tried to pass some on. I've got a couple of ass whoopings with cousins that it wasn't me, but I mean I'm not gonna dime them out. But we all just got
Still
in
to
trouble
this day?
for it. Yeah,
you're like
we all just got in trouble. But then, like I just didn't talk to him for a minute. So that's the closest thing. But I get it. Like I know my kids have gotten in trouble, and it's been one of them, and all of them.
Oh, you do the collective punishment?
Oh, I do.
If nobody steps up and tells me,
I'm big on that. Well, y'all all get it. I'm real physical in my punishments. I like to make a real scene and a point. I go and yank out Xboxes and PlayStation.
Demonstrative.
I go and yank them off.
He's a theater expert.
If I could take that door off the hinges, like if I was confident that I could do it and put it back on, I'd do it all the time.
You get the right tools, you can yank that sucker off.
There you go. Like I said it, my personal confidence. I know. I'm sure you can do it.
Hey, try it when you're gone one day. Just see where you're at, man.
Right. There you go.
All right. That's a 2-hour. That's a 2-hour job.
You got a 4-hour job ahead of you, right?
Hey, I did knock out the furnace, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
My father-in-law walked me through it like I was undoing a bomb. But I mean, yeah.
But did it get done or did it get
done? It got done, baby.
There you go. That's the only
flames
thing
came back home, baby.
We're done in the loop right here. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Until then, we leave you with these fine fellas. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, live in studio, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and a fun show today. Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle covers the Texans. The Chronicle every single day. Wrote a nice little piece this morning talking about the offense, and the biggest thing that set it back. He'll turn off his car insurance, and he will be here.
Tear up your car insurance.
Tear up. I'm sorry, I didn't make it out. He'll be here in studio to let us know what he heard, because he talked to a lot of people in the organization, players, coaches, front office. We'll hear from him at the bottom of the hour, so you don't want to miss that 2:40. Jonathan Alexander, who did a deep dive on this offense. We'll talk to him. But I'm sorry. Damn it. You want to turn You can go somewhere. You can do what you want to do. But the Houston Rockets played a game last night, damn it, and we are starting with the Houston Rockets. So you can kiss every bit of Clint's ass and Tyler's bumpy ass. I don't know
bumpy,
why. I just assume.
I bet you do have little red bumps at the base of every hair on your ass. I bet you do.
You could have insulted me just fine with the honest truth that I have a flat ass.
But I just think,
bumpy?
Fair skin, dark hair. You probably got a little red. You probably got a little red.
I do not.
At the bottom of every hair.
I just feel like you struggle with acne.
Put your ass on that window right there. Let me check it out.
Growing up, I feel like you struggled with acne, and as much as you shave your chest, I feel like you got some.
Okay. First of all,
I love what gets to Tyler.
Holy hell! First of all, turd alert to start the show. Second of all, that's a sensitive subject because I did struggle with acne as a teenager. Not on my ass, on my face.
Usually, I think
I took
people who
Accutane, and now I do not have any acne anywhere on my body, including my butt.
It's a blessing. You didn't struggle with acne on your ass. I think most people who had to go to the depths that you had to go to may have had some ripples on your ass.
It was tough.
I don't think it's pimples. I think it's just irritated roots of your hair.
No,
that you sit on and that you're hot bodied on all day long.
My ass has enough
roots of your
It's enough bad going on with as flat as my ass is and as hairy as it is. We can just ride with that because you can't even see my white ass cheeks.
Well, T, I'm just going to tell you, coming from a man,
your ass is not that hairy.
Coming from a straight man,
I feel better about that statement even more than if your ass is that hairy. You got some bumps.
Coming from a straight man that showered with a lot of other men, the paler your skin is, the odds go up. They increase that you've got not acne on your ass. Just some little red bumps at the base of your hair.
I know what you're talking about, and I'm not saying your reasoning and your logic.
It's slightly irritating.
I really feel like everybody's had some bump action on their ass. I just
cannot
feel
believe
like
this is where
when you look at certain people who have had acne problems.
I'm with him.
When they look at certain people who have acne problems, you probably say, yeah, he's probably run across.
I didn't know you had acne problems. I'm just looking at you in terms of the skin tone and the hair combination. The odds are you've had some heat related rashes on your ass.
Well, you could kiss every bit of Clint's ass and every bit of Tyler's freshly
and from Baytown,
freshly smooth
and rode motorcycles. Oh yeah,
smooth recovered from acne ass. You can kiss Tyler's too. I mean, it's okay, man.
I got no shame. I would tell you if I had bumps on my butt.
You're a bump recoverer.
Right now, you probably don't.
You sure about that?
No, but he seems pretty adamant about it, so I'm going to take his word for it. But I'm going to.
I got enough working against me. Flat ass, hairy ass. I ain't got no red bumps.
I know it. Listen, he doesn't allegedly, but even I saw Tyler was like, you have reached a space where you're getting mad about in game, like not getting mad about just the overall or damn it the Rockets suck. No, I see Clint. I see Tyler all caps. What the hell is Easton doing? Like everybody, like I'm not gonna lie to you. That last night, maybe when Harden and Westbrook were in the bubble, last night was the last time I can remember Rockets being about a game being up and down hardcore on my timeline on Twitter the way that it is for a Texans or an Astros game. Like a bunch of people that are Houston fans were talking about that game in a way that we've seen a Texans game, maybe not to the extent of the Texans because it's just one, or an Astros game where it was like talking about the game.
It was wild.
And in the last 4 years, that's not something you see. You may see some Rockets conversations about the draft or who they could get or overall how they are or damn, somebody went off or damn, Jalen Green pisses me off because he scored 7 this time and he scored 80 the next time. But this was in-game, Clint, the first time since Harden and Westbrook in the bubble that I can remember, like, people being into a game like this for the Rockets.
Well, you had plenty of reason. I mean, clearly the team is rocking and rolling. You're playing, record-wise, the best that the league has to offer. and you got them at home. I mean, hell, you had there, and there's no Texans.
Toyota was rocking.
Hey, man. Hey,
maybe call some free throw misses.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, Ron. That there's a couple things validated last night for me.
Go ahead.
I just when I said yesterday, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know that I fully was 100% in my comments about Astros and Rockets, but last night just validated that for me. I sat down and watched that game, and it was hard to get up from the TV. I mean, if it's not an Astros playoff game, I'm getting up. I'm doing whatever the hell I need to do. It's hard to get up. Like last night, regular season basketball, not real sure what to make of the squad yet. It was hard to get up and get away from that game multiple times with my little girls running around, right? And then at halftime, you look up. So, one, just the action and the moment of it being difficult to get away validated. Number two, I think this team validated where they are in the standings. And I'm not even talking about the fact that they won the ball game. I'm talking more or less about how they did it.
Going against Cleveland, the team with the best record in basketball.
You're going against Cleveland, and yes, they didn't have one of their big guys. I get that, but
Evan Mobley was out of that game.
But Jalen Green was clearly having an off night, and clearly believes in what Kobe said the other night is she's going to shoot his way out of that cold streak. There ain't no doubt about it.
I think that was Jalen's first game of 2025 without scoring 20.
Yeah, no, he's been hot. They talked about that, but he was clearly off. It wasn't just shooting. He was clearly off. And they're up at halftime. What was it, by 8 or 9?
Yeah.
At halftime, and you look up, and it's clearly the Texans bench. I mean, the Rockets bench.
Yeah, Whitmore.
Cam Whitmore had 12 points at half. Tari Eason had 9 points at half.
Their energy, man, is just crazy what they bring to the game, that bench.
Steven Adams had given them over 8 minutes. Jayshawn Tate had given over 6 minutes and contributed. Like, their bench was why they were up at that point in time. And if we're being honest, the entire game, again, Jalen Green was cold. Şengün wasn't just on a tear, but he was battling his ass off down low.
He was banging,
and it was impressive. It was impressive. I mean, I don't know what his ceiling is, Ron, but I love the fact that he's definitely got that dog in him that he's gonna go down there and bang and throw elbows.
Don't it look like it's a foul every time he's got somebody in the post? Like, yes. One way or another, somewhere or another. They don't get called every time, but old Show Enough was in there. And he was just banging the hell out of him, folded him up, and it looked like I was like, "Damn, ain't no foul called here."
He's running,
like both of them just backing him down. Yeah. I was like, "This is a physical."
Yeah,
no foul here, but no, he was physical in there doing his thing in there.
Well, and if they're going to let him play, then obviously he's willing to get dirty with him. He's willing to get physical and bang, like you said. I love that. But the other thing is like that game was clearly a game that Fred VanVleet was going to have to win. He was going to
put him up.
And he put him up, and he knocked him down, and he made big time shots. The depth in the first half and the bench really overall was I think very telling to me. And then Fred VanVleet. Now I didn't like the way that when you're watching that game, like Jalen Green, I would like to him and I'm in Thompson to have had a little bit more feel of like, hey man, VanVleet is on fire. I mean, he is feeling it. He's killing it. Like, let's feed him instead of them just continuing to jack up shots. Now, I'll say this: the tempo that they want to play with is clearly a lot of times dictated by Green and Thompson.
Yeah, they're faster.
So asking those guys to pull out and that didn't sound right. No,
pause.
Asking those guys to pull out and slow the pace down and do those things, that may be a little bit too much to ask, but just analyzing that game, if I have one complaint, I would have liked maybe them to have leaned VanVleet's way a little bit more and let him do his thing. But, man, what a game. And then, obviously, the way it ended had more to do with Cleveland not making shots and not being clutch and than it did the Rockets. But what a win, man.
Yeah, Fred's getting them up. Fred, 25 3-point attempts in the last 2 games.
Hey, and some of them are long, too, now.
Yeah, he went 5 for 13 the other night and then 7 for 12 last night. So Fred was getting them up. To me, it just feels like they got something right now. They got something right now. You look at the fourth quarter. You talked about the bench and everything. The fourth quarter, hey, Doug.
It was nuts.
You give up a 19-0 run and just go 7 minutes without scoring in the quarter. Like in the fourth quarter, you got to lead. They go 19-0 run, and you just give up and just don't. You can't get nothing to go down, and then you do Tyree, just a bonehead decision. Not only fouls the shooter, but then it's a flagrant because he can't land.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no argument to it. You couldn't. It was there. And then somehow a 90% free throw shooter who's been playing well blanks the first two free throws.
Look, playing well, Ron.
Garland is.
He was on fire last night.
Yeah, last night. But I just said overall, been playing well.
Yeah.
He shoots 90% from the line.
And down the stretch.
The hell did that happen?
Down the stretch last night, Ron, too, with Garland, he was on fire. He was putting it in.
That play when they left him, both of them left him for some reason. He hits that three late.
But there was a couple of clutch time. Another note on the game with Jalen Green in a time when he's obviously struggling on the offensive end of the floor. In a critical moment down the stretch in the fourth quarter, he gets a turnover. Thompson got a turnover as well. I think he actually picked what's his name? Spider. What's his name?
Oh yeah, Mitchell.
But Jalen Green continuing to play defense, even though he's struggling on the offensive end of the ball, maybe a sign of some level of maturity. Obviously, he was clutch against the guy that was the hottest hand for Cleveland at the time. So. That was a big game. Validated all my comments yesterday about I am more excited about turning the page from the Texans to the Rockets than I am turning the page from the Texans to the Astros.
Let's go Rockets.
It's something there. It's something like that's 19-0 run to the Cavs.
Ooh.
And you win, fouling a 3-point shooter who shoots 90% from. That's Steph going to the line, down 2.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, man. Last night is by far the most glued I've been to the TV screen during a Rockets game in ages. Like, I was in it, man. I was in that studio right behind y'all screaming when Tari ran up under the shooter.
I could see you screaming through your tweet. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. How many of you all? What we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes is foreign to you. Y'all didn't catch that game last night?
When are we going to go to a game, man?
Yeah, I know we were talking about something during this.
I thought you was going to catch Ryan yesterday because when he said, "Oh man, it's Cleveland games, one I'd like to go to." I'm pretty sure that was on your 2-game list you sent that you wanted to entertain going to, wasn't it? Cleveland on the 22nd.
Yeah.
When Ron said, "Yeah, man, this is one I'd like to go to," I thought, "Boy, Tyler, that's Tyler. He teed it up for you."
That snowstorm thing kind of threw a wrench in it.
We should look at the schedule though.
You got a snow shovel. You only got in your neighborhood snow shovel.
Oh, I know.
Man.
And I'm just saying an overall thing. I think that threw a wrench into the thoughts. This was the week that we had looked at some games, but no, man, that was fun to watch last night. And I mean, if you tuned that in or watched that or saw that, and you couldn't get into the Rockets, and I guess you're just going to be one just not going to get you into it.
Yeah, no, there's. Yeah, if you couldn't get into last night's game, maybe it's just going to take playoff basketball for you to tune in. But that was solid, man.
Oh, that was good, man. They they're the number 2 team in the West, and they are the only team in basketball who has beaten OKC, who has the best record in the West, and have beaten Cleveland, who has the best record in the East and the overall best record. They're the only team in basketball that has done that. So big time performance coming up from them. As I said, be on the lookout. 2:40. Our guy Jonathan Alexander is going to join us. He had a piece in the Chronicle today where he talked to a bunch of people in the building about the offensive issues for the Texans, and he came up with 3 big reasons why. We'll talk to him about it and go a little deeper, and I will flat out get his opinion, get out of him. Do you think Bobby Sloak's going anywhere? That's coming up 2:40. Stay tuned for that. But speaking of that, a little appetizer going into that. Couple of guys.
Appetizer's probably my favorite part of a meal.
Is it?
Yeah.
Fried pickles.
Sometimes it just becomes the meal. I'll pass on fried pickles.
Oh, that's right.
Despise pickles.
Well, I mean, if you have a choice, but if they're there, you'd eat one.
I hate pickles. I would not eat one.
Damn it, Ron. No pickles, no bananas. Well, there's a theme here. Ron just is opposed to anything shaped like a piece.
No. I like cucumbers. Who would you rather? If you had to, gun to your head, heart, or scrotum, or ovaries, who would you rather keep? Tunzel or Bobby Slowick? That's coming up next.
All right, I don't know if you'd rather keep Tunzel or Bobby Slowick, but I know you want to keep them big, beautiful, valuable trees. Experts, he's the best in the business. Whether you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees at your house right now where you're living and it's a big part of your curb. That are going to make that house pop, right? Lewis Flory is the way to go. Ability Tree Experts, they are the best in the business. Look, Lewis Flory travels 175 to 200 miles a day. He's been in the game for 48 years, y'all. You do the math, that's about 1.5 million miles around the city of Houston. He knows this town. He knows all the tree species. He knows all the threats that are out there. And when it's all said and done, there's nobody better in the business than Lewis Flory. So if you're serious about keeping the second most valuable asset on your property, your house is number one, the big, beautiful, valuable trees are number two. If you're serious about giving them the best chance that they have to survive whatever Texas throws at us next, whatever kind of weather they throw at us next, Lewis Flory is the guy that you need to call. He's the guy that you'll meet with. Nobody in Houston comes close to the experience and knowledge. 281-441-4179. Again, that's 281-441-4179. And check them out online at abilitytrees.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not a blame on the refs guy ever. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Texans would have won this game without it. I can tell you this. When you're in the divisional round and you're on the road versus arguably the best dynasty we've ever seen, when you take a play on a 3rd and 8 that's an incomplete pass and you turn it into a first down versus a punt, again, when you've got the momentum, that is a major part of the game.
Ride home with Clint and Show 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
It's a throwback rivalry in Los Angeles. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Celtics and Lakers jump it up in LA tonight, and the BetQL model sees an opportunity on the total. BetQL has over 218.5 as a 5-star best bet. They project the total at 226. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Jonathan Alexander coming up here in the next segment. He'll be in studio. We'll talk to him about the deep dive he did in the building about the Texans' issues on offense this year. And speaking of that, Clint, we talked about it yesterday, and I will stand on it again. To me, I think the Texans should be trying to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business, and it's not because I think Laramie Tunsil sucks as a player and he shouldn't, and he's done. I just don't think he fits here what the Texans are trying to establish, and I think he'd be better suited going to another place where, his fit makes more sense, and especially what it seems like D'Amico is trying to achieve here. But within that conversation, there are a couple of people who, there's got to be real conversations going to be on the move, and I'm sure Jonathan will discuss that with him a bit. But for you, it's not just Tunsil, right? There's other parts out there. As I said in the tease, if you take it to Tunsil and Bobby Slowick, for you, who would it be? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Between those two guys, top guys, big parts of this offense, who would it be?
If I got to pick one of those two, without a doubt, Laramie Tunsil.
No.
Without a doubt, Laramie Tunsil. I think, look, I've said this many a time, whether it's fair or foul, whether you think Laramie Tunsil is part of the problem or not, the reality of it is when you got a C on your chest, when you're one of the highest paid guys, and you play a position where there's 5 guys on the field, there's 7, 8, 9 guys at any point in time that could play in the game. To me, I would prefer that guy that's making that kind of money, that's got that C on his chest, to be more than just really good at his position. It's kind of like a quarterback. Like I need C.J. Stroud to do more than just be a really good quarterback. Like I need C.J. Stroud to lead. I need C.J. Stroud to be the thermostat in the room and really set the temperature. I need C.J. Stroud to be there in the offseason and make sure that he's creating every opportunity for guys to get the work with him there and hearing his voice, not the backup quarterback's voice or not the Green Bay Packers quarterback's voice because they work out the same guy. Like I just think the guy that's got a C on his chest, the guy that's making that kind of money, ideally you need to get more out of them than just I'm going to be there on Sunday and I'm going to be really good at my job. And to be right now, that guy that I think is needs to bring more to the table is Laramie Tunsil. And so if I had to move on from one or the other, Bobby Slowick or Laramie Tunsil, it'd be Laramie Tunsil 10 out of 10 times. As I've said many a times, I think the biggest problem that needs to be fixed with this football team in terms of moving from a playoff caliber team to a Super Bowl caliber football team is they've got to change the culture. They got to change the identity on the offensive side of the football. And I think that's going to be very, very, very difficult to do when the highest paid guy on that side of the ball with a C on his chest is a Sunday-only guy. And I believe that when you take his temperament and his mentality into the mix, I think when you've got guys that tend to the Titus Howards of the world, now you got young dudes like Patterson and Scruggs and Fisher that are in here, which direction are they going to go? Are they going to go the direction of, hey, man, only work when you have to? Or are they going to be the guys that are showing up, holding guys accountable, doing extra, bringing extra physicality to the room, bringing that nastiness to the room, or are they going to lean into the way of the highest paid guy and the captain? Like I think when you remove Laramie Tunsil from the equation, I think the likelihood, the ripple effect of whatever guy you plug in there, you got to make sure it's the right guy, but whatever guy you plug in there along with a new offensive line coach, whatever guy you plug in there, you hope has an effect on every offensive lineman in your system in the O-line room. And you hope that effect is be here all the time, work extremely hard, be super physical. If you don't get the job done, make sure the opponent knew they were just in a fight for 4 quarters. If we're not running the ball well, damn it, I'm going to hold everybody accountable. We're going to be miserable until we do start running the football well. If our quarterback is the most hit quarterback in the NFL, we're going to be miserable until we learn how to protect. And I'm going to talk to the media and tell everybody on God's green earth how miserable we are because we ain't getting the job done. If my quarterbacks get back there getting the hell beat out of him, we're going to be the first ones back there helping his ass up. We ain't going to look around at the sideline like what's going on or the ref and see who's offsides or who did this or who did that. I think there needs to be a different mindset from a physicality perspective on this offense. And I think it starts with the offensive line. And when the tip of that spear is Laramie Tunsil, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to make that improvement.
Somebody here on the text line, as people are jumping in on this, we said if you got to choose between Slowick or Tunsil, if you had to choose gun to head harder, whatever areas you don't want to be shot, who would it be? Someone said on the text line, Slowick, because I think a better coach can get more out of Tunsil. And sure, maybe.
Yeah, they've thought that. How many coaches you been through?
Head or offensive line?
Take your pick. OCs, offensive line, head coaches.
He's had
how many?
Bill O'Brien, Romeo Crennel, David Culley, Lovie Smith, and D'Amico Ryans. He's had
Pep Hamilton.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Who was the
old buddy that was under Bill O'Brien?
Him.
What was his name?
I can't remember his name. Tight ends coach now somewhere. Tim Kelly.
Tim Kelly. There you
go. And also Strausser, George Warhop.
Where's George Warhop now?
Baltimore.
Yeah, there you go.
And that guy from Green Bay who had done a lot.
Yeah. I'll say this again.
Devlin.
I'll say this again about the Laramie Tunsil dynamic. Right? Nobody is going to get more or anything different out of Laramie Tunsil as long as the head coach isn't putting the pressure on Laramie Tunsil. Period. Your head coach, D'Amico Ryans, I just heard it post-game. I don't know if it was the last coach's show. I don't know if it was the post-game presser. I don't know if it was the Monday presser after the playoff loss. I don't remember when it was, but it was in one of the most recent, after the Kansas City loss. He was asked what needs to change, what needs to be done. I'm paraphrasing, but what needs to change. And in his spiel, it was long, but he was very adamant about guys being here under our watch with our strength guys, our medical team that know their bodies the best, here together. You preach all that, and then the highest paid guy with a C on his chest is not even interested until 2 weeks before the season starts. And he comes in thanking the general manager and the head coach for allowing him the time to get healthy. And look, that's great. If Laramie Tunsil can be all world and go make a boatload of money doing that, that's great. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. That'd be great for Baltimore. That'd be great for Kansas City. That'd be great for somebody that's got they don't need a makeover on the offensive side of the football. I'm just telling you right here, it's going to be impossible to change as long as D'Amico Ryans is letting Laramie Tunsil do Laramie Tunsil things, period.
Jonathan Alexander, he'll join us coming up next.
Guys, it's 610 to talk about on the radio.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level, and what do they need to do to get over the hump?
We're really close, and first it starts with, communication, and hard conversations have to be had. There has to be, things fixed and things worked out, and just really honest conversations.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by thefranklinteaminc.com. On I-45, the Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Want a cash offer on your home and the chance to close in as little as 21 days? The Franklin team, brokered by eXp Realty, can help. No showings or open houses. Skip the market with their competitive guaranteed offer. Just Google the Franklin team or visit thefranklinteaminc.com for more information.
I think we've been challenged as a society, a country, and certainly individually. Hello, my name is Jim Springfield, president of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. We were never promised an easy path, but we've also been promised that when things are difficult, that if you stay focused, you're going to get through it. So the more I think about what we've gone through this year, the more I'm reminded of how important it is to go through these challenges with the right partners, whether that's family, friends, coworkers, or just the community at large. I'm struck by how we've come together through this pandemic. I think the lesson from all this is that relationships do matter. And if we hadn't learned anything else, and if Blue Cross hadn't learned anything else, I hope it's learned that. So I think that's a simple way to say it. We care for individuals, and we try to do that in a very individualized and humanistic way.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming.
But when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists.
It's built just for you. Get the savings you want on America's largest 5G network. Visit T-Mobile.com/choice55 and start saving today.
Discover the difference exclusive furniture can make and love your home. Right now, find on-trend furniture and comfy, cozy mattresses that go beyond functionality. Simply put, a sofa not just for sitting, a table not just for eating, a bed not just for sleeping. Designer furniture, all at guaranteed low prices every day. Plus, get exactly what you love with no interest for up to 60 months. Love your home today and every day.
This is the new exclusive furniture where low prices live every day.
See store for details.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
Hey, Houston, this is Seth Payne of Sports Radio 610. You know, when you're injured, it's like being hit by a blindside tackle. You need a game changer on your side. That's why I trust Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They'll take on the insurance companies and make sure you're treated fairly. With them in your corner, you're never alone in the fight. If you're injured, you know what to do. Call my friends at Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. They take care of all the problems that come with an accident. They're available 24/7 and will help you get the assistance you need when you need it. Mokaram Injury Lawyers will fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can take care of your family. They have over 25 years of experience and treat every client with personalized service that you can trust. Plus, your first consultation is free. You pay nothing unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. Or visit MokaramLawFirm.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Jonathan Alexander, who writes for the Houston Chronicle, covers the Texans each and every day, every week, every game. He's out there for the last several years. Jonathan, man, we appreciate you coming in studio and joining us. Say hello to the people on YouTube and Twitch.
What's up, YouTube?
There you go. There you go. There you go.
I appreciate y'all having me on, man.
All right. We saw the story you wrote earlier today and talked about the three main reasons that there was issues with this Texans offense. Before we kind of dive into that, I just want to get, what was your sense of, I think, shock and surprise from all the people in the organization that you talked to of how the offense went this year?
Yeah, I think when you talk to the many people involved, they legitimately thought that the offense was going to be the strength of this team. And a lot of people did. And it's reasonable when you add, Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs to an already explosive offense. And then, from the beginning, from training camp, there were struggles. And then it led into the beginning of the season, and the offensive line, was really bad, extremely bad. Unfortunately, I mentioned in the article, the Big Five that they had put together only played 2 games together, which was crazy when I looked at the totality of it. And they were 2-0 in those games. And who knows what they might have looked like, had they played a lot of games together and maybe figured it out. But ultimately, it came down to that offensive line, and they didn't give C.J. Stroud enough protection, didn't give the offense enough time to have routes that developed downfield, and it ultimately what led to the demise of the offense.
It's interesting because I think there's some validity to that, but there's also something about it's an offensive coordinator and a quarterback's job to protect their offensive line. And when I say that, I mean I'm talking 80-85% of the time. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if they thought the O-line was going to be better than they were, and so they thought they were going to have the ability to do these things, or if they were reckless with it and just said, hell, we just going to do it and see what happens, right? But they did, those two units didn't do a very good job individually or together in protecting their offensive line. So those guys were hung out to dry consistently regardless of who was starting. And it was done for what, Jonathan? I mean, 8 weeks?
Yeah.
I mean, I think in my mind, I marked the Detroit game as a game where it seemed like things kind of swung into, okay, we're gonna schematically do some different things and approach. The interesting thing to me, Jonathan, is when you're saying that, I'm thinking, man, the offense was so good last year. Why? I understand why you add win now pieces, but why shift gears from what we watched a historic year from C.J. Stroud, a coming out party for Nico Collins? Like, why the change in approach to offensive football?
Yeah, I think it's a couple of things. Number one, give me 1 second, fellas.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to handle something, and just give me 1 minute.
You got a little news. We got
okay.
Uh-oh. Hey, we'll set our happy asses right here. This is real time right here. All right, let me set the scene. If you're not on YouTube and Twitch, Jonathan Alexander is clearly in the midst of some sort of news potentially, and he is going back and forth with a source. And like if you want to break this news right now on here, we will break this news right here. And I'll be honest, Jonathan, you're not going nowhere until this
Ron said we got 3 hours and 15 more minutes, man.
I will make the executive decision, and Parker can come say it. We will drive through the break.
Well, real quick, while he's working on that news, Ron, the article is out, and I do think it is a good article, a good deep dive into the good, bad, the ugly of this 2024-25 Texans offense. What just your thoughts on the article, where you can find it, what because I'm sure people are wanting to dig into that.
Yeah, no, and we'll get with it with Jonathan here on these. Are you got some news?
Yeah. So the Texans are parting ways with their team president, Greg Grissom, and that is on Houston Chronicle, and I think the Houston Texans are announcing that simultaneously as well.
Yeah, the PR department did just get it out.
Who was hired there in 2021.
All right, so Greg Grissom, he is
fellow Ginger.
Damn, Ginger Nation.
We talked to Greg a lot here, and he's done great work here since he's been here. It looks like, according to Jonathan Alexander, you're hearing that first right here, right here on the drive. Sports Radio 610. Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle, Greg Grissom, and he's been the team president for the Texans. Done a lot of great stuff on the business side. They are parting ways with him. So that is news, and that I'm guessing may not be, especially with this article you wrote today, may not be the last name we hear that they're parting ways with moving forward. But within that article, you talked about the 3 major things, the 3 major reasons that continue to pop up with the amount of people you talk to. We talked about a little bit about the offensive line, but go into what kept coming up when you were talking to people.
Well, Clint made a good point, and I wanted to address that. Protection calls have been in the past 2 years have been on the center to make the check calls and the protection calls. And I really do believe that the Texans, you brought up a point. I thought they made a gamble when they decided to proceed forward with Kenyon Green and then move Juice Scruggs from left guard to center, even though that was his natural position. And I also don't think they anticipated Shaq Mason would have a drop in his production. Those three guys kind of gave up the most pressures at their respective positions midway through the season.
Yeah.
And I thought, gambling on that instead of maybe perhaps investing in a left guard to compete with Kenyon Green, I think really hurt the Texans down the line. And they didn't see that drop in production from those three guys coming. And I think that was a huge part in why they struggled.
I think the biggest, the most inexcusable.
I mean, they didn't see it coming potentially at all.
They should have seen it coming, but they didn't see. They assumed that Kenyon Green was going to make a leap, and we could argue, should they have thought that? I definitely disagree as well, given how Kenyon had played in his first 2 years. But they thought him having lost weight in the offseason, they thought that he would make a jump, and he obviously did not.
Well, the interesting thing there is I could see where you would think that he would make a jump, and I don't fault him for that. Look, I mean, that's a top 15 draft pick, man. You got to try to make that work as best you can. The problem is that your fallback plan was
Kendrick
moving
Green.
Well, yeah, or moving your center to guard and putting in a 6th round draft pick that was a backup as a center and having to run the season with him. The backup plan, and I understand the Texans couldn't make every move and make every adjustment and address every position this offseason. They made a bunch of win-now moves. There were, as a second-year really program under DeMeco Ryans, they weren't going to be able to fill every void and answer every question in one offseason. So I understand that. But if we're talking specifically about the O-line, the depth and the backup plan not being anything more than moving your center to guard, who was inexperienced at both positions, and a depth center bumping up and Jarrett Patterson in playing, that just seems like a major mistake. But the offensive line obviously is one. What else did you uncover?
Obviously the execution in critical situations, they failed to execute on small plays, and it obviously led to a lot of the busted plays. Like, one of the main situations that I remember was that first Chiefs game, where they threw those 3 straight screen passes, and there were 3 different reasons why those screens didn't work.
Yep.
One was a bad throw from CJ. One, Nico caught it at the wrong angle, and then the other one, Xavier Hutchinson missed a block. Now, it was those type of things that led to the Texans not executing. One of the more interesting comments I thought was from Joe Mixon, and he didn't call out any names, but he thought that initially guys were really trying to hunt for stats. And it took them to the end of the season after that Ravens game to realize, okay, we got to go with our identity, and we got to do whatever it takes. We got to follow Bobby Slowick, and this is what it's going to take to play better offense. And he thought that they did that late in the year.
Yeah, Jonathan, we actually, and I pulled that audio from Cody Stutes, I believe it was, with Joe Mixon, but making the comment that you're talking about. And it was interesting, Ron, because I remember you and I having a conversation back when these comments were made, and you'll remember this. Tank Dell talking about wanting 1,100 yards or whatever it is, and Nico Collins wants 10 touchdowns. And we both looked at each other, Jonathan, and was like, look, ain't nothing wrong with it. But it is a polar opposite, again, from what was coming out of the mouths of the players and the organization the year before, when their offense was as good as it. Right. But no, if you remember correctly, 2 years ago, Tank Dell and Nico Collins, it was, hey, I do whatever team needs me to do. Whatever coach asks me to do, I do it. It wasn't 10 touchdowns, 1,100 yards. It wasn't 100 catches. It wasn't none of that stuff. And again, there's nothing wrong with that, but it is like not acknowledging that is a shift in mindset of your key players is critical, right? It's interesting that we're sitting here now, a year later, and you're looking back and one player's mentioning guys being focused on stats instead of just winning ball.
Yeah. And he, he was telling the truth. And I think it was a little bit difficult. You got to kind of realize, too, each of those guys were used to being the number one man. And I don't think all of those guys were being selfish. I don't think they were getting mad at each other. I think it was something that they had to get used to. I mean, just think about it. When they came in, you had Joe Mixon, Nico Collins, Steph Diggs, Tank Dell, and Dalton Schultz in that order. And Tank Dell was used to being 1A, 1B.
Yeah.
Nico Collins remained 1A, but Steph Diggs was used to being 1A.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon was used to being 1A. And all of a sudden, these guys have to share the load. And I don't think they purposely were going at each other, but I think it was something that they had to get used to.
Yeah.
Jonathan Alexander joins us, Houston Chronicle, with that piece. You need to go check it out. By the way, he also broke the news, Greg Grissom, the team president the Texans are parting ways with. I know in there it was injuries was another one. Execution and the offensive line issues were the three major reasons coming up. What about solutions? What are you getting and hearing in terms of, and I know you put it in the article, but to the people, potentially the steps to kind of change the disappointment of the offense this year?
Yeah, how do you change this? I think there are two things. CJ talked about it, and Will Anderson talked about it too. They're going to try to bring in players who help them set the standard. It's just reading between the lines, it seemed like not everybody was on the same level as mindset as C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, who have the highest of standards, who believe that everything should be perfect. So one, they're going to try to bring in new players. So there's going to be change. It might even be some new coaching staff.
I would imagine.
Yeah, and I think they're really going to attack the offensive line. I think that is going to be the primary focus. As much as we like to talk about the skill positions, I think the Texans' number one priority this offseason is going to be to fix the offensive line. They don't want to happen what happened this year, and they know that as long as you can protect C.J. Stroud, then he can make things work with little weapons. So, I think they'll still draft a wide receiver, but I think their primary focus this offseason is going to be fixing that interior of the offensive line.
Draft or free agency?
I think
both?
that's both. I think that's both.
Okay. All right. Jonathan, we appreciate you joining us. We got to do it again. If you missed it, don't miss it. Check out his piece that he wrote in the Chronicle. Also, it's up on Sports Radio 610 and at the Chronicle. Greg Grissom, former president of the Texans. They've parted ways with him. Jonathan, thank you for jumping on again. As we continue, we'll continue to make note and get the latest of what we're hearing about that situation with Greg Grissom. And we love Bob Nightingale. He's lost his damn mind. This cannot be a real potential option for the Astros. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Low T Center, y'all. Fellas, look, if you're out there, you've been feeling tired, lacking motivation and drive, gaining weight, and maybe notice a little loss of muscle mass, it's not if it wins, it's when. It's going to happen to us at some point in time, whether it's mid-30s, mid-40s, in your 50s. These could all be signs of low testosterone. Now, don't wait. Find out. Get back to living your best life as quick as you possibly can. Your family's dependent on it. Your job's dependent on it. Your future's dependent on it. Look, at Low T Center, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple test, and with their on-site lab, that's right, they're efficient, man. With their on-site lab, you'll get the results back right then and there. It's not a typical doctor's office, so get that out of your mind, fellas. Their physicians specialize in treating low T with testosterone replacement therapy, better known as TRT, for each patient. The experts at Low T Center, they have over a decade of experience helping patients. That's right. They are the OGs. They are the pioneers of the TRT game. And this part right here, it's super important, right? Their personal treatment plans are optimized for each patient. These aren't just basic standard treatments that you find on Instagram, folks. These are optimized for treatments for each patient, like the real deal, customized, optimized. Right now, current patients over at Low T Center, that'd be me and several of y'all out there. They're offering a $150 referral credit for each new patient that you refer. Bottom line is, you need to go to lowtcenter.com right now to book your appointment. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to the Low T Center. The entire week leading up to the big game in New Orleans. Top-tier football conversation. Interviews with the brightest stars in sports and pop culture. And plenty of beignets for all. You'll hear it here the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln. On the I-45 and Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado, it's a stall that has your right shoulder blocked. West Point Lincoln is where you need to get your next SUV. 2024 Lincoln Navigators, 0% financing for 60 months, 2.9% financing for 84 months. Go online right now at westpointsales.com. Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. It's West Point Lincoln. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
I'm Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Championship weekend is upon us in the National Football League, and the pressure is on for all guys at the quarterback position. But one guy in particular has the most to gain. Josh Allen, with a win this weekend over Patrick Mahomes, slowly begins to close the gap between himself and the best quarterback in football, despite having an 0-3 record. I'm Linnell Willingham.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
There's a lot on the line in a divorce. Your home, savings, retirement, maybe even kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions it can take, you really need a partner you can count on. I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. We're committed to helping protect your personal interests and the life you've built. Don't let divorce take more than it has to. Talk to us today.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness is an all-in-one strength and cardio workout to energize you from the inside out. Join now and get $50 off your first month. Terms and conditions apply. And remember, at Orange Theory, your first class is free.
It's the new year. Time to make a positive change in your life.
I went to My Computer Career because I needed job security.
Because I wanted a career in cybersecurity.
I went to My Computer Career because IT jobs are everywhere.
My old job was going nowhere.
I went because I didn't want college loans for the rest of my life.
Because I wanted a career for the rest of my life.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted. Not available in Washington State.
John Lopez here with Louis Flory from Ability Trees. All right, let's talk about some of our great neighborhoods in the greater Houston area. Rice Village, Bel Air, Westview, Kingwood, Woodland. We take pride in our tree-lined streets and what it means. So let's talk to those people because that is important to your property as anything.
Absolutely. You know, we go into some of these exclusive areas that you've mentioned. And, you know, one of the first things, again, a client will articulate to me is, Louis, how important these trees are to me and how important this curb appeal is to my property and the whole street line. So we go in and start laying out a program depending on what that client's needs are and what I'm seeing that needs to be discussed with that client. And then we sit down and I go, okay, hey,
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we just talked with Jonathan Alexander. If you missed that, you might want to check that out. Good information from him, and broke a little news in there, and it is up at Sports Radio 610. As Tyler got that up, the Houston Texans have amicably parted ways with team president Greg Grissom. The club has announced. That is the latest there, and Greg has been a big part of the organization, especially on the business side. We've had Greg in here multiple times. Hell, I think the last time we had Greg was right before the draft party on the street. He was walking by, he came and sat down and talked with us. So
good dude, man.
Yep.
Good dude. I mean, in this world of pro sports, whether we're talking front office or we're talking coaching or we're talking players, man, it just seems to be the norm for there to always be a guard up, there to always be an ego involved, there's always a level of arrogance, there's always a level of we're better than, or that kind of thing. And with Greg, man, he was so, with me anyway, I can't speak for everybody, I'm just speaking to me. Greg was so authentic. He was so genuine and sincere. He led the organization on the business side through some of the worst years that I can only imagine ever in pro sports that anybody's had to try to navigate. He led the crew through that. So, and now we're on the backside of it. That
was woo.
Now we're on the backside of it, and things have been absolutely tremendous. I'm reading this specifically off of the Texans website so just to cite the source here. Greg Grissom's been the president of the Houston Texans since March of 2021. He oversees the management and direction of business operations, including marketing and communications, digital and social media, community relations, ticket sales, and membership services, event management and operations, business analytics, IT, and corporate partnerships. I say all that to say, like, the football part of the Texans, everybody knew, like, hey, man, it's going to take a couple years, and we're going to turn this thing around. And it was more or less close the doors, lock arms, let's go to work. Now, how do you present all the garbage that was going on over there while everybody else was working quietly behind the door? How do you continue to sell tickets? How do you continue to work community relations? How do you continue to work and improve and grow the digital and social media, the marketing and communications, advertising aspect of this thing? That is an absolute monster job that really, if you're being honest, there's tangible evidence on a daily basis of ticket sales either being up or down, right? I mean, the all of it, there's tangible evidence on a day-to-day basis that Greg Grissom had to deal with that I would imagine was an absolute nightmare through the rough years. And on the flip side of that, the last couple of years have probably been absolutely tremendous for Greg Grissom. But hate to see him go, man. Fellow Ginger in the game, and always been good to the drive, man. It's be interesting to see what kind of move they make there at the team president for the Houston Texans.
Couple of thoughts from the text line. Clint, he came in 2021. LOL, he didn't take us through nothing. That was the guy before him. No, he did. He was the team president when David Culley was the head coach.
He took over for Jamie Roots.
Which means...
No. Yeah. He took over for Jamie Roots. Yeah.
Which means that was the Deshaun debacle. That was the David Culley, Jack Easterby into Lovie Smith. Yes.
Was that COVID?
Yeah. The first part of that was COVID. So, yes, he did, and that was arguably that time frame was the lowest point.
Well, look, I mean,
of the organization.
On this one, I don't need the text line. I mean, I remember having a very vivid. I very vividly remember having conversations about all this with Greg Grissom and
he was the one out front. A lot of the face of handling those uncomfortable situations. Someone texted in, "What does this mean? What does this Greg Grissom firing mean?" I'm not sure. It may have been something that it was mutual, as they say. I mean, it wasn't any negative thing. They said they kind of agreed upon it. And so I don't know exactly what it means. Maybe he was moving on, or they. It doesn't matter. I'm not quite certain what it means, but obviously there is a change on the business side.
Yeah, look. I mean, this is a highly coveted position in pro sports, one of 32. in the NFL. They won't have a problem filling this job if indeed they didn't already have a replacement and didn't already have a guy in mind, and that's why they're moving on from Greg. So I don't think it means a whole hell of a lot in terms of the hire. Now, this guy may have a different vision for the team than Greg did, and so it may mean something down the road. But just for us as media and us as fans, the changeover from Greg Grissom to whoever the next president is going to be, this is, again, a lot of the behind-the-scenes management of all of the marketing, communications, social media, community relations, ticket sales, membership services, things of that nature. So we don't typically, as the masses, understand or are we aware of the day-to-day workings of the president.
All right, so that is the latest. Again, if you're jumping in, Jonathan Alexander broke the news right here on The Drive. It's also up on Sports Radio 610. Greg Grissom, team president, they have parted ways from Greg, and that is the latest there with the Houston Texans. All right, Clinton, Tyler, the listeners, if you've not seen this, our guy, hotel lobby, 2 Chainz, Bobby Nightingale, who, by the way, who will be on Area 45 tonight, so should be an interesting conversation with his most recent post about the Astros. This is what Bob Nightingale had to say. I want you to just listen to this. The Houston Astros are keeping the door ajar for free agent third baseman Alex Bregman to return, but are not optimistic. Bregman has serious offers from at least 2 teams. Then he goes on to say, if the Astros pulled it off, Bregman could stay at third base. Paredes could move to second base. Well, hold on, what? So if Paredes moves to second base and Bregman stays at third, he then goes on to say, fellas, that Jose Altuve could make the move to left field.
What are we doing?
I mean, you think Jose Altuve is a better outfielder than the options that are already out there?
I mean,
I love you, Bobby.
From the plate, he is.
Well, no. I mean, I get that. I mean, wouldn't you rather have? Wouldn't you rather have Jordan?
A shot first.
I'd rather have Jordan in left and Altuve as a DH.
Or one of them.
I mean, no offense, but Altuve is a smaller fellow that has a hard time hitting first base from time to time.
Yeah.
How the hell is he going to throw the ball from the outfield?
How about those outfield arms? Jose Altuve, Jake in the middle.
And Chaz in right. Boy, you got some cannons out there, don't you? Got some goddamn
guys out there.
And Altuve play rover.
Has he ever played the outfield? I don't remember. Maybe he
not
has.
that I can recall at all.
Maybe when they had those Drake McClain jerseys. Did he ever play in the outfield?
No. He didn't pull a Biggio.
In left field. Like, this is where we are. In left field. No way. Dana's got to be somewhere laughing at this report. Who the hell fed this to Bobby?
I mean, Bobby's got to know something.
I'm sure somebody fed it to Bobby. That's like a sick joke. If that ever was the thought, to put that man in left field.
Maybe Bobby's sipping on some of them Cran and vodkas.
Did y'all check the?
It's Bobby.
Are you sure? Did you check the spelling?
Yeah, it's official. It's Hotel Lobby Bobby.
Yep, and I saw Patrick Creighton said, can't wait to talk to Bobby tonight. Left field. But, I mean, listen, if we kind of reel it into that, because the Blue Jays, they went ahead and made the deal, 5-year deal, $90+ million to get Anthony Santander, a big power hitter in the outfield who played for the Orioles. Another guy off the market, I think Profar is still out there as an outfield option. Some other, lower level guys. But right now, barring the move to Altuve to left field, like, I looked at the depth chart, Clint. It's got Chaz in left, Jake in center, and Taylor Trammell in right field. Like that, I mean, that is like that outfield right there, man. That is a scary proposition if you're trying to compete for a championship right now. That is an interesting proposition to throw out there in the outfield. And this is going to be interesting. If they're going to start opening day with that crew in the outfield, I just I am floored by even the thought of Taylor Trammell. Maybe I should know more about Taylor Trammell, but I don't. I know he shouldn't be out there in the damn outfield.
Well, I think this is one of those that I know as a fan, like I just really pumped the brakes out of the gate, man, and I got to believe if they're serious about keeping this window open and making any noise whatsoever as in terms of a World Series, that at least by the trade deadline they will have made a big move.
Trade deadline? You give them that much longer? I need something else. I need something right now. Like at least I'm not even talking about like something great. I just need something better than that.
Yeah. No, look, I would like to. I'd like to have something, but I'm not going to panic if it doesn't happen.
I ain't going to lie to y'all. I'd take Josh Reddick. You know how I felt about Josh Reddick.
I think he's out there in Crosby spending some time with the Savannah Bananas, so I imagine he could.
Josh Reddick, but when they were rolling out.
Only Lazy River and Crosby.
I mean, really, like you said, they have talked about it. Dana has talked about it. Yeah, hell yeah, we can compete. We're still competing with a championship. Like, your bullpen and starting pitching to me, is not good enough to compete for a championship to pick up. As someone said, Ron, could you say those names again? I will. Chaz in left, that is Chaz McCormick, who's lost his name. Jake Myers in center. And right now, Taylor Trammell, and I would say maybe Dubon has a shot, or who knows, based off last year, he may not. But Taylor Trammell, that would be, your pitching is not good enough to carry that. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, Clint. I'd rather see them put Jordan in left field every day, and you know how I feel about his knees. I'd rather see them put Jordan in every day and do something else to put a better hitter in at DH than for them to run that out there.
We got a suggestion. If Altuve plays a game in left field, Show should change his name back to Ron.
We've told you.
Hell no.
I'm not doing that. And we've told you.
That's from my boy Mike Ruiz, by the way.
Well,
he got some good ones.
Guy.
Bad idea, Mike.
And we've already expressed that from the boss in his changing of imaging, he does not want or need us to go and change.
That's what makes the bet worth it.
Not all submissions to the suggestion box are good ones.
That's true. That is very, very fair. That is very, very fair. All right, so that's the latest there. Could be on the move. Right, there's no chance that's happening. Right?
Altuve in left field?
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're not going to bring Bregman back, but I would have a really hard time thinking that they're going to slide Altuve out in left field.
Have you let your mind imagine what that looks like, him going back there catching fly balls?
Absolutely not.
I just watched 2-7 go back there and just run back there trying to fly down balls. That's an interesting one. All right, real quick. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. This Jimmy Butler story is becoming hilarious to me in the NBA. He is now being suspended 2 more games after he was just suspended for 7 because Jimmy, in his return to the team, just went ahead and said, "Nah, man, I'm out. I'm not going to make the flight." The way that Jimmy's handling this, does this turn you off on the Rockets even considering bringing him in? Is this how he's handling this situation with the Heat? Is this something that turns you off in the Rockets potentially bringing him back or bringing him here?
I mean, typically it does in a big way, but
it's clearly a reason he's
right. But my mind changes slightly when it's just so blatantly obvious the dude's trying to force his way. He is willing to do anything that he possibly can to force his way up out of Miami.
This standoff between him and Pat
so I have a hard time really holding that against him in terms of wanting him to play for my team, or impacting the level of want that I have for him wanting to be here in Houston. Because I can only imagine being that level of player. You're on a clock. Father time is real, and for whatever reason,
one being they won't pay you.
For whatever reason, you're not going to pay me. I don't believe that you're providing the support that's necessary to win a championship, whatever it may be. All right, I want out, and they say, "Nah, to hell with you. You're going to come on back in, and if you don't, we're going to fine you." Like, I don't like the way he's responding, but I have a really hard time holding that against a player that's done everything he can to get up out of there. And now the last resort is to just be a complete distraction.
The way he's going for it. I mean, he's trying to challenge James Harden on this.
Yeah.
Like James put on 40 pounds to try to get himself and make it uncomfortable.
Which is not good enough.
He's trying to push the button. But it wouldn't be because of that. It's just I just think they need more of an offensive player to fit. That would be the reason. If this was Devin Booker doing this to get him out, wouldn't bother me one bit. Go get him. Make it easy. All right, coming up as we continue, I know many of you Texans fans are still a bit hung up on stuff from the game against the Chiefs. There's one thing that I am still hung up on that I just need answers to. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, you like.
heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive as we continue to roll through. Coming up here at the bottom of the hour, Tyler's Turds list. So step up and make sure you're listening for that as we continue. Somebody I'm sure will make it on that turd list that many of you love and love to hear each and every week. That's coming up here at the bottom of the hour. I know many people still have hang-ups in the game from Saturday. I'd say many of you who listen to this show and listen to this station have hang-ups on the officials.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Right, Tyler. Many of you that listen have hang-ups on the issues with the offensive line getting their ass kicked. And Dalton Schultz. Right, Clint? I think there are many of you hung up on a lot of different things, like Azeez Al-Shaair just getting absolutely destroyed by Travis Kelce in the middle of the field repeatedly. I know there are a lot of people who still have hang-ups with things that happened in that game on Saturday. Clint, the one that I can't get over is the Christian Harris one, and it makes me wonder about like his future with the Texans. As I just, like, for me, a lot of things. One, Clint, him not addressing it. We've heard from D'Amico Ryans probably 2 or 3 times since the game ended. And I have not heard him, B. Scott's in there, I have not heard him address the Christian Harris thing at all, which I know is on the mind of people. Just makes me wonder why in the world did that one not come up, which is interesting in the thought of like maybe that wasn't supposed to come up. Is my thought process in that, to assume since you don't hear anything. But Clint, for him to not be on the injured list and him to play 8 snaps in 2 games, and I'm talking 8 defensive snaps. He probably played as many special team snaps as he played defensive snaps in the first 2 games. For him to be the one talked about, this is the most talented linebacker I've ever coached. And he's coached Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw and Azeez Al-Shaair. And we just see Azeez is injured and just getting torched with Travis Kelce or anything in the middle of the field. And he gets injured, and who trots on? 4-3. Neville Hewitt. Like, because we have no explanation on what's going on with the Christian Harris thing, it makes me question, well, damn, he's not on the injury list. We know how you feel about him. Hell, he came off of that mysterious calf injury, which he missed, it felt like 20 weeks. He played 80% of the snaps the first week he came back. He went for playing 80% of the snaps on the first week he came back to 8 in the playoffs and playing special team snaps. Clint, we've seen this before where guys all of a sudden just stop playing that you're like, no, hold on. I know everybody knows Des King is better than Tavier Thomas out there. How the hell he's not playing? Then we may hear something. Well, hell, I know that Shaq Barrett is better than whoever the hell they're running out there. And then we hear something. And those guys leave. It just makes me, to me, I am left to think something happened, Clint. Something happened, and where Christian Harris fell out of favor with something there for him to move to 8 snaps, and Neville Hewitt is in line before him. That to me, I can't. That's a number one thing I cannot get over from the game from a Texas perspective.
Yeah, that's the part is the Neville Hewitt dynamic there. I could understand where when you look at Henry To'oTo'o having been healthy and improved his game and improved immensely. I mean, noticeably, like his obvious tangible abilities were better. His instincts now were at the forefront of how he was playing the game, and he was healthy. And so I could get down with this great player that hasn't been healthy. When he did come back, he wasn't quite the same guy. Maybe he was rusty. Maybe he didn't know the defense. Whatever. I could see where Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair are two guys that you want to roll with inside, especially if you're going to be in a lot of heavy nickel defense where you need these two guys inside to be more downhill players that can headhunt. I could see that schematically, right? It's when I looked up and Azeez Al-Shaair's out and Neville Hewitt's in the game. And no offense, no disrespect to Neville Hewitt. I mean, this linebacking crew is deep. But you're talking about a special teams guy that is a career backup playing over a guy that your head coach, defensive coordinator has said is the best linebacker, most talented linebacker that he's ever coached. And he's coached some all-pros, like multi-year all-pros. And so it's the Neville Hewitt part to me that just makes you really scratch your head and go, what is really going on
right?
with Christian Harris? Was something said? Is there some off-the-field issues that maybe he's enjoying his social life a little bit too much after being injured and being unplugged from the team and not having to play? Did he fall into some bad habits and they eventually surfaced? Did him and D'Amico Ryans have some words?
Because we've seen it before. We've seen that before.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is. I'm just speculating, obviously, because we haven't been told what if anything did go on. I have a really hard time believing that my man fell to 4 or lower on a depth chart in the playoffs, given what he was doing when he immediately came back from the injury.
Because I'm like, so is Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair the starting backs next year? Those are starting linebackers next year. I mean, based off what we're seeing, because I know when you said that the Neville Hewitt, I'm guessing for you, was the last straw to check up on, like, what is this? Because when you put it all together, right, like people are texting in, I think I had this conversation with Brandon Scott off air, like maybe he's injured. I think he's protecting him from injury.
He's playing special teams.
He's playing like when you put it all together, he's playing special teams, and you would protect yourself.
Yeah.
If he was on the injured list. He didn't make the list. There's no calf, ankle, shoulder. He ain't been on the list for weeks.
Yeah.
So when you combine not putting him on the injured list, you would protect yourself from looking foolish. Because to me, you look foolish if Christian Harris is healthy and Neville Hewitt's going in the game before him.
And all the while, Travis Kelce's killing you over the middle of the field.
Yes. Like something to me happened. And then the kicker is you ain't saying nothing about Christian Harris.
Has he even been asked? I don't know.
The kicker is he hadn't been asked or you ain't saying nothing about Christian Harris. That's got to be a top 5 thing out of this game. 2 weeks in a row. Like, to me, it would seem like something happened. Like you said, in 2-3 weeks, Neville Hewitt, there is nothing that a healthy Neville Hewitt and a healthy Christian Harris, there's nothing that can happen that Neville Hewitt would jump Christian Harris from a physical standpoint on the field. It is the damnedest thing to me. All right, coming up as we can continue rolling there, Tyler's turd list. I am intrigued to hear what this turd list is, but he will do his thing. That's coming up next as we continue right here on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, if
the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive. Tyler's turd list. Coming up here in a matter of moments. I think I may have made it if he had more time when we talked about his buttocks pimples.
Which do not exist.
I mean, everybody's had it. God. I mean, everyone's had a... Maybe you...
No, I'm not saying I've never had one.
Boil, but I mean, everybody's had a little...
I don't think I've had acne on my butt.
I definitely
I've had a little heat rash or something. I ain't never had. You've had whiteheads all over your butt?
I mean, I don't see them. I've had some bumps.
I mean, you got pimples on your butt?
I've had some bumps. You had to take care of it, baby. No?
You worried about me washing with a bar?
I am.
Instead of a rag? Sounds like you need to use an SOS pad over
washing your ass with your hands. I am. All right, Tyler's third list coming up here in just a second. Someone texted if you missed our last conversation about Christian Harris with no explanation. I'm tired of our dang coaches not playing the best players. The fans deserve an explanation from the coach. I don't know about deserve or what. I don't even know if it was the best player thing. There very well may be a real understandable reason why Christian Harris only played 8 snaps on defense in 2 games. There very well may be. Could be. There could be a game plan. There could be something. I do, however, agree. I think, I don't know if it deserves, I think there should be an explanation, though. I think there should be. Well, I think there should be should be an understanding of why he didn't hit the field. Especially, as you said, you're getting torched in the middle of the field, and you can clearly see, linebackers are having problems in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's to me, it's strange. It's just weird that one of your best players, and that's not my opinion, that's your opinion, D'Amico. Well, I mean, he said it. I'm not putting the words in his mouth, but it's just weird that he in the playoffs was a non-factor. Wasn't even on the field the majority of the time. And there's nothing. It's just weird. It's just strange. Like you would think if that happened on the offensive side of the football, and somebody just didn't play much at all in 2 games.
What's the equivalent of the offensive side of the ball for the Texans of Christian Harris playing 8 snaps in 2 playoff games?
Well, they're all hurt.
Where's that? Oh, you do. You don't even
it would be like Tank Dell. If Diggs and
that's probably the best.
Your third wide receiver.
It's a
good call.
I was going to say maybe he's a lot better than this player, but just in terms of if Dalton Schultz just didn't play, I know how you feel, but I'm just saying.
I agree.
You know what I mean? If Dalton Schultz just came in,
you'd be like, wait, what? Yeah,
we played 1 snap.
Let's talk about it at least.
And then we saw Dalton Schultz on punt return as a blocker.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's the weirdness of it that it's not about there's major concern or we deserve an explanation, but it's just man, it's odd.
It feels like something to be talked about. All right, let's do it. Here goes Tyler's turd list.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Another Thursday, another full podium of turdish behavior around the sports world. Gold, silver, and bronze medals. Y'all know how it works, Drive family.
Let's do it.
And first of all, never had acne on my ass, so y'all can just stop with with that fib that you're continually pushing out there to the Drive family. Had enough acne on my face that caused me, some real self-confidence issues when I was a teenager, man. So appreciate y'all making light. Yeah, hell yeah. It is. You know what I'm saying? No, but no acne on the ass. And before I get myself good and pissed off with this bronze medal for Turds of the Week, in related news to the bronze medal, big congratulations to one of the best Astros to ever put the uniform on. One of the best relievers baseball has ever seen, Billy Wagner. Billy the Kid. You heard us break that news earlier this week as Billy Wagner went into Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame. His very last attempt. This was his last chance in, man. Congrats to Billy Wagner. He was a hero of mine as a kid. But my bronze medal this week, it goes to these baseball writers, man. I've always had an annoyance to some degree with these baseball writers. These guys that vote on these awards like the Hall of Fame and such. Because, first off, it just seems like they really think of themselves as like a higher moral authority than anyone else on earth. Whether it's not voting for some of the game's best because they don't like their personality. We can talk about the steroid era. These guys can vote anonymously. And if you didn't know Ichiro Suzuki, who without a doubt should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer.
One vote short.
And he was a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he should have been a unanimous. One vote short of that, and we don't even know who it is because this slime ball can keep his identity a secret. If you're going to vote for something this important that impacts somebody's life like this, I think you got to put your name on it.
The whole process is weird to me. And, like, in Billy Wagner's case, like, what happened in year 10 that made you think, you know what, now Billy's a Hall of Famer? The previous other 9 years that you voted for him, you said no. Obviously, there are some people who had some shift and change. What made it now say that? And then, like, what like the thought of, hey, George Brett or, what other greats, Roger Clemens, whatever it was. Mm-hmm. Well, obviously he's not in because of the steroid stuff, but other guys, well, that person wasn't unanimous, so I'm not going to vote.
Yeah.
Like that rule that some of them have. Yeah, it's a dumb process.
I hate it all. I think it's a slimy process, and I think a lot of these baseball writers are just asshats that think very, very highly of themselves. Like I said, just think it feels like these writers around baseball just hold their nose up to everybody. But that's your bronze medal. Congrats again to Billy Wagner getting in. The writers did right there. Silver medal for Tyler's Turds of the Week here live on the Drive. Had to know this was going to show up. You had to know it was going to show up, Ron the show. You have any guess at the silver medal? I think it's going to piss you off.
I don't think it ain't going to piss me off.
The Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
Silver medal this week goes to NFL officials.
Oh, I'd have bet that the gold medal for sure.
These you'll see it'll make sense.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, you're good. These zebras, the guys wear black and white out on the gridiron every Sunday around the NFL. You are getting a collective silver turd medal this week.
There you go.
If you've been living in a cave, you may have missed the Texans' 2024 season's over. They lost to the Chiefs. With great help from these officials I'm talking about, these referees that were out there for the divisional game between the Chiefs and Texans, I mean, they played their hearts out for the red and yellow. They put on the best they could for Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. And they had an impact on the game. It's clear. There's no arguing it. It's factual. To what degree they had an impact, we can debate all day. But these refs had an impact on the Texans' season coming to an end. And for that, you're going to get a silver medal. We got to be better, man. It's happening too much, too often, especially, we've talked a lot about it, these roughing the passer calls. The most egregious from the Texans-Chiefs game, the most egregious call was that phantom roughing Mahomes call, which should have resulted in a punt, instead ended in 3 points. You got former Texan Justin Reed jumping off sides. And I think I want to start calling Mahomes.
I also want to say that they went back and timed it and said it was not offsides. But I hear you.
Yeah.
I don't want to get in the way of your...
When you're judging the time and it's all about who's holding that clock. And also, just to go along with this, with the NFL referees being the silver medal winner this week, I think I want to start calling Mahomes LePat Jahomes in honor of LeBron James, because he sure as hell has learned how to flop really well like LeBron James does on a regular basis.
Yes.
So silver medal overall, what do you guys think? I'm obviously going with the Chiefs and their teammates, the referees. What you think?
That
is creative.
The LeBron Mahomes thing, I like that because this is the next level of Patrick Mahomes here. Like LeBron, something that is going on with just about every single player in the league. They are yes, flopping happens. I'll send you this 15-minute flopping exercise that we see every single week in the NFL. Dives that offensive linemen take to try to get 15 yards, quarterbacks there. But it happens every single week. But Mahomes and LeBron have been the only, like, everybody here knows that Harden.
You're gonna sit here and try to sell that those two don't flop more than anybody else.
They don't,
and aren't more egregious.
No, the whole league flops.
Where the
James
difference?
Harden, but James Harden flops less than LeBron.
No, but where the difference is
that what you're saying?
On the football
side
is he's a quarterback.
Is that what you're saying? You know, another thing. Who do you see the most?
I'm saying
who do you see the most?
That's fine. You can say that it's talked about the most,
medal's getting wild.
But at the end of the day, they're damn sure LeBron. I mean, there ain't no. I mean, I'm a casual fan, and I have no. I like greatness. I like watching it. There is no question when you watch LeBron James, he constantly flops more than anybody that I watch. I watched the whole game last night. I didn't see one guy do it.
The entire league plays.
I disagree.
the entire league. I watch it every night.
The entire league is extremely soft. They flop. They do, but nobody does it better than LeBron James.
I mean,
nobody.
This is the same thing with the Chiefs. And I'll let you get to your goal. These are your feelings.
Well, I have none.
Well, I'm just your feel. Your feel is I feel like LeBron is the one that does this, or Mahomes does this more than anybody else. It's not actually factual. Everybody does it. Everybody flops. Everybody sells calls. I'm sorry. You're gold.
No, you're good.
You're gold medal.
You pushing Mahomes doesn't flop. And does more than others.
Now you just made this. I didn't say
you just made an excuse for Mahomes
I
flopping.
said the league flops.
No, don't say no.
I said the whole league flops.
Well, yes, the whole league flops. Okay, the whole league
find Josh Allen. Go find Josh.
Right, Josh does it too.
Josh does it too. He does it more than anybody.
Josh, you're nuts. You just had a guy. Pat just apologized for doing it on the sideline and
Clint,
was embarrassed about it.
You're trying. This is what you guys do. I didn't say he didn't. I didn't say he didn't flop. I didn't say he didn't. I'm just telling you, the whole league, all the quarterbacks are selling calls.
And I'm telling you that Pat Mahomes does it more than anybody. We just watched the playoff game, and everybody in America is talking about it.
You're talking about the one there. Yes, we're talking. You keep referencing that one. There are millions of other players doing it. That's fine.
Everybody does it. Everybody. You just can't come to terms with it and just say, "Hey, he flops."
I did.
It is what it is.
No, I said he flops. You're saying that he does.
You don't need to add what everybody else. Yes, he does.
And I'm telling you,
we just watched the game. We just watched a game where he first player that I've ever seen apologize after a game. You know, I shouldn't have done that on the sideline. Shouldn't have done that. That was wrong of me. I'm glad they didn't throw the flag.
Cool. Listen, you can get into and have what your feel is and what you see.
Feel.
You are. It is your feel.
Here.
There's no Josh Allen flops this word. You get the hell out of here. I know they do. That's what I'm saying. You're adding that Mahomes flops more than anybody else. And I'm telling you, he doesn't. Sure, you think he does?
And your response is everybody flops. He doesn't. Everybody flops.
He does.
No, he just had to apologize for it.
Yeah, he apologized. Yes, the one play that he did it. That the last play he did it. That does just because Josh hasn't apologized for it doesn't mean he doesn't flop. Or just because offensive linemen do it doesn't mean he doesn't flop. It's your feelings. You feel it.
Nothing,
and you see him more. It is. You feel like you see Mahomes flop more than anybody else. You do. It's not accurate. Just like you feel the Chiefs get more calls than anybody else. It's not accurate. Just like you feel.
That's like absolutely nuts.
It isn't.
It's absolutely. When Brady got calls.
Sure, he gets calls.
They protected Brady more than they do other quarterbacks.
Sure,
Brady got calls more so than everybody else at the time.
Calls. I'm not denying that he doesn't get calls.
More so than everybody else at the time when he was winning championships.
I'm not denying that quarterbacks, especially the top quarterbacks like Aaron, like Josh, Like, listen, we got to go to break. We can argue about this during.
I'm making an executive decision.
We'll come back.
Did you get a gold medal?
We're talking more about LaPadja Holmes, and we're all flopping.
You get your gold.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not a blame on the refs guy ever. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Texans would have won this game without it. I can tell you this. When you're in the divisional round and you're on the road versus arguably the best dynasty we've ever seen, when you take a play on a 3rd and 8 that's an incomplete pass and you turn it into a first down versus a punt, again, when you've got the momentum, that is a major part of the game.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
Underdog Fantasy, y'all. It is available in our great state of Texas, man. And guess what? It's a pick'em game, right? You select 2 or more players. Their stats, they go higher or lower. We're talking about touchdown yards, passing yards, rushing yards, completions. If we're talking basketball, we're talking points, rebounds, assists. You know what? You can put Pat Mahomes and LeBron James.
and with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. One of more thirsty Thursdays down here in the studio. Not a whole lot to drink around these parts other than this old. It's good water, but
I'll take a good drink.
Yeah, boy, it'd be nice if we had a little bartender
I'll take
down there.
one.
Oh, boss lady's bar down there. She got some alcohol, man. Go down there and get it. Let's talk about flopping, y'all.
After that last segment, I could go for a beer.
I think I decided in against some maybe some feelings from others around here. I think I'm going to take my gloves off with y'all. I've tried to be nice for 5
Take them off, man.
I really have.
Take them off.
Like you just did. That was freaking heated.
I've tried. So, look, I'm being honest.
It's not your fault the team you're a fan of has the benefit of the doubt from the refs, ultimately.
Sure. As I said, you have no data to back that up. You feel that way, and that's fine. But I like, hey, my team's playing next week. I guess you can go back and watch some of them old Texans games. No, man, y'all, I've tried. I really have. I know y'all hurt.
Somebody's in their feelings, Tyler.
And I have.
Somebody flopping. You talk about LeBron and Pat got his feelings, didn't he?
Ain't in my feelings. My team playing Sunday.
Pat Jones.
I ain't been complaining and crying all week. From the top down, feel like we got the better team.
Damn, y'all got so into that debate, I didn't even get my gold turd trophy.
12 points. One day, y'all just going to admit, y'all just weren't good enough.
It's the first ever week without anyone winning a gold.
We're going to get to that gold, though. I want to hear that gold. I am intrigued to hear that gold. I'm intrigued to hear that gold.
We'll get there, man. We'll let you hold your turn up for the folks on the video.
What a great fourth quarter.
We do know if the refs were involved to any degree that they'd find a way to make sure Mahomes got the gold. So
yeah. And then I know the Texans would find a way to screw up that fourth quarter, wouldn't they?
Damn it, Ron. That hurts. That cuts me deep.
Hey, how many more sacks?
The whole you go lower thing, that hurts.
Come on, Shaq. Hey, if one day y'all get past the Chiefs, one day y'all get to
that flopping got him there, took him there, didn't it?
One day. No, listen, it's not just you're flopping because you got no data to back.
Oh, there's a lot of data. I heard John McClain rattle it off last
What it is?
night.
What's the data?
I don't have the penalties that the.
As you said, he flops more. What's the data?
That have fallen from a penalty perspective. There is significant data to back it up. I heard John McClain rattling it off last night. I didn't know we were going to have a heated conversation. To be honest with you, I had no idea that you would sit here straight faced and say and not just say, hey, they both flop and they benefit from it. So what? Let's move on.
I didn't. Did I say that? Did I say that?
No.
Did I say that?
No,
Tyler?
you bring other players into the fold instead of just talk about the topic at hand. No, that's not the point. The point is very clear. You can't bring anybody else in the conversation.
Why? Because
we're talking about Pat Mahomes and we're talking about LeBron James.
Okay.
And we're talking about they flop better and more often than anybody else in the game.
And so when you say, Clint, they flop more than anyone else, then, Clint, the response to that would be, no, they don't. Others flop just as much as they do. See, you get like that. That's a response back. Just because you're bringing in other players, Clint, when you say they flop more than anybody else. Damn it, we're doing it again.
No, but
this is not where you meant to go.
Round 3, fight.
This is not where you meant to go.
The response to
you got people rolling over.
The response to somebody flops is so does everybody else. Okay, that's good. Yeah, you're right. Everybody else does too.
I said he flops, and so does everybody else. And
just like the quarterback position, there's 32 quarterbacks in the league that play quarterback every Sunday, and one of them's better than everybody else at playing quarterback. Just like flopping. There's 32 quarterbacks that play. There's probably 16 or 18 that flop. One of them flops better than anybody else in the game.
And I would say
LeBron James
is probably that guy.
LeBron James, there's a million of them out there. There's a million basketball players out there. LeBron James is the best of them all. They all flop. LeBron James flops and benefits from it better. As good as anybody I've ever seen play the game.
Yeah, LeBron, 20 years on TV more than anybody. Patrick Mahomes on TV more than anybody.
Yeah.
Of course. And you
all facts.
And you and you want them to lose. And
I don't. I don't want to. I don't have anything. I don't have any reason for them to lose. I don't care either way it goes.
I want them to lose.
In fact, we just talked about it the other day. I like to see greatness in my time. I like the fact that I saw LeBron James go back to Cleveland and win a championship.
You don't sound like it.
Oh, no, your sensitive ass don't want to hear it that way.
I'm not sensitive.
We're talking about flopping, and now all of a sudden I don't want Pat to win another championship.
Hold on. But that's my thing too. As you sound like a listener and caller. Your ass is red. Your ass is dead red, screaming and talking loud.
Yeah,
what is your ass?
I'm having a heated, passionate conversation about it.
So don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is sensitive.
I am sensitive.
Okay, well don't come and say, hey, Ryan, you being sensitive. Your ass is sensitive. I am dead sensitive. All you Texans is being sensitive.
I am very sensitive. I have no problem.
What do you want to talk about?
Pat Mahomes flopping.
All right, let's go.
Hey, if you're just now joining us,
Ryan's a clown. You're a clown. Kiss my ass.
If you're just now joining us, Dead Red is over here talking about another Dead Red, Greg Grissom, Texans team president. Did not mean for that to come out that way, by the way. Houston Texans have parted ways with my boy Ginger Nation, Greg Grissom, and that news broke by Jonathan Alexander a little earlier in the 240 segment. If you listen on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, use that rewind feature. Go back and listen to Jonathan Alexander actually broke that news in the 240 segment, as well as we dug into an article that all Texans fans out there needs to make sure they go check it out, right? In the Houston Chronicle, Jonathan Alexander, why the Texans came up short of the Super Bowl hype, identity, injuries, and the O-line. And look, I want to encourage everybody to go out there and read that, but I want to make sure this was not Jonathan Alexander's point, but I just can't, because I'm sensitive, I just can't help but sit here and stew on some of the things that we discussed when Jonathan was in here. And I think the biggest thing is the O-line part for me. Ron, how bad, and I don't think I've ever looked at it through this lens, how bad the Texans missed on this offensive line. And I don't know why this wasn't apparent to me before. Maybe we just didn't have the conversation or care to dig into it. But it became very apparent when Jonathan Alexander was in here talking about the offensive line being one of the issues this year. But just go down this list right here. In a time when Bobby Slowick, hell, let's talk about Nick and D'Amico, were making win-now moves and signing Stephon Diggs, signing Joe Mixon, giving pass-first tight end Dalton Schultz $12 million over 3 years, $36 million over 3 years. Being more explosive was the thing. This was the plan offensively. The left tackle, Laramie Tunsil, obviously the best money can buy, right? One of the best pass protecting tackles in the game. That one makes sense. This is where it gets real hairy. Left guard. The left guard position, they expected Kenyon Green to make a leap and signed no backup whatsoever. Had no backup plan beyond Kendrick Green, a guy that they've used at the fullback position, which, by the way, I'm not disappointed in how Kendrick played. I am disappointed that would be a backup plan at the left guard position. Expect Kenyon Green to make a leap and no backup. The center position, second year, Juice Scruggs, who it became apparent struggles processing as well as communicating defenses, to the point where he becomes the answer at guard when Kenyon Green doesn't work out. And you have to go with Jarrett Patterson at center, a former, I think, 6th-round draft pick that's been around a couple of years. Who, by the way, I think Jarrett Patterson's got a chance to probably be, I don't know about long-term, but a starter here for the foreseeable future, unless they move Juice back and sign 2 guards. But that's the plan at center. Right guard, Shaq Mason, was absolutely awful. Right tackle, Titus, hell, you moved him to left guard, and your backup plan there at left guard was another rookie in Blake Fisher. Guys, this is the first time that I've thought about it across the board with, considering depth and all the moves that were made, and in hindsight, how this thing worked out. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick and anybody else responsible for this offensive line, man, this was bad. With the exception of going, hey, Laramie, you're one of the best in the game, we'll pay you and keep you around. It was significantly worse than I think I've ever really paid mind to.
to think, and I agree with him, because the moves and how they made it, and however you're feeling right now, to think in your mind, you all watch Kenyon Green, to think in your mind that they just assumed that he was going to take that kind of a leap. Like, what kind of, right? Remember, fellas, they were operating on the thought of, hey, we compete for it all. We went and got Daniil Hunter. We went and got Steph Diggs and traded a second-round pick for Steph Diggs. By the way, if Steph Diggs doesn't return, you just lost that second-round pick for about 7 or 8 games. You did all those things, which I ain't got no problem for. You like, hey, man, we're going for it. We believe in CJ. We got a quarterback, and he's cheap, and this is the time to go for it. And then you said to yourself, Kenyon Green, we assume he's going to take an extra leap. And their action said it, Clint. They went out there, and who was the competition for Kenyon Green? There wasn't like
one,
who was it? It was what Kendrick Green was behind him. Hell, they let Michael Dieter go, who's out there starting in Washington, by the way. Like who was it? You would at least think, all right, man, we got somebody here. We would love for Kenyon to take the job, but you would at least think they would have somebody that could be a starting level guard. No, they just said, no, we just, we're operating on the thought process. We assume he's going to take a major step. That's a hell of a gamble on a championship hoping team.
Yeah, man. It doesn't, Ron, the thing is, you said it right there, championship, at least aspiration team. Like, how do you talk about being more explosive and taking that next step offensively and change, which I don't know why the hell. Again, I wanted to go back and ask Jonathan Alexander that again. Like, why would you feel the need to change so much after having such a great year offensively? But nonetheless, they did. But, boy, to think that was the moves on the offensive side of the football were this bad ultimately, from the general manager all the way down to the moves that were made throughout the year, man. It's just wild to think that, you're 1 for 5, boys. You're 1 for 5. You're 1 for 5. You're 1 for 5, and that one is Tunsil. You don't have a left guard. You don't have a right guard. That is if Juice is your center. And Juice still, the scariest thing about, I would rather them say Juice is a high-level processor and a high-level communicator, but don't have enough lead in his ass to get it done and be like a bulldozing type center. Like, the fact that he can't process and communicate at a high enough level to take Jarrett Patterson's job, like, that's scary at the center position, right? And I guess you got the 2 tackles taken care of. The middle of this offensive line is still in as bad a spot as it was a year ago. Hell, it's maybe even worse because you signed Shaq Mason. You had Shaq Mason, and you thought he would have played better. So I don't know, man. I just, when Jonathan was in here, I know it's not what he meant. And again, these are not the thoughts of Jonathan Alexander, by the way. These are all thoughts that I had as we were working through those particular his article. In the Houston Chronicle. Again, y'all need to go check that out. Why the Texans came up short of the Super Bowl hype: identity, injuries, and the O-line. Ron, we got a little, looks like we got, not breaking news, but look like we got a little news on the Astros front that I don't think people are going to want to hear about here, man.
What?
No, I don't want to tell. I think let's confirm it. Let's confirm it, but I don't think this is what we want to. This ain't what Astros fans are going to want to see.
All right, well, we'll give that on the other side. Some Astros, some potential Astros affecting news, and a little bit of the Rockets. How about the Rockets last night? That was a fun watch. They might have a little something extra. They might have a little Team of Destiny thing that's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
It feels huge.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level, and what do they need to do to get over the hump?
We're really close, and first it starts with, communication, and hard conversations have to be had. There has to be, things fixed and things worked out, and just really honest conversations.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This message is for employees in the oil and gas industry or any employee who has been laid off. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and when it comes to your 401k, you have options. Don't feel like you should cash it out or that you should roll it into your new 401k. Both of those could prove disastrous. Trajan Wealth specializes in 401k and have helped thousands of people in your same situation. If you've been laid off, don't cash out your 401k or roll it into a new 401k without contacting Trajan Wealth first. Our fiduciary advisors are experts on options and tax implications. If you're not with your past employer, don't make a costly mistake without a complimentary consultation with Trajan Wealth first. Call today, 346-371-3330. 346-371-3330.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Have you played Pick 6 from DraftKings? The playoffs are here, and time is running out. As the official daily fantasy sports partner of the NFL, DraftKings does fantasy sports like no one else. Play for better payouts on Pick 6. It's super easy to get started. Select 2 or more players. Choose if they'll have more or less of a stat. Pick 6 is available in most states, including Missouri, California, Texas, Georgia, and more. And DraftKings is making it even sweeter for first-timers. New Pick 6 customers play $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Win more cash on Pick 6. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code SPORTS610. That's code SPORTS610 for new customers to play $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Only on DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 30 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
The Fed just lowered interest rates, and that is great news for those in the market for an automobile. Lower rates means lower payments for you. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing have been laser focused on offering smart, low-cost leasing solutions for decades. That has never changed. The Easy Lease at D&M is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market, all backed by the industry leader. Make no down payment, have no payment for 60 days, and build a relationship that lasts a lifetime. 713-290-1000 or visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Tucker was born with an adventurous spirit and on the surface looked like he was living his best life. My son was training for a triathlon, struggling with sleep and anxiety. He purchased an illicit pill on social media, and that pill took his life. Fentanyl is taking a whole generation.
leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As there is some news that Clint was talking about, baseball news that could affect the Astros. Although, Clint, the way that they seem to be operating business, I don't know if it would have. We talked about the outfield situation with the Astros. And right now, if you go look on depth charts, it says Jazz McCormick in left, Jake Myers in center, and Taylor Trammell in right field. That looks a lot different than other championship contenders that the Astros have had here, and it looks a bit different than other teams around the league that are considered championship contenders, like the Dodgers, like the Yankees, like other teams like that. And right now, we saw the other day the Orioles, their home run hitter Santander, he left and he goes to the Blue Jays. That was an outfield option. Was a 40-plus home run hitter last year, and then now Jurickson Profar, who had a breakout season for the Padres, had some pop, has some speed, good outfielder. He goes to the Atlanta Braves, so that's another one off the list for the Astros who could be in their outfield. And I don't believe the news. If you missed that, there could be an option if Bregman returns, if the door was open, that Altuve would go to the outfield. I don't think that is going to happen either. But it looks like, barring another move, they may run with what they have on the roster right now. And I just don't know, Clint and Tyler, if what they have on the rest of the roster is strong enough to pick up that. Now, maybe it's strong enough to win the West, right? I don't know. Maybe it's strong enough to win the West because the Angels have been in transition for like 5 years. The Mariners, you think they have talent, but they're struggling. I mean, the division isn't, of course, the A's are the A's. The division isn't a scary division. There's not another great team in it. But that doesn't – their starting pitching, which I think is solid to good, especially depending on how Hunter Brown improves this year. Their bullpen, they've got some heavy guys at the back end, but I just don't know if the rest of them are strong enough to pick up that part of the lineup.
Well, this, to me, Ronnie, goes back to – I mean, the whole – and I hate this any time, right? And I understand that's why I'm not a damn GM. But the thought of, like, letting just – player after player after player that is available right now. And what I would say, any way you slice the Astros situation, they're in dire need of another outfielder or of a lead outfielder, if we're being honest, right?
Somebody better than the other two.
Better than everybody they got, not named Yordan Alvarez, not including him in the bunch, right? I mean, they're in desperate need of that. And the more you sit here and watch outfielder after outfielder after outfielder go somewhere else, and then you just – because my thought is always the Astros are always real active at the trade deadline. They'll answer whatever – they'll fill whatever voids they have. But the problem is when that time comes, is that player going to be available? Hell, is a player going to be available that's better than what you got? We have no idea. I have no idea. So anytime one comes off the board that I know the majority of the Astros fan base has their eye on, like Profar was 20 minutes ago, that's a rough look.
Yeah, it is a tough one. We'll see what they do. Right now, you would think they're going to run here. I do want to get to that gold, to Tyler's gold, because I feel bad because Tyler had a bronze. He had a turd hanging out. He had a silver turd, and
I'm prairie dogging, man.
The silver turd just took off. So I do want to get to the gold, and I do think this could be a good time. But I want to first.
It's an important award.
It is, but before we get there, I do want to touch first the Rockets last night. That was and I said this earlier. In my time, I don't know that I've seen Rockets like take over my timeline, Clint, in a fashion from just a game, a game where the conversation is, oh, why did they do this? Oh, big shot here. Oh, what was Eason doing collectively? Like I remember at one point I'm tweeting whatever, I'm looking at it, and there's like 50, 60, like that's in a row of the foul, the flagrant foul on Eason, or fouling a 3-point shooter up two. So to me it was like, damn, like it felt like for the first time the Rockets within social media fan base of Houston was being talked about the way that you hear the Astros being talked about in individual games, or the Texans.
I see with the turning of the page we talked about yesterday of how excited I am about seeing the Rockets versus the Astros. Sounds like, according to the social media, NBA social media, sounds like there's a lot of folks around Houston that seem to be leaning into that. I don't know what it is, man. That game last night was for me, Ron, it just validated what we talked about yesterday. Like when I said it yesterday, I was like, man, did I really just say that? Yeah, I mean, do I really feel that way? And I went home last night and I flipped that damn game on, and I had a hard time getting up to go to the bathroom. I had a hard time getting up to put my little girl down. Like I was like, damn, I got to get back in there and see this, man. I didn't quite go Ryan Hughley and watch it on my phone, but I thought about it a couple times. It just validated to me that, yeah, man, I'm more excited about the Rockets right now than I am the Astros. And I'm not saying that because, look, the Astros, we know how many games there are in a season and how everybody says it's a long season, so we don't want to get too emotional about that, right? But the Rockets last night, how I felt getting up from the game and what I was going to miss, and then on top of that, the way that they were able to win that game. Now, the very ending was, right, they should have lost the game. But the way that they were able to navigate that game in the first half, it was all about the bench. And in the second half, and in some in the first half as well, but Fred VanVleet was nails. He was lights out, right? You didn't get much out of Jalen Green. Didn't get much out of your best scorer, Jalen Green. Amen Thompson had some rough stretches. He gave you 16. You look at Şengün, he was battling down there. I love the way he plays. I love watching him play with the physicality that he plays with. So, yeah, man, I just – not only did it validate my feelings about wanting to turn to the Rockets and being more excited about that, but also their standing of being second in the West and being one of the better teams overall in the league right now. I think they validated that last night beating the Cleveland Cavs. Now, again, you can argue they laid a big egg at the end right there. Should have won that game, but still, man, getting out of there with a win, man, was big for the Rockets.
They did. Like, you don't want to give up a 19-0 run and go 7 minutes without scoring in the fourth quarter, especially to a team like Cleveland. That is not ideal. But they hung in there. Like when that, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Dean Wade or the other kid. They hit a three in the corner. And it's like 104-98 at this point, and they had gone, and I'm like a long stretch of scoring. I'm like, damn, they're pulling away, but no, they came back and they hung in, and it just seemed like it was like, hey, the basketball gods or whatever are looking their way, right? They were fortunate in some spaces, they were looking their way, and they made it happen. So and I think you mentioned this earlier, a game in which, during, at least lately, Jalen Green has been the one really kind of carrying this group. He had an off night. But last year, if you remember, if you watched the Rockets, last year, his off nights, Clint, could end him up on the bench.
Yeah.
like his off nights, because usually Jalen's off nights just if Jalen ain't scoring, then nothing else happens.
Right.
Defensively, he's not doing nothing. He's not. Like, you'll look in there and there's nothing in the rebound department. There's nothing to assist, nothing like that. But he wasn't rolling, and he was still able to impact the game. So, to me, that was a big performance from the Rockets last night.
Yeah, this feeling, the statement that was made, my excitement level through the roof. I know Tyler wanted to go see actually a couple of games, and he had that January 22nd Cavs game on the list, which, as you mentioned earlier, that freeze may have gotten in the way of that one. But we definitely got to go see a game at some point.
Yeah, no, it is. It is a fun watch. If you have not seen them, if you've not been watching them, if you haven't kept in, this is the team again. We've talked about this here lately. They have been maintaining being the number 2 team in the West. They're the only team in the NBA to have beaten OKC, who's the number one team in the West, and now Cleveland after they did that last night, who's been the top team record-wise in the league and obviously in the East. So they are rolling, and they've got things clicking right now at this point with a lot of confidence. As Fred said after the game, we know we can beat anybody. We can play with anybody, and you can see that confidence growing. All right, we talked to Jonathan Alexander. He talked about a lot of the reasons he was hearing from in the building while the offense struggled. Well, let's just take this from here. Do we believe, and do you believe, that Bobby Slowick deserves to be fired now? After his 2 years, after everything we're here, do you believe Bobby Slowick deserves to be gone? That's next.
Is Slowick losing it?
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents
take breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some more news. Now, we talked about the Profar news earlier, going to the Braves, how that may affect the Astros. This, I want to say again, this is not official, and we will get to the Bobby Slowick, does he deserve to be fired conversation. But it looks like an Astros great could be on the move, and that is Ryan Pressly. According to Bob Nightingale and others, Ryan Pressly is close to being acquired by the Chicago Cubs. And that would be the second time and second deal the Astros have made with the Cubs. Obviously, another Astros great player in Kyle Tucker was traded to the Cubs. This would be the next one, Ryan Pressly. It is not official yet. Tyler will come in with the breaking news to let you know about that. But I'd be intrigued to see what it is that comes back their way. Is it more prospects? I wonder how much could come back their way with his drop in production over the last year and with his contract. So it looks like Ryan Pressly will be on the move. From a baseball perspective, to me it felt like he was kind of losing a little steam, and you got Abreu and you got Hader at the back end. But so you understand that, but it is still a deal of, damn, there's Ryan Pressly, a guy who had an argument to be the World Series MVP in the last one you won, as he was closing things down, and you knew for years there, Clinton Tyler, he was money when he came in the game to shut it down. So it could be the end of Ryan Pressly.
Well, look, at one point from a postseason perspective, he was the best closer in the game. And so, you're talking about a guy that when he was at his best was one of, if not the best, when it mattered the most. And definitely a huge part of what went on with the Astros. But to your point, when you got Abreu sitting there and obviously a lot cheaper, I don't know how you don't move one of these guys. And Pressly just happens to be the odd man out, and of late hasn't been as good as he was a couple years back.
No, I have an update here for y'all.
All
no,
right.
Nothing official, so don't freak out. But this very conversation, this is an important piece just coming out from Chandler Rome, who of course covers this Astros squad very closely. Did you already cover this?
No.
Chandler Rome says Houston Astros setup man Ryan Pressly has not waived his no-trade clause. Sources tell The Athletic and Chandler Rome. Teams have checked in, but he has not, all caps, waived his no-trade clause. He is a member of the Astros for now.
All right, that's a big key. He does have a no-trade. So Clint, he very well may just say, to hell with it, I want to be here. Like, or I don't want to leave Houston to go to Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago's not it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's got.
He does hold some cards.
Well, them damn no trade clauses in these contracts make a world of difference, man. And him being able to, he holds all the cards in a sense of directing where he wants to go if they want to move him. So, look, we'll see. I was not as down on Ryan Pressly as most people were last year. I understand he struggled. Obviously, don't get me wrong. I had no confidence when he was on the bump, but I think I like the guy being part of the team. I like the guy coming out of the pen, and I wouldn't hate it if he were still here, but I would understand if one of those three have to go. I would imagine it's him.
Yeah, that's a big part of that. We'll keep we'll keep you updated and keep our eye on that situation. Someone just texted in, I'm guessing the gold medal got delayed because Tyler had to switch to show. We are going to get to that, and Tyler, I do want to get to that. But first, can we go to this thought? We heard what Jonathan Alexander had to say. If you missed that, he was on with us at 2:40. You can catch that as he had in-depth conversation with players, coaches, front office members, guys, and people a part of the Texans organization. He said the three big reasons that he's hearing from inside the building of why there was such struggles with the offense was, one, the injuries. The guys that they referred to as the Big Five in Nico, Steph, Tank, Joe Mixon, and Dalton Schultz only played 2 games together. So injuries, they talked about offensive line and stuff like that as a factor. Also just flat-out execution from players and including the coaching staff as well, executing the offense. And then thirdly, just how bad the offensive line struggled throughout the year. Those were the big things. And I'm looking at this, and as I said, you can text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well if you so please. Does Bobby Slowick deserve to be fired after his 2 years here? Year one, 342 yards per game, 22 points per game, 97 rushing yards per game, and 244 in terms of passing yards. C.J. Stroud was number one game-to-game basis in the NFL in passing yards per game. This year goes and drops from 342 to 319 total yards per game, and 22.2 drops to 22 points per game. So not a huge drop there. The rush yards do go up with Mixon from 97 to 112, but the passing yards really drop off per game, 244 to 207. Do you believe it is in a situation based off some of the stuff we're hearing reported from Jonathan Alexander, some of the stuff you watched over the entire year? Do you feel like you're at a place where Bobby deserves to be fired after 2 years?
Deserves being the operative term there, right? No, I don't. I don't think he deserves to be fired. I think the first year was absolutely tremendous, given first-year play caller, first-year head coach, first-year quarterback, and a bunch of guys that we didn't know at the time, but were going to emerge with Bobby Slowick being the guy. And then this year, obviously, was a disappointment. It is interesting. You put those numbers out there, and if you just look at those numbers, you don't look at it and go, oh, that's a bad year. I mean, look, you got better in the run game. You can argue that it's closer to a winning brand of offensive football if you don't lead the league in passing.
The points are
per
similar,
game.
but the yards and passing, that's a pretty big jump.
So
drop down.
I would say no, man. I mean, I think was it a rough year? Yeah. Could D'Amico justify moving on from Bobby Slowick if he wanted to? Absolutely. But deserve, I would say no. There's, as I've said multiple times, for me, man, there's a lot of things that need to change on this team for this offense to get where they need to go, and I think Bobby Slowick is down that list. Now, could you change and bring in a different coordinator, and that coordinator, the stars align, and him capture lightning in a bottle with this group? Sure, absolutely, and we could look in hindsight and say it was Bobby. But as we look at it right now, I think there's several things that if you stick with Bobby, a third year for really, let's be honest, C.J. Stroud in this same system without having to change terminology, and you get the things around him, the O-line coach, the head coach holds some people accountable. Maybe you get that interior offensive line turned. You figure out who that second receiver is going to be. I think Bobby could put together another year like he did CJ's rookie year for sure.
Yeah, as I see some rolling in, Guy G, no more second half droughts. I would move on from Bobby. Bobby needs to be fired here from the text line. Clint, I would understand if the Texans went into the direction and said, you know what? He's just not reaching CJ in particular.
Yep.
CJ's the most important thing in the organization. Right? And God bless, brother. Whatever it has, and I think there are a lot of circumstances that have led to it. But CJ took a step back, right? There's no way in hell, fellas, that we would have walked in here this year, at the start of this year, and said to ourselves, all right, when they're talking about the best young quarterbacks under 25, who wants them, that C.J. Stroud wouldn't even really be in the conversation with Jaden Daniels. And I feel like that's probably where we are right now.
Yep, I agree.
Like Jaden Daniels has jumped. So now we'll see what his year 2 looks like. But I'm just saying right now, if we did a deal posing people around the country, who is the quarterback under 25 you would want? I think unanimously it would be Jaden Daniels. And I think coming into last year, it would have been C.J. Stroud with a bullet. At least some people would say it. So when you look at the drop that he had this year, you gotta look at, all right, well, who's the person that is in charge of working with this? You look at the quarterback coach, you look at the OC, and if you feel like he's not reaching him to his best, then I get the move. But for me, I'm with you, Clint. I would say no because I'm sorry, man. I can't give my man that offensive line and my man have his number one weapon and Nico Collins be gone for 6 weeks, and then my man have Tank Dell be hurt and be left with just Nico by himself. And then at one point for about 2 games, he's got no Nico, no Steph Diggs, and just him and just Tank Dell. Like, I cannot. The plan was those skilled guys, and they only played 2 games together with that offensive line, right? Like, I don't think the decisions of the offensive line was on Bobby Slowick. Yeah. Now, I think Bobby Slowick had to work with what he got, but I don't think Bobby Slowick was like, hey, guys, Kenyon Green's going to take a leap here, and we don't need to have anything helped. All right, like, I don't think that is the case. So if they did it, I get it. But it is hard for me with that offensive line that handcuffs so many things that you can do. Yes, some of it is on him. I hear Seth a lot in the mornings talk about he's a part of that, sure. But come on, man. Like, this is like the offensive line coach going to lose his job too, probably. But come on, man. Those are elementary stunts that they haven't picked up where people, NFL coaches, offensive line coaches, and offensive coordinators, especially coordinators who was getting head coaching looks the year before, don't coach it like that. Yeah. Like every time, and we were talking about it during the break, Clint, every time you see receivers in the same areas running routes together, like every time you think Bobby Slowick drew it up that way, that's how he did. Like, I don't know. I don't think the players helped him.
Well, yeah, Ron, if you and the assistant coaches, if you want to just, hey, this is the Bobby Slowick umbrella. He's the offensive coordinator. He's responsible for all of these things, whether it's the depth of the routes or the O-line communication, the O-line being able to execute basic D-tackle, D-end twist, the quarterback being able to redirect the being able to or not being able to redirect the protection kind of deal. If you like, I think it's very fair, right? If we're just going to have a real quick conversation, it's very fair to say Bobby's the OC. Bobby's responsible for all that. Boom, we got to have a change of top. Okay, I get it. No, but the reality of it is, if you go beyond Bobby, right, there are some underlying issues that if you fix them, things will get significantly better, right? And are you willing to roll the dice with fixing some things underneath Bobby, knowing that Bobby ain't got that kind of power anyway? Are you willing to make some adjustments and fix some things under Bobby to see if Bobby can get this thing back on track, or are you ready to clean house and start completely over? The interesting thing to this, Ron, is like, it's like the midseason OC fire and change the OC, right? It's just, I don't think people realize like the step back you take offensively and how you even practice, I'm talking about how you not chart practice, but how you design and create practice when you've got a first-year play caller and a quarterback that's a first year in this system. Like, you're starting over from scratch. And so your expectations have to change. That is a huge decision to make.
Yeah. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Some news that will keep you updated on the latest thing with the Astros and Ryan Presley. Some news, movement, change within the Houston Texans. They parted ways with a member of the organization. We'll let you know about that. and much, much more going on in the sports world. 5 o'clock fire, that's coming up next.
All right.
CheckEthos.com. That's CheckEthos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Spit on that thing.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you are off work. And luckily for you, Old Dirty and the blonde tip bomber, although it is sliding out. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, had the latest. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And also, again, and I'm putting a note in, and Tyler reminded me to, I want to make sure before we got it here, because Turd List is a big thing every Thursday. We've got the bronze one, we got the silver, and we have not been able to get to the gold one.
Never had a week where we didn't give this golden turd away,
and I'm making a note, and we have got to, I promise we've got to get to it. Now, we will not be able to do it here at 5 o'clock fire, but we do have 2 more segments after this. Hopefully we can get to that because I'm interested, as I think many others are, in hearing who the gold is. All right, some news with the Astros, and this is kind of the most recent, right? And Tyler, let me know if you have anything else coming out of this. The Chicago Cubs been reported. Bob Nightingale won. I've seen others report it that the Cubs are on the verge of acquiring closer, last year's setup man, Ryan Pressly from the Astros. Now, something that Tyler said earlier, which is I think a really big key in this, is Ryan Pressly has a no-trade clause in his contract. So he can veto trades that he doesn't want to have happen. So that could be maybe a holdup, because we've been hearing about this for about an hour now. That could be a holdup. Who knows? But I guess if this does occur, your feelings about Ryan Pressly, his time with the Astros, and potentially him parting ways.
Yeah, look, I mean, personally, I like the guy. Personally, he was one of my favorite players as the Astros are out there kicking everybody's ass and taking everybody's names. But I do understand that everybody's time comes up, and when you got Abreu, right there seemingly waiting in the wings and maybe not so patiently last year with taking a lot of the run and performing better, something's got to give. And so, especially if it frees up a little bit of money for the Astros to do something either with Bregman or to do something with another outfielder. I mean, hell, yeah. I mean, every player, every contract, I think kind of runs its course, man. And I would say that his has ran its course, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad if he were still here.
If he said deal with it, I'm gonna put that no trade up.
I'd rather him not. But I mean, they signed the contract, so hell, he's damn sure got the right to do it. But
now, if they are able to get a move done, clearly, right, Clint, this is a situation where the Astros have laid their cards out on the table. They want to move on from Ryan Pressly. Right,
seems like it.
Like they want to, just like with Bregman, and we started seeing all these other players that they, that had been kind of reported they were connected to, was a sign of maybe the Bregman era is over. It feels like now, obviously, this as public as this is, they want to move on, and you could see they could save some money with his contract. I think he was making $15 a year. They could save some money and go use that. Maybe there's an outfield piece out there that they could go spend money on or something. So you could see how that could be helpful for them if they were able to pull that off.
Absolutely, there's no question about it, man. It's this is one that's obviously different than the others. I mean, it's one thing if Kyle Tucker, they say, man, look, we're never going to pay you what you want and what you deserve, man. So we'll go ahead and move you. Let's just part ways amicably, to steal the Texans, one of the Texans terms they used earlier. This one seems to be, it's probably going to end a little different. I don't think he's real happy with not being the actual closer.
Oh, yeah.
Once the fireman came in.
I felt like there was an issue right then and there.
Yeah.
And now you're trying to get.
Yeah, and then he struggles with that coming in. He struggles a little bit with that situation. And now, all of a sudden, you're ready to move him before his contract's up, and he's got that no trade. This seems to be one that's going to be a little bit different than Springer, Correa, the even Bregman if he ends up going somewhere else, the Tucker deal. This seems like it could be a little bit more contentious.
Yeah. So that is the latest there. Again, Tyler will jump in when if this thing, becomes official.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some Texans news. And when we had Jonathan Alexander on earlier, he broke this news. Greg Grissom, the former team president of the Texans, they have parted ways. He is no longer going to be in that role with the Texans. And we're big fans of Greg. Greg came on the show multiple times, and we've had good off-air conversations with Greg. Always treated us well, and a good dude. And obviously we hope he's on his feet and good. The one thing for me about Greg, we don't know what is going on around this or what this means or who's going to fill the role. But the one thing for me is Greg came in, Clint, at a time where the Texans were probably in the toughest spot that they've ever been in from a business perspective.
Yep.
One of the things that I remember you guys always telling me forever, they sold out
since day one
season tickets. You had to be on a list and all this and that. And he came in during all of the Deshaun stuff, the 3 coaches in 3 years thing, and he had to be the face of it a lot of times, Clint. So that's the memory I have of him handling those tough moments.
Yeah, you talking about a dude. Look, I mean, I think your true character's exposed in times of adversity. I think Greg Grissom. I think his light shined pretty bright in those moments, man. I mean, like you said, COVID, the Deshaun situation, JJ bouncing. I can't remember if JJ bounced under his watch or not, but I think they did. He did. But all the coaches, all the losing, all the dysfunction. And Greg seemed to hold it together. If you're out there and you're wondering, hey, man, what the hell is the president of a NFL franchise, what does he do? Well, here's the description fresh off of the Texans, the HoustonTexans.com. He oversees the management and direction of business operations, including marketing and communications, digital and social media, community relations, ticket sales and membership services, event management and operations, business analytics, IT, and corporate partnerships. The tickets and the corporate partnerships had to be strained significantly through all of his time until here recently. So you talk about a dude that led an organization through. Yeah. I can't look. I know there's some teams out there like the Browns who just can't get right. There's some that
Daniel Snyder stuff.
Yeah, with some just bad owners and they just can't get right. But when you talk about an organization that typically has rode pretty high, especially in the business department, boy, in the roughest 2 to 3 year stretch that you could possibly have, this dude Greg Grissom, old Ginger Nation, baby, he navigated. Because you think about it now, if you think about it with the Texans, he played a big part in at least overseeing the brand change, the uniform change. All the graphics that you see, the H-Town stuff that you see, and now look, I'm not saying he came up with the idea, but he oversaw all of that, and there were some tremendous moves made that really landed really well with the Texans fan base. So hate to see Greg Grissom go, man. Hopefully it's because he wanted to move on and do something a little bit different somewhere else.
All right. Hey, we'll see and be on the lookout for who takes over that role moving forward for the Texans. But they part ways with their former team president, Greg Grissom.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some movement potentially within the division. This is the latest. Yesterday, Liam Cohen, who is the OC for the Buccaneers, kind of this year's help with the Baker transformation over the last couple of years, and he was the OC this year, and what their offense has done. It's been impressive what they did, especially with losing guys like Mike Evans for a long period of time, and other receivers who they also lost for long periods of time for that offense to do what it did. He agreed, Clint, I think yesterday, to become the highest paid offensive coordinator in football, and now it is being reported now. Ian Rappaport, the deal is not done at the moment with the Jags, but Liam Cohen is in the building in Jacksonville, speaking with Jags about their head coaching position, and after agreeing to that extension yesterday, it seems like he is potentially becoming the favorite in Jacksonville to take over that job. So that would be an interesting one. I know you know him. Then he had time at Kentucky, I believe.
Yeah, he was actually. The crazy thing is he was
with the Rams first, right?
Well, no, it was vice versa, right? He was with Kentucky, and that was buddy, that's with Tennessee quarterback Will Levis.
Oh, Will Levis.
That was the year that's the year that Will Levis jumped on the scene, and everybody. He transferred from Penn State, went to Kentucky. Liam Cohen was his offensive coordinator. He had a hell of a year under Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen left and went to the Rams. Which I think he went back to the Rams. So I think you were correct. He was the Rams first.
Yeah.
But he went back to the Rams, and then when the head coach with the Panthers, who was the offensive coordinator with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, took that job, that's when Liam Cohen jumped and got out from underneath the McVay the umbrella and went over here to coach the Tampa Bay Buccaneers under a defensive-minded head coach. So he had all the control of the offense, and now you see him, potentially jumping to be the head coach of the Jags.
Hey, fellas, here. This is coming from Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. In a dramatic term, Liam Cohen informed the Jags on Wednesday he was staying in Tampa as the OC on a new contract. But after the firing of GM Trent Baalke, the Jags reached out to see if Cohen would reconsider. Now Cohen is in Jacksonville and appears headed to a deal.
He called an audible.
Hey.
Omaha.
That's where, right? What did you say yesterday? Had him on the call and said, "Hey, man,
if the head coach doesn't want Baalke in here, I'll get rid of him." I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but it's basically what he said with old boy on the call. I wonder if Liam Cohen actually signed that contract in as reported yesterday with one of, if not the highest paid offensive coordinator in the league. I know it was way up there, and I wonder if he actually signed that, or was that kind of a ploy to just kind of to nudge Jacksonville and make that move?
But maybe I may be wrong on this. I think you can always leave, even if you leave your job for a step up job in the league.
Yeah, I don't know how that works relative to contracts. I don't know if there's any buyouts.
Listen, I know it can happen. Damn it, if what's my man who's now back in New England, the OC, Josh McDaniel, if he can go sign the deal and then get up out that deal to go back to New England to be the head coach of the Colts and get back out of there, I believe Liam Cohen can do it too. So, but real quick before we move on to that, if he does land that job, which it seems like people are trending towards him, he's got Trevor there. They've got Brian Robinson. They've got Brian Thomas. They've got some guys there. What do you think about his fit with Trevor Lawrence? Because that's what they're looking for, to try to fix Trevor. They tried it with Urban. Doug Peterson got probably the best we've seen out of Trevor a couple of years ago, but then it went back. What do you think about that connection?
Well, I think, look, you got the hottest offense in the game in terms of scheme. I mean, he's been in the system. He's taken it somewhere with Mark Stoops at Kentucky at a college level, which tells you he can relate to young players and he can install a system very, very quickly. It doesn't take 3 years, right? His quarterback excelled. Kentucky excelled that year. So I think that's a feather in his cap. Again, it's the hottest system in the game under McVay. Again, he's done it for defensive-minded head coaches, so it's not like he had somebody hovering over him calling the plays, both at Kentucky as well as at Tampa Bay. So I would think that, those are two things that are really, really vital. He clearly can coach quarterbacks and get the most out of quarterbacks. That's the best Will Levis we've ever seen, was under Liam Cohen that 1 year at Kentucky, and it's been rough to watch ever since. And so when you start connecting all the dots with Liam Cohen, I have no idea what kind of guy he is, and obviously it takes a different kind of guy to run an organization, obviously, than just call plays offensively and be an offensive guru. So we'll see if he's that guy. But boy, you got to think that Jacksonville's offense will get a shot in the arm pretty quickly. Now, as a team, I don't know. I mean, is he going to be kicking the kicker at practice, and is he going to be hanging out in the casino nights of games and all that kind of? I don't know what kind of guy he is there, but boy, you would think that he checks several of the boxes that if you're going to hire an offensive-minded head coach today, you want him to have: developing quarterbacks, the right system, the success at two different levels. Yeah, I mean, I could see that.
All right, we're going to try our best to try to get to that gold turd coming up here in the last couple of seconds. Yeah, we don't want to get away without him being able to get that off. But do you agree? We'll dive into these reasons. Do you agree with the reasons cited from inside the building that these were the top reasons why this team struggled offensively? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Look, it starts as a little bit of a nuisance, and you just put up with it for a few weeks, maybe a few months, and then that awful joint pain impacts everything in your life. We're talking about walking, climbing stairs, getting in and out of the car. Forget about playing golf and doing the things that you love with the people that you love the most, man. I'm talking about that always there kind of joint pain, whether it's in your knees, your hips, your shoulder, and or your back. It's time to do something about it, y'all. It's 2025, baby. Let's get this thing rolling. QC Kinetics is that thing. Their groundbreaking treatments for arthritis pain, they're absolutely incredible, man. We're talking long-term relief here. We're talking about no steroids. We're talking about no drugs. We're talking about no surgery. We're talking about QC Kinetics. Tens of thousands of QC Kinetics patients would tell you right now, don't wait, man. Make the call today. Talk to the medical professionals over at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is for everybody. Athletes of all ages, middle-aged parents fighting Father Time. Those of you being told joint replacement is the only option. Every last one of y'all.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Fun show today. Again, I do want to get to those that gold one. I promise I've made a note here to myself. If you missed it earlier, Tyler did the turds list. The bronze medal winner was to the baseball writers. The silver was to the NFL officiating and their tendency to wear chief colors under their zebra stripes, and
then all hell broke loose.
LaPat Jahomes, the flopper.
I'm proud of that.
And then it, I know you are. And then well, I don't know what happened. A sports radio show broke out after that.
It was awesome.
Spilled over to the 4 o'clock hour. I'm sure I may get in trouble for it. But
hell no.
I don't know. Who knows? But we will get to the gold. I do want to get to the gold. But before we do get to the gold, Clint, in the Jonathan Alexander, and he was gracious to come in and hang out with us for a little bit and talk through the article he wrote this morning. He talked to a bunch of people in the building, from players to coaches to front office, decision makers, about, what happened with this offense? What were the issues? And the three major reasons this offense struggled that he kept getting from people, these were the issues. One, the Texans initially lacked an offensive identity, in part because the health of weapons, in part of the wealth of weapons and too many injuries. The second reason, so really they didn't have an identity. The injuries played a major part of it. Two, they often failed to execute small details in critical situations. And then the third one, and the biggest of them all, he reports, the offensive line was so bad at times it made it difficult for C.J. Stroud to even operate. And I think just the offense in general to even operate. Do you agree with those being the three biggest reasons?
No. I agree with those. If you want to put them,
because that's coming out of the building, but you don't.
Yeah, if you want to put them in the top four, yeah. It's a hill I'm going to die on.
So you don't even
hopefully
think,
I don't die on. Hopefully it's right.
So you don't think any of these is the number one reason?
No, I think the number one reason is you are soft as hot butter on the offensive side of the football. At critical at critical positions, at the positions that are responsible for being. For blocking and moving human beings out of the way so your quarterback can operate and your running back can run. I think there is a level of softness, a level of accepting mediocre play, a level of stroking guys that don't show up and don't help others around them be the best version of themselves, and I think that is contagious. I think it spreads throughout. I think when you don't hold those guys accountable, I think it ends up biting you in the most critical moments, which we saw against the Chiefs. Some of the worst pass protection we've seen all year. Same problems, just different opponent. So I would say, in my opinion, the number one overall issue is offensively. If they're saying the Texans lacked an identity on offense, if you're talking about like culture identity, like no matter what, we're not talking about run versus pass. We're not talking about West Coast versus run and shoot. Not that kind of identity. If we're just talking about, hey, we're going to show up and we're going to beat the hell out of you identity, or we're going to be soft, then I could talk. I would put correcting the level of, and I don't have any other way to frame it other than just overall softness offensively as number one. And then, I think some of the identity stuff on offense is a problem. The injuries were obviously a problem. I think, failing to execute small details, I wouldn't say just in critical situations. I think it's a major problem with this offense all the time. It's just talked about in critical situations. The offensive line was obviously really bad. Again, they were really bad, but I would argue that Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud are as much to blame for that as their bad play is. So, I agree with the overall points. I can't have this conversation without putting in there, like, there just has to be a mentality change on the offensive side of the football, first and foremost for me.
And I think, Clint, what rolls to that is I don't think their leadership is strong enough over there.
Well, that's how I think you got to change it. I think you're right. I think you're spot on. It's wrong and it's not strong enough. You're right.
Yeah, I'm not like I don't like we kind of talked about this a little bit yesterday. I think CJ is a leader. But something's off of accepting it and then just continuing to roll with the route, the punches, continuing to roll with how we're going to do things. Because as you said, like I look at this and Clint Tyler, I don't know if there's maybe 3 to 4 guys on the offensive side of the ball that actually fit what it is that D'Amico wants to be.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know who's the reason for that, and I don't know. And then I don't know how many guys you talked about yesterday, except maybe Joe Mixon, that is over there that's like, damn it, this is it. Like Joe Mixon, I think fits what they want to be. I think Nico fits what they want to be. Maybe Cade Stover fits what they want to be. I get some help. I'm trying. I think Tank probably fits. He's just smaller, but I think he probably fits what they want to be.
I think Jarrett Patterson, although limited talent-wise, I think he tries to be physical.
Yeah, I think he's a try-hard.
Yep. I think he goes hard.
I think he's a try-hard. Yep. I don't know that he's actually fits what they want to do. In my mind, I can't help it. Like, how many of these guys would you say I could see them consistently playing for the Niners? Yeah. Like that's kind of what I'm in. And I can't help but to think they say what those guys would say. Yep. And they don't have the guys or the guys, with the exception of probably Mixon, that will come out and verbally let it know.
Yeah.
It probably took too long for Kenyon Green to get off the field. It probably took too long for Titus to probably move over. Right?
If communication was a problem, it took too long to move Juice and put Jarrett Patterson in.
Because it would just
I'm trying to think of the right way to couch it, like in terms of Jonathan's article here. You're right, it's leadership, but it's not necessarily bad leadership. It's just there has to be, like I put it.
Real quick, text line. You're right, CJ. I think CJ fits as well what they wanted. I left him off. Yeah, you're right. Text line. Yeah, I think CJ fits. Yeah, I mean from the quarterback position, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
They had Jimmy and old dude Brock Purdy. So I think he fits.
No, I just think when you look at this offense, is there a Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Azeez Al-Shaair? There's one of them, right? Like there's one of them over there that can address the leadership the way that I'm talking about. Like the leadership is too soft on the offensive side of the football. So I think that has to change drastically for any of this other stuff to matter.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That to me feels like that has to be included over those things. Damn it. Didn't get to it. I promise you we will get to the golden turd. Do you have it?
Yes.
The golden turd?
I always have the golden turd, and right now it doesn't have a home this week.
I promise we will try to get there. I promise you that. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up as well as we continue on a fun show right here live on The Drive.
12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, T-Mill's best bet's coming up in a little bit. He's had a pretty good week, and he had his best day yesterday, 4 for 4.
You ain't lying.
Making that cash, so see if you can make a little money with him tonight. Big one tonight. Lakers Celtics tonight. There we go.
They might be involved in best bets. Stay tuned.
I think the Lakers are about to get their ass kicked.
I just hope LeBron doesn't flop too much.
Yeah, I will. I bet you Tatum will too.
That was a bad attempt. I just wanted to get back into it.
I bet you Brown did too. All right. Speaking of that, all right, let's do it here. All right, there's been a lot of stuff that's happened throughout the show that has kind of prevented us from getting to the gold turd. So Tyler, who's your gold turd?
Before we get there, I do want to have one.
Son of a bitch. All right.
I'm worried about Christian Harris, man. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I am too.
All right.
Golden turd, I hold in my hand.
Real quick though.
This
one I didn't. I did just want to pass across. I forgot I
really didn't even know this was going to happen.
Coming up, I do want to hear. Coming up though, Area 45,
some real sons of
6 to 10. I just wanted to pass along to people. They are going to be taking over that spot. Okay, they are going to be taking over that spot here. 6 to 10 for the future here. 6 to 10. They'll be there. Our guys, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago. They'll have Bob Nightingale. There's a lot of news going on with Bob Nightingale. He's talking about potentially Altuve going to left field. Talking about Presley may be on the move with the Cubs. Maybe that happens by the time he comes on. But he is coming up next. All right, here we go. I'm out the way. Just want to let you know that. Coming up right behind us, 6 to 10, right here.
Y'all.
Sports Radio 610. I'm out. I'm done.
If one of y'all interrupts me,
I just had to get housekeeping stuff.
I'm going to go full Psycho T if one of y'all interrupts me again, and I'm trying to give away this golden turd.
Going to go full Tyler Hansborough. Go ahead.
This week's golden turd, the trophy I hold in my hand, it's normally given away in the 3 o'clock hour, but if you missed it, things get a little heated.
It's our fault.
The golden turd this week, hate to say it, y'all heard the silver medal with all the officials, the refs in that Chiefs-Texans game. We all know how the refs prefer the Chiefs in most matchups, and they had an impact on the Texans' season coming to an end with that loss. But I hate to tell you, Houston, the gold turd trophy this week, it ain't those refs. It is the lackluster-ish show of a position group here in Houston that we saw all of the 2024 season. It's the guys blocking up front, those big fellas. It's the offensive line. And I'll go ahead and throw Dalton Schultz in there. And I'll go ahead and throw Frank Ross's crap-ass special teams unit from the divisional round in there. And just the overall lack of discipline in the locker room for the Texans. That is your golden turd. You got to embrace that, Houston, because there's problems and they got to get fixed.
I think that's well done, T. I think that's well done. I thought the refs would have got the gold turd, but I think that is more than fair to give the protection, the O-line, everybody involved, the actual golden turd.
Sorry, H-Town.
I'm going to tell you, Tyler, and here's why. We talked a little bit about this Monday. Maybe it was Tuesday. I don't know.
Well, it definitely wasn't Tuesday.
Maybe it was Monday. Maybe it was Wednesday. Must have been Monday. Either way it goes. The simple things that this offensive line, and it's really the entire offense. It's not just the O-line, because I do think C.J. Stroud had some level of freedom to communicate at the line of scrimmage, or at least he did a few times in the Texans Chiefs game. But man, the way that they blow some of the simplest things in the pass pro world, and just like pass pro 101 is mind-boggling, right? We've talked about the Dalton Schultz on Karlaftis multiple times in one drive is mind-boggling. One time is mind-boggling, but multiple times is criminal. Dare Agumbawale coming from the far left to try to help Dalton Schultz on Karlaftis on that last one, absolute mess. The offensive line not sliding the right direction just by basic rules. The offensive line not sliding from the guard, instead sliding from the tackle all the way across and leaving Dalton Schultz. Like, these are all things, man, that just – I'll be honest with you, it scares me as a Texans fan.
Oh, same, man. It earns you a golden turd.
It does. It should. But it scares me as, like, how did Bobby slow it? Chris Stroud, all the guys, Bill Lazor, all these guys that have been so good last year and so good at times this year, how did they sit there and go, this is how we're going to deal with pressure in the biggest moment of the season? Like, it's.
I would be completely fine never seeing Dalton Schultz in a Texans uniform again somehow.
That
was disgusting.
And I think there's also, because I think they obviously played a part But then there's also, to me as well, as I wonder how many times it was just this just terrible decision on what they did or what they chose to handle the pressure, and I wonder how many times somebody was just off.
Yeah,
somebody did something they weren't supposed to do. I wonder how many times that was. Now that 4th and 10, they seemed rushed to begin with. Probably should have just punted the damn thing.
Yeah.
You're down by 1 score. Probably going to pin them back. Your defense, but
it goes hand in hand, Ron, with like the handling the twist, the end tackle twist. Like it's. I mean that's obviously a move for a reason in the league. People do it. People win with it. People get sacks. But the way like Titus Howard, like a very experienced, long in the tooth offensive lineman that's played a lot of guard, and he's got one of the best to ever do it to his left, and he just buries his head on a D tackle and just like lets the twist happen. It's.
You know how I said to you earlier about feelings?
Yes.
I don't have any data to back it up, but it feels like there's no team in the league that gets beat on stunts more than the more than the Houston Texans do. The Chiefs did it to them multiple times, but they were the last one to do it than anybody. I don't have any data that backs that up. But it just feels like, damn, they get beat just like a drum.
I'd be shocked, Ron, if there's a team that gets beat consistently and as convincingly as teams do it with the Texans. I'd be shocked if there's a team that does that's allowed it more.
Real quick, can we pull over here because we have not discussed this that much? And
it is the drive.
And now it's time. What happened to Fairbairn?
Fell off hard, didn't
he? All right. For me, the offensive line sucked. They've sucked all year, and sometimes, man, like Shaq Mason just got his ass kicked by Charles Omenihu. Like some of the stuff's gonna happen. Like we all three could look and say, all right, Blake Fisher, 3rd and 8, 1-on-1, no help, Chris Jones. This has ass kicking waiting to happen, right?
Bad idea.
But what Fairbairn did out there, like we talk about the final one was blocked. For a 35-yard kick, that came out low as hell.
Oh yeah,
right. Like that
100% agree.
That kick came out low as hell to where Justin Reed, who didn't get it,
he was offsides though.
He wasn't offsides. Now he was yanked back by Laramie Tunsil. If you go back and look at that, but like it should have, like Chanel should have never gotten close enough to hit that. I think that would have hit his helmet if he didn't get it with his hand. And, I mean, an extra point. Now, the 55-yard field goal, I think that's more D'Amico that he missed. I don't understand. But, like, the special teams unit just, like,
crapped
I feel like the moment was too big. And Tommy Townsend's won 2 Super Bowls.
That line drive punt
he jackknifed the ball 34 yards out of bounds, and that got the Chiefs in damn near field goal range in the 4th quarter.
Oh, I meant every word about adding the special teams to this golden turd because it was maddening.
There's one thing to get beat, like I think the offensive line did. I think Travis Kelce on some of those guys. There's one thing to get beat, although I watched Greg Cosell do a breakdown and Miles Bryant and Azeez Alshire on the long 49-yard catch, just both of them completely confused
blew it
on who they were supposed to get. But that was just like, hey, man, he's just – because the one kick he made, he almost pushed it too far on that one.
Yeah.
Like, that was odd.
I know –
complete fall apart.
Look, all joking aside, this is you're at a point where if you want to talk about tough decisions and, there's a reality to if you're the Texans and unless you think you can go win 14, 15 games in a year and be the 1 or 2 seed, you're going to have to go through Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City. You better have a kicker that can kick outdoors in the cold.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you that was it's beyond the miss to me. We talked about that. I don't know if we did it on air or we were off air, Ron, but like the difference between Harrison Butker, now I know he's arguably the best in the game right now, but the difference between Harrison Butker and just like the kickoffs, and the ball's ability to cut the wind. I mean, it was NFL to Pee Wee level type.
The Texans were going to start at the 30 only unless they didn't want him to.
Right. Yeah,
unless
Kansas City's returners were catching the ball on the dead run at the 10 or 15.
Yeah,
like
led
that
to that first one.
Yeah, Ron. That is all joking aside. Like, it's great to be really good indoors when you play in an indoor stadium. And sure, you can look at it and say, yeah, well, the Texans, you got to quit losing to the Jets, you got to quit losing to the Carolina Panthers, the Atlanta Falcons, and you got to quit losing to Detroit when you get 5 turnovers. Okay, yeah, but I mean, even if you win 14, KC might win 15. You know, it's like you still got to go to these places and play. I don't know how you address it, obviously, because Kaimi's been great, but man, that's a real problem once you get there.
All right, let's before we jump out of here, remember Area 45 coming up behind us. Bob Nightingale will join the show. Let's get to T-Mill's best bets. Let's get a big NBA night. That was college basketball was fun last night. Good thing you did. Maybe you probably put some money on that too. I saw your Aggies get a dub.
Mm-hmm.
Did Arkansas pull that out?
Yes.
There you go. I saw that last second.
SEC win.
I won some money on the Razorbacks too.
Kansas overcame. So good night. Good night for all of us. All right, what's your best bet?
Yes, gonna keep the heater, and have no doubt it is a heater. I am nailing these bets here lately. I got 4 more NBA plays for you after going 4 for 4 last night. Let's try to do it again. And your Lakers, Ron, those Lakers and their superstar over there in L.A. where Mahomes learned how to flop, they're in action tonight, and they make up 2 of these 4 bets. I got the Lakers Celtics as they play later on this evening over in the first half, 113. I'm on the Lakers plus 6.5 overall in that game against the Celtics tonight. Then I got the Sacramento Kings as they travel to Denver plus 4 in the first half against the Nuggets. And then the Miami Heat center, bam, 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 Adebayo, over 8.5 rebounds.
Yeah, he'll be down there battling by himself against Brook Lopez and
big fellow
and Giannis.
You like him?
Else? I don't like the Lakers. I watch him. I don't like the Lakers tonight. And I think that could get away from, even though it's at night. I hope I'm wrong. I like the Kings one. They've been hot too. Denver has been playing really, really well. They just beat the brakes off of somebody the other night. But I do. Bam's probably my favorite one. 8.5. Really the only big they got out there.
Bam, bam.
I kind of like that. Jimmy Butler is still chilling at the house making coffees. So
you got any room for me on there, Ty?
I do.
You can I jump on that Bam with you?
You absolutely can.
And Ron's like?
I like it.
Yep. How much you want?
You know my number.
Benjamin.
You know my number.
All right, Area 45 coming up behind us. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Shout out to Jonathan Alexander, who was great as well in the 2 o'clock hour. I am Ron, the show. Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby. Clint's ass and Tyler's bumpy ass. I don't know
bumpy,
why.
I
just assume.
I bet you do have little red bumps at the base of every hair on your ass. I bet you do.
You could have insulted me just fine with the honest truth that I have a flat ass.
I just think,
but bumpy?
Fair skin, dark hair. You probably got a little red.
I do not.
At the bottom of every hair.
I just feel like you struggle with acne.
Put your ass on that window right there. Let me check it out.
Growing up, I feel like you struggle with acne, and as much as you shave your chest, I feel like you got some.
The paler your skin is, the odds go up. They increase that you've got not acne on your ass, just some little red bumps at the base of your head.